In the apocalyptic world, calamities such as torrential rains, extreme cold, sweltering heat, floods, and pestilence unfold in succession, leading to a drastic decline in the human population. Mutated monsters roam freely, and nests fill the once thriving cities, where towering skyscrapers stand like sheer cliffs, their surfaces strewn with human remains. Yunyang survives in this world of cannibalism and monstrous predation, traversing various spaces in search of her son, only to meet a tragic end, suffocating in the clutches of a creature's tentacle. Upon awakening, she finds herself reborn 7 days prior to the apocalypse, her son still in swaddling clothes. Unexpectedly, she acquires a spatial ability and inherits a fortune of billions from her ex-husband, prompting her to embark on a frenzied quest to hoard supplies, aiming to fill her space with the entirety of her inheritance. Lobsters, French fries, dumplings, Orleans chicken legs, grouper. Her spatial realm encompasses all that flies in the sky and swims in the sea. While others struggle for survival, Yunyang has already entered a culinary broadcast mode with her child. In this lifetime, her sole desire is to cherish and safeguard her child amid the apocalypse. Chapter 1. Restarting 7 days before the end of the world.
Ha, ha.
Yunyang's eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled, as her frail body was ensnared by a nimble 8-tentacled beast. Its resilient appendages tightened around her waist, and with a sharp crack, her ribs shattered. She let out a muffled groan, and the beast seized the opportunity to extend a tentacle into her mouth, siphoning the blood seeping from her innards, her body contorted grotesquely. Under the creature's relentless pressure, as her vision descended into darkness, immense despair filled her gaze. She could not die yet. She had not found her son. In City A, a woman lying in a small apartment suddenly opened her eyes, staring at the pristine ceiling with a look of bewilderment. Was she dreaming? The skyscrapers in the apocalypse had long since crumbled and decayed, their surfaces marred and moldy. Such a bright room could only exist in dreams. Raising her right arm, what should have been pockmarked and unsightly was now smooth and clean. But where was I now? Wah wah wah. The piercing cries of an infant nearby jolted Yunyang from her reverie, and she instinctively looked at the swaddled baby beside her, who was wailing.
Cubs.
Tears streamed down her face as she held her son tightly. If this were a dream, she wished never to awaken from it. The infant's cries did not cease at her embrace. Her experience as a mother told her he was hungry. She promptly began to prepare formula. The baby was merely a month old, in a stage of eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving himself. After finishing his milk, he obediently fell back asleep. Yunyang began to sense something was amiss. If this were indeed a dream, it was far too vivid. With this thought, she pinched her arm hard, and the sharp pain jolted her senses. It was real, not a dream. In countless midnight musings, she had wept inconsolably. If fate allowed her to turn back time, she would never have entrusted her son to that wretched He Miao. He Miao. He Miao. The thought of this woman ignited a fierce determination in Yunyang's eyes. She would ensure He Miao paid dearly. It was He Miao and her boyfriend who sold her son to another base. In smaller bases, children were often used for two purposes, either as test subjects for biochemical agents, those who survived becoming genetic warriors, while the deceased were discarded outside for monsters to dismember, or as reserves for the depraved, where humanity's darkest instincts flourished in remote places, cultivating a habit of cannibalism. Gently placing her son back onto the soft bed, she quickly retrieved her phone. Upon glancing at the screen, her heart raced. It displayed June 11th, 2032. The onset of natural disasters in her previous life began on June 18th, 2032, as people blissfully indulged in online shopping, oblivious to the impending doom. The once bright sunshine was shrouded by ominous clouds, plunging the world into darkness. A fierce wind swept through, toppling display screens in city squares, injuring and killing countless individuals. Hospitals were inundated with the injured, alongside numerous substandard residential complexes, some collapsing like flimsy structures, leading to a renewed influx of patients. Soon after, colossal floods surged through the city, washing monstrous eggs ashore, while bloodthirsty locusts circled above, preying upon outdoor humans. Humanity, in a single night, fell from the apex of the food chain to its lowest rung. In this apocalypse, everyone lived as if in hell. Her only solace was the understanding presence of her child. He would wrap his frail body and tiny hands around her during the cold nights, whispering warmth to her, and in the base, he would gaze at her with his azure eyes, sighing like a little adult, saying, "Mom, you've worked hard. When I grow up, I'll handle these matters." But one day, he vanished. After beating Lin Jie and He Miao to a pulp, she learned they had lured her son out of the base and sold him to a smaller base. She had repeatedly warned her son not to follow strangers, but she never expected that her longtime friend He Miao would betray her for a mere 10 bags of biscuits and a bottle of water. Was her son worth so little? The more she thought about it, the more her heart burned with hatred. She had returned, back to the days before the apocalypse, armed with memories. She would ensure He Miao and Lin Jie paid the price. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, interrupting Yun Yang's thoughts. She cast a loving glance at her child and walked to the living room, peering through the peephole, just like at the same moment in her past life. It was them, representatives from a foundation, and the board of Azure Biotechnology stood at her door. Yun Yang welcomed them into the living room, maintaining a calm demeanor. The two representatives frowned, observing her compact 2-bedroom apartment with disdain. Hello, Ms. Yun. We are here on behalf of Mr. Lin Lu to transfer all his assets following his death to you. Indeed, such was the case. It had been so long that she had forgotten why she had refused in her previous life. But now, what she needed most was money, and she would not turn away this inheritance. Moreover, it was her child's father, so she was rightfully entitled to inherit. Mr. Lin held 60% of the original shares in Azure Biotechnology. If you wish, you can immediately assume a position on our board. This includes properties acquired over the years, his investment returns, and a gift he left for you and your child, they said, presenting folders filled with documents for her review. Yun Yang had no interest in becoming a board member. Her sole desire was to obtain funds to prepare supplies and find a place to establish a safe haven. I don't want any of that. I want money, she asserted directly. One of them replied, Ms. Yun, please reconsider. 60% of the original shares in Azure Biotechnology cannot be measured in monetary terms. They are akin to a money-making machine, generating over $1 million in revenue daily. Yun Yang was perplexed by his anguished expression. After all, it was her inheritance, and she had absolute authority over it. The other representative smiled broadly. Of course, we will respect Mr. Lin as we respect you, Ms. Yun. If you wish to convert it into cash, that is entirely feasible. If I were to liquidate all the shares, properties, and investment returns in your possession, how long would it take, and how much would I receive? She inquired. The original shares of Azure Technology, the board of directors, with their eyes greedily fixed upon them, are eager to acquire, yet they are being sold off by this foolish woman. They are determined to create conditions to procure funds for her. 10 billion. Goodness. Such immense value. What could have possessed her in her past life to foolishly reject her husband's generous offerings? Chapter 2. The mysterious ex-husband's inheritance. The encounter between Yun Yang and Lin Lu resembled a scene from a romantic drama. She was an orphan, having scrimped and saved during her university years, working various jobs to accumulate enough funds to purchase this modest abode in a city before property prices soared. Lin Lu was discovered one rainy night in the community's flowerbed. Logically, she should not have brought a stranger home. Yet his strikingly handsome visage surpassed even that of television stars. During that period, Yun Yang contemplated artificial insemination to bear her own child, as her life as an orphan had rendered her profoundly lonely. After Lin Lu was taken in by Yun Yang, he inexplicably lost his memory. Yet he proved to be remarkably intelligent. He grasped new concepts with ease. With his newfound skills in programming, he began earning enough through freelance work to alleviate Yun Yang's financial concerns. Their lives unfolded like a blissful couple, until one day he vanished without a trace, taking nothing with him. For 3 days, Yun Yang sat at home, anxiously waiting for him. On the 4th day, she regained her vitality. Realizing that after 20 years of solitude, Lin Lu was merely a fleeting chapter in her life, she had become accustomed to her isolation and learned to embrace it. However, in the 2nd month, she experienced severe pregnancy symptoms and, upon examination, discovered the small life growing within her. Initially intending to raise the child alone, fate intervened. She turned to the man before her. 10 billion? Are you certain? Indeed, he affirmed with conviction. She understood Lin Lu was intelligent, but she had not anticipated him earning such a fortune. 10 billion would suffice for her and her child to live comfortably for several lifetimes. I wish to make the payment immediately, she stated, as her financial needs were pressing. It was crucial that the funds arrived promptly, for after 7 days, such a sum would hold little significance. This may pose a challenge, as transferring such a large amount internationally is typically not permitted at once. Then I shall not sell. Yun Yang replied decisively. The man grew anxious. Ms. Yun, please hold on. He stepped outside to make a call, and within half an hour, Yun Yang received dozens of notifications on her bank card, each indicating transfers in the millions. Ultimately, her account balance revealed 10 billion plus her own 300,000 in savings. Stunned, she gazed at the cascade of zeros, realizing she might never exhaust such wealth. Previously, she had always felt financially constrained, yet now she faced the perplexity of having more than she could spend. These funds are transferred from several accounts within the country, Ms. Yoon. Please sign here. She signed without hesitation, and the two men swiftly departed, leaving behind a stack of documents and a slender box, reminiscent in size to a deck of playing cards, crafted from a matte metallic material. As she held it, a faint blue light flickered across its surface, revealing a fingerprint verification page. She pressed her finger to it, followed by an iris scan and a biometric check which assessed her breath and heart rate to prevent coercion, impressively thorough. Upon completion of the verification, the metallic box opened, revealing a flesh-colored card adorned with ethereal blue geometric symbols. What is this? Yun Yang pondered, examining it closely. To her astonishment, the card melded seamlessly with her wrist, as though it were a natural extension of her skin. The geometric blue pattern materialized upon her wrist. At that moment, a loading bar appeared, progressing from 1 to 50, then to 100. What could this signify? Suddenly, a geometric space measuring approximately 163 meters in length, 143 meters in width, and 163 meters in height unfolded before her, its area roughly equivalent to 3 football fields. Is this a space? The word flashed in her mind. After regaining her composure, she tentatively touched a document on the coffee table. It instantly floated into the space. Descend, she commanded, and the document obeyed, plummeting into the blue-hued metallic void. It was indeed a space. A wave of exhilaration surged within her, in a world plagued by calamity. Having such a space was akin to securing countless layers of protection for herself and her child. Recalling her previous life, where she had to carry limited supplies while cradling a child and gasping for breath, she shuddered. She couldn't help but wonder about her ex-husband Lin Lu. Who was he truly? While she had always known he was exceptionally intelligent, she had never fathomed the extent of his brilliance, capable of developing such an extraordinary invention, so meticulously safeguarded within a metallic box awaiting her activation. Regrettably, this genius had entered her life abruptly, only to vanish inexplicably, leaving her with no means to reconnect, his existence now a distant memory. Though a tinge of sorrow lingered, she had traversed 2 lifetimes. She had learned to let go and accept, for the greatest gift he had given her was their child. Her thoughts returned to the space. If inanimate objects could enter, what of living beings? To test her hypothesis, she wasted no time in taking her child to the market below their building, specifically purchasing a live chicken. Upon returning home, she closed the door, placed the chicken on the bed, and with a mere thought, the chicken floated into the space in its initial form. With another thought, she commanded the chicken to descend, and it remained perfectly still, as if it were lifeless. After approximately 10 minutes, she retrieved the chicken, which resumed its lively demeanor, clucking energetically around the room. Reflecting on this, Yun Yang concluded that the space merely preserved living beings in a constant state, devoid of the passage of time, as if forgotten by the laws of the universe. She continued her experiments, confirming this phenomenon multiple times. With the existence of this space, the 10 billion in her bank account would finally serve its full purpose. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth or supplies she accumulated, they would require a vast, secure location for storage. A moment's carelessness could place her resources in the hands of those with ill intentions, especially in a time of disaster when essentials would be scarce. If the capital was the safest place post-catastrophe, it would eventually become a fortified zone, evolving into a base, heavily guarded. It would represent the pinnacle of order and security amidst chaos. The government of Long Country had fought tirelessly for humanity until the last moment, with soldiers standing on the front lines when disaster struck. Thus, Yun Yang resolved to stockpile supplies within her space and fly with her child to the official protection zone just before calamity descended. Why not hoard resources in the capital? After all, she was far more familiar with the city than the capital, and time was of the essence. She wished to waste not a single second. Previously, she had traversed various small bases in search of her child, witnessing too much darkness. Only the government represented the cradle of hope for humanity, and she had resolved to seek refuge with her child from the very beginning. Chapter 3. Planning the space with wealth and space at her disposal. Yun Yang now contemplated how to fill the vast expanse of her newly acquired realm. The area equivalent to 3 football fields could accommodate an immense quantity of supplies. In the era of disaster, survival hinged on food, water, and medicine. These essentials had become the currency of the base. Yun Yang compiled a comprehensive list categorized into 5 major types: food, daily necessities, tools, medicines, and skills. Within each category, there exists a plethora of items, however. Now that her finances are ample, the 7 days she has diligently compressed are sufficient for the procurement of supplies. She must exhaust this 1 billion within the week. She laments the inability to sprout 8 arms to manage her tasks, for in such a vast space, she must utilize it judiciously to maximize the accommodation of her supplies. Previously, she pondered whether such a large area could be filled. Now, she contemplates whether it can contain the sheer volume of 1 billion in goods. She plans to delineate zones, commissioning custom shelving to categorize and allocate supplies into designated areas. Yet, before embarking on this endeavor, she yearns for a hearty meal. In this era of calamity, obtaining normal sustenance proves exceedingly difficult. With erratic climatic shifts, alternating between frigid cold and sweltering heat, outdoor cultivation of vegetables and rice has become unfeasible, necessitating their growth indoors, where artificial conditions simulate seasonal temperatures and manual pollination is employed. The fruits and grains painstakingly nurtured in this manner fetch exorbitant prices at the base, often rendering a month-long mission outside insufficient to afford them. Ultimately, one finds oneself consuming nothing but foul mushrooms or the putrid flesh of grotesque creatures. She opens the refrigerator to discover 2 bags of dumplings nestled within the frozen compartment. She retrieves them all and immerses them in boiling water. For those accustomed to the civilized age, these frozen dumplings are met with disdain, decried for their lack of nutrition, poor flavor, and excessive carcinogenic substances. Yet, in this age of disaster, a single bag of dumplings could equate to a life. It represents half a month's rent at the base, enough to procure life-saving medicine. The dumplings, filled with pork and cabbage, fill a large bowl, and yet, astonishingly, she finds herself still unsated. What is this? If her appetite had been so vast in her past life, she would have perished from starvation long ago. However, it must be noted that after consuming this food, not only does her spirit soar, but her strength seems to surge as well, as if she is imbued with an inexhaustible force. In this era of calamity, constrained by her inability to afford the exchange points for gene serum, she has honed her physical form, transforming from an ordinary office worker in City A into a machine capable of slaying foes purely by instinct. She attempts to press her hand against the table, exerting slight force, and astonishingly, she effortlessly lifts the tabletop, which is reinforced with a ring of iron nails. How could this be? Having satisfied her hunger, she turns her thoughts to stockpiling, with the foremost priorities being food and water. In this age of disaster, water sources are tainted. For the average person, bathing is a luxury, let alone quenching one's thirst, as one must exchange exorbitant amounts of points for just a day's worth of drinking water. She rises, cradling her little one in her arms. Yet the transition from the soft bed to her embrace causes the child discomfort, prompting a frown and the onset of tears. However, leaving the precious child alone at home is out of the question. The time apart has been far too long, to the extent that she now wonders if it is all a dream. Truly a sweet burden. Yun Yang tenderly strokes the soft, downy hair of her little one, silently wishing she could conceal him in the space as she does with her supplies. In an instant, her arms feel empty, and for a fleeting moment, she is struck by overwhelming panic. Hastily, she rushes to the space, only to find her little one peacefully floating within, fragrant and sound asleep. Yun Yang quickly investigates, discovering that her child differs from other living beings. While all else in this space remains static, her child breathes freely, occasionally exhibiting the startle reflex typical of newborns. Could it be that even humans can enter? She attempts to step inside herself, but the space seems unresponsive, remaining tranquil, with only her little one present. She carefully retrieves her child from the space and places him back, noting a seamless transition occurring around the child, as the space radiates a gentle blue light, granting him exceptional favor. This fills Yun Yang with immense joy. The fact that her little one can traverse the space at will brings her greater delight than the mere possession of the space itself. She places the child's cradle and bed into the space, settling him within a soft blanket, before departing with her phone and bank card in hand. The first order of business upon exiting is to amend the withdrawal limit at the bank. She requires an extensive purchasing spree, yet without adjusting the limit. Her card restricts her daily expenditure to a mere 50,000. The bank teller is taken aback by the sheer volume of zeros in Yun Yang's account. Despite having processed countless transactions and observed numerous account balances, none have ever rivaled hers. She declines the bank manager's offer to discuss financial products personally and, upon completing her business, exits the bank. In this age of disaster, the perils extend beyond the external environment. There are also treacherous humans to contend with. She cannot have all her supplies delivered to her home, as the bustling neighborhood is rife with prying eyes and gossip. Should she fail to survive the impending apocalypse, she would inadvertently attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Thus, her immediate priority is to rent a factory, preferably a standalone structure, to facilitate the transit of her supplies. Speaking of factories in City A, she recalls a location, along Run City Road. There once existed a multitude of steel smelting plants, which were subsequently shut down due to governmental initiatives promoting environmental conservation. Many of these factories now lie vacant and are available for rent. She drives her Wuling electric vehicle to Run City Road, calling various factory rental advertisements along the way. Yet, an awkward predicament arises. The minimum rental period for these factories is 3 years, and they are available only as whole units, with an annual rent of 760,000. While Yun Yang possesses ample funds, she is not foolish. 760,000 could procure an exorbitant quantity of grains and oils. After some contemplation, she resolves to first inquire at the wholesale market. Perhaps a fortunate discovery awaits her. The Zhongsai wholesale market stands as the largest agricultural and sideline product wholesale market in City A, spanning 3,000 acres, employing 800 people, with a usable area of 1,300 acres and a construction area of 550,000 square meters. The market offers a vast array of foodstuffs, including semi-finished products, frozen goods, poultry, fish, beef, lamb, pork, fruits, vegetables, seafood, grains, oils, and a variety of seasonings. She parks her electric vehicle in the Zhongsai parking lot, glancing back at the space where her baby sleeps soundly, his angelic face serene and his little chest gently rising and falling. Yun Yang manages to quell her desire to kiss him, instead adjusting the blanket snugly around him. Chapter 4. The Wholesale Market. The Zhongsai wholesale market has always been a bustling hub, with countless vendors coming and going for supplies. Large trucks, boxy delivery vehicles, small trucks, and pickups flow through the area incessantly, rendering Yun Yang's little electric vehicle a mere speck amidst the chaos. She dons her mask and sunglasses, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she steps inside. The constant state of equilibrium provided by the space grants her numerous advantages, such as the ability to stockpile seasonal vegetables and fresh pork without reservation. Chen Fong has the feeling that today he has completed the entirety of his business endeavors. The slender, youthful girl before him approaches his meat stall, inquiring about prices and requesting an astonishing quantity of fresh meat, 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons. This would nearly deplete the entire stock of fresh meat available in the wholesale market. What is more, the girl does not merely seek one type of meat. She specifies quantities for chicken, duck, fish, pork, lamb, and beef, all in precise measurements. Although Yun Yang arrives not too late, the market's meat supply is still substantial. And while she desires to be straightforward, she insists that quality must not be compromised. In recent days, meat prices have fluctuated unpredictably. Pork is priced at 12 per pound. Fatty pork at 20, ribs at 30, and beef commands the highest price among all meats, reaching 48 per pound, while poultry and fish prices vary between 6 and 20. Due to the considerable volume of goods required by Yun Yang, negotiations ensued with Chen Fong, who readily conceded 3 yuan per kilogram. The logistics of transportation were entirely managed on his end. Chen Fong regarded Yun Yang with the same reverence one might afford a deity of wealth. What a splendid young woman she was! Upon receiving the deposit from Yun Yang, his hands trembled with excitement. He had never encountered such a significant sum of money in his lifetime. By conceding 3 yuan, he could subsequently liaise with other vendors in the wholesale market to recoup a profit of 1 or 2 yuan, leading to a remarkable financial gain. In matters of sustenance, She was always resolute. Amid the calamities of nature, people lived in trepidation, like mere shadows of their former selves. It was essential to indulge in culinary delights to nourish a body constantly beset by fear. She had already invested nearly $1 billion in stockpiling meat, previously believing her finances inexhaustible, yet now feeling the pace of expenditure quickening. Yun Yang inquired of Chen Fong, Boss Chen. I am in need of a substantial quantity of supplies. Do you know any factory owners from whom I might rent a space temporarily? Chen Fong, overwhelmed by the day's lucrative earnings, was eager to oblige. Why bother with renting, sister? I have a relative who specializes in leasing factory spaces. Given the bureaucratic hurdles of opening a factory in our city, many premises have become available. If your need is short-term, I can arrange for you to use one right away. Elated, Yun Yang expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively. Facilitating such a significant client was merely a stroke of fortune. She was his goddess of wealth. By the way, do you require anything else? I know this wholesale market inside and out and can ensure you receive the best prices, he offered eagerly. Yun Yang, unreserved, accepted his offer, after all. She had come specifically to procure supplies, and having an acquaintance made the process considerably smoother. The stallholders at the Zhongsai market were abuzz with news of the goddess of wealth in their midst, and Chen Fong, a seasoned negotiator, guided her through each stall, haggling vigorously. With each transaction, it felt as if she were clearing out the entire inventory. Payment was made on site, and as the two moved about, shop owners enthusiastically beckoned them inside to discuss prices. Ultimately, Yun Yang made no hesitations in purchasing a wide array of staple goods, including grains, oils, rice, and an assortment of frozen, semi-finished products. Notably, she splurged $50 million on her favorite chicken wings alone. She prepared 200 tons of rice, enough to sustain several of her, while various types of noodles, along with accompanying rice cakes and flour, filled 2 large trucks. The frozen items were packed with ample ice packs to prevent spoilage, and to ensure quality, Yun Yang even hired quality inspectors from the wholesale market at a premium, offering substantial rewards for identifying substandard goods. This shifted the pressure onto the sellers, compelling them to handle their products with greater care. Fruits, bananas, apples, pears, watermelons, cantaloupes, and durians were acquired by the box, with quantities varying from 5,000 to 10,000 boxes based on her preferences. Vegetables were swiftly cleared from stalls, including lettuce, greens, cucumbers, tomatoes, shepherd's purse, water spinach, and sweet potatoes, all starting from 1,000 pounds each, allowing the market vendors to conclude their day early. Onions, carrots, potatoes, cabbages, and taro were loaded in bags onto the trucks, particularly soybeans, mung beans, and peas, which could be consumed or sprouted for additional utility. Some items were sold before they could even be unloaded from the trucks, with deliveries sent directly to Yun Yang's factory. Witnessing her commanding presence, a fruit vendor presented her with a young coconut, complete with a straw, while a fan was waved in her direction. Salt, an indispensable seasoning, had become scarce due to ocean pollution, so Yun Yang prudently stocked 2,000 boxes, encompassing both powdered and sea salt. She secured 500 boxes each of soy sauce, aged vinegar, rice wine, and cooking wine, with white sugar being particularly essential, not only for flavoring, but also as a potential component in explosive devices. Although Yun Yang possessed no knowledge of bomb-making, her foresight was commendable. She prepared 500 boxes each of barbecue powder, cumin, 5-spice powder, 13-spice mix, barbecue seasoning, hot pot base, and kits for Odin, along with 1,000 boxes of hot pot accompaniments such as meatballs, shrimp paste, beef tripe, and crispy pork. This was merely the beginning of her procurement efforts. During an era fraught with natural disasters, items that could withstand the test of time, such as vacuum-packed goods, became essential. She ventured into dry goods stores, securing chestnuts, macadamia nuts, pistachios, walnuts, pine nuts, sunflower seeds, peanuts, cashews, ginkgo nuts, pecans, and almonds, with each type starting at 1,000 boxes. Particularly, she amassed 5,000 boxes of macadamia nuts, her favorite, known for their rich, creamy flavor. Finally, she turned her attention to the culinary staples of the disaster era, instant noodles and hot dogs, both procured in quantities of 10,000 boxes, opting for bagged varieties to save costs. Yun Yang estimated that her deposits and subsequent expenditures at this wholesale market would reach a staggering 30 billion. Money, it seemed, was perpetually insufficient. Chapter 5. Acquiring shelving as Yun Yang exited the wholesale market, Chen Fong had already arranged for the factory, and he accompanied her to complete the registration. A procession of trucks followed closely behind hers, creating an impressive spectacle. Within half an hour, they arrived at Run City Road, where Chen Fong directed the drivers towards the entrance of a factory called Donghua Forging. Ironically, this was the very facility Yun Yang had initially considered renting, but had abandoned due to exorbitant rents and stringent conditions. Serendipitously, she found herself back at this location. A security guard in his 50s monitored the premises, and while registering, Chen Fong introduced him. This is Uncle Su, a man of great integrity. He has been guarding this gate for 10 years without losing a single item from the factory. You can trust him, Boss Yun. Internally, Yun Yang felt exasperated. It was precisely this level of vigilance that made her uneasy. She planned to return at night to store everything in her space, and with such a watchful presence, how could she accomplish that? Chen Fong, perceptive as he was, noticed her frown and quickly adjusted his approach. Uncle Su, my warehouse is short-staffed this evening. Could you keep an eye on it after your shift ends at 7? Uncle Su readily agreed. Of course I can. The prospect of him leaving was even better for Yun Yang, whose expression relaxed as Chen Fong had indeed discerned her thoughts. The supplies from the trucks were systematically organized within the factory by the drivers and accompanying laborers. Chen Fong handed Yun Yang the key to the factory. I can lend you this space for half a month on my authority. After that, we can discuss further. Understanding his implication, Yun Yang replied, I only need it for 7 days. Chen Fong breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing this as the optimal arrangement. Thinking ahead to her spatial planning, Yun Yang inquired, Boss Chen, do you know anyone who makes metal racks? Chen Fong was momentarily puzzled by her request. Yun Yang gestured animatedly, clarifying, I mean shelving, for storing goods within the factory. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Fong slapped his thigh, my boss Yun. You've come to the right person. I have a friend who specializes in custom shelving. He can make them to any size you require at an exceptionally reasonable price. The supplies in the truck were swiftly unloaded within an hour, thanks to the large number of people and the truck's capability to back directly into the warehouse. Yun Yang secured the factory's door and then shared a taxi with Chen Fong to a storefront labeled Donghua Shelving Factory. Chen Fong gently rapped on the table where a man was dozing. Donghua, wake up. Startled, Donghua immediately broke into a grin upon seeing the two. Is this a guest? It appears I'm not the only one who brings customers to you. Nodding, Chen Fong replied, I need a batch of shelves, as large as possible within the load-bearing limits. Donhua's eyes sparkled. He loved large orders, as they signified affluent customers. All the metal shelves here were robust and reliable, with no customer complaints post-sale. Donghua was a man in his 40s. Quickly rising to wipe his face and grabbing a well-worn product catalog to present to Yun Yang. Take a look. We can customize any model according to your specifications, including color options. The blue and orange combination looks great. I'll take that. Yun Yang pointed at one model. I want to custom order a 2-tier shelf with a load capacity of 3 tons, measuring 5 meters in length and 12 meters in width, with a height of 35 meters. Let us start with 100 units. Donhua's scalp tingled. This was a substantial order. He promptly agreed, recording the details and preparing a receipt for Yun Yang. She then inquired, how long will it take to complete? Donghua replied, at most half a month. Yun Yang shook her head. No, that's too slow. I can only accept 2 days. Donghua scratched his head. That's tight. You want 100 shelves, which involve painting and welding. Even a week might not suffice. Yun Yang pondered, if it's going to take that long. Perhaps I can do without the shelves for now. My space is large enough to stack everything inside. However, her obsessive-compulsive tendencies were slightly distressed by this. Chen Fong promptly suggested, do you have any stock available? Stock? Yes, we do. But it's from a factory where we retrieved old shelves. And they're actually larger than what you just mentioned. They are disassembled and reconfigurable, though they don't look very appealing. Yun Yang's eyes brightened. Let us go take a look. Donhua's warehouse was brimming with shelves of various sizes, both new and refurbished. The shelves he retrieved from the factory were indeed unsightly old with peeling paint, exposing some rusty steel frames. However, for Yun Yang, they were perfectly adequate. All right. I'll take them. There were over 200 of these reclaimed shelves, and she acquired all of them at an average price of 3,500 each. A fair deal for solid metal shelving. Please deliver them to the vacant factory at Juncheng Road, Donghua Forging Factory. The Jinge forging factory comprised two large buildings. One was filled with the supplies Yun Yang had purchased today, while the other stood empty, perfect for the shelves. Qinfeng nodded at Ganwei. "I'll accompany you shortly." Ganwei was elated about securing such a large order. "Great, dinner's on me tonight." Having addressed the shelving issue, Yun Yang immediately took a taxi home, foregoing even riding her small electric bike from the wholesale market. As she opened the unit door upon entering her home, she found her little one awake, pouting as if about to cry. She quickly took him out from the space, changed his diaper, and fed him formula. Due to her circumstances, the little one had no access to breast milk and relied solely on formula, which ironically made it easier for her to manage her tasks. Cradling the warm child in her arms, she lowered her forehead to his, absorbing his warmth and the comforting scent of milk. The young boy who once vowed to protect her was now nestled in her embrace. It felt wonderful. After finishing his meal, the baby drifted back to sleep. At 1 month old, infants primarily eat and sleep. "Sleep well, my darling." Gazing at his cherubic face, Yun Yang felt her heart melt into a tranquil spring. After gently placing the baby back in his crib within the space, she shifted her focus to baby supplies. Noticing that it was already 3 in the afternoon, she grabbed her keys and headed out again. She first took a taxi to the Zhangzai wholesale market, retrieving her small electric bike from the parking lot. Time was of the essence. She needed to spend her money swiftly. Otherwise, in the face of a disaster, all her funds would turn into mere scraps of paper, and the balance in her bank account would become a meaningless string of digits. Chapter 6. Stockpiling Water and Supplies. Yun Yang drove to the entrance of a large maternal and infant chain store in a city, and upon stepping inside, her rationality evaporated at the sight of various baby items. She purchased 4 to 5 sets of pure cotton monk robes and onesies, stocking up on diapers of all sizes by the box, especially the baby S staple formula from stage 1 to stage 3, and accumulated 120 boxes of the same brand of children S milk powder, with 6 cans per box. This amounted to over 2,800 cans of formula, enough to last the baby a long time. The excess formula could be sold or exchanged at official exchange points, as in times of disaster, every commodity was scarce, and anything one possessed could be traded for essentials. She left no stone unturned, acquiring bottles, nipples, toys, early education supplies, and baby bath products. The salesperson, witnessing Yun Yang's lavish spending that generated substantial sales, readily offered her the black gold card for the store, which was registered under her husband's name, granting her a 25% discount, culminating in a total expenditure of 800,000. The salesperson cheerfully assured her that all the items would be delivered later to her provided address in her community. Without pausing, Yun Yang promptly drove off to the water tank supplier. She ordered 100 of the largest water tanks, each with a diameter of 8 meters and a height of 2 meters, capable of holding 20 tons of water, totaling 2,000 tons. In reality, a person consumes around 40 to 50 tons of water in a lifetime, but the demand for water for daily living far exceeds that for drinking, reaching up to 70 tons. These water tanks would be designated for everyday use. Had time not been so pressing, she would have ordered 1,000 or even 10,000. Nonetheless, she managed to procure all the available stock from 3 stainless steel water tank factories in a city, accepting every size without discrimination. This way, each tank of uncontaminated water could be exchanged for goods far exceeding its current value, making additional tanks a valuable bargaining chip. The total expenditure on the water tanks reached 60 million, and each substantial transfer of funds made Yun Yang feel as though money had lost all significance. Having arranged for delivery in 3 days for the custom water tanks, smaller tanks were gradually sent to the factory she had rented. After finalizing the water tank arrangements, she drove to the purified water supply station. This location boasted the most comprehensive range of drinking water in a city, offering everything from bottled water to various brands. Yun Yang was no longer content to merely observe their display. She insisted that the manager take her to view the warehouse stock. The manager, noticing her confidently riding in her small electric bike, initially thought she was there to cause trouble. However, when she displayed her substantial transactions, it became clear that she was financially secure. The manager's demeanor shifted instantly to one of respect as he welcomed her into the warehouse. Pointing at the mountain-like piles of drinking water, she declared, "I'll take it all." It was exhilarating. Yun Yang had never experienced such a thrilling shopping spree. The difference between spending 1 million and 100 billion was indeed a chasm. It is no wonder that the affluent regard money as mere digits, seemingly endless in their capacity to spend. For instance, during the era of calamities, drinking water, scarce and exorbitantly priced, was worth more than gold. Yet, in the age of civilization, she could procure an entire warehouse for a mere 20 million. She welcomed the opportunity to acquire drinking water, signing an agreement with the manager to have 15 tons of bottled water delivered daily to the Ginge Forge factory on Run City Road over the span of 5 days. Much to the manager's delight, his smile nearly crooked with joy. Typically, their water station could only supply 15 tons in a day, but this time, the order multiplied tenfold. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, she felt the swift passage of time weigh heavily upon her, realizing countless preparations remained unfinished. She made another trip to a large supermarket, the dazzling array of food tempting her, yet she restrained herself, redirecting her focus toward essential supplies. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, tissues, and cleaning agents, these were irreplaceable commodities. In the era of disasters, every individual was ensnared in a relentless struggle for survival, where merely existing demanded immense effort, let alone manufacturing these comforts. She also procured frying pans, rice cookers, kettles, baby thermos bottles, and water purifiers, stocking up on dozens of brands of purification tablets. With unwavering determination, she swept through the aisles, nearly emptying each shelf, pushing cart after cart toward the checkout area, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Among them were 2 high school students, whispering to one another, "Look at her hoarding supplies like a protagonist at the onset of a dystopian tale." Should we stock up too? Do you really believe that? Your words make it clear we should buy while we can. The first to perish in the apocalypse will surely be someone as foolish as you. Once she began shopping, there was no stopping her. Ultimately, even the manager was stirred, wondering if a group of influencers had come to play tricks for attention. However, after she completed her purchases, the manager's demeanor shifted to one of sunny disposition, even arranging for a supermarket truck to deliver her spoils. She cleared out the liquor shelf, though she neither drank nor smoked, recognizing these as hard currencies in the era of calamities. It was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Upon exiting the supermarket, she hastily ventured into a vibrant night market brimming with small commodities, alive with bustling activity and illuminated by the glow of street lamps. She lamented that such lively scenes would soon be a thing of the past. Without hesitation, she purchased 100 boxes of windproof lighters and 1,000 boxes of matches. In times of disaster, energy sources, particularly fire, were crucial, should a tide of monsters scatter her in the wild. The inability to ignite a flame could lead to a frozen demise. The temperature fluctuations in a post-apocalyptic world were extreme, scorching by day and frigid by night, necessitating not only matches and lighters, but also warm clothing and bedding. She crossed to a nearby store, acquiring 100 silk comforters and 100 cotton blankets, durable items not meant for quick consumption. Just as her little one stirred awake from hunger, she hurried home to feed him, placing him gently in his crib. Her eyelids grew heavy. The shock of her rebirth combined with the relentless shopping had left her in a heightened state of tension. Now, as if a taut string had finally relaxed, fatigue washed over her, and she gazed at her adorable child, ready to succumb to slumber. Her phone vibrated, jolting her back to alertness. "Miss Yoon, the maternity supplies you ordered from the Kingdom of Children have arrived. Please sign for them." Living on the 9th floor, she contemplated the daunting task of moving the numerous boxes without assistance. "Please bring them up," she requested. The delivery personnel hesitated. "I'm sorry, Miss Yoon, but we don't provide that service." "I'll pay extra," she insisted. Chapter 7. King Crabs and Little Lobsters. The room was filled with boxes containing various maternity supplies. Yoon Yang swiftly unpacked the items, stowing them in her space for later organization once the shelves were ready. She set an alarm for midnight, planning to return to the factory to gather more supplies. Although the tens of thousands of pounds of pork were being kept cool, she feared spoilage if left outside. That night, her child slept soundly, and she nestled him into her space before dressing in preparation for her venture. Donning sunglasses and a mask, she descended the stairs. It may seem odd to wear sunglasses at night, but she prioritized safety over appearances. The convenience of her space was undeniable. Not only could she stockpile supplies, but she could also protect her child within it. If only she had possessed this space in her past life, perhaps even in death, her child could have thrived, and ownership might have shifted. This time, The calamities of the world felt less despairing than in her previous life. Su Shu had indeed been summoned by Chen Fang and was absent from the factory, which now lay shrouded in darkness, a perfect cover for Yun Yang. With her key, she unlocked the warehouse door, effortlessly transferring every item she touched into her space, securing billions worth of supplies. She also collected water tanks, drinking water, and shelves from the neighboring factory, ensuring everything fit into her space. Satisfied with the emptiness of the warehouse, she locked up and returned home, securing all doors and windows before collapsing into bed with her child. Exhausted, she fell into a deep slumber, only waking briefly to feed him and change his diaper. The next morning, she awoke to the familiar sound of plaza dance music at 9 o'clock, refreshed and ready for the day. After washing up and tying her shoulder-length hair back, she revealed her luminous face, unmarred by scars or bites, unlike in her previous existence. Splashing cold water on her face invigorated her, and as she beheld her reflection, tears of joy welled in her eyes. She had truly returned. After preparing warm water to wash her baby's face and body, she dressed him anew, planting a kiss on his little belly. "Good morning, darling." As her child drank his milk, he opened his light blue eyes momentarily upon seeing her, then closed them again, instinctively focusing on the task of drinking and growing strong. Once her child was safely in her space, Yun Yang locked the doors and set out once more. A fervent lover of seafood, she could not imagine life without meat or fish. The previous day's efforts in the factory were merely a prelude to today's endeavors. She sped along on her electric scooter, the unmistakable scent of fish greeting her as she entered the seafood market. She dove into the market, purchasing an array of freshwater fish, carp, turtles, blackfish, tilapia, grass carp, and eels. The ocean's offerings were even more enticing: Australian lobsters, spiny lobsters, grouper, salmon, king crabs, coconut crabs, red demon shrimp, octopus, and cod, items she had hesitated to splurge on before, but now she was determined to stock up. The aquaculture vendors, thrilled by her enthusiasm, provided oxygenators for each basin to ensure the seafood remained fresh for delivery to her factory. Emerging from the market, she was greeted by the enticing aromas wafting from nearby restaurants, her stomach grumbling in response. Across the street was a casual dining establishment specializing in homestyle dishes, featuring her beloved little lobsters. Upon the mere thought of the succulent garlic butter lobsters, the spicy lobsters, and the fragrant 13-spice lobsters, her mouth began to water involuntarily. She hurried to the lobster restaurant, exclaiming, "Boss, prepare 5 pounds of each flavor for me." Should the taste prove delightful, she would then consider stocking up. "Certainly. Is there anything else you would like?" The proprietress approached with a warm smile to assist her in ordering. Yun Yang decided to add a generous bowl of rice and a large plate of chicken to her order, reasoning that peeling lobsters would be a waste of precious time, something she was sorely lacking at the moment. Thus, she could only indulge in a taste test for now. The vibrant red lobsters, infused with the unique aroma of spices, delighted her palate as she devoured several, nodding in approval. Indeed, it was the flavor she had longed for. Noticing her satisfaction, the proprietress chuckled. "I told you, didn't I? We've been running this restaurant for years, and preparing lobsters is our specialty." Yun Yang looked up at the proprietress and asked, "Could you prepare 1,000 servings for me? Each serving should weigh 5 pounds. The proprietress's smile faltered, and she stammered, "Young lady, please don't jest. I'm serious. I can pay a deposit immediately." With that, Yun Yang pulled out her phone and scanned the payment code on the counter, transferring a deposit of 50,000. The proprietress, seeing the payment notification, swiftly donned her apron and dashed to the kitchen, calling out, "Honey, we're going to have a big order tonight." After agreeing on a pickup time for the lobsters, which would amount to a staggering 1,000 pounds of plump, meaty crustaceans, an endeavor that was simply impossible for a modest lobster restaurant, the proprietress would need to contact her peers to procure additional supplies. Although washing and preparing the lobsters would consume time, they had a specialized lobster cleaning machine that would save considerable effort. Meanwhile, Yun Yang remained industrious. After her meal, she rushed to a pharmacy, intent on acquiring a variety of medications, including disinfectant, hydrogen peroxide, iodine, antibiotics, cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-diarrheal drugs, hemostatic powder, and band-aids, among others. One of these medications could fetch a fortune in the post-apocalyptic world, with demand far outstripping supply. Seizing this opportunity, she was determined to capitalize on it. Upon entering the pharmacy, she noticed a young man purchasing several cups of bubble tea for the pharmacy staff, handing over a thick red envelope amidst laughter and chatter. Unperturbed by her arrival, he nodded and exited the pharmacy. "Hello, what medications do you need?" a polite staff member inquired. Yun Yang listed her desired items in one breath, prompting them to ask for her identification for registration before fetching her the medications. "I'll take as many as you have of each," she declared. The staff member, taken aback, shook her head. "I'm sorry, our stock is limited. We can only offer you 2 boxes of each." "Isn't there any way to get a bit more?" she pressed, but the staff member could only regretfully shake her head. "Fine, I'll take what I can." She felt helpless. Was she expected to visit every pharmacy in the city? Given her substantial order, there were some perks, and the pharmacy did support delivery. As she exited, she spotted the young man from earlier smoking by the pharmacy entrance. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she approached him. "Hello." He promptly extinguished his cigarette. "Hi, who are you?" Without answering his question, she asked, "You're a pharmaceutical representative, aren't you?" Only such individuals maintain close ties with pharmacy staff and offer private rebates. Although she had never worked in this field, her experience in sales had endowed her with insights into its intricacies. Chapter 8. IE. The young man was at a loss for words, and they exchanged uncertain glances. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm looking to purchase medications in bulk. Online shopping and pharmacy purchases yield insufficient quantities. Is there a more efficient method?" she inquired. The young man observed her, recalling her earlier display of extravagant purchasing in the pharmacy. Many of the products were indeed from his company, which would count towards his performance assessment. "Yes," the young pharmaceutical representative replied. "You can purchase directly from a commercial company. They have ample stock." Yun Yang's eyes lit up. She knew these representatives had solutions. "Can you assist me?" "Of course, but keep in mind that your purchase will count towards my performance. However, what do you need so many medications for?" "If the company discovers any price undercutting, I could be in serious trouble," he cautioned. "I have my reasons. I assure you I want to resell. Here's the deal. If you place the order on your platform, I'll pay you an additional 1 million as a bonus on top of your commission." They say money speaks to the heart, and there's no one whose humanity can't be swayed by it. After much deliberation, the young man finally succumbed to the allure of financial gain. After all, he was merely a fledgling employee struggling to make ends meet on a modest salary in a city. Yun Yang invited him to a nearby tea house, booking a private room to order the medications through his platform. The logistics address remained her factory, and the total cost for the commonly used medications amounted to over 50,000. She promptly transferred the promised 1 million to him. By circumventing middlemen and directly contacting the commercial company, she had indeed saved a significant amount of time and opened up a new avenue of thought. She could reach out to manufacturers directly. With this revelation, she visited a small shop to purchase masks, floral water, essential oils, insect repellents, and other essentials, researching their manufacturing addresses online to place orders, all of which would be delivered within 3 days. As her storage space filled up, a sense of security began to settle within her. Driving past a fast food outlet, the aroma of fried comfort food wafted through the air, lifting her spirits. She parked, turned on her hazard lights, and entered to place an order for 1,000 family meal bundles, codfish burgers, Orleans chicken legs, and wonton soup, all to be delivered to her home. Before leaving that morning, she had prepared 3 bottles of milk, storing them in her space to feed her child discreetly when hunger struck, ensuring no time was wasted. In an era rife with disasters, heavy rains, fog, and rampant monsters, each base faced the dire threat of running out of supplies. Consequently, to survive, it was imperative to send people out to scavenge for resources and supplies. Frequently undertaking outdoor missions, she knew she needed to equip herself with the right gear. Yun Yang visited an outdoor supply store, purchasing raincoats, tactical jackets, thermal clothing, hiking boots, ropes, waterproof tarps, thermal blankets, tents, breathing masks, handsaws, military knives, and multi-tools. To be on the safe side, she also bought 10 inflatable boats and stocked up on alcohol and solid fuel, emptying the storekeeper's inventory. As she drove home, her mind raced with thoughts of what else she might have overlooked, marking yet another day spent from dawn till dusk in a whirlwind of activity. Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes. Her gaze locked onto a fleeting silhouette. It was IE. Indeed, it was IE. In the post-apocalyptic world, they had lived together for 3 years. And she was intimately familiar with his every little gesture. There was no mistaking it. She halted the car and swiftly made her way toward the corner where he had vanished. It was already 1 a.m, and the once bustling city was illuminated by streetlights, yet the roads were devoid of any vehicles. Her little green wooling electric car stood out conspicuously by the roadside. Around the corner lay a dark alley, cluttered with debris, and as she ventured deeper, she could hear the low growls of stray cats warning her. To avoid being bitten, Yunyang picked up a thin stick and waved it about, causing a dozen startled cats to flee, plunging the alley into silence. However, she could still hear a heavy, labored breath. Suddenly, an arm reached out, attempting to seize her by the neck. After years of fighting for survival in this harsh world, her instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and she reflexively dodged, ready to retaliate against her assailant. Her arm was forcefully wrenched open, almost numbing her. She staggered back a few steps and quickly assumed a defensive posture, only to hear a heavy thud as something fell to the ground. The tall, slender youth lay motionless, his life hanging in the balance. An unmistakable Z-shaped scar seared into the back of his neck, mirroring the fate of his previous life. His complexion was pallid, his lips devoid of color. It truly was Ai. She had managed to save him even earlier than in her past life. She draped Ai's arm across her shoulder and, step by painstaking step, maneuvered towards her small cart. She helped him into the cramped space, where his legs could barely stretch, curled up uncomfortably. There was no choice but to make do for the time being. It seemed she truly possessed a gift for rescuing others. Her husband had been a find, and so had her brother. Ai and she were destined to meet in the 6th year of the apocalypse. At that time, he too had been bitten by a monster, afflicted with a fever that refused to abate, left to die in a gathering of humans. She had encountered countless souls like him. Those who could muster the strength to crawl away lived, while those who could not perished right there. She had once been among the resilient, driven by a survival instinct that astonished even herself. She should have walked past without a second thought. Yet gazing at the youthful face of the boy as he lay there, pale and lifeless, she could not help but wonder if her own son lay somewhere in a corner, eyes filled with hope, waiting for someone to come to his rescue, still searching for his mother. She administered her sole antibiotic, and from that moment, the path of her solitary journey became a shared one. The two relied on one another for 3 years, referring to each other as siblings, supporting each other through thick and thin. 3 years later, he returned his life to her. The pockmarked wounds on her arm were the result of those brutes who had carved her flesh piece by piece, savoring her blood and meat as they laughed around the campfire, heedless of her screams. He could have escaped, yet he chose to plunge back in to save her, killing the circle of men around the fire, freeing her from her bonds, but he was soon surrounded by their cohorts, his frail body reduced to a sieve. Before he departed, he mouthed, "Sister, run." They evaded the monsters, but could not escape the brutality of humanity. His young life was extinguished that night. How fortunate it was that they could meet so early in this life. How could she possibly match him in combat? All her fighting skills were taught by Ai, who had been molded into a killing machine on that isolated island. In her previous life, he had never taken the gene serum. Yet his extraordinary assassination abilities had garnered the favor of the higher-ups in the base, if not for the purpose of saving her. Chapter 9. Ai awakes. Just then, her phone rang again. "Hello, Miss Yoon. The express delivery you ordered has arrived. I knocked on your door, but no one answered." Yun Yang immediately activated her small electric vehicle. "Wait for me 10 minutes. I'll be right back." When she returned home, several delivery personnel had already stacked boxes of food in the corridor. Thankfully, it was the early hours, and everyone was asleep. Otherwise, it would have certainly drawn a crowd. Supporting Ai, she stepped into the elevator, and the delivery staff, relieved to see her, approached. "Miss Yoon." Yun Yang offered an apologetic smile. "Just a moment. My brother is drunk. I need to get him to his room first." After helping him into the guest room, she emerged to sign for the orders, and the delivery personnel carried box after box into her home. Once they departed, she swiftly stored everything in her space. She retrieved her little one from the space, gently wiping him down. The thought of how mature he would become only intensified her anticipation for him to grow up quickly. She placed the little one on her large bed, then fetched the family medical kit to the guest room. Using scissors, she cut open Ai's clothing and found no injuries on his flat abdomen or chest. It must be on his back. With a determined effort, she turned him over And indeed, there was a deep, bone-revealing wound on his back, the blood soaking through the sheets. Yunyang immediately disinfected the edges of the wound with medical alcohol, sprinkling on some coagulant powder. It wasn't that she didn't want to take him to the hospital. She had once heard Ai mention that the organization they called the Island wielded a complex power structure with branches in various countries, specifically executing assassination missions. In his case, he was likely abandoned after being marked as a target, with fellow assassins from the island seeking to eliminate him to cover their tracks. At this moment, a city's hospitals would surely have their spies. Going to a hospital would be a true death sentence. Yunyang quickly rose to find needles and thread under the coffee table, soaking them in medical alcohol for sterilization. Given the limited conditions, his wound was too large to heal without stitches, and if left unstitched, it could fester. Now she understood how that gruesome scar on his back had come to be in her previous life. Unable to go to the hospital, where had he endured his suffering? Ai's unique constitution granted him an unusually rapid healing speed, yet the pain he felt upon injury was as acute as anyone else's. She rolled up a towel for him to bite down on, preventing him from biting his tongue during the excruciating stitching process. There was no anesthetic available. Only the raw agony of suturing flesh. Just thinking about the pain of the needle threading through flesh made her scalp tingle. I am saving you now. No matter how painful it gets, you must endure. I will not harm you, she murmured softly into his ear. In her previous life, after saving him, he had been on guard around her for half a year. Yet, whenever outsiders bullied her, he would step forward without hesitation. It was a contradiction of wanting to draw closer while fearing harm. He had lived on that isolated island, where his training and mindset revolved solely around completing missions and killing opponents to earn survival resources. Yunyang's selfless act of saving him, without expecting anything in return, was the most perplexing behavior to his assassin's mind, yet he found himself unable to resist being immersed in the warmth of care and affection. Only after they had faced life-and-death situations together did their sibling bond solidify, leading to 3 years of mutual reliance. Yunyang did not dismiss the possibility that her initial feelings for Ai were tinged with transference. His handsome features were reminiscent of the image she had envisioned for her little one as he grew. As the needle and thread pierced through skin, Ai's body tensed in pain. Yunyang pressed her warm palm onto his shoulder. Don't be afraid, I am saving you. They cannot find you, you're safe now. Just endure for a little while longer, all right? Perhaps her soothing words had an effect, for Ai's body relaxed, his subconscious still drifting in unconsciousness until she completed the final stitch. After disinfecting the wound once more, she wrapped it in gauze. Once everything was done, beads of sweat dotted Ai's forehead. Yunyang gently wiped his brow with a damp cloth and draped a thin blanket over his back. Due to his injuries, he could only lie on his stomach. She hurried to the bathroom for a quick wash, swiftly dressing afterward. When she glanced at the time, it was already 4 in the morning. Daylight was approaching. Just as she was about to sleep, her phone rang again. Hello, Miss Yun. Your crayfish is ready for pickup. With a sigh, Yunyang had no choice but to put the little one back into her space, lock the door, and head downstairs on her electric vehicle to the crayfish restaurant. After settling the final payment, the owner kindly offered to deliver the order directly to her home in their van. They exchanged contact information, with the owner insisting that she reach out for future orders, promising favorable pricing for bulk purchases. With a forced smile, Yunyang finally sent them away. After a night of busyness, she set an alarm for herself. Her eyelids felt heavy, and after feeding the little one and changing his diaper, she placed him by her bedside, inhaling his sweet milk scent, and drifted into slumber within a minute. As she awoke once more, nearly at noon, the soft whimpers of her infant stirred her from slumber. After feeding him and changing his diaper, he still would not settle, continuing to whimper with a flushed little face that suggested discomfort. What troubles you, my dear? Yunyang hastily unfastened the infant's garments to examine his tiny body. Soft and tender, he appeared unscathed. It must be gas, she concluded, recalling that her child had reached the 2-month mark, a time notorious for such distress. In her past life, she would have floundered in confusion at this predicament. But now she retrieved her phone and searched for videos of gas relief exercises. After a brief session of gently massaging his belly and bending his legs, the baby released several toots and finally drifted back into a sweet slumber. Yunyang cradled him lovingly in her arms, planting kisses on his tiny outfit. She was cautious, however, fearing that adult germs might infect him. Thus, she refrained from touching his cherubic face and delicate hands. Just as she laid him down in his crib, a loud thud resonated from the adjacent room. He had awakened. A surge of joy washed over Yun Yang as she hurried next door to check on him. Indeed, he was awake, but upon realizing he was in an unfamiliar setting, his instincts kicked in. The agony radiating from his back, a remnant of his struggles, rendered his face a shade of ashen pallor, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, and the stitches she had so carefully placed had begun to bleed anew, staining the bandage crimson. "Stay still," Yun Yang exclaimed in alarm as she rushed to stabilize him. Instinctively, Ai reached for a dagger concealed within his sleeve for self-defense. Yet the brutal confrontation from the previous day had drained him of all his resources. That he had managed to escape was a miraculous feat. Observing his wariness, which mirrored his demeanor in her past life, she cautiously extended her hand. He recoiled in apprehension until he found himself against the bed's edge, with no further retreat. "Fear not, I mean you no harm," she reassured him. His unwavering vigilance prompted her to add, "If I truly intended to harm you, yesterday would have been the perfect opportunity." The blood on his back seeped through the bandage at an alarming rate, a clear indication that his struggles had torn the stitches open. The pain must be excruciating. Ai's complexion grew even more pallid. Ignoring his protests, she supported his body and gently placed him back on the bed, her voice rising in frustration reminiscent of her past life. "Stop resisting." Ai's body stiffened, gradually calming down. The freshly sewn wound had split open again. Did he believe his body was forged of iron? "I need to sew you up again. Do not move." She unwrapped the bandage, revealing the blood that had once more soaked through, and meticulously cleaned the wound with a cotton swab and alcohol, discovering that several stitches had indeed come undone. Taking up the needle and thread, she prepared to sew him anew. "Do not move if it hurts. Bite down on this towel. You insist on enduring more pain." As she resumed stitching, this time Ai did not struggle. Once she finished, she applied more hemostatic powder and wrapped the wound in fresh bandages. "Are you hungry?" she inquired gently, approaching his side. Ai gazed at this unfamiliar yet benevolent woman, puzzled by her kindness towards him. Did she not recognize her own peril? She had brought him into her home, and he could easily eliminate her, taking over her domain. Just then, the infant in the adjacent room began to wail. Yun Yang smiled at Ai. "Just a moment. Let me introduce you to a new family member." She fetched the baby and squatted down to make eye contact with Ai. "Look, this is your uncle." In her previous life, Ai had accompanied her on her quest to find her child, often listening intently as she recounted her memories of the little one's cleverness and thoughtfulness. Whenever she felt sorrowful, he would clumsily offer comfort, saying, "Does that mean when we find him, he will call me uncle?" Remembering the joy of their reunion, she smiled and nodded enthusiastically. Now, the uncle and nephew met under such chaotic circumstances. Ai was bewildered by her title. "Uncle?" Yun Yang affirmed, "Yes, uncle. From now on, you are my brother and he is your nephew. Surely you wish for family?" In a previous life, he had expressed that having someone like her as family was his greatest joy, and now he had two, double the happiness. Ai frowned and shook his head. "No. I am not your brother and he is not my nephew. They have no idea how dangerous they are." Yun Yang understood his thoughts. "Then consider this. I saved your life. Do you not owe me a debt?" He hesitated but eventually nodded. "So, will you repay this kindness? And then we shall be even?" He again nodded, albeit reluctantly. Yun Yang clapped her hands together, smiling brightly. "All right then. You shall stay with us for a year to protect me and the baby." He shook his head, wanting to refuse. Even a month would be sufficient for those pursuing him to track him down and eliminate him. Yet, it was settled. Yun Yang sought not his agreement, but rather a legitimate reason to keep him close. "What would you like to eat? Red date porridge or plain porridge with sugar?" she asked, knowing from their 3 years together that he had a sweet tooth. "I do not want anything." "Then it shall be sweet porridge." Without waiting for his refusal, Yun Yang gracefully exited the room and headed to the kitchen to prepare the porridge. She placed the cleaned rice into the pot to boil and set the baby down on the bed. Sitting herself on the edge, she took out her phone and began shopping online. She ordered thousands of sets of undergarments for herself, followed by thermal clothing, down jackets, vests, various warm cotton shoes, and clothes for both the baby and Ai. Given the baby's rapid growth, she prepared dozens of outfits and pairs of shoes for each age group, And for Ai, she ordered several hundred garments and shoes, allowing for 2 extra sizes to accommodate his frame. Next, she browsed a certain website to stock up on outdoor supplies, replenishing what she had previously purchased in physical stores. She ordered dozens of outdoor cooking gear, including portable stoves and compatible gas, folding barbecue grills and charcoal, coolers, camping lamps, outdoor tables and chairs, hammocks, and hanging pots, acquiring hundreds of each type. And for consumable items like charcoal and gas, she ordered 1,000 boxes. Regardless of whether all these supplies would be utilized, it was prudent to be prepared. She also purchased a significant quantity of utensils and cups. After all, one cannot eat with their hands alone. She ordered 100 inflatable boats in both 2.6-meter and 4.6-meter sizes, the former costing 3,000 yuan and the latter a staggering 10,000 yuan, and with various tools and spare propulsion devices. Her total expenditure reached 2 million. She also ordered 100 jet skis and rubber boats, as well as 100 beach buggies and racing cars. Following that, she stocked up on food, ordering 5,000 bags each of scallion pancakes, beef patties, handheld pancakes, takoyaki, stuffed chicken wings, buns, pizzas, self-heating hot pots, vegetable soups, and concentrated soup bases, leaving the suppliers incredulous as they received her orders. Additionally, she made sure to include plenty of sugary sodas like Coke and Sprite, contacting various online manufacturers and nearly exhausting their inventories. Finally, she paid a deposit to secure her purchases, realizing the true value of money. Anticipating the scorching heat of a disaster-stricken era, she also acquired 100 ice machines, air conditioners, and oxygen generators, knowing that floods triggered by tsunamis would cleanse the earth, leaving humanity with nowhere to hide but in sealed sanctuaries. She has once again purchased numerous oxygen tanks and accompanying masks from the same store. This time, she has become quite adept, directly contacting customer service to place her order. With the bulk purchase, discounts were readily available. With such electrical devices acquired, how could she possibly forego a generator? Taobao, indeed, is a miraculous platform, brimming with an extensive array of products. Without hesitation, she reached out to customer service to order a batch of generators. Regardless of whether the manufacturer sourced from other suppliers, her sole concern was ensuring the quality and quantity of her supplies. After all, the demand for electricity would only increase in the future. All the designated addresses were within the Jinge Forge, and the total expenditure amounted to 2 billion. The exhilaration of spending money is unparalleled. Beep, beep, beep. The time for her rice cooker to prepare porridge had arrived. She gently rose from her bed and made her way to the kitchen, where she ladled some porridge into a small bowl, sprinkling in a touch of sugar. After retrieving some ice cubes from the refrigerator to chill it, the temperature of the porridge soon decreased. She carried the bowl to the small room, where Ai, upon hearing her entrance, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Yunyang scooped a spoonful of porridge and offered it to his lips, but Ai blushed and said, "I'll do it myself." Yunyang glanced at his back and replied, "You can't manage on your own, don't be stubborn." Thus, she fed him, and he reluctantly accepted, finally finishing the porridge, albeit clumsily. Chapter 11, Anomaly. Seeing him being so obedient, Yunyang nodded in satisfaction, leaving a large white rabbit candy on his bedside as a reward for his good behavior. I, upon noticing the candy, felt irritated. "I'm not a child. In my eyes, you're a child, eat it or not." Yunyang laughed as she departed. "I won't eat it," Ai muttered, turning his head away. 3 minutes later, he turned back. "Why shouldn't I accept a reward?" He then tore open the candy wrapper and popped the candy into his mouth. After washing the bowl, Yunyang opened her phone's memo to check if there was anything else she needed to purchase, but the news that popped up on the screen caused her to frown. Fishing boats from XC return empty. Severe pollution has led to a depletion of fish resources. Thousands of whales stranded on XX Island, their decaying bodies causing distress among fishermen. In the Amazon jungle, tens of thousands of blood-drained animal corpses discovered. Could a mysterious creature be at play? Yunyang clicked on the video page, and the high-definition images displayed were shocking. Is this the onset of the calamities reminiscent of the apocalyptic era of her previous life? How terrifying. Is this the end of the world? The apocalypse sounds appealing. In this dismal world, I have long wished for an end. Let that day come swiftly. I hope tomorrow is it. While others have their monthly visits, your doomsday predictions come once a year. You've been saying the Earth will perish for 800 years. And yet here we are, still thriving. Time to wash up and sleep. I'm exhausted. Let the destruction commence. I truly cannot keep up anymore. Yunyang replied to this post. Wolf tales have become tiresome, but what if this time it's true? Perhaps everyone should stockpile some supplies during this period. In the end, they will be consumed, and waste will not ensue. It's precisely because of people like you that panic arises. You buy, he buys. And prices just escalate. Your intentions are questionable. How come the moderators cannot manage someone like you, spouting such nonsense? You must be brainless. Go wash up and sleep early. No one is saying it's wrong to prepare supplies. Indeed, it's not as if you're directly emptying the grain store. Yunyang was taken aback to find that even a simple reminder could provoke such backlash. She promptly decided to remain silent. After all, she was not a savior. Living her own life was sufficient without courting trouble. Speaking of stockpiling supplies, our market has made headlines. How so? A young girl went on a shopping spree at our market, a massive wholesale hub, and cleared out the inventory. Her expenditure that day must have reached at least 10 billion. Wow, I know exactly which place you mean. My parents run a business there. They were so pleased that day they took my sister and me out for a grand feast to celebrate. What a keen observation. Can you confirm the details? A city. Height of 1.6 meters, slender build, and shoulder-length hair? Wow, you're very well informed. That day, my classmates and I were shopping at the supermarket. And she nearly emptied the shelves by herself, with dozens of shopping carts lined up at the checkout. In the end, the supermarket manager had to open a separate register for her. Ridiculous. Seriously, is it now fashionable to write novels in the comments section? How absurd. Yunyang's expression grew serious. She had not anticipated that someone would reveal her information here. Thankfully, she had always ensured to conceal her identity during her endeavors, preventing anyone from seeing her appearance. Otherwise, she would have invited trouble. Everything is subject to scrutiny, initially. The delivery vehicles at the market went directly to the Jinga forge. If someone were determined to investigate, they could easily uncover the truth. The discussions among these individuals continued on the screen, some growing increasingly excited, with organized groups wishing to investigate further. Suddenly, the comments page was interrupted by an incoming call. Hello, Ms. Yin. Your order at our factory has arrived. Please come to sign for it. Yunyang donned her coat, securing her hat, mask, and sunglasses, placing her pet in her space, and prepared to leave with her car keys. Just as she stepped out, she turned back, glancing at the boy resting on the bed. Hearing the door open, I turned to look at her. She smiled. I'm stepping out to take care of some matters. I'll be back shortly. Rest well at home. He responded gruffly. Yunyang noticed the candy she had left on the bedside was now gone and smiled as she departed. As she settled onto her small electric scooter, ready to start it, she realized the battery was critically low and beeping an alarm. After days of using it sparingly without recharging, it was fortunate it had lasted this long. The distance between Runching Road and her neighborhood was not too far, so she opted to rent a shared electric bike to ride over. Upon arrival, Uncle Sue had already assisted in unloading the goods, boxes upon boxes being stored in the warehouse. Yunyang promptly signed for the delivery, after which the convoy departed. Thank you, Uncle Sue, she said, pulling 500 yuan from her pocket, cash she had kept on hand for emergencies. However, Uncle Sue pushed the money back to her. Oh, it was a trivial effort. I was idle anyway. Lastly, he expressed concern. The food trading business is tough. I see you've stocked up quite a bit. Be careful not to get stuck with it. Yunyang was taken aback. Food trader? Then she chuckled, as she had been pondering how to obscure her activities. Being labeled as a food trader seemed quite fitting. Before you came today, several young people stopped by to inquire about what goes on here. I told them it's for food trading. If they wanted goods, they would have to wait for the boss to arrive. When I tried to take their numbers, they fled quicker than rabbits, Uncle Sue recounted. Yunyang felt a sinking sensation. They had come even faster than she had. She wondered if Uncle Sue's words had deterred them. Nevertheless, in a few days, the forge would no longer be of use. She would have finished stockpiling all the supplies she needed, easily stored away. Cooling oil, mosquito repellent, and the pharmaceuticals concocted by that young person from the commercial company were delivered in succession and unloaded into the warehouse. Uncle Sue, I've ordered quite a few items online, and they will arrive gradually. I'll need your help to keep an eye on them. Rest assured. Uncle Sue replied with a smile. The boxes were all neatly stacked against one side of the warehouse, leaving ample space in the remaining half and an adjacent empty factory, enough to accommodate the items purchased online. By the time she exited the factory, her stomach was growling with hunger, prompting her to seek out a noodle shop where she ordered a large bowl of beef noodles. Just then, her phone began to ring. Upon checking, her gaze turned crimson as the caller ID displayed He Miao's name. Since her rebirth, she had been engrossed in preparing supplies, nearly forgetting her intention to take vengeance on the treacherous couple. Chapter 12, Your Death Date. She answered the call, and He Miao's cheerful voice resonated on the other end. Yun Yang, where are you? What's wrong? She replied, her words evading the question. Jia and I are trying on wedding dresses. You should come help me choose. He Miao exclaimed, with a chuckle. She recognized that He Miao was not genuinely selecting wedding dresses, but merely using the pretense of marriage to borrow money from her. In her previous life, she had lent them 100,000, but this time, she was determined to personally eliminate the deceitful pair. Despite her icy demeanor, she feigned delight, saying, "Really? Send me your location, and I'll come help you choose." At the entrance of the Eternal Wedding Photography Studio, Lin Jia and He Miao were scanning the surroundings anxiously. Lin Jia impatiently glanced at He Miao. "Do you really think Yun Yang will lend us money?" He Miao, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course. I'm her only friend. If she refuses to lend me money, she'll offend me and end up all alone with a bastard child. Who would look up to her then?" "How much are you planning to borrow this time?" Lin Jia inquired. He Miao held up her hand. 50,000. Lin Jia was dissatisfied, believing it was too little. He Miao shrugged. "That's enough. You think that poor thing with a child can have much money?" Yun Yang spotted them from a distance as she rode her bike, suppressing her hatred as she parked beside them. "Miao Miao," she greeted with a smile. He Miao feigned surprise. "Yun Yang, you made it. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Lin Jia." Lin Jia offered a polite smile in return. "Hello, Lin Jia." Yun Yang greeted lightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Sensing her strange expression, Lin Jia chose not to engage further. He Miao dragged her into the bridal shop, pretending to admire wedding dresses while subtly lamenting her financial struggles. Wishing to change her house and car, Yun Yang, uninterested in her riddles, felt her desire for vengeance peak. This was not the right place to act, and she needed them to take her to their residence. "Miao Miao, as my friend, why didn't you tell me about your financial difficulties?" Yun Yang observed her with disapproval. He Miao didn't anticipate Yun Yang's perceptiveness, feeling assured that the 50,000 was as good as secured. As for repayment, she hadn't considered that. Once the money was in her hands, it was hers. "You are my only friend. I cannot let you suffer. You must move to a suitable house and have a magnificent wedding. You deserve what I lack," Yun Yang stated, expressing genuine concern for her. He Miao nodded repeatedly, exchanging knowing glances with Lin Jia, both recognizing the mirth in each other's eyes. Yun Yang remained silent, understanding that they viewed her as a fool merely to borrow money, while her true aim was their lives. "I don't have much money, only 1 million. How much do you want to borrow?" Yun Yang dangled the bait. He Miao and Lin Jia stared at her in disbelief. How could you have that much money? According to He Miao's understanding, she could barely manage to have 10,000 on hand. Yun Yang lowered her gaze. "My ex-husband passed away." He Miao frowned, unsure why she was sharing this with her. Then Yun Yang added, "He left me this inheritance." Inheritance? What a stroke of luck. He Miao and Lin Jia had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. A full 1 million in savings opened up even more possibilities for them. They quickly lost interest in browsing wedding dresses, eager to secure the money from Yun Yang. "Yun Yang, let us skip the shopping and go to my house to discuss this in detail," He Miao suggested. This was precisely what Yun Yang had in mind. There was no way she would refuse. Lin Jia hailed a taxi, and the three of them headed directly to He Miao's home. He Miao and Lin Jia rented a 2-bedroom apartment in a city, slightly larger than Yun Yang's place. Upon arrival, He Miao immediately pulled Yun Yang into a room, drawing the curtains closed. "Yun Yang, about that money." Yun Yang was in no rush to discuss the topic, glancing around the room and asking, "Is it just the two of you living here?" He Miao nodded. "Yes, Lin Jia and my parents are back in our hometown, planning to come next month to look for houses together." "What about friends?" "I rarely have friends over. I don't like them in my home. They're too noisy." With that, He Miao shifted the conversation back. "Yun Yang, I've thought it over. How about this? You lend me 800,000 to tide me over, and I'll pay you back as soon as we buy the house, okay?" Yun Yang readily agreed. "Sure, we're good friends. If I don't help you, who will?" After saying this, she embraced He Miao's neck, stealthily retrieving a military knife from her space. He Miao was taken aback by her sudden affection, but then felt a chill at her neck, realizing blood was gushing from her throat and dripping onto her pink and white dress. She stared wide-eyed at Yunyang, never imagining she would turn against her. Gasping for help, her arms reached toward the door, seemingly seeking Lin Jia's assistance. Yet her body was firmly held in place by Yunyang, unable to move. 3 minutes later, her eyes remained open in death, her breath entirely extinguished. Yunyang pushed He Miao's lifeless body onto the bed, covering it with a blanket to create the illusion that she was merely asleep, and wiped the blood from her hands onto the bedding. A series of knocks echoed from outside the room. Having completed her preparations, Yunyang calmly called out, "Come in." It was Lin Jia, carrying a bowl of cut fruit, whereas Miao Miao. Yunyang cast a helpless glance at him. "I don't know what I said wrong." "She's ignoring me." Lin Jia promptly set the fruit platter on the bedside table, puzzled by He Miao's behavior, especially since they still hadn't secured the money. "Miao Miao, what is wrong between you and Yunyang?" As he spoke, he tugged at He Miao's blanket, pulling it back to reveal her lying under the blood-stained covers, her eyes wide open in death. Lin Jia was horrified, about to scream when he suddenly felt warmth in his abdomen, followed by a wave of pain sweeping through his entire body. But the assault did not cease. It continued relentlessly. Yunyang wielded a triangular military dagger, stabbing Lin Jia in the abdomen 7 or 8 times. Such deep, penetrating wounds and large gashes were unlikely to heal, and with Lin Jia struck multiple times, his chances of survival dwindled to nothing. Terrified, he gazed at Yunyang, whose face was splattered with blood, before his body slammed heavily against the wardrobe and slowly slid down. Yunyang paid him no mind, instead heading to the bathroom to wash the blood from her face and hair. By the time she returned to the room, Lin Jia had succumbed. She pulled his body onto the bed, covering both him and He Miao with the blanket. Then she opened the wardrobe, found one of He Miao's long coats, and slipped it on to conceal the blood splatters. After spraying an entire bottle of insecticide to mask the scent around the two bodies and in the room, she closed the door behind her as she departed. Chapter 13. The Luxury Bulletproof Car. As she left, Yunyang felt a sense of lightness in her past life. Lin Jia and He Miao had sold her son, but this time, she intended to extinguish all threats in their infancy. With few friends in a city, it would take days to weeks for their bodies to be discovered, and the stench of decay would permeate the entire corridor. At that moment, the neighbors should have called the police to file a complaint. Regardless of the profound impact her butterfly effect may have had, her son remained her Achilles heel. Upon returning home, she took a shower, incinerated the blood-stained clothes along with He Miao's jacket in a stainless steel basin until they turned to ashes, and then disposed of them in the toilet, flushing them into the sewer. Cradling her child, she nursed him, watching as his pale blue eyes fluttered shut, surrendering to slumber. Yunyang could scarcely recall what her ex-husband looked like, yet his striking handsomeness and those unforgettable blue eyes lingered in her memory, evoking a sense of being drawn into his resplendent constellation. Now, her little one possessed an identical pair of eyes. How beautiful they were. In the afternoon, she changed Yi's bandages, but during the process, he regarded her with a gaze filled with uncertainty. "What is wrong?" she inquired, puzzled. Yi asked, "Did you kill someone?" After a prolonged silence, she finally responded, "How do you know?" "By scent. Even after your shower, the lingering smell of blood is detectable to me." Yi replied. After a moment, Yunyang chuckled, "See, you're not the only dangerous element, thus, I fear retribution and can only hope you will protect us." Yi nodded in agreement. "All right." In the afternoon, she prepared some red date porridge and pig liver soup to nourish his blood. They both took a nap, and upon awakening, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Yunyang's electric scooter had finished charging, and she took her child outside once more, heading straight for the Green Mountain Reservoir in City A. It would take an eternity to fill the water tanks in her space using the tap. It was far more efficient to go directly to the reservoir. She found a convenient spot to fill the tanks, retrieved them from her space, tied a rope to them, and lowered them into the reservoir. After spending 4 or 5 hours filling the tanks, when Yunyang climbed atop the large tank to check, she was pleasantly surprised to find numerous fish had been drawn in. The most abundant were crucian carp, blackfish, and grass carp. all notably larger and fatter than those found in rivers or farms, thriving splendidly. On the third day, the supplies she had ordered online arrived. She signed for them during the day and then visited a seed store in City A, where she rented a pickup truck to transport various seeds and fruit trees back, discreetly stowing them in her space in areas that were under surveillance but unnoticed by others. In the afternoon, Yi's condition had indeed improved. As he began to manage getting out of bed and taking a few steps, Yunyang observed him with concern. "How do you feel? Still in pain?" Yi shook his head with a smile. "It's all right, don't worry, I've endured worse injuries." Her genuine concern was unmistakable, and for reasons unknown, Yi felt reluctant to burden her with his worries. He was right, compared to the more severe injuries he had endured, this was indeed insignificant. "I want to know how tense I am until I've taken my medication. You should lie down so I can check your wound," Yunyang instructed him. For reasons unknown, Yi found her demeanor so reassuring that he complied, lying down obediently. Yunyang unwrapped the bandage. The wound was indeed healing. She applied a bit more medicine and rewrapped it with fresh gauze. "We're leaving City A tomorrow. Are you all right with that?" she asked. "Yes," Yi replied. "But there's my identity to consider." Indeed, he was currently a wanted man within their organization, and should his identity be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a manhunt. "We'll drive," Yunyang decisively stated. Yi assumed she had stirred up trouble, yet without hesitation, he nodded. "All right." "To the capital," she confirmed. "Good." Just like in their past lives, whenever Yunyang made a statement, Yi had never once disagreed. "Stay at home and behave. I'll go rent a car," she instructed. "And then," Yi replied obediently. Having such a compliant yet capable younger brother was a true blessing, whether in the civilized world or during calamities. After returning the rental car, Yunyang inquired with the owner if there were any robust off-road vehicles available for purchase. Money was no concern. She required something sturdy and four-wheel drive, capable of navigating through muddy terrain, with a body impervious to bullets. The shop owner was delighted. In the realm of automobiles, as long as one could pay, they could procure even the presidential vehicle of the United States for her. Hearing that money was not an issue brought him further joy. Indeed. "I can procure any armored vehicle that bears a name in this world." This was a significant transaction for Yunyang, and he invited her to the VIP room to discuss the terms. "Even if Miss Yun is not short on funds, we must discuss your budget," he began. "As long as the safety performance is satisfactory, I can afford any price, even over 100 million, Yunyang stated. "However, the crucial point is that I need it immediately. I must set out tonight." The shop owner, noticing the tightly wrapped figure of Yunyang, sensed an air of mystery about her. "Please hold on," he exclaimed, then promptly dialed a number. Upon hearing that there was stock available, he excitedly informed Yunyang, "Yes, we have it, right here in our 4S Industry Park." The shop owner prepared to drive Yunyang there, but she insisted they take a taxi together. Wary of human nature, if he were to betray her, she felt safer in a taxi. The ride quickly brought them to the industrial park, where the owner led her to an Audi 4S store. A young man in a sharp suit greeted them. "You must be Miss Yun," he said politely. "Yes." "Take me to see the car," Yunyang urged, eager to expedite her plans. The young man escorted them to the showroom. "This car is actually a showcase item. Recently granted sales rights. It is the Audi A8L security armored vehicle, capable of withstanding grenade explosions. The entire exterior is constructed from armor, ceramics, bulletproof glass, and special alloys. Fully compliant with the highest civilian safety protection standard, VR7. The vehicle is robust and equipped with many advanced emergency protection systems, capable of maintaining a speed of 80 kilometers per hour even with punctured tires. With such capabilities, what more could she want? Yunyang was immediately intrigued and decisively declared, "I'll buy it." After swiping her card and completing the paperwork for a temporary license plate, just before driving away, the shop owner hurried over, panting, to say, "Miss Yun, here's my business card. Please do reach out to me for any future needs." Selling this vehicle would earn him a commission exceeding what he would make in half a year at the rental agency. He truly adored wealthy clients. Chapter 14. Early Relocation. Yunyang pondered for a moment and realized she had another request. What about a motorhome? The shop owner brightened. "A motorhome, splendid. Do you have one available right now?" he asked eagerly. Sweat beaded on the shop owner's forehead as he frantically waved his hands at Yunyang. Wait, please." He then began making phone calls, inquiring about her budget and requirements. Yun Yang was not short on money and desired top-tier specifications. With each request, the shop owner's brow furrowed deeper. Ultimately, he dejectedly confessed. We do have a motorhome, but it's in the capital. Even if we can arrange it, it will take 3 days. Yun Yang's eyes sparkled. What brand is the motorhome? Send me the details. I'll set off for the capital tonight. It doesn't need to be driven here. The shop owner gleefully replied. That's wonderful. Although it's a second-hand vehicle, it has never been used. My friend bought it just for fun, once the novelty wore off. It's been sitting in the garage gathering dust. All right, when I arrive in the capital, arrange for us to meet and finalize the transaction. Yun Yang stated before driving away. City A is also a gathering place for the affluent, so when Yun Yang parked her car in the community, it merely drew a few curious glances. Moreover, her vehicle was quite deceptive. The A8L armored car bore an exterior identical to that of the standard A8. Unless one was informed otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to discern its fortified nature. Upon arriving home, she promptly began to gather her belongings, stowing everything into her spatial storage. Ai, hearing the commotion, stepped outside and was met with her frantic demeanor, which instinctively aroused his caution. Is someone pursuing us? Yun Yang shook her head. No, we must leave. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Summer nights fell late. She retrieved the little one from the room, whose beautiful eyes fluttered open, surveying the surroundings before bursting into tears. The infant, being merely 2 months old, was prone to crying, primarily due to the discomfort of immature digestion causing gas. Yun Yang placed him gently on the soft couch and performed some gentle exercises to alleviate his discomfort, eventually lulling him back to sleep before returning him to his room. With all the goods from the factory to be stored in her spatial storage that night, she thought it prudent to enjoy a hearty meal first. In the kitchen, she prepared a feast consisting of sour soup with beef, sugar-coated tomatoes, pan-fried dumplings, braised pork, and spicy chicken, accompanied by a large pot of rice. Given Ai's injury, spicy food was not suitable for him, so she set that dish aside for herself, serving them both generous bowls in large sea bowls. She recalled that despite Ai's slender appearance, he had an impressive appetite and often found himself in a state of hunger. Her own appetite had significantly increased since her rebirth, as had her strength. They indulged in their meal, with Yun Yang pouring herself a glass of fizzy drink while offering Ai a glass of plain water. She caught the resentful glance he cast her way. You're the patient. Once you recover, you can drink whatever you desire. After finishing their meal, Yun Yang had to be grateful for her ample supplies, for without them, their voracious eating habits could very well lead to starvation once more in this lifetime. After dining, she extracted all the bedding and mattresses from her home, knowing these could be exchanged for resources in the era of calamity. Ai furrowed his brow at the sight of the numerous packages cluttering the living room. Can we really take all this? No sooner had he spoken than the items vanished into thin air, causing him to step back in astonishment alongside Yun Yang. She waved her wrist casually, the power of technology. Ai seemed poised to say something but restrained himself, closing his eyes momentarily before stating, "This power must remain a secret between us." Yun Yang nodded. I understand. You are my family, and I still do not know your name. Ai replied, My name is Ai. Indeed, he was Ai, a killer who had spent 16 years on a solitary island, executing the swift motions of severing tendons and slitting throats with the same ease as eating or drinking. He was a meticulously crafted tool of assassination, only requiring a code name. Yet today, Yun Yang bestowed upon him a new life. My surname is Yun, and you are my brother. I am Yun Yang, and you will be Yun Yi. As Yun Yi repeated this name, it was as if a child had received a cherished toy, nodding earnestly in approval. After their meal, she selected 2 large boxes of supplies from her spatial storage, one filled with food and the other with daily necessities and medications, designating a separate area within the space for these items. Noticing Ai still clad in the clothes from his last injury, Yun Yang filled a basin with warm water, grabbed a towel, and used scissors to cut open his outer garment, revealing his raw skin beneath. Ai's face flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing? Even in this second chance at life, she found his youthful awkwardness amusing. What does it look like? Your body is filthy, I'm just cleaning you up. Unlike the tender scenes often depicted in novels, the thick crust of blood on his body required her to be rather firm, causing him to wince as she scrubbed. All right. Just head to the bathroom and rinse your legs with the shower. I've placed your clothes on the drying rack, she instructed. After Ai changed into his new clothes, Yunyang paused, slightly taken aback. The garments she had purchased for him had arrived at the factory, yet he was still wearing the ones she had left at home. Now, they fit him perfectly, and as he scrutinized himself with curiosity, he asked, "Is something strange?" Yunyang shook her head. "No, let us go." Ai was also a target, so she disguised him thoroughly with a hat, mask, and sunglasses. They took the elevator down, and she carefully assisted him into the car, ensuring the baby remained safely in her spatial storage. As she drove off, the sedan glided smoothly to the factory entrance. By this time, night had fallen, and the city lights flickered to life. After parking, she retrieved the 2 boxes of supplies from her spatial storage and, after a moment's thought, added a king crab to her haul. "Uncle Sue," she called out cheerfully as she approached the security station. Uncle Sue, preparing to take a break, quickly opened the door upon hearing her voice. "Miss Yoon, what brings you here at this hour?" Yunyang smiled. "I have some business tonight. Someone is coming to pick up goods." "Uncle Sue, I think you should head home early. We might be working until dawn." Uncle Sue was a warm-hearted man. "What do you mean head home? I can help here. I might not be able to handle heavy lifting, but I can move a box or unload some goods." Yunyang shook her head. "We have enough hands. By the way, I've prepared some gifts for you. This seafood is still alive. You must hurry home and share it with your family. If it dies, it won't be edible, and it's quite expensive." Uncle Sue exclaimed, "Oh dear, why such formality?" He peered at the 2 large boxes she had prepared, noticing the king crab bound atop. "Oh wow, this is the seafood I saw in those little videos. It's so pricey. One of these must cost at least over 1,000. Chapter 15, Arrival in the Capital. Yunyang continued, "Uncle, hurry back. Tonight you have a holiday. After we finish at the factory, I'll leave the keys in the security office." Uncle Sue, tempted by her offer, brought out his tricycle to load the items. "All right, if you need anything, call me, otherwise I'll come back tomorrow morning." Yunyang nodded in agreement. Once she saw Uncle Sue right away, she entered the factory, storing the supplies that had arrived that day into her spatial storage. It took her less than half an hour to lock the main door and leave the keys in the security office before getting back into her car. She activated the navigation system, heading towards the expressway, her destination, the capital. Throughout the night, she remained on the road. The journey from City A to the capital spanned over 600 kilometers, requiring 7 to 8 hours of driving. Along the way, she stopped at a service area to catch some sleep and feed the baby before hitting the highway again. In the early hours of the following day, she officially arrived at the toll station of the capital. Driving directly to the real estate agency, she was greeted by a representative as soon as she stepped out of her luxury car. "Sister, are you looking to rent or buy?" "Buy. I want a villa-type house." "Oh, well, the prices are quite steep. Last month's statistics showed that the cost per square meter has surpassed 120,000. "Are there any available in Eugene Garden?" she inquired. That particular community had been built with high-quality materials in her previous life, withstanding even the fiercest storms, justifying its elevated prices. "Yes, how many square meters are you looking for? What is your budget? How many square meters is a single unit?" "At least 200 square meters to enjoy such a layout." "All right, I'll take it." Her time was limited, and with ample funds, she opted for a full cash purchase. Even before the agent could fully process the transaction, the deal was sealed. They called the owner to facilitate the title transfer, and on her very first day in the capital, Yunyang had already become a homeowner. The residence at Eugene Garden is situated in a towering edifice, with Yunyang residing on the 22nd floor. The lavishly adorned abode offers a sense of spaciousness and comfort upon entry, while the access card to the floor, exclusively for her use, ensures a heightened level of privacy and security. Yunyang carefully assisted Ai into the room to rest. Though he attempted to rise, she gently restrained him, insisting, "You must recover swiftly to protect me." After placing the child in her own room, she promptly contacted installation workers, mandating the installation of tempered glass on the 5th floor for safety. Additionally, she requested the application of a shatterproof film, despite the workers deeming it excessive. Yunyang remained resolute in her decisions. She also installed ceiling strips on both the main entrance and the interior doors to prevent water ingress during potential flooding and to maintain warmth during the frigid nights. Naturally, the unit door was replaced with a blast-resistant model, supplemented by a security door. Having endured the trials of a tumultuous world, she had witnessed the depths of human malevolence. Cement was utilized to seal any visible gaps, ensuring comprehensive preparedness. Recently, a surge in tempered glass orders had been observed, had it not been for Yunyang's generous payment. The orders would have been scheduled at least a month later. Her financial prowess enabled the workers to expedite her request, resulting in the completion of the installation within a single afternoon and evening. Yunyang surmised that the meteorological station must have detected the unusual patterns and notified her family to prepare, though they refrained from public announcements to avoid inciting panic. As she transformed the apartment into a fortress, she finally found a moment to breathe. Just as she relaxed and stretched, Ai inquired from behind her. "Is something about to happen?" Turning around, she observed him awkwardly cradling the child. Upon noticing her gaze, he explained, he was crying in the room. "Since you weren't here, I picked him up." The noise from the installation crew's power tools had masked the child's cries. Yunyang smiled at the pair of uncle and nephew, saying, "Thank you. You can help me care for the child." Noticing the changes in their home, Ai asked again, "Is something going to happen?" Yunyang nodded and chose a relatively palatable explanation. "I have a friend who works at the Meteorological Bureau." Upon hearing this, Ai's expression turned grave. "We will live our lives well, and as for the uncontrollable natural and man-made disasters, we cannot do anything about them." This was indeed true at any moment. The only thing one could control was oneself and nothing else. The final touches of the installation were completed solely by Yunyang, who was exhausted and could not expect a patient to assist her. However, it was heartening to see Ai gradually learning to care for the child, such as preparing formula with a thermos and changing diapers with enthusiasm. Yunyang felt as if she were tending to two children. That evening, she prepared an elaborate feast, and the two relished a whole emperor crab each, its succulent meat dipped in sauce, providing a satisfying experience. Ai's complexion finally regained some color, having survived a critical ordeal. During dinner, Ai volunteered to wash the dishes, prompting her surprise. "You can wash dishes?" He nodded earnestly, explaining, "We all do these things on the island." Though we referred to the trained assassins. Yunyang sighed, contemplating the implications. Ai was likely a product of the dark underbelly of both domestic and international trafficking, raised to be a tool for executing commands for profit. "Ai, do you have access to weapons?" she inquired. "What do you need those for?" he asked, tilting his head. "For self-defense and dealing with others." "Yes." After a refreshing shower and a good night's sleep, Yunyang finally arranged the necessary supplies for their new life. The next day, Ai would take her to procure weapons from the black market, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, that night was a sleepless one for the meteorological station. Hundreds of professionals and retired experts were summoned to monitor the situation, their foreheads glistening with sweat as they frantically typed codes, with the countdown clock ticking ominously. Underwater volcanoes continued to erupt, and both polar regions were not spared, showing signs of melting. The seismic activity threatened to unleash tsunamis that could engulf the globe, leaving even the highest terrains vulnerable to submersion. The cause of the volcano's unprecedented activity remained unclear, yet a response was imperative. Flooding could submerge inland cities for 3 to 5 hours. While the calculated water flow would not obliterate buildings, humanity was ill-suited for outdoor refuge, as boats would be capsized. But where could they find safety? Indoors? Wouldn't they drown? No, that won't happen. There must be a solution. The Dragon Nation will not abandon its citizens, and humanity will not easily relinquish life. Chapter 16. The Arsenal? The following day dawned bright and sunny. Yunyang calculated that it had been less than 3 days since the onset of the impending disaster. She could not afford to pause before the calamity struck, especially with so much money still in her bank account. Once the disaster began, those numbers would lose all significance, replaced by a points system in various shelters. Thus, why not spend it on necessary supplies for the post-apocalyptic world while she still could? After finishing breakfast and feeding the child, the siblings wasted no time grabbing the car keys and heading out. Yunyang's objective for the day was precise: to acquire weapons. The capital was undoubtedly not a viable place for black market dealings, so Ai took her to Yanqing, separated from the capital by a river, where housing prices varied dramatically. Following Ai's guidance, she parked the car in front of an old, dilapidated apartment complex. "Are we here?" she asked. "Yes," Ai confirmed with a nod. All she could see was a nearly abandoned complex, emblazoned with bright red demolition signs. Perhaps this was a ruse, she thought as she turned off the engine and prepared to accompany Ai inside. However, Ai hesitated. "Perhaps you shouldn't go up." Why not? Yunyang frowned. These are not good people. Ai warned. Having dealt with such individuals before, he knew that anyone who thrived in the arms trade was far from trustworthy. I have the money, I'll pay for the goods. Isn't that how business is done? Or do you think he might engage in blackmail? Yunyang queried. Ai shook his head. Not blackmail, but he tends to raise prices on the spot, especially for unfamiliar customers, disregarding even regulars. As long as it's within my budget. Let him raise it, Yunyang insisted. She was nearly fully stocked, awaiting only the RV and weapons. The latter was even more critical than the supplies she had previously hoarded. She had read a comment online, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns. My neighbors are my granary. She had no desire for the resources she had painstakingly amassed to fall into the hands of others due to her inability to protect them. Not even those items in plain sight. Ai, being seasoned in such matters, led her through a maze until they reached the base of one of the buildings. At that moment, a seemingly affable middle-aged man approached them, saying, "This is a demolition area. Watch for falling debris and make haste to leave." Ai replied, "I'm here to see Brother He." The man's demeanor shifted, his expression becoming serious as he recognized Ai's knowledge of Brother He's name, indicating that he was acquainted with the underworld. He cleared his throat and said, "Follow me." Yunyang followed closely behind Ai, whispering, "Have we found the contact?" I nodded slightly, indicating for Yunyang to proceed. The duo trailed the middle-aged man into a bar, which was utterly deserted in the daylight. A burly man was seated at the bar, indulging in his drink. The man who led them bowed respectfully to the figure, addressing him as Brother He, and announced, "Someone is looking for you." Brother He, appearing to be in his 30s, donned a short-sleeved shirt adorned with tattoos that sprawled across his exposed skin. His countenance bore an intimidating heft, unmistakably suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Upon spotting Ai, he initially expressed surprise, then courteously poured a drink for him, exclaiming, "Ah, brother, long time no see. What merchandise do you seek this time?" Ai glanced at Yunyang, who pondered before declaring, "A machine gun." "The best one you have." Yunyang had no expertise in firearms. During the previous World S monster outbreak, the government had distributed weapons to the populace to prevent the collapse of their stronghold, ensuring that not a single ember of humanity was extinguished. Armed with the official issue of guns and ammunition, she had vanquished numerous monsters, ultimately leading humanity to a hard-won victory at a grave cost. Her understanding of firearms was limited to their use, devoid of knowledge regarding specifications or comparisons. Ai turned to Brother He and said, "Show us what you have." Brother He rose, replying, "All right, follow me." He led them to a dimly lit basement where wall-mounted lights flickered. Upon reaching the end, he pulled aside a metal panel revealing a combination lock. Noticing Yunyang's keen gaze on his actions, Brother He chuckled, "If I input a single wrong digit, this place will explode with a bang, leaving no trace of evidence." Once Brother He unlocked the basement, Yunyang was nearly convinced she had entered an armory. An array of weaponry lay before her, including tang swords, grenades, bulletproof vests, and gas masks. She curiously touched one item after another, overwhelmed by the desire to possess each and every one. Casting a hesitant glance at Ai, she inquired, "Is there any way to acquire them all?" "I have plenty of money." Ai was taken aback by her extravagant intentions and shook his head regretfully. "Though there are many weapons here, most have already been reserved. Brother He can only offer limited stock unless you're willing to wait." Waiting was the last thing Yunyang could accept. "This 48 Malawian kwacha's light machine gun is impressive," she observed. "It is lightweight, easily disassembled, and user-friendly, a reliable choice." She also noted the MG4 machine gun, which had been introduced by Country D in 2003. This formidable weapon boasted exceptional firepower and reliability, capable of fully automatic fire with swift ammunition feeding. The MG4 clearly exhibited advantages in both weight and combat capability. Brother He recounted the features of his prized possessions with enthusiasm, and ultimately Yunyang asked, "If I were to buy one, how much could you offer me?" "Whatever quantity you desire, I can provide," he replied. "But I need it now. Such urgency is problematic. These goods have already been pre-ordered," Brother He explained. "I'll pay double," Yunyang insisted. Brother He shook his head again. "This line of work is governed by rules. I have more clients than just you." "Triple," Yunyang countered, recalling from a book that when profit margins reached 300%, adventurers would risk their lives for a gamble. This time, Brother He did not refuse. Both he and Ai regarded her with astonishment. "Yun, Yunyang looked up at him, and Ai altered his address. Sister, are you certain? Brother He scrutinized the basement's contents, which consisted of machine guns, handguns, grenades, and gas masks. The limited variety of this batch was offset by its impressive presentation. Brother He now regarded Yunyang with newfound respect, clearly considering her a significant client. Rubbing his hands together, he attempted to negotiate, Miss Yun. This batch is worth at least 30 million, and my clients are waiting. If this is making things difficult for Brother He, let us forget it. Yunyang thought to herself, having assessed the baseline price for the weapons. She was in urgent need of them and did not wish to be taken advantage of. Chapter 17, A Comedic Misunderstanding. Brother He realized he had reached Yunyang's limit and hurriedly said, All right, I'll sell. Your friend is a deal-maker, Brother He has decided. He motioned for his subordinates to hastily prepare the firearms and ammunition for Yunyang. She retrieved her phone, inquiring about payment methods. Transferring such a large sum would attract undue attention. If the authorities caught wind of it, it could serve as damning evidence. Eventually, Brother He instructed her to transfer 90 million to an unfamiliar bank account. One that could facilitate such a hefty sum without raising alarms, most likely a Swiss bank known for laundering money. Yunyang was indifferent to these concerns. Her focus was solely on acquiring the weapons to safeguard her child, herself, and Ai when the calamities of the world unfolded. She ultimately rented a truck to transport the goods, while allowing Ai to drive her own vehicle. Ai observed Brother He's unusual amiability and felt something was amiss, suggesting, Let me drive the truck. Yunyang shook her head. I'll handle it, I have my own methods. Ai understood her implication, nodded, and took the keys to her vehicle. Brother He had his men load box after box of firearms onto the truck. Watching in astonishment as Yunyang brazenly drove the truck home. You intend to bring it back this way? He wondered aloud, concerned. Yunyang reassured him. The more perilous the situation, the safer it is. As Brother He watched her confidently drive away, he recognized a golden opportunity with such a naive, wealthy client. He picked up a nameless prepaid card and called the police. Hello, I'd like to report someone illegally possessing a large quantity of weapons in Yen City. Heading towards the capital. They're driving a small cargo van, license plate Yen C662T8. The funds were transferred to a Swiss bank account, and the anonymous call bore no connection to Brother He. Moreover, he had an accomplice in the police's evidence room, ensuring that he would profit from the confiscated firearms once again. Yunyang parked the truck beneath a bridge, concealed from surveillance, and stored the entire load within her spatial domain. She then visited a local market in Yen City to purchase copious amounts of corn, pumpkins, taro, and other food items, as well as clams, razor clams, and conchs, all of which the vendors carefully packed into the truck using oxygenators. Afterward, she resumed her journey. Upon reaching the toll booth, a cordon had been set up, creating a substantial vacated area. The vehicles were directed by traffic police. Upon spotting her cargo van, officers swiftly raised their weapons, calling out, Owner of Yen C662T8, please pull over immediately. Owner of Yen C662T8, please pull over immediately. With this repeated command, Yunyang realized her vehicle's license plate was being called out. Observing the fully armed police, she promptly maneuvered her vehicle to the side. An officer approached her driver's side, instructing her to exit the vehicle. She unlocked the door and stepped out, feigning surprise and fear. Officer, what seems to be the problem? The officer's face remained stern, exuding an air of seriousness as he kept his weapon trained on her, ready to act decisively against any resistance. Get out of the vehicle and stand still for inspection. Once Yunyang complied and stood at attention, another officer rushed forward, restraining her hands behind her back, rendering her immobile. After securing the suspect, the police dispersed, opening the van's cargo area. Expecting to find neatly stacked boxes of firearms and ammunition, the officers were instead greeted by a pungent fishy odor that wafted up, causing them to recoil in shock. What on earth is this? Oh dear, water. Yunyang's cargo compartment is overflowing, making full use of every inch of space. This is precisely what Yunyang had discussed with the market vendors before. Pack it in, buy as much as you can. Thus, we find ourselves in this ridiculous situation, where the cargo door appears to have been forced open rather than simply unlatched. The officer tasked with opening the cargo door winced as it rebounded painfully against his hand. Captain Rui Chunggang exchanged glances with his colleague. Search. The other officers began unloading the food from Yunyang's cargo, bag after bag, box after box. until even the tank containing the oxygenator was removed. Rui Changgang surveyed the mountain of items piled at the highway exit, his expression darkening. Is that all? His colleague inhaled deeply. That's it. Another officer questioned, did someone make a false report? Rui Changgang instructed his colleague to reload the items back into Yunyang's truck. My apologies, it seems there was a misunderstanding. Having said this, he allowed Yunyang to leave. Once she drove away, a colleague turned to Rui Changgang. You just let her go like that? Impossible. We know her name and ID number. We'll look into her connections and close associates. If what the informant claimed about her illegal possession of firearms holds any truth, where did they go? We need to investigate thoroughly without alarming her. Rui Changgang replied, we'll keep someone on her. This woman seems remarkably unflustered today. Yunyang continued driving down the road. Her B license still proving beneficial. In this age of calamity, she was a person who planned 10 steps ahead with each move. Aside from IE, she had been betrayed countless times and always ensured she had an escape route. This time was no exception, if she were questioned. She could claim she had merely gone to Yanqing to purchase shellfish, which were renowned nationwide. It would be entirely reasonable to also bring back a bushel of corn and pumpkins. That damned old black. Yunyang gritted her teeth. He played the black market game too well. She hoped never to encounter him again, or she would surely shoot him dead. She might be under police surveillance. And their dealings were known only to Old Black. Without a doubt, he had reported her. However, the police likely wouldn't find any evidence to act on just yet. This suited her just fine, let them watch for now. Within 3 days, once she secured all her goods, they would have no time to keep an eye on her, let alone register for disaster relief. Yunyang parked the truck downstairs in her apartment complex and called IE to help move the items. Now that they were under police scrutiny, she had to exercise extreme caution when using her spatial abilities. While moving the items, Yunyang recounted the day's events to IE, who frowned and clenched his teeth. I must crush his skull. There's plenty of time ahead. Don't worry, I wasn't caught in his trap. We just need to be cautious when we go out from now on. IE nodded, and Yunyang reminded him once more, we'll have plenty of opportunities for revenge later. Right now, we can't afford to stir up trouble. We are being watched. Fine, IE replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Yet Yunyang felt reassured. IE generally kept his word. Chapter 18. The Luxury RV. Yunyang made a call to arrange for the rental company to take the truck away, and neither she nor IE ventured outside the following day. When the baby woke, she retrieved the cradle from her spatial pocket and set it in the living room, preparing formula to feed him. The baby's light blue eyes were half closed, struggling to stay awake. His hair was growing rapidly, thick and abundant, a trait shared by both mother and child. She recalled Lin Lu's hair, which was fine and soft, feeling like silk to the touch. Despite using the same shampoo and conditioner, his hair always appeared exceptionally healthy. His handsome face, coupled with his thick, smooth hair, had made Yunyang envious for a long time. Yet, after that envy faded, she felt a thrill in knowing he would one day be her man. What a source of pride. Those distant memories were nearly forgotten, but now, in her newfound leisure, she found time to reminisce. Just then, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was the rental company owner from a city who had previously assisted her in purchasing a vehicle. Hello? Is this Miss Yoon? You asked me to help you find a motorhome, right? I've contacted the owner, and I'll be in the capital tomorrow. When would be a good time for me to accompany you to view the vehicle? Yunyang pondered for a moment. Let's do it tomorrow. That evening, they laid out a sumptuous feast on the table, each with a large cup of juice, while the baby slept in the living room where they could see him. After the meal, they leaned back in their chairs, their bellies full. I, usually reticent, couldn't help but turn to Yunyang. Sister, today's incident was caused by Old Black. I must provide you with an explanation. Yunyang shook her head disapprovingly. He betrayed me, not you. There's no need for guilt. The key is that we achieved our objective. As she spoke, she retrieved a handgun from her spatial pocket, poised to hand it to him, but paused. Let's wait a few more days. It's not the right time yet. Both she and IE were now under scrutiny, and if the gun were discovered at this moment, it would solidify charges of illegal possession of firearms against them. If they were incarcerated, her previous plans would be utterly derailed. At dawn, Yunyang and IE took the baby to meet the rental company owner. After they drove off, a plain car quickly followed them into the complex. IE discerned the tailing vehicle within 3 minutes. We're being followed. Yunyang considered the two possible pursuers, Old Black and the police. Old Black had sold her out for reasons unknown, but now that she was under surveillance, he would certainly avoid any further association with her to avert unwanted trouble. That left the latter. Yunyang, cradling the child in the back seat, said, "Let them follow. We're merely going to view a vehicle." With that, she paid no mind to the car trailing behind as they met the rental company owner in the park. The owner climbed into Yunyang's vehicle, curiously examining the interior. "I've driven and ridden in so many luxury cars, but I've never been in one that feels this safe. Indeed, it ranks among the top 5 safest civilian vehicles in the world. So it's no surprise you feel secure inside." Yunyang sincerely suggested, "Perhaps you should consider getting one for yourself." The rental company owner chuckled. "I don't see much value in it. It's too understated for my taste." Yunyang nodded. The owner appeared to be only in his mid-20s, likely someone who favored flashy luxury cars. However, for Yunyang, who had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for years, practicality was her foremost consideration. Following the rental owner's directions, they soon arrived at a high-end villa community in the capital. "Is this the second ring?" Yunyang asked in astonishment. A standalone villa in the second ring, this was a sign of power and influence. Merely wealthy individuals couldn't buy here, especially not standalone properties. The rental company owner replied with a smile, "Yes, a high school classmate of mine got rich and bought this motorhome just for fun. He recently had a falling out with his family, which is why he's looking to sell it." Yunyang recalled the information the rental company owner had sent her and inquired, "Is it the ELEM Palazzo model?" "Yes, a globally renowned top-tier luxury vehicle," the owner confirmed. Upon reaching the standalone villa, Yunyang and Ai, holding the baby, spotted the high-end motorhome parked in the yard. The silvery metallic exterior, complemented by a prominent black circular glass control panel, revealed the spacious and comfortable interior of the imposing vehicle. The car rental agency's proprietor made a phone call, and after approximately 3 minutes, the villa's gate swung open, revealing a rotund figure clad in a floral shirt and shorts. Appearing as if just roused from slumber, his squinting eyes struggled to open fully as he greeted the rental agency owner with a casual, "You're here." He then tossed the keys to him, adding, "Take a look for yourselves. If it suits you, finalize the deal immediately, and you can drive it away today." Yunyang gazed at the corpulent man in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother Yuan." Tang Yuan turned to Yunyang with astonishment, particularly noticing the look of sheer surprise on her face. "You know me?" she asked. Yunyang composed herself, explaining, "We've met once. It's natural that you wouldn't remember me." "Oh, is that so?" Tang Yuan replied, before retreating back into the villa for more rest. "Sister, do you know him?" Yun-yi suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yunyang shook her head. "I know him, but we are not well acquainted." Although they were not familiar at present, she could not forget that during the monster tide, she was tripped and fell to the ground, on the verge of being trampled by countless feet, when he, relying on sheer strength, yanked her up and sprinted away. It was in that moment she learned his name. Tang Yuan. She referred to him as Brother Yuan, while his companions called him Fatty. Interestingly, their acquaintance predated her relationship with Yun-yi. But he had departed to the southeast to search for his family, while she sought her son. Before leaving, Brother Yuan had even shared half of his supplies with her. Reflecting on their conversation, she recalled his carefree youth, a red second generation who lived without restraint, merely pondering how to spend money. Yet, observing his tattered clothing, Yunyang found it hard to believe this boastful image. To her surprise, Brother Yuan had not deceived her. He truly was a privileged heir. However, the current Brother Yuan appeared somewhat aloof and reluctant to engage her in conversation, prompting Yunyang to touch her nose in contemplation. The rental agency owner, now holding the keys, guided them inside to explore the lavish RV. The interior boasted opulent amenities, including a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and restroom, alongside a lounge equipped with a bar. The vehicle featured underfloor heating, a fireplace, and mobile internet connectivity, but the most delightful aspect was the luxurious pop-up terrace. With a simple press of a button, a cocktail bar would emerge. The RV was designed with a 2-story structure, with the expansive master suite and driver's cabin located on the upper level. After a day of driving through the dusty desert, the RV could even wash itself automatically. Chapter 19, Milk Tea, Cake, and Marinated Delicacies. Each detail of the RV struck a chord with Yunyang, particularly the sturdy metallic shell that provided assurance against being easily breached by monsters during travel. With a quick transaction involving cash and card, They proceeded to the vehicle management office to complete the transfer of ownership, akin to purchasing a house, all the paperwork finalized within a morning. Rui Changgang and his colleague, who had been observing Yun Yang closely, were taken aback as they witnessed the opulent RV being driven out. The colleague remarked, "This vehicle costs more than our entire lifetime's salary." Rui Changgang nodded, then, noticing the envious tone in his colleague's voice, chastised, "What are you thinking? If you engage in illegal activities, this vehicle will be rendered useless, and you could end up in prison, barred from public service for 3 generations. How is that appealing?" The colleague, caught off guard by Rui Changgang's reprimand, fell silent. Rui Changgang fixed his piercing gaze on Yun Yang, determined to unveil whatever secrets she might be concealing. After collecting a substantial commission, the rental agency owner returned to City A, while Yun Yang and Yun Yi, aware of being under surveillance, leisurely indulged in shopping throughout the capital. She ordered her favorite taro bubble tea, Oreo milk tea, and cheese foam tea, each in quantities of 20. Contemplating ordering even larger amounts had the tea shop been able to accommodate such a demand. They then visited a renowned cake shop, purchasing hot dogs, hamburgers, Black Forest cake, durian millefeuille, fruit millefeuille, and chocolate donuts, depleting the entire store's inventory and arranging for delivery. Sweets were a beloved indulgence for both Yun Yang and Yun Yi, and they never felt there could be too many, sweeping through 7 or 8 shops on that street, all opting for delivery service. At the marinated delicacies shop, they cleared out the stock of spicy beef slices, duck feet, duck necks, duck hearts, and duck liver, effectively shutting down several shops. Rui Changgang's colleague watched in bewilderment. What are they doing? Are they throwing money around? Rui Changgang frowned but chose to remain silent. At that moment, Yun Yang received a message from an unfamiliar number. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from the black market merchant that A had previously contacted her about. Resources such as gasoline and diesel were under state control, making large-scale purchases impossible. Thus, the significance of the black market became apparent. Yun Yang communicated her requirements to A, who helped her source the goods. Given her urgency and willingness to spend, her financial capacity proved invaluable. Holding her child, Yun Yang returned home with A. As A drove, he glanced at her through the rearview mirror, giving her a silent nod. With an unspoken understanding from their past lives, Yun Yang realized that the police were still monitoring her. If she drove to the transaction location now, no amount of explanation would suffice to justify her large-scale purchase of smuggled gasoline, which indeed constituted a crime. However, faced with various natural disasters and monstrous threats, the rule of law and civilized society were rapidly regressing. Only firearms, ammunition, and energy resources could grant humanity the capability to confront these beasts and ensure their survival. Having been reborn with considerable fortune, she was resolute in not allowing herself to endure the same wretched existence as in her previous life. Nor would she permit her child to suffer such hardships. Children born in the apocalypse started life in a hellish scenario, having never witnessed the splendor of civilized times. Supermarkets, snacks, and animated shows existed only in the tales of their parents. The first thing they saw upon opening their eyes were their parents' gaunt forms and sorrowful faces, feeling the relentless pangs of hunger and the terror of monster attacks. That night, Yun Yang lulled her child to sleep and placed them in a safe space, while she and A donned matching black attire, stealthily slipping through a first-floor window into the flower bed. Considering the possibility of police presence at the front door, Yun Yang deliberately left the room lights on to avoid raising suspicion. Together, she and A took a running start and scaled the community wall. A observed her agility, which oddly mirrored his own, and felt a hint of surprise. Yun Yang simply smiled, saying nothing. The two of them hailed a vehicle and drove out of the city, the transaction location also situated in Yen City. However, the journey took 3 hours. As they headed deep into the countryside of Yen City, this area was exceedingly remote, located within an industrial zone, where several factories were operational. The glowing lights emanating from the factories and the street lamps illuminated the area as brightly as day. Upon alighting, Yun Yang requested the driver to wait a moment, promising an additional 200 yuan as a tip once they returned to the city. The driver readily agreed, delighted by such a fortunate opportunity, looking forward to completing Yun Yang's transaction before heading home for a restful night. In the black market, transactions were rarely face-to-face. For instance, The batch of gasoline and accompanying diesel was delivered directly to a rental factory by the black market merchant. Only after Yun Yang transferred the payment to his account would he provide the specific address for them to collect the goods. This method ensured that even if one party was apprehended, it would not jeopardize the financial security of the other. The clandestine operation of the black market not only relies on ingenious methods for procuring goods, but is also supported by hackers responsible for maintaining its digital marketplace. Upon receiving payment, transaction records can mysteriously vanish from the recipient's device, rendering any investigation impossible without the intervention of specialized banking authorities. Within a vast warehouse, gasoline is piled high like mountains, filling every inch of space. Yun Yang's newly acquired RV and the previous luxury armored vehicle are both fuel guzzlers. To ensure they travel far and long, ample energy must be provided. After Yun Yi meticulously scanned the premises for surveillance cameras, he gestured to Yun Yang that it was safe to proceed. Yun Yang stored all the gasoline within her spatial dimension, and only then did her heart settle as the final batch of supplies was secured. The two swiftly returned to their residential complex, this time without any attempt at subtlety. Entering through the front gates with confidence, Rui Chenggang, with his keen eyes, had been vigilantly monitoring the area, while his colleagues on rotation were catching up on sleep. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened in disbelief as he spotted Yun Yang and Yun Yi. When had they emerged? They had been absent from view at the complex's entrance moments ago. If the prior anonymous tip-off about Yun Yang was merely a prank, Rui Chenggang no longer entertained such thoughts. The more he shadowed her, the more enigmatic she appeared. At that moment, an internal police communication pinged with information detailing Yun Yang's recent activities, including a clear record of substantial transactions to her bank account. The cardholders involved were all either affluent or distinguished individuals, some even shareholders of the renowned Blue Sky Technology bio company. Why would they transfer such colossal sums to someone so seemingly insignificant? Each transaction amounted to billions. Until now, there had been no apparent connection between them. One dwelled at the pinnacle of society, while the other resided at its base. Rui Chenggang felt increasingly bewildered by the unfolding situation and resolved to refrain from further surveillance, opting instead to return to the precinct to investigate Yun Yang and Yun Yi thoroughly. Chapter 20. Final Preparations. That night, Rui Chenggang remained sleepless, particularly after returning to the police station where he had intended to research Yun Yang and Yun Yi. However, he found himself captivated by the staggering flow of money associated with Yun Yang. Since acquiring her immense fortune, she promptly embarked on a massive shopping spree at the wholesale market. Rui Chenggang perused transaction records from the A-City wholesale market, flipping through over 20 pages without reaching the end. Hundreds of tons of rice, flour, and oil, tens of millions worth of fruits and vegetables, and billions in seafood, alongside significant online purchases of wholesale generators, left Rui Chenggang utterly perplexed. What on earth was this woman up to? After today, tomorrow would be irrelevant. She had a newborn son. What would become of him if all her resources were consumed in this manner? Had she never considered her child's future? Stockpiling such vast quantities of goods would be futile unless sold quickly, particularly with seafood, which is notoriously perishable. Rui Chenggang furrowed his brow, lost in thought, when a colleague nudged him, reminding him it was time to clock out. "You're going to get locked out by your wife if you don't leave now." As they conversed, an urgent weather bulletin interrupted the television broadcast. A catastrophic typhoon, dubbed Poseidon, was set to make landfall along the southeastern coast, bringing with it torrential rains and severe flooding that would greatly impact human mobility and daily life. All agencies were mandated to observe a 3-day typhoon holiday, urging coastal residents to evacuate in coordination with official directives, while inland residents were advised to secure their doors and windows against potential flooding. Upon hearing of the typhoon, Rui Chenggang hastily left work, and as he drove past a supermarket, he was inexplicably reminded of Yun Yang's frenzied shopping habits. He parked and rushed into the store. Upon returning home with bags of rice, he was astonished to find his living room filled with waterproof tape. "Where did all this come from?" he inquired. To which his wife, Su Ying, emerged from the kitchen, explaining, "The community distributed it, visiting each household. Not only waterproof tape, but even oxygen tanks." Oxygen tanks? Rui Chenggang was taken aback. It was merely a typhoon. While waterproof tape was understandable, the necessity of oxygen tanks baffled him. "Yes. The community has specialists advising on how to use them as a precaution. This typhoon poses significant risks. The entire globe is affected by Poseidon," Su Ying elaborated. Realizing the impending danger, Rui Changgang solemnly moved all the diesel, rice, and flour from his vehicle into their home. Staring at the mountain of supplies, Suing looked at him quizzically. Why so much? There's hardly any space left. Rui Changgang sighed. I just fear it won't be enough. Meanwhile, Yunyang and Ai stayed home that day, tending to their baby in the living room while they utilized the waterproof tape provided by the community to seal potential leak points in their home. Although it couldn't achieve complete waterproofing, they could only hope it would hold out against the deluge for at least 3 hours. They also stored the marinated snacks and milk tea cakes purchased from various shops into their spatial storage. An urgent alert was issued, warning that due to the overwhelming force of Typhoon Poseidon, polar ice caps were melting, causing water levels to exceed historical highs, likely submerging inland cities temporarily. Citizens were urged to prepare for flooding and water infiltration. High-rise residents were instructed to securely seal windows and doors, while those in self-built homes followed community evacuation guidelines. The power company announced a blackout at 10 p.m. that night, advising everyone to safeguard their valuables and important documents. Indeed, events were unfolding just as they had in a past life. This global catastrophe was beyond the capacity of any single nation to withstand. Humanity, appearing to reign as the masters of this planet, was reduced to a state of anxious helplessness in the face of such natural disasters. The abruptness of the official announcement caught citizens off guard. How could there be talk of torrential rains and typhoons when the sky was clear and sunny? The sun blazed down, causing the asphalt to shimmer. To suggest impending storms under such circumstances seemed utterly ludicrous. Discussions erupted on forums regarding the official emergency evacuation statement. Cherry Blossom Dumpling. Wow, the authorities are serious this time. What does it mean that global cities will temporarily submerge? Are our homes going to be flooded? Big Knife Watermelon Seed. Is that really your concern right now? Are you showing disrespect for the fact that we may soon join the ranks of Atlantis? Kong Master on the run. The last batch of Atlanteans still doesn't know how they disappeared. Caribbean Seaweed. They must have drowned. The authorities and community provided oxygen tanks that last 10 hours, predicting cities will be submerged for 3 hours, but I can't shake the feeling that the oxygen won't suffice. Mother Single Flower. What a misfortune. Even during the apocalypse, I'm still single. I won't even have any status in the afterlife. My digga in the northeast, come on. If the entire globe is going under, there's no need for the afterlife to open. It's a pity the Grim Reapers won't be able to keep their steady jobs in hell. Sorrowful pig intestine. I'm genuinely saddened. Living in self-built houses in the suburbs was so comfortable, yet due to the extensive ceiling requirements, I was relocated to a high-rise for collective evacuation. Bullfish Feast. Let's follow the authorities. If the water sweeps away your little building, we won't even have time to rescue you. Old Jar on the run from sauerkraut. It's not that serious. It's just a temporary submersion for 3 hours. Given our current ecological environment, it will likely happen again and again. Think bigger. Who knows, maybe our capital will be built in the Pacific next time. Yun Yang truly admired the creativity of the current netizens. No wonder they were so difficult to manage, embodying an unrestrained spirit of liberation. It must be said that even the subsequent hardships of natural disasters felt somewhat diminished in the face of their bizarre commentary at that moment. The authorities have projected that the flood will arrive by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Orders have been disseminated across various regions, and the hospital's oxygen machines have been temporarily requisitioned. With oxygen tanks stored in advance by the officials, there is finally a surplus. By 5 o'clock in the evening, the sky, which would typically be adorned with magnificent sunset hues, is instead cloaked in ominous dark clouds. Lightning flickers within the layers of clouds, and the deafening cracks of thunder resonate as if they were right beside one. The fierce wind begins to howl, whipping the fine rain against the glass, while the scorching asphalt emits a sound reminiscent of sizzling heat. Gradually, the raindrops intensify, striking the glass, walls, and tiles with a clanging sound. Yunyang stands in the living room, observing people below the towering buildings, some clutching umbrellas, others frantically rushing without any protection from the rain. Perhaps the LED screen in a city square has already been blown down by the wind. In her previous life, she experienced the onset of natural disasters in a city. And now, standing in the capital atop a high-rise, she watches the fierce winds rage in the air. Below, the roof of a carport is ripped off and blown several meters away, its sharp edges having already grazed the skin of numerous pedestrians. Chapter 21. The catastrophe has arrived. The howling winds began at 5:30 and continued unabated until 8 o'clock, with no signs of respite. The online forums are abuzz with discussion, countless voices lamenting the government's inaction. However, a group of netizens quickly counters, asserting that the government is doing its utmost. Sad pig intestine. We are at a children's hospital. All the children have been relocated to safe, enclosed areas by official agencies. Newborns, infants, and children under 10 are all under specialized care. This disaster is global. No one wishes to witness such a day. Old pickled vegetables on the run. Come on, don't be so pessimistic. It's only been 3 hours since the global inundation. After 3 hours, we'll all be fine. My digga in the northeast. Global submersion, you say? If only local areas were flooded, the citizens could still evacuate, but now that everything is submerged, all we can do is prepare for underwater survival. Anchi is always pulling. What a splendid attempt. Just think, perhaps you'll see fish swimming in your home. Doesn't that make us a sort of underwater aquarium? Cherry little ball, wake up. Just imagine how filthy the city's sewage will become. Do you understand what a septic tank is? When the flood rushes in, oh. The imagery you can conjure. Kong Sherfu on the run for beef. Don't say that. I can already envision it. Caribbean kelp. I want to mention anything else. But I feel for my newly purchased car. People can breathe with oxygen tanks, but what about the car? A waterlogged vehicle won't fetch a cent in the second-hand market. Kong Sherfu on the run for beef. Bro, don't dwell on it. Just drive it as best you can after it gets wet. As for new cars in the next 3 years, who would be willing to throw away the parts that have been submerged? They just manufacture more to deceive us fools. This conversation sparked a realization in Yunyang. She swiftly descended the stairs while the coast was clear, storing both her RV and armored vehicle in her space. The fierce wind nearly swept her off her feet, but she managed to clutch a nearby lamppost, lifting her off the ground, while the torrential rain soaked her hair and clothes. Yunyang wryly mused that at least this added some weight to her. A cacophony of noise erupted as she observed the electric bikes and bicycles in the carport being blown to the ground. A green bicycle tumbling directly into the community pond without a moment's pause. As she waited for the wind to die down, it only intensified. What had once merely lifted her feet off the ground now threatened to lift her entirely into the air. Had she not held onto the lamppost, she would likely meet the same fate as that bicycle. Big sister. At that moment, a Yi's voice pierced through the rain. Struggling to open her eyes against the downpour, Yunyang looked up at him. A had tied a rope around his waist, with the other end secured to the stair railing. And thankfully the rope was long enough to allow him to reach her. Yunyang immediately extended her hand to him, and A pulled her back, together. Their combined weight was finally enough to withstand the force of the gale, and they slowly retraced their steps. The ground was already puddled with muddy water, just shy of Yunyang's ankles, and with every step they took, they could see splashes beneath their feet. A path that usually took mere seconds to traverse took them a full 10 minutes. Upon entering the community corridor, drenched to the bone and with the howling wind creating a draft, Yunyang sneezed violently from the chill. A.E., however, appeared unfazed as he tidied up the rope. They entered the elevator together, and once they reached their floor, Yunyang quickly opened the door and rushed to the bathroom for a hot shower. Afterward, she urged A.E. to do the same while she checked on the baby before heading to the kitchen to brew a pot of ginger soup. Although her storage was stocked with various medications, she still preferred to endure the apocalyptic climate with her own resilience. If she struggled to cope at the outset, how would she manage the trials and tribulations that lay ahead? After changing into her loungewear, the baby woke up, and Yunyang cradled him for a while. The little one had just officially entered his 2nd month, and she teased him by grasping his tiny hand, eliciting a delightful giggle from him. As in her previous life, she was continually amazed by each milestone he achieved. Yuni emerged from his bath, donned in the loungewear Yunyang had prepared, his damp hair being dried with a towel. Fearing that the sewage system would backflow during the flood, Yunyang had sealed the main bathroom with cement. Now, only one bathroom remained functional. When the flood arrived, she would securely tape it up with waterproof adhesive. Yunyang handed the baby to Ai, who was becoming increasingly adept at holding him, gently swaying him in his arms as the baby blinked his bright blue eyes at him. She retrieved the specially prepared shampoo and body wash for the baby from her storage, filled the tub with water at a suitable temperature, and took the baby from Ai. She removed his outer clothing, revealing his smooth, plump body, exuding a delightful milky fragrance, with chubby little hands akin to lotus roots. The baby was exceptionally well behaved, resting quietly in the water, gazing up at Yunyang with the most endearing expression. In her previous life, She had raised him alone. During the era of calamity, life had become particularly arduous, making it difficult to guarantee his daily meals, resulting in him becoming thin and gaunt. Yet, despite this, he remained considerate and astute, engaging in small trades at the base by the age of 6 to help support the family. He was often followed by older and younger children calling him Big Brother. Every time Yunyang witnessed the scene, her heart would swell with reassurance. Even if she were to embark on a mission and fail to return, he would be capable of taking care of himself. The male-centric novels Yunyang had read in her past flooded her mind. She did not yearn for her child to be extraordinarily charismatic. She merely wished for him to survive in this era. Yet, such hopes were ultimately shattered by Lin Jia and He Miao. Even though Yunyang had avenged her enemies, she still felt no satisfaction. The baby's squirming in her arms brought her back to the present. She dried him off with a clean blanket, applied infant peach leaf essence, and dressed him in a pure cotton monk robe. The baby, sensing comfort, nestled against his mother and began to drift off to sleep. Yunyang prepared a bottle of milk, feeding him until he succumbed to slumber. After placing the baby in the small cradle in the living room, she returned to the kitchen, serving them both ginger soup, which they finished together, before preparing a hearty bowl of noodles for herself and A. A large bowl brimming with noodles, adorned with fresh shrimp, scallops, beef patties, and char siu, accompanied by sausages roasted to perfection in an air fryer, exudes an enticing aroma. Yet, for Yunyang, it is merely satisfactory. After all, having just bathed, she is reluctant to return to the kitchen and be enveloped in the scent of oily smoke. Outside the window, the howling wind mingles with the torrential rain. Every household is illuminated, likely partaking in their evening meal. Chapter 22. Global Submersion. At 9 o'clock, the authorities issued another power outage announcement, set to take effect at 10. The relentless rain surged forth, necessitating the power station to cut electricity to prevent high-voltage lines from falling into the water and endangering the citizens. Once the power is cut, cities across the nation would be isolated, leaving phones, landlines, and the internet utterly inoperative. In more remote regions, where oxygen tanks had not been delivered in time, residents devised their own means of survival, securely anchoring grappling hooks to the deeply rooted branches of ancient trees, desperately trying to steer their vessels or any floating objects away from debris carried by the floodwaters. This method was dismissed by the authorities due to its inherent dangers. The floodwaters were fraught with perilous objects, cars, motorcycles, crates, cabinets, and sharp metal shards. Any collision could result in severe injury or, in the worst cases, death. In the early stages of the previous cataclysm, a massive machine operated by the government ensured the floodwaters that engulfed the city for 3 hours did not result in significant casualties. The death toll was overshadowed by those in hospitals unable to undergo surgeries or utilize ventilators due to the power outage. However, there was little to be done. The era of natural disasters had commenced, and without the order of a civilized society, only the strong could survive amidst the relentless onslaught of monstrous threats. The first wave of casualties in this new era might consider themselves fortunate to have escaped the hellish reality that had begun. As the clock struck midnight, the world seemed engulfed in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the howling wind and torrential rain. The sound of rushing water from below was so clear that Yunyang wondered if it was merely an illusion. The city, plunged into darkness by the power outage, offered a few homes with emergency lighting or candles, casting a flicker of light amidst the shadows. Yunyang and Yun-Yi refrained from turning on their lights for safety. She had already stored her child in a safe space. Now, the two lay on the sofa in their 22nd floor living room, awaiting the rising water level. Everything had transpired too swiftly. Countless families anxiously awaited, clinging tightly to their diving oxygen masks. This night, no one dared to succumb to sleep, fearing that water might encroach from unseen places. At 8 in the morning, after more than a dozen hours of relentless rainfall, the uneven streets of the city were finally submerged, with floodwaters from connected lakes and rivers inundating the area. Yunyang and Yun-Yi left a window ajar to observe the water outside. From their lofty vantage point, the parking lot was no longer visible, completely engulfed. The first and second floors were submerged, and the third floor was already halfway under. The water level was rising at an alarming pace, increasing by a meter every 30 seconds, and within the murky floodwaters, fish could be seen flipping belly up in a desperate struggle. The human city had transformed into a vast ocean for fish, while stray cats and dogs hiding in the nooks of the city were swept away by the flood. struggling to surface for breath only to be tossed back into the depths by crashing waves. Many pet owners, faced with insufficient oxygen tanks, could only weep as they placed their cats and dogs outside. If the indoors were completely submerged, humans might survive with their oxygen tanks, but their pets would drown without any means of rescue. As the global landmass sank, humanity found itself without any immediate refuge, forced to utilize nearby resources to endure these helpless 3 hours. In a moment of desperation, Yunyang recalled the numerous appliances in her home that would be of little use if they were to be submerged, should they take on water. It would be a considerable time before any emergency alternatives could be found. She decided to store the refrigerator, washing machine, and air conditioning units in a safe space, intending to retrieve them once the waters receded. The flood continued to engulf the 4th, 5th, 16th, and 22nd floors. Despite the waterproofing of the concrete walls, they could not withstand the influx of water. Fortunately, Yunyang and Yunyi had meticulously sealed all door and window gaps with waterproof tape, and the previous sealing materials were sufficient, thus slowing the rate of water intrusion. The city, devoid of its usual clamor, was now filled with the sound of water whipped up by the relentless wind. Without needing to step outside, Yunyang knew the stairwell was now flooded. The previous owner had taken great care of this property, ensuring that the waterproofing of the floors and ceilings was exceptionally thorough. Even as the floodwaters fully submerged the 22nd floor, the water inside the apartment only reached her ankles. As the house sank beneath the waves, the oxygen within the room would grow increasingly scarce. Yunyang and Yunyi donned the official oxygen tanks and diving masks provided. Outside, towering buildings had transformed into deep pits with rapidly flowing floodwaters. Within their shelter, they could hear the sound of the flood crashing against the high rises. The city's power was long gone, leaving them to quietly await the flood's retreat. An hour later, the water rose to Yunyang's chest and to Yunyi's waist. 2 hours later, it completely enveloped their bodies, leaving only a small gap at the ceiling. 3 hours later, even the most meticulously waterproofed homes were entirely submerged, a 99-meter-tall skyscraper succumbing to the floodwaters. Yunyang caught sight of a tempered glass panel she had deliberately left unobstructed. A massive carp, over 2 meters in length, was thrashing against the glass. Its scales shimmered until it was suddenly attacked by a Brazilian flat shark that emerged from nowhere, biting into the carp's abdomen and tearing away a chunk of flesh. The carp writhed in pain, its crimson blood mingling with the floodwaters before being dragged into the depths by the shark. Yunyang could not help but admire the foresight of the authorities. It was far safer to remain indoors than to venture outside in a desperate bid for survival. Who could have anticipated that marine life would be swept inland by the flood? She wondered if the floodwaters also harbored lemon sharks, blue-ringed octopuses, venomous jellyfish, or even great white sharks, those formidable ocean predators that could pose a grave threat to humanity. Above, aircraft carrying dignitaries from various nations hovered in the skies. Their gaze met only with the murky, muddy floodwaters, devoid of any land in sight. Should the floods persist, their planes would eventually exhaust their fuel reserves, leading to an inevitable descent into the depths, sharing the same fate as the citizens below. The flood had arrived abruptly, yet it receded just as swiftly. 3.5 hours later, the waters fell below the 30th floor, then the 20th, the 16th, and the 10th, until the first floor was once again revealed. Yunyang could finally see the cars in the parking lot. Everywhere she looked, the landscape was drenched. Observing freshwater and saltwater fish relentlessly battering against the ground, flower beds, and drainage ditches, Yunyang smiled. She had not forgotten the time in her previous life after the flood in City A retreated, when the citizens nearly grew sick from the abundance of seafood. Stranded fish were everywhere, visible on the rooftops of skyscrapers, terraces, and in unsealed office buildings and abandoned factories. Chapter 23. The City of Fish. The official alerts had not yet been lifted, and small groups of citizens, unable to steady themselves in the face of the unexpected fish invasion, hastily grabbed buckets and basins, rushing outside to catch fish, momentarily forgetting their losses of household appliances and belongings. Humans are inherently influenced by the herd mentality. The spectacle of a few citizens zealously catching fish ignited a fervor in others, who, disregarding their own safety, hurriedly descended with large buckets in hand. Eager to join in the commotion, exclaimed, "Sister, shall we go down?" "No," Yunyang replied, having already surveyed the scene below with her binoculars from the higher floors. After stating her refusal, silence enveloped the space behind her. Her gaze fell upon Ai, who sat sullenly on the sofa, and understanding his childlike disposition, she playfully inquired, "Currently, we are in a state of power outage. If you wish to ascend and descend 22 flights of stairs, and if your stamina can endure, then I shall not hinder you." Ai's spirits lifted. "I can do it." He promptly grabbed a large bathing bucket and made his way outside, donning a hat and mask as he left, finally remembering that he was still on the island's list of targets. However, the island itself seemed to be in disarray. Their inland city had already suffered, let alone the island, which stood as the front line against the typhoon and tsunami. Whether it had sunk or not remained uncertain. The infant stirred awake, making soft noises in his cradle. Yunyang cradled him and approached the window, using one hand to tear away the waterproof tape, allowing the long-lost light to flood back in. The baby's light blue eyes fixated on her every movement, curious and seemingly absorbing the world around him. Once she had torn enough tape, she retrieved her binoculars to survey the street below. At a glance, the road resembled a bustling seafood market, brimming with both freshwater and marine delights. Blackfish, grass carp, and carp struggled in the shallow drainage, while the lobsters and tiger crabs in the flower beds swiftly retreated, flicking their tails. A coconut crab the size of a basin remained motionless beneath a tree. Just then, an individual approached with a bamboo basket, accidentally stepping on the coconut crab. Startled, he turned to look, then, in a fit of excitement, quickly shoved the crab into his basket and dashed away to prevent others from snatching it. Grouper, snapper, pomfret, and cod were abundant, with sea snails the size of an adult's fist scattered across the ground and in the ditches. Those who had narrowly escaped the flood were still reeling from their brush with death, yet were soon captivated by the bounty of the aftermath, reveling in the joy of foraging, a pleasure unknown to the residents of inland cities. Simultaneously, she observed numerous grayish-white oval eggs strewn across various locations in the city. Some carelessly discarded, others crushed, oozing a dark, foul-smelling liquid that repulsed passers-by. If one were to ponder the greatest crisis brought on by this global submersion, it would undoubtedly be the ocean's delivery of these monstrous eggs to the land. From these eggs would emerge the very octopod beasts that had once ended her life. These creatures, feeding on liquids, were notorious for laying their eggs in water. The eggs, foul and pungent, ensured that these beings had no natural enemies from the moment of their birth. In their juvenile stage, they thrived in the water, and once they developed 8 flat tentacles, they began their hunt, preying on everything from animals to humans. Each tentacle was equipped with a mouthpart that, once inserted into the throat of a victim, would lead directly to the abdomen. The mouthparts would gnaw through the liver, consuming the blood and flesh to grow in size. Their stomachs resembled bottomless pits, capable of endless consumption. Once, she had traversed a village with a task force, only to find that all the inhabitants had been devoured by such creatures, leaving behind only desiccated husks under the sun, drawing swarms of green flies. With a sigh, Yunyang gazed for a while longer before stowing her binoculars away. She then retrieved a generator from her supplies, followed by an electric kettle to boil some water. The weather was oppressively hot in July, and after 3 hours of soaking in contaminated water, her skin was nearly pruned. A hot shower and a change of clean clothes were now imperative, followed by a dose of cold medicine. She had no desire to go through the hassle of boiling ginger water. All she wanted was to clean herself up, enjoy a meal, and then cuddle with her baby for a good sleep. She returned the bed she had previously stored back into the room. It remained dry, the sheets still exuding the scent of sunlight and a fluffy texture. Placing the well-fed infant on the bed, she hung colorful toys above to capture his attention. Then, she hurried to the bathroom for a quick hot shower and changed into fresh clothing, finally feeling rejuvenated. She left 2 bottles of hot water for Ai, instructing him to bathe upon his return. In this era of calamity, health was paramount. If one's body faltered, survival through natural disasters would be moot, as human strife would still prevail. Even if only 2 humans remained in this world, the landscape would still be rife with deceit and scheming. Perhaps this is the inherent flaw of humanity. As Yunyang pushed open the door, she immediately locked eyes with a little head that was raised high. "Kai Kai," she exclaimed in delight. The infant responded by promptly flattening himself against the surface. Then, gathering his strength, he lifted his head again. "Well done, Kai Kai. You can lift your head now." In her previous life, he had only managed this at 4 months, primarily due to inadequate nutrition, as the calamities had begun shortly after his birth, leaving her exhausted in their wake. Fortunately, the authorities of City A had intervened, rescuing all children under 10 from the floods, ensuring he did not perish. Overjoyed, she scooped him up from the bed, soothing him as she entered the living room, where she found Ai pouring fish into the bathtub. Suddenly, an oval egg tumbled from the bucket. Yunyang's eyelids flickered. "Quick, discard that thing." Startled by her urgent tone, Ai, noticing her fixed gaze on the egg, promptly smashed it in the toilet. "Great, now I'll have to use the master bedroom-esque toilet from now on." Yunyang silently lamented, having developed an aversion to the one in the living room. As the gray eggshell shattered, a dark, foul liquid spilled forth, revealing a blob-like creature that lay still, appearing lifeless. Just as Ai intended to flush it away, Yunyang intervened, placing the infant on the sofa before entering the bathroom and closing the door. She retrieved the eggshell from the toilet, lighting 2 alcohol lamps. She placed them beneath the shell to heat it, watching as the temperature rose and the foul liquid began to boil. Suddenly, the blob unfurled its protective tentacles, thrashing in distress. Fearing it might escape, Yunyang hastily drew forth a windproof lighter to incinerate it. Chapter 24. A Bounty on Eggs. The 8 slender tentacles curled under the flame, gradually rendering the creature motionless. Still apprehensive of any unforeseen developments, Yunyang continued to burn it until it was entirely carbonized. The juvenile octopod beast exhibited remarkable vitality. From oviposition to hatching, merely 7 days elapsed, and with ample sustenance, it could grow from juvenile to adult in just hours, or even minutes. Through her binoculars, she observed that these eggs were scattered throughout the city, even outnumbering the fish and crustaceans. These eggs were substantial in size, comparable to ostrich eggs, yet the combat prowess of the octopod beasts they produced was far beyond that of any ostrich, relegating them to mere prey. What on earth is this? Ai furrowed his brow, staring at the charred remains. Yunyang crushed the carcass beneath her foot and wrapped it in a tissue, flushing it down the toilet. "You can call it an octopod beast. In the future, if you encounter one, you must kill it, otherwise it will be exceedingly difficult to eliminate once it reaches maturity." The adult 8-tentacled beasts reach a height of 2 meters, their bodies adorned with muscular, plate-like appendages. Once ensnared by these creatures, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. One must either resort to severing a limb in a desperate bid for survival or slice through their tentacles, as evading their maw-filled appendages is nearly impossible. Such perilous entities are now rampant throughout the city. Ai felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. The presence of these dangerous monster eggs scattered throughout human settlements poses unspeakable consequences should they hatch. Yunyang glanced at Ai and reassured him, "Rest assured. The government will not allow these monsters to wreak havoc." In her previous life, the state swiftly recognized the threat posed by these eggs and promptly alerted the citizens. To incentivize the public to seek out the eggs, a monetary reward of 10 yuan was offered for each one collected. This meant that the monster eggs visible on every street had effectively transformed into 10 yuan notes, presenting a golden opportunity for those temporarily out of work and seeking financial relief. 1 egg yields 10 yuan, while 2 amount to 20. With the abundance of these ghastly specimens in the city, a wave of newfound wealth seemed imminent. In her past existence in City A, Yunyang had amassed a small fortune by collecting monster eggs, promptly purchasing essential supplies for her home, a decision that proved to be remarkably prudent. "Let us set aside this discussion for now. You should go take a shower after dinner. We can relax properly," she suggested. After exiting the bathroom, she placed the little one on her bed and seized the opportunity to tidy up Ai's room while he was occupied. If one were to inquire about her current culinary desires, there would be no doubt that hot pot topped the list. The time to indulge was now later. As resources dwindled and everyone resorted to frugality, it would be glaringly conspicuous if they alone feasted on hot pot while others struggled with meager rations. A spicy broth was the bare minimum respect owed to the hot pot, and both Yunyang and Ai shared remarkably similar tastes, either craving sweetness or a penchant for spice. In short, they both had a profound love for food. Being far from a coastal city, the fish in the bathtub, both saltwater and freshwater, would not survive long. So Yunyang swiftly stored them in her space. She had meticulously organized her storage area with shelves, designating sections for food, energy, daily necessities, and pharmaceuticals. Though modest in size, it was fully equipped. From the seafood and river delicacies Ai had brought back earlier, she prepared the ingredients, slicing the grouper into fillets, crafting shrimp paste from lobster tails, and slicing conch meat after removing its fishy taste with ginger and scallions. After deveining the prawns, she arranged them on a platter. She then retrieved beef and lamb from her storage, slicing them into thin pieces for the hot pot. The table was laden with an array of ingredients: tripe, tofu skin, crispy fried dough, tender pork, and crispy sausages, all artfully arranged. Upon Ai's emergence from the shower, the aroma of the bubbling hot pot base wafted through the air. Yunyang was busy adding the ingredients and, noticing his gaze, beckoned. "What are you waiting for? Come and eat." For reasons unknown, Ai suddenly felt hesitant to approach. Such a warm scene often haunted him in the depths of his dreams, while the lingering scent of blood from the battle arena haunted his waking moments. Yunyang poured each of them a glass of soda, and after serving, she glanced up at Ai. "Do you want cola? I also have Sprite, huiyuan juice, and coconut juice. Which would you prefer?" The ice-cold cola fizzed enticingly, complementing the fragrant hot pot perfectly. "Cola," Ai replied. Since her rebirth, every moment had been a race against time for Yunyang, akin to a student fearing an impending exam due to overlooked material. Yet, when the moment of truth arrived, one often found themselves at ease, indifferent to the outcome. Yunyang's mindset mirrored this. She had procured all necessary supplies, and while some minor items might have slipped through the cracks, it was no cause for great concern. Yunyang prepared a dipping sauce for the two of them. The cooked tripe was crisp and springy, crackling delightfully upon biting, bursting with flavor. The beef and lamb retained their inherent qualities, particularly the beef, which revealed a subtle hint of creaminess. The tender pork had been pre-fried in an air fryer, paired with spicy chili powder, creating a crispy, succulent bite. The two of them, accompanied by cola and the hot pot, broke a sweat as they devoured the meal. Their appetites were well matched, and as they took turns cooking each item, time slipped away. Ultimately, they opted to toss all the ingredients into the pot for a quick and gratifying feast. The table was cleared, the plates emptied in compliance with the Clean Plate initiative. Yunyang had only sipped one glass of cola, while Ai consumed the remainder, leaving more than a liter for him. As Ai tidied up, Yunyang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling scene below. Indeed, there was strength in numbers. The streets that had once teemed with seafood were now devoid of it, leaving only gray eggs in their wake. At that moment, staff members clad in red sleeves appeared, wielding a loudspeaker and proclaiming, "Attention, dear residents. We are now commencing a paid egg collection initiative. The gray eggs washed ashore due to the flood will undergo uniform destruction. To encourage participation, we are offering 10 yuan for each egg. Please visit the community service points for exchange." 10 yuan per egg. These eggs were now ubiquitous on the streets, inedible and unquenchable. Some had even been accidentally crushed by careless individuals while fishing in the puddles, leading to disgust and a firm resolve to avoid these grotesque entities. Yet, the government was now willing to pay for them. Akin to a timely downpour of cash, a simple and effortless way to earn substantial daily income. When the first batch of 8 tentacled beasts landed globally, it was only in the Dragon Kingdom that nearly all were eradicated. The Dragon Kingdom's response to danger was swift. Upon discovering the first of these peculiar eggs, scientists were dispatched for research, uncovering the immense threat these beings posed to humanity, though they had not anticipated that this threat would escalate to such a degree. Chapter 25: Disaster Relief Efforts. 3 hours after the world submerged underwater, human urban life resumed its usual course, while power had yet to be restored. Cleanup efforts in the wake of the flood were underway. While plants fared decently, the multitude of viruses carried by animals posed a significant risk, necessitating preparations for flood prevention and disease control. Each community had established temporary medical points, employing disinfectants to sanitize every citizen. After finishing their showers and changing clothes, Yunyang and Ai chose not to join the fray, instead remaining at home to utilize the cleaning tools Yunyang had prepared earlier, mixing them with disinfectants to meticulously clean every nook and cranny of their residence. Though the 3 hours spent submerged may seem brief, the resulting damage was profound. Residents suffered varying degrees of loss to their appliances, vehicles, and finances, but more critically, most industries were unable to resume operations due to the flood. The government issued a statement suspending mortgage and loan repayments temporarily, while interest on savings would also be deferred. The community service station's loudspeaker batteries were nearly depleted, Yet the number of citizens seeking disinfection was alarmingly low. The reason was simple. The majority were out scouring the city for gray eggs to exchange for money, with the government dispatching several military units to assist in the egg search. Consequently, citizens were racing against soldiers to collect the eggs. Under these circumstances, who would willingly go to medical points for disinfection? Many had already set out, baskets in hand, determined to find eggs. The elderly were particularly spry, outpacing the younger generations. Their baskets or bowls filled to the brim with eggs. The government established incinerators in each district to uniformly burn the collected eggs, radiating the foul stench of burning eggs to the surrounding areas. With the allure of money, the first batch of monster eggs that landed in the Dragon Kingdom faced annihilation. On the land reclaimed post-flood, these monster eggs became even more coveted than seafood, leading to disputes among citizens over who would be the first to discover one. The eggs nestled within the sewers, ponds, and ditches have been meticulously cleared, with professional fishing boats deployed to the nearby lakes to net the depths. The Egg Clearing Initiative, launched by the authorities and embraced by the populace nationwide, expended billions within a single day to achieve widespread cleanup. At this juncture, the eggs of the octopod beasts merely served as a prelude to the impending calamity, as Yun Yang was acutely aware that the first batch of octopod beasts would hatch in 3 months. With the receding floodwaters, the sweltering heat would soon commence. Typically, the incubation period for octopod beasts is 7 days. However, these creatures are averse to light, heat, and high temperatures. Adult octopod beasts seek refuge in the cool depths of water or caves during extreme heat, while unhatched octopod larvae will enter a state of dormancy within their eggs, awaiting a drop in temperature or a humid environment to trigger their hatching. This phenomenon elucidates why aquatic environments are deemed significantly more perilous than terrestrial ones in the previous life. Following the fervent and compensated egg collection efforts, the government's disaster recovery documents distributed to various regions emphasized the necessity for the entire nation to engage in the voluntary clearing of post-flood debris. While the flood's current was moderate upon reaching inland cities, coastal areas bore the brunt of its ferocity, with some homes and skyscrapers collapsing under the onslaught. Had it not been for the emergency evacuation orchestrated by the authorities, the entire region could have succumbed to the floodwaters. The debris left in the wake of the flood was immeasurable. Edible fish stranded in nooks and crannies were claimed by the citizens, while floating refuse, marine debris washed ashore. And various household items revealed themselves as the waters receded, awaiting human intervention. Voluntary labor mandated that every household contribute manpower to restore order amidst the chaos, striving to ensure that the city could resume its operations. Both Yun Yang and Ai were approached by community members, and due to the necessity of caring for the young ones, Ai was designated as Yun Yang's contribution. Thus, on a certain street in the capital, numerous young women engaged in voluntary labor blushed as they covertly admired Ai, who had arrived to work, exuding an aura of coolness with his handsome visage and tall stature. One could only imagine the thrill of dating him. At this moment, the city's police and military wished fervently for 8 additional arms. Rui Changgang had promptly arrived at the police station in the aftermath of the flood, where an array of complex cases had been momentarily set aside. The chief ordered everyone to partake in disaster relief efforts, leaving no room for the prior investigations into Yun Yang, as daily rescues and evacuations consumed all of his focus. The community was organized into several teams tasked with clearing blocked roads and flood debris. Street officials were responsible for relocating affected residents and submerged vehicles, while police officers and soldiers focused on salvaging citizens' property. The disaster relief operations unfolded in an orderly fashion. The city faced temporary power and water outages, rendering citizens incapable of cooking. The government provided clean water and vacuum-packed meals thrice daily, including compressed biscuits, bread, ham, and an array of ready-to-eat foods. In such extraordinary circumstances, only extraordinary measures could suffice. Some households possessed solid alcohol, stored in sealed containers, which remained unaffected by the floodwaters even after 3 hours of submersion. They resorted to using the alcohol to cook noodles and soups, enabling them to enjoy warm meals. Yun Yang recalled that in the previous life, urban electricity and water services were restored within 2 weeks. The authorities had implemented monitoring and preparations for the impending flood, though they had not anticipated its arrival 2 years ahead of schedule, catching the global population unprepared. Fortunately, most protective measures had been established, and waterproofing was applied to the city's backup power substations. At this juncture, humanity remained blissfully unaware of the true extent of the impending catastrophe, which was merely the first harbinger of disaster. On the second day following the flood, under clear skies and scorching sun, the waterlogged roads began to dry. People, having just endured the deluge, found the damp surroundings intolerable, yearning instead for the sun's embrace. By the third day, temperatures soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Yet government provisions of water and food continued. However, the efficiency of rescue and cleanup efforts significantly waned due to the oppressive heat, with many succumbing to heat exhaustion and supplies of cooling medicines running low. On the fourth day, the designated working hours were adjusted to avoid the hottest parts of the day, with the populace accustomed to modern conveniences struggling without air conditioning and refrigeration. Daily clothing became repeatedly drenched in sweat, leading to prickly heat rashes that itched incessantly. At this point, major supermarkets had yet to open, making it particularly challenging to procure such medications, necessitating borrowing from neighbors, whose supplies were also limited. While some households hoarding essential items and medications began to sell them at exorbitant prices, often threefold, complaints of price gouging filled the air. Those with resources retorted, dismissing the complaints with disdain. If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. Chapter 26. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. As a nation renowned for its infrastructure, Longgua's recovery efforts were nothing short of remarkable. By the fifth day post-flood, thanks to the swift actions of the state grid personnel in repairing and rearranging electrical lines, a semblance of order returned. Large supermarkets and public facilities regained power and drainage capabilities, prompting residents to flock for insect repellents and floral waters to combat the influx of mosquitoes and the discomfort of sunburn. Finally, with the return of electricity, the once unbearable conditions began to improve. After acquiring these essentials, many chose to linger, seeking refuge in the now functional air conditioning units of the supermarkets. In this instance, the elderly outperformed the younger generation in resilience. They claimed seats or lounged in the aisles, leaving the young to stand against the walls. The refrigeration sections became packed with patrons, complicating the shopping experience, and it was only through the manager's firm intervention that congestion was averted. The cold drink sections were emptied, and the diligent staff struggled to replenish stock in the face of overwhelming demand, while mountains of bottled water were swiftly depleted, leaving latecomers in long lines for restocking. Among the queue, rule breakers emerged. The first and second customers, having filled their carts with water, proceeded to the checkout. However, the third customer, a boisterous man adorned with a gaudy gold chain, demanded differently. He brazenly addressed the staff, insisting, "Bring out all the remaining stock from your warehouse. I want it all, including what's here." The beleaguered staff responded, "Sir, if you purchase all the water, there will be none left for other customers." The man, growing impatient, retorted, "Is there a limit on how much water I can buy?" The staff replied, "Not exactly, but others still need some." The man, uninterested in the rationale, declared, "If there's no limit, then sell it to me. Don't you understand first come, first served?" Turning to those behind him, he commanded, "Clear out, go check other stores. I'm taking all the bottled water in the supermarket." Outrage rippled through the crowd. "How can you be so inconsiderate? Everyone is in need of water. What are we to do if you buy it all? You can't do this. If you continue, I'll lodge a complaint with your manager." A man standing behind the brash customer reacted vehemently, his face flushed with anger as he argued back. In a sudden move, the larger man raised his hand and struck the protester to the ground. The commotion ceased as all eyes turned to the scene unfolding before them. The man on the floor, humiliated in public, seethed with rage, pointing at the assailant, exclaiming, "I'm calling the police. You assaulted me." The corpulent figure loomed over the man, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Go ahead and report. The police are preoccupied with post-disaster recovery. I doubt anyone will heed your call." The man, feeling utterly powerless against this robust and unreasonable bully, turned to the queue behind him for assistance. "Surely you all recognize how long we've been waiting. If we allow him to behave this way, none of us will get a drink." Yet, one by one, the others averted their gazes, unwilling to be the scapegoat. Disheartened, the man rubbed his face and struggled to rise from the ground. The bully, reveling in his own bravado, continued, "Next time you step out, take a good look in the mirror. I could lift you with one hand and toss you aside. You think you can play the hero? How laughable." With that, he attempted to shove the man, determined to grind his face into the dirt. Suddenly, a long, elegantly boned hand seized the bully's flabby one, contorting it painfully, the flesh deforming under the grip, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. Ouch! Ouch! The bully, drenched in sweat, crouched down, twisting his body in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain. I, though generally averse to meddling, found the bully's antics intolerable. He had merely intended to purchase his bottled water and leave, but the bully's antics had disrupted that plan. Big brother, hero, please. I beg you, let me go. My hand is going to be ruined. The bully pleaded, tears and mucus streaming down his face, his wrist visibly contorted at an unnatural angle. I, with a smirk, replied, I intend to take all the water here. Do you have any objections? The bully hurriedly shook his head. Not at all. It's all yours. Please, I beg you. Spare me. I'll be on my way. Had I been the man he once was, he might have released the bully only to later find a secluded spot to deal with him, relishing the sight of blood gushing from his wounds. However, now he feared causing trouble for his sister, so he decided to let the swine go. He slightly loosened his grip, and the bully quickly withdrew his wrist, glaring at Ai with venomous intent, muttering through clenched teeth, just you wait. He then scurried away like a beaten dog. Once the bully departed, the crowd erupted into applause for Ai. Well done, young man. We've long found that fat fool intolerable. It's a pity he wasn't given a proper beating. The saleswoman exhaled in relief, eyeing the young man, who appeared barely out of high school, and likely bashful. How many bottles would you like, handsome? Ai lazily lifted his gaze. All of them. The crowd, which had just praised him, fell silent. The saleswoman's smile faltered, but everyone. Ai's tone softened. Yet his words struck them with shame. Had any of you stood up for me earlier, there would have been water for all of you. He referred to the man who had been bullied moments before. He firmly believed that the mightiest voice prevails. If the weak did not unite in resistance, they would ultimately be swept away. This principle was clear to him on the island, where the saying those who plant trees benefit others held true. But he certainly wasn't the one planting. At that moment, the manager hurried over to address the situation. Upon hearing the saleswoman's words, he conceded and allowed Ai to take the stock from the warehouse along with the bottled water. In an unexpected twist of fate, the man who had been bullied received 5 bottles from Ai. The bottled water was subsequently relocated to the warehouse, awaiting Ai's retrieval. By the 3rd day post-disaster, the community's backup electricity was restored through the efforts of electricians. Ai transported dozens of bottles of water from the ground floor to his home, fortunate that their building had elevators. Yun Yang stood beside the elevator, effortlessly storing them in her space. Though the elevator's power was restored, the surveillance cameras remained inoperative, allowing Yun Yang to conceal her peculiar abilities without fear of being recorded. 5 days after the flood, the city's electrical infrastructure was still under repair, with many households relying on emergency lights or candles. The aftermath of the flood had turned the city into a breeding ground for mosquitoes, without nets or repellents. Residents awoke each morning looking as though they had suffered severe blood loss from the previous night's bites. Chapter 27. Scorching Heat. Despite being June, temperatures soared to levels typical of August. The ground was parched and visible heat waves enveloped people, rendering even slightly dried clothes damp with perspiration. The residents of the city were in dire straits. Although the capital's reconstruction efforts were among the swiftest, they were powerless against the relentless heat wave. Supermarkets were overcrowded. Had the authorities not imposed a purchase limit on bottled water and restricted each resident's shopping time to 20 minutes, these stores would have transformed into refuges from the sweltering heat. With residential electricity still unrepaired, air conditioning and refrigeration were rendered useless, forcing most residents to endure the oppressive weather within their homes. In less than a week, surface temperatures had risen to over 50 degrees Celsius. The ground was scorching. And to avoid heat stroke, work hours were adjusted away from peak temperatures, further delaying progress. Many residents, incensed, penned complaints to the authorities, but their grievances fell on deaf ears. In such unusual times, mutual understanding should prevail. Who wouldn't prefer to stay home, basking in the cool comfort of an air conditioner while watching television, rather than braving the heat to work? In donghua, the more a commodity is restricted, the more frantically it is sought after. For instance, purified water had vanished from the shelves of supermarkets, where the official policy limited purchases to 1 bottle per person. However, people swiftly devised ways around this, summoning friends and family, even bringing young children to obtain water. Trucks delivering supplies were often raided by eager crowds before they could even reach the warehouse. Despite the supermarket's attempts to project an image of ample purified water, the residents were insatiable, buying up everything that was restocked. Some store managers suggested raising prices, but that was futile. The higher the price, the more fervently the people of Donghua would buy. They cited historical examples, such as the housing and gold markets, where rising prices only fueled a frenzy of purchases. This insane scramble for water persisted until the water and electricity were restored over 2 weeks later. Albeit the uncomfortable reality remained. Although utilities were back to normal, air conditioners, refrigerators, and other appliances had been damaged by the flood and were now unusable. Consequently, repair shops that had previously languished in obscurity suddenly found themselves inundated with repair requests, receiving more orders in a single day than they had in an entire year, with the number of requests steadily increasing. The city remained shut down, yet students had returned to school. Education could not be compromised, nor could children be deprived of learning. Each classroom was equipped with an air conditioner, making school more appealing than ever for countless students. Yunyang had initially powered her air conditioning and appliances with a generator. But after the electrical lines were repaired, she stored the generator away. During this time, Ai engaged in volunteer work, acquiring numerous vacuum-sealed food items that were convenient for Yunyang, but cumbersome for him to retrieve. After some consideration, Yunyang decided to fill her refrigerator and pantry with a variety of beverages and snacks, transforming the kitchen into a mini convenience store. Outside felt like a furnace, and without air conditioning, their home resembled a steam chamber. This summer was particularly arduous. The weather has been exceedingly peculiar. It is not yet the sweltering season, yet the heat is already oppressive. If one were to toil outdoors under such temperatures for an entire day, it would not merely lead to heat stroke, but one could very well be scorched to a mere husk. Yunyang has stockpiled a plethora of supplies in her space, all in an effort to enhance her quality of life, encompassing every aspect from clothing to sustenance. Today, she and Ai have resolutely prepared the barbecue grill to indulge in a sumptuous barbecue feast. This fleeting moment is the epitome of joy. The first batch of monsters has yet to hatch, and humanity is momentarily free from peril. The three of them need only to remain at home, relishing food and drink. The charcoal grill is set up, and Yunyang places skewers of tripe, lamb, and beef, marinated chicken wings and feet, as well as vegetables onto the grill, sprinkling her own special blend of barbecue seasoning over them, emitting an irresistible aroma. She has also retrieved a crab the size of a basin from her space, placing it into a steamer for gentle cooking. As the temperature of the grill rises, the delightful fragrance fills the room. To prevent the smell of barbecue from permeating her home, Yunyang instructs Ai to open the doors and windows, allowing the breeze to carry the scent away. The unit door of Yunyang's residence opens to reveal a layer of mesh netting outside, effectively keeping out pesky insects while allowing the scent to disperse. The lamb and beef skewers sizzle and drip with fat, their aroma tantalizingly rich with cumin and barbecue seasoning. At this moment, the crab is also fully steamed. Its flesh is tender, and the crab roe threatens to overflow from its shell. The two of them share the crab, savoring the exquisite flavor of the seafood. One crab cannot satiate two appetites. At best, it serves as an appetizer. They devour the remaining 50 skewers of lamb and 50 skewers of beef, with only a morsel of tripe and vegetables to nibble on. Without any staple food, Yunyang feels an emptiness in her stomach, prompting her to steam 2 buns for each of them. After consuming a veritable feast, they finally feel satisfied. Yunyang is astounded. In her past life, she could never have eaten so much, or she would have perished from starvation. Gazing at their still flat bellies after such a meal, she cannot help but wonder if something is amiss with their bodies. The floodwaters came swiftly and receded just as quickly, and coupled with the unusually high temperatures, they have nearly erased all traces of their presence. If not for the salted fish hanging in homes, one might truly doubt whether the flood had ever occurred. On the 17th day following the flood, the signal tower has resumed functioning, allowing mobile phones to reconnect to the internet. It feels as though the world submerged in water was merely a dream. Upon waking, life continues in the concrete jungle. The news now reports on drought conditions across various regions, with water levels in reservoirs plummeting dramatically. Some lakes, which once overflowed their banks, have now exposed their beds, leaving only depressions filled with a little water, while fish lie sun-dried on the riverbeds. The tap water in the city carries a faint briny taste, likely a remnant of seawater that had inundated the inland areas, mixing with the fresh water. The water company has begun filtering it, and fortunately, it can be rendered potable after boiling. After heavy rains comes a severe drought. This capricious weather truly tests human endurance. Every day at 4 in the morning, the sky brightens, and by 5, the sun resumes its scorching reign over the earth. The elderly no longer gather in the square to dance or practice swordplay. After the electricity crisis was resolved, they have collectively taken refuge in shopping malls and supermarkets to enjoy the air conditioning, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans or folding fans, basking in their leisurely demeanor. Chapter 28, Managing Flood Vegetables 1. After spending over 10 days at home, Yunyang decides it is time to take her child out for some fresh air. As her baby grows older, his little mind becomes increasingly astute, and he vehemently disapproves of being frequently placed into her space. He prefers to be held upright. When held horizontally, he immediately transforms into a wailing turtle, leaving Yunyang with no choice but to acquiesce. That evening, she and Ai descend the recently restored elevator, only to encounter an aunt in the neighborhood carrying a child. The aunt disapproves of Yunyang's method of holding her baby. How can you hold him like that? A child's bones are still soft and undeveloped. It could cause strain. Yunyang internally seethes. She would very much like to hold him horizontally, but the little rascal refuses to cooperate. To avoid placing undue stress on her child's spine, she resorts to cradling him with one hand beneath his tiny bottom while the other keeps him snug against her body. The journey to the car takes only a few minutes, yet it leaves her drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the little one appears full of energy, showing no signs of sleepiness. The route from the community to the nearest shopping mall takes approximately half an hour. With the city's surveillance cameras still down, Yunyang finds a secluded spot to retrieve her Audi A8 from her space. Ai, accustomed to this by now, takes out the keys from his pocket to unlock the car and then opens the rear door for Yunyang. Currently, the roads are nearly devoid of vehicles. Even in a bustling metropolis like the capital, congestion is a thing of the past. While Yunyang's A8 is not an uncommon sight in the capital, it stands out among the limited number of vehicles currently traversing the streets. Seated in the car, cradling her baby, she notices passers-by on bicycles and tricycles casting envious glances her way, and she cannot help but feel a sense of accomplishment. She still has a luxurious RV yet to be brought out. If she were to drive that on the streets, it would surely leave them green with envy. Upon arriving at the large supermarket, despite the surrounding area being flooded with submerged vehicles, finding a parking spot proves relatively easy. After parking, Yunyang alights from the car, joined by Ai as they enter the supermarket. Despite her diligent spending of the 1 billion left by her enigmatic ex-husband, she still retains a couple of million. This is unacceptable. With a mindset reminiscent of a smallholder, Yunyang is determined to invest her finances wisely. As soon as they step into the supermarket, they embark on a major shopping spree. Cradling her child, with Ai pushing 3 shopping carts behind her, they navigate the aisles. Many household appliances that had previously been damaged by the flood have been removed from the shelves, leaving only canned beverages like Wangzai milk, 6 walnuts, and Jianlibo intact. Yunyang enters an ordinary supermarket. The more upscale ones remain crowded, but she refuses to fall for that trap. To thrive in this post-apocalyptic world, one must stockpile supplies wisely. For instance, 10,000 yuan can secure 2 tons of provisions. Why would one choose to acquire only 1 ton in a wealthy area, thus making things difficult for oneself? Toiletries such as toothpaste, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, soap, baby lotion, laundry detergent, and liquid soap are gathered in abundance. In this new world, humanity's spirit is devoted to battling monstrous foes, and factories producing daily necessities have ceased to exist, making these items increasingly scarce. Yunyang empties entire shelves of tissues and sanitary napkins, while she also clears out all canned goods. With plenty of money at her disposal, she grabs whatever she desires from the supermarket, collecting all items that survived the flood, including chips and snacks. At the checkout, several shopping carts laden with supplies await. And while perusing the dry goods section, she unexpectedly encounters a familiar face, or rather, someone she considers familiar, Rui Chenggang, the officer who previously investigated her for illegal possession of firearms. He is currently holding 2 bags of dried mushrooms and black fungus, speaking in hushed tones to his wife, who appears disapproving. Rui Chenggang, with his heightened instincts as a police officer, quickly notices Yunyang observing him. Beside Yunyang, A instinctively reached for his lower back. But today being a day of rest, he had not brought his firearm. However, the intuition of a police officer urged him to perceive the youth as potentially more perilous than Yunyang herself. The two parties found themselves in an unusual standoff until Su Ying cast a puzzled glance at Rui Changgang. Darling? The serious atmosphere dissipated immediately, and at Yunyang's behest, A began to gather provisions in the dry goods section, loading seaweed, dried shrimp, shiitake mushrooms, and a medley of fungi into the shopping cart. This frantic accumulation of supplies influenced Su Ying, previously indifferent to hoarding, prompting her to toss the dry goods her husband held into the cart and engage in a speed competition with A. In a whirlwind of activity, they swiftly cleared the dry goods section, leaving no vacuum-packed salted fish behind. Rui Changgang gazed at the cart brimming with supplies, a mixture of disbelief and exasperation crossing his face. Wife, this is excessive, especially the seaweed. Just a little soaking will yield a whole basin. At this rate, when will we ever consume it all? Su Ying shot a knowing glance towards Yunyang and A. They're stockpiling without a word. Why should we fear having a little less? As they moved to the fresh produce section, the refrigerated shelves were stocked with yogurt, vacuum-sealed ham, sweet rice wine, and cheese sticks for children, all of which were promptly added to their haul. The elderly patrons lounging in the supermarket cast curious glances at Yunyang's shopping spree, but she remained unfazed. Upon reaching the vegetable section, a commotion erupted as several customers clashed with the staff. You shouldn't be selling vegetables that have been soaked in floodwater. Just think of the bacteria. If someone falls ill, will your supermarket take responsibility? The staff member retorted. These are on sale. Take them if you wish, no one is forcing you. Customers clamored, demanding accountability for any potential health hazards. The audacity was astonishing, in the capital city. How could they dare to pass off such substandard produce? Mark my words, I will file a complaint with the Market Supervision Department for a thorough investigation of your supermarket. A crowd gathered around the waterlogged vegetables, and ultimately, the staff had no choice but to summon the supermarket manager. To prevent the situation from escalating, the manager reluctantly decided to remove the batch of vegetables from the shelves and transport them to the warehouse. Yunyang couldn't help but chuckle. The vegetables appeared fresh and vibrant, yet the affluent populace of today was so fearful of bacteria that they might harm their health. Ironically, during future food shortages, they would likely savor even the most unpalatable fare. The saleswoman looked regretfully at the heaps of vegetables being removed. This is what happens when people live well. In my grandparents' time, during the Great Famine, we wouldn't even have considered these waterlogged vegetables. We were reduced to eating tree bark. Yunyang nodded in agreement, vividly recalling the harrowing times of natural disasters. These flood-soaked vegetables were nothing compared to the shriveled fruits and vegetables that fetched high prices on the market. And during later crises, even the edible grasses would be stripped bare. In a smaller city, perhaps these vegetables would sell out quickly due to their discounted prices, as they could be boiled and consumed without much issue. However, this was the capital, the city with the highest quality of life in the nation, where residents wouldn't settle for anything less than top-tier produce. Were Yunyang unaware of the impending disaster, she too would have refrained from purchasing these flood-damaged vegetables, fearing the consequences of foodborne illness. Yet she was acutely aware. The supermarket staff rolled the vegetables into the warehouse as the manager made a phone call. Yes, we have a large quantity of flood-soaked vegetables here. Please send a truck to take them away to your warehouse. We have no choice if they can't be sold. That's not our concern. Who could have predicted the flood? Even the state can only react in emergencies. Do you want to continue selling in our supermarket? If you don't take these vegetables away, we might have to reconsider our partnership. After hanging up, the manager saw Yunyang approaching with a smile. Hello? The manager, observing the numerous carts of goods being pushed by AE, responded warmly. Dear customer, how may I assist you today? Yunyang pointed to the carts of vegetables being transported to the temporary warehouse. I would like to take all those vegetables. The manager looked at her incredulously. You heard that they've been soaked in floodwater. They can't be sold. Yunyang nodded. I am aware. The manager remained skeptical. Customer, you shouldn't think of reselling these in the capital. I've received word that the relevant departments are rigorously removing these flood-soaked vegetables, conducting random inspections in supermarkets. If discovered, the fines are substantial. This batch has no market here. The shelf life of fruits and vegetables is brief, a mere 7 days before they begin to spoil. Stockpiling such a quantity will only lead to waste. Perhaps you should reconsider? Yun Yang understood the manager's good intentions, however. Armed with her spatial advantages, she could accommodate any quantity. No worries, I will rely on your introductions. Seeing her unwavering determination, the manager took her to the supermarket's temporary warehouse, where a middle-aged man arrived shortly after in a delivery truck. Yun Yang was surprised. How could the truck be ready so quickly? The middle-aged man stepped out, grimacing as he shook hands with the manager. Old son, you've really put me in a bind. The manager sighed. You think I wanted this? The issue with the flood vegetables has escalated. I can't let them rot in the supermarket. The middle-aged man scratched his head in distress. What now? The flood has devastated many fields. The salvaged vegetables are still soaked. The manager explained that the officials from the Market Quality Management Bureau had already held a meeting regarding the flood-affected vegetables, mandating that only the freshest produce harvested after the flood be sold, and every supermarket must comply strictly. Given our long-standing relationship, I'm trying to help you out here, the manager urged. The middle-aged man was overwhelmed by the thought of how much produce was languishing in his warehouse. The manager introduced Yun Yang. Don't say I didn't assist you. Here's your customer. The middle-aged man looked at Yun Yang, who had piled her carts high at the checkout. She handed her child to Ae, who was accustomed to taking turns holding the baby, and the child remained calm in Ae's arms, wide-eyed and curious. Yun Yang extended her hand for a brief greeting. Hello, may we see the vegetables in your warehouse? The middle-aged man nodded, of course. He invited them into his vehicle, but Yun Yang and Ae declined. We have our own car, just lead the way. By the way, how was your truck fixed so quickly? The middle-aged man chuckled. It wasn't fixed, it was submerged for 3 hours and miraculously survived. The other 12 trucks are still waiting for repairs in the warehouse. In the capital, the most sought-after professions are those in appliance repair and automotive maintenance. Some individuals are still waiting for their turn. Alas, I digress. Let us proceed. Yun Yang drove closely behind a large cargo truck, with Ae seated in the back, cradling the infant. Fortunately, the roads were relatively clear, ensuring a high degree of safety. Yun Yang planned to purchase a child safety seat at the supermarket later, which would be perfect for the child as they grew older. A luxury vehicle truly lives up to its name, offering unparalleled comfort. The ride was so smooth that one hardly felt any bumps, and the engine's hum was remarkably subdued, leading Yun Yang to conclude that the expenditure was well justified. The middle-aged man's warehouse was located in an industrial area, somewhat remote, situated beyond the Fifth Ring Road. This location was a slight improvement compared to when they had procured weapons in Yen City. Due to the inundation of most vehicles in the city, only a few cars ventured out, resulting in a swift journey alongside the cargo truck that took approximately 40 minutes. Upon arrival, the middle-aged man opened the warehouse doors to reveal a staggering inventory, filled to the brim with an array of vegetables, cabbages, tomatoes, zucchinis, and bean sprouts, among others. Yun Yang's intention in acquiring these flood-soaked vegetables was not for consumption. Her stock of fresh produce in her space was sufficient to last several lifetimes. Moreover, the pristine condition of her untainted produce made the purchase unnecessary. Although she had yet to determine their specific utility, in this era of natural disasters, scarcity was rampant, particularly concerning food. Thus, she considered it a prudent investment, one that only she had the means to make, as her space ensured the perishables would remain unspoiled and readily available. Chapter 30. Targeted by thieves, the middle-aged man offered Yun Yang a generous discount for the entire warehouse of vegetables, amounting to 2 million, which she estimated to be at least 20 tons, if not more. She promptly signed the agreement and paid. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, Uncle, since we cannot transfer these vegetables all at once, would it be acceptable to move them in batches from your warehouse for the time being? Having successfully completed a deal that alleviated his immediate predicament, the middle-aged man waved his hand with a smile, replying, of course, that's entirely manageable. Here are the keys. I have 2 other warehouses that I am not in a hurry to use, so take your time. With the keys in hand, Yun Yang and Ae departed, first stopping at the supermarket to settle their previous purchases and not forgetting to buy a child safety seat. The infant, nestled comfortably in his little basket, accompanied his uncle as they installed the safety seat. Meanwhile, Yun Yang busied herself with transporting the copious items from the car to their home. As she descended for the second time, 2 elderly women were fanning themselves while pointing at the goods delivered by the supermarket truck. Upon noticing Yun Yang's arrival, They expressed surprise, exclaiming, "Young lady, did you purchase all of this?" Yun Yang nodded, but chose not to engage further, continuing her ascent with her belongings. The supermarket was bustling with activity, compounded by the extensive flooding that rendered many vehicles inoperable. Consequently, only a couple of trucks were currently functional, leading to an overwhelming workload. The drivers assisted Yun Yang by unloading her goods in the community's open area, allowing Ai to monitor the installation of the safety seat. When Yun Yang returned for the third time, she found Ai holding the infant beside the supplies, having paused the installation of the safety seat. "What is the matter?" Yun Yang inquired, puzzled. Ai cast a disapproving glance at the two elderly women, who were now wearing sour expressions. One of them directed her ire at Yun Yang, saying, "Is this your man? Young as he is, he lacks any sense of flexibility. We merely asked him for a few bags of dried mushrooms. Too lazy to venture into the supermarket ourselves. Given the heat, it wouldn't have been a big deal for you to share a couple of bags with us. Considering we are neighbors. Why be so stingy? We even offered to pay." In truth, the two women had not initially intended to purchase the mushrooms. It was only after Ai firmly refused their request that they attempted to offer money, which further incited their frustration toward Yun Yang. However, she remained unperturbed, smiling as she replied, "Ladies, if you wish to buy, that's perfectly fine. The supermarket price for a bag of dried mushrooms is 9 yuan and 80 cents. Considering our transportation and labor costs, let us say it's 38 for you. Such an exorbitant price. You are clearly taking advantage of us. How unfortunate to be your neighbor," they retorted, their frustration evident. "This young lady is quite unyielding," they muttered. "Let us spread the word among our neighbors about her ungraciousness." Having been thwarted, the two elderly women left in a huff, disgruntled. Yun Yang dismissed their complaints, knowing that 38 for a bag was still a bargain compared to what it would be in the future. After several trips back and forth, Yun Yang finally transported all the items upstairs. She had just noticed the red dot on the elevator's surveillance camera blinking, suggesting that the monitoring system had been restored. Cautious not to misuse her space, she decided to store the items at home for the time being. The rapid restoration of power left her in awe of the nation's infrastructure capabilities. If not for the frequent natural disasters and monstrous occurrences plaguing Water Blue Star, the speed of post-flood recovery and the country's law enforcement systems would undoubtedly surpass those of any other nation. Had they not seen the recent news? The United States, suffering from prolonged power outages, faced slow repair efforts. Consequently, incidents of robbery at jewelry stores, banks, and home invasions, along with shootings, had surged, prompting many Chinese expatriates to hastily purchase tickets back to their homeland for safety. Online discussions mocked the irony of those who, in times of prosperity, had forsaken their roots, only to seek solace in their familial homes when adversity struck. In the sweltering heat, Yun Yang and Ai worked tirelessly, perspiration soaking their clothes. Even the infant, clad only in a thin garment, was glistening with sweat. Yun Yang hurried home to turn on the air conditioning. Thankfully, the previous owner had installed individual units rather than a central system. Otherwise, like most homeowners, she would have been left sweltering in a sauna-like room, awaiting repairs. The refreshing breeze from the air conditioning provided some relief, alleviating their discomfort. He poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Yun Yang, who gulped it down gratefully, feeling the heat dissipate slightly as she stored the remaining items in her space. The infant, still under 6 months old, was only given 20 milliliters to drink. But he relished it, his little mouth making delightful sounds as he savored the taste. Yun Yang tossed a large supply package to Ai, containing firearms, emergency medications, a military knife, and various outdoor supplies. "Keep this in your room. It's better to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." Despite having an entire space filled with supplies, she was the sole user of that space. In the event of an emergency where she and Ai might become separated, she needed to ensure he was well equipped. Thus, the supply package was filled to the brim, leaving no empty space. As Ai accepted the package, its weight caused his sturdy arms to sink slightly. The surface temperature had soared to 56 degrees Celsius today, making it unbearably hot. The supermarket's bottled water had been perpetually out of stock. As bank and public service employees resumed work, many were sweating profusely due to the incomplete air conditioning repairs, with occasional heat strokes occurring. Herbal remedies and cooling ointments were readily available at their workstations. From the start of the day to its conclusion, their clothes had been thoroughly soaked multiple times, creating an unbearable odor. Yet, there was no choice. The restoration of order and livelihood required someone to take action. That evening, as the temperature began to drop slightly, Yunyang and Ai prepared to drive to the warehouse to collect the batch of vegetables and store them in her space. As Yunyang prepared to enter the vehicle, Ai intercepted her, directing her gaze towards a triangular symbol on the backseat door. Instantly, memories of a previous educational video surged to her mind. It had explained how thieves often mark the homes they intend to target, preparing for the opportune moment to strike. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Could she be the object of a thief's interest? Silently, she nodded at Ai, resolving that upon their return, she would conceal the car within her spatial realm. She had no intention of allowing her meticulously acquired armored vehicle to be stolen, for it was one of her lifelines in this era of calamity. At that moment, the little one had fallen asleep. Yunyang gently placed him into the small cradle within her space, freeing her hands for further endeavors alongside Ai. Taking her seat in the passenger side, she felt the car surge forward at an exhilarating speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 31. The stench of mushrooms. The two had become adept at the late-night ritual of gathering supplies from their spatial domain. Upon reaching their destination, the industrial area lay cloaked in darkness. While the capital had swiftly restored its power, the repairs typically commenced with law enforcement and public service units. The electricity in the residential districts of the 4th and 5th rings remained incomplete, leaving no time to attend to the industrial sector. The enveloping darkness, however, bestowed a sense of security upon them. Equipped with flashlights, Ai and Yunyang navigated their way to the vegetable warehouse, unlocking the door with a key. They swiftly collected the abundant produce, their movements fluid and purposeful, leaving the warehouse as soon as they had finished. Approaching a narrow alley just 500 meters from their residence, Yunyang stowed the car away in her space, and together with Ai, they ambled back home. Their return to the apartment complex was late, and as they passed the parking lot, they caught sight of two men lurking suspiciously. Yanni noted that the men frequently cast glances toward the spot where his sister had parked earlier. Suspecting they had marked the location for a potential theft, he clenched his fists, itching to confront them, but Yunyang held him back, advising, "It's better to avoid trouble. We have suffered no loss." She remembered how the police captain had been keeping an eye on them. Should this situation escalate, an investigation could reveal many inconsistencies in her story. "Let us go home and get some rest to rejuvenate ourselves," she suggested. In a corridor of a residential complex in a city, a foul odor permeated the air, causing residents on both floors above and below to retch and complain. "Who on earth is so inconsiderate as to let their home become this filthy?" one resident lamented. "Oh, I know. It's a young couple living there, so haughty they hardly deign to acknowledge us." Another replied. "Are they the tenants?" "Yes, they must be renting. The previous owners were a kind couple, very amiable. This odor is unbearable. It smells like something is decaying." A neighbor exclaimed. "Could it be a house full of trash? I saw on television the other day how some inconsiderate tenants leave the landlord's property in shambles, even going so far as to defile the beds." At this point, the neighbors, unable to bear the stench any longer, frantically called the police, desperate for relief. In the aftermath of the flood, the police had many matters to attend to and could hardly spare time for such odor-related complaints. However, the relentless calls from the residents compelled them to send 2 officers to address the situation. As the officers exited the elevator into the corridor, they too were almost overwhelmed by the stench. They quickly contacted headquarters to obtain the landlord's information, urging him to ensure that the tenants clean up the revolting mess before any potential health hazards arose due to the heat. Upon receiving the distress call, the landlord and his wife, hearing of the situation in their property and with nothing else to occupy their time, arrived in less than 20 minutes, using a spare key to unlock the door. As they opened it, the foul odor intensified, causing neighboring onlookers to recoil and gasp for fresh air, while some with weaker constitutions rushed to the stairwell to vomit. Once inside, the landlord and his wife found their home marred only by the remnants of floodwaters and yellow mud, devoid of any signs of carelessness or waste. The officers exchanged grave glances, their expressions turning serious as they hastened toward the only tightly shut door, pulling out spare rubber gloves to open it. What they encountered within elicited terrified gasps from all present. News of a homicide at Chunlu Jiayuan community in a city spread rapidly. The area surrounding the complex and the entrance to the unit were cordoned off, with bystanders cleared from the vicinity. Forensic experts and police were on standby at the crime scene, but they refrained from taking immediate action, awaiting higher authorities due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding the two bodies. Investigating the murderer presented a challenge, as the floodwaters had obliterated all evidence, washing away bloodstains and clues, and leaving the perpetrator seemingly transformed into a giant. Yet, the bodies appeared to be a fertile ground for peculiar mushroom-like plants, their roots deeply embedded in the corpses, covering them in a dense growth of round mushrooms resembling barnacles. From these fungi, vivid red tendrils emerged, adorned with white circular spots, with the tallest reaching the ceiling. The stench from both the mushrooms and the corpses was overwhelming, as the nutrients from the deceased had fostered remarkable growth, with the tendrils nearly claiming the entire room. Just then, a commercial vehicle pulled up at the entrance of the complex, from which emerged 2 or 3 researchers clad in protective gear, briskly making their way to the crime scene with silver cases in hand, collecting samples of the foul mushrooms for toxicology tests. As the forensic team began their examination of the two bodies, they discovered that the mushroom roots had already filled the abdominal cavities, further deteriorating the remains. However, more pressing than identifying the murderer was the need to understand this alarming fungus, as it seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They compared it to all known mushroom species, finding no matches, and determined that the bodies, along with the plants, must be transported to a laboratory for further study. Have we clarified their identities? One officer inquired. The male victim is named Lin Jia, and the female is He Miao. They were a couple, their relationship stable, and they had even met each other's families while discussing marriage. Did they have any enemies, or were they recently seen with anyone suspicious? That's hard to say. Their social circles are quite intricate. He Miao presents herself as a sales assistant, but is actually involved in the nightlife as a procurer. Lin Jia's situation is more complex. He is a fugitive wanted by our police system, previously charged with organ trafficking and smuggling. He was imprisoned for several years before being released. Such scum deserves their fate. Indeed, but if someone takes it upon themselves to act as a savior and kills indiscriminately, what purpose does the law serve? So, what do we do now? According to higher-ups, the investigation into the homicide will only commence once researchers address this bizarre plant. Meanwhile, in the capital, Yun Yang was oblivious to the discovery of He Miao and Lin Jia's bodies. Even if they were found, it would be of little consequence. She had calculated the timing of her actions, and it would take at least half a month for the bodies to be uncovered. As it happened, it had indeed been precisely half a month, during which the flood had erased all traces of her crime and evidence. With the impending natural disasters, additional police resources would be diverted to public safety, and the deaths of these two miscreants would hardly raise an eyebrow. Chapter 32: The Stockpiling Frenzy. The temperature continues to rise, with surface temperatures reaching a scorching 60 degrees from today onwards, and a relentless wave of heat engulfs the entire city. The sun hangs fiercely in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth, desiccating the silt left behind by the recent floods that inundated the city into parched soil. Some rivers and lakes have been exposed, revealing their beds, where clusters of silver fish lie dead, emitting a foul odor. In an effort to protect water resources and the environment, the salvage teams bravely endure the sweltering heat, working aboard their vessels not only to retrieve gray eggs, but also to net the lifeless fish floating on the water's surface. In certain areas, the water is so shallow that boats cannot navigate. People must don sun protective clothing and wade in to search. This scenario prevails in the city and extends to the suburbs. Under the oppressive heat, hospitals are overflowing with patients, the majority suffering from heat stroke, as supplies of heat relief medications have been completely depleted, even in pharmacies. What has sparked such a fervent demand for goods among the populace? It is the news reports from television stations detailing a global crisis in food production, with wheat, rice, and various fruits and vegetables scorched into withered husks due to insufficient rainfall and relentless heat. Supermarket produce sections are half empty. Yun Yang stands on the balcony, observing people below either cycling or tricycling with their families to the supermarket or market for bulk purchases. Ai, cradling the child, is increasingly bonding with his nephew. And whenever Yun Yang sees Ai, she cannot help but recall the eager anticipation of their encounter in her previous life. Everything feels perfect now, time is on their side, with the child and Ai both present. Currently, the major supermarkets are teeming with customers, primarily scrambling for instant noodles, canned goods, and sealed packages of noodles. while bags of rice weighing 20 to 50 kilograms are snatched up with such fervor that it nearly leads to scuffles. Fermented tofu, pickled vegetables, frozen chicken feet, and meats have completely vanished from the freezers, leaving not a single bag behind. Frozen dumplings, spring rolls, hot pot meatballs, scallion pancakes, and wontons have also been cleared out, leaving the shelves bare of any food-related items, leaving latecomers in stunned disbelief. In a frenzy, even hot pot bases and crayfish seasonings have been wiped clean, and the condiment aisles for oils, salts, sauces, and vinegars are entirely sold out. Those in the know assume it's merely stockpiling. Others mistakenly believe the supermarket is having a clearance sale. The sales clerks can barely keep up with restocking as soon as vegetables arrive in the produce section. They're snatched away. Citizens are tossing unpeeled corn directly into their shopping carts. In response to this situation, the authorities have enacted policies prohibiting price gouging and hoarding. They have also dispelled rumors of an impending apocalypse, opening grain reserves to enforce purchase limits, ensuring every citizen of Donghua has access to food. From the following day, major supermarkets began implementing purchase limits. Each person may buy no more than 2 kilograms of staple foods, 2 kilograms of fruits and vegetables, and 2 kilograms of meat daily. Though it is a modest allowance, it suffices to keep everyone fed. However, the more restrictions are imposed, the more frantic the purchasing becomes. Shopping in supermarkets has become a timed and quantified affair. Some astute individuals have discreetly sought out suppliers to buy directly from them. Consequently, prices for goods related to food, including ice cream, have surged several times over. What once cost merely a few dollars now demands 100 or more. Vegetables that used to cost just a few yuan have skyrocketed to exorbitant prices, with varieties like baby cabbage, lettuce, and bok choy escalating tenfold or more. Many citizens have complained about these outrageous prices, but the authorities maintain that prices within purchase limits are normal, while those beyond require separate negotiations. The government has attempted to mitigate this phenomenon of exorbitant vegetable prices, yet the public, while vociferously lamenting the steep costs, eagerly rushes to the supermarkets with cash in hand. Even those who do not wish to buy find themselves swept along by the crowd. In such an environment, one can only grit their teeth and spend. After all, one cannot survive without food. Currently, online shopping is utterly impractical, as vehicular movement in the capital has yet to fully resume, let alone ground transportation for deliveries, which remains paralyzed. This predicament has further complicated citizens' efforts to procure necessities, leaving them reliant on local purchases. However, locals are desperately inquiring about where to find available food supplies, while small supermarket owners in certain neighborhoods have retreated, hoarding their stock at home. Although selling their goods now could yield exorbitant profits, they ponder the purpose of such wealth if not to satisfy their basic needs. Thus, they see no reason to engage in the market. The stockpiling frenzy has spread to every corner, with even mothers stocking up on formula and diapers. Social media has transformed into a barter marketplace, with countless exchanges of medicines for food and designer bags and jewelry traded for sustenance. Yunyang browses online and observes the nationwide fervor for stockpiling. Food bloggers have ceased their culinary posts to share stockpiling strategies, while skincare influencers have stopped tutorials in favor of vlogs on organizing supplies. Even celebrities are urging the public to conserve food and water resources. Just then, Yunyang's phone rings. Looking at the caller ID, she is unsurprised. Hello? Is this Miss Yun? Haha, it's Wang Lin, the one who sold you vegetables a couple of days ago. The voice on the other end belongs to the middle-aged man who previously sold her flood-affected produce. Yes. What is it? She replies succinctly. Wang Lin chuckles nervously. Miss Yun, about those vegetables I sold you at a low price the other day. I can no longer sell them due to personal reasons. Would it be alright if I refunded your money? Of course not. Once sold, how can you take them back? We've settled our transaction. Yun Yang is fully aware of his intentions. Nowadays, the price of vegetables has soared, and people are no longer concerned about whether they were submerged in floodwaters. They simply want something to eat. The limp vegetables in supermarkets sell out quickly at high prices, and Wang Lin, upon calculating the quantity he had sold her at a bargain, must be feeling a pang of regret. I'll return your money, but I won't sell you the vegetables in my warehouse anymore. You can say whatever you want. Even if you report me, I won't acknowledge it. Wang Lin scoffs, knowing that no one can resist such substantial profits. However, having been in this business for a long time, he possesses connections far stronger than those of a young girl like Yun Yang. She cannot possibly outmaneuver this old fox. Once Wang Lin hangs up, Yunyang chuckles, placing her phone aside. Had he checked his warehouse stock before calling, he would not have dared to make such a proposal. Indeed, he has plenty of vegetables. And she has never borrowed a truck for transport, so he still believes that batch is safely in his warehouse. Alas, how unfortunate, he's arrived too late. Chapter 33, Water Supply Begins to Halt. Oh, very well then. Yunyang concludes, hanging up the phone. Wang Lin, left with a series of hello, until he hears the dial tone, curses under his breath. His employees look at him. Boss, are we still going to the warehouse? Wang Lin frowns and shouts, yes. Why wouldn't we go? It's his warehouse and his goods. He has a spare key, so what is there to fear? However, upon opening the warehouse door to find it utterly empty, Wang Lin stands in shock. Where's his stock? Where's the entire inventory he had? Aquatic products have also started to be rationed. There's little choice, aside from the deep lakes where fish can still survive. Shallow waters and fish farms have been depleted after the floods, leaving scant remains for city residents to scavenge. The few remaining immature fish are being harvested and transported to the entrances of major supermarkets for sale. The result is, of course, a complete sellout, as the entire nation is in a frenzy to stockpile, buying up anything edible in sight. A crucian carp, once priced at 13 yuan per jean, has now skyrocketed to 30 yuan per jean, yet is still unattainable. As for pork, its price has risen, yet its presence remains elusive. It vanishes before it even reaches the shelves, consumed by those stationed at supermarkets or on the streets. Freshwater resources are dwindling due to the soaring temperatures, leading to widespread pollution from dead fish contaminating vast areas of water. Freshwater, which previously constituted only 28% of the world's resources, is now even scarcer due to water source pollution. The authorities have issued a statement regarding water shortages, mandating that adults limit their water usage to 4 liters per day, while children are restricted to half that amount. Domestic water is distributed by the community at designated times. The next day, Yunyang, lying in bed, faintly hears the sounds of loudspeakers from downstairs. Upon opening her window, she discovers that the vacant lot in the parking area has been cleared and transformed into a large tent, with people already queuing in 4 long lines, each holding buckets or basins to collect water. Yunyang realizes that the water supply had been cut off since the previous night. Some households, having stockpiled water, are reluctant to venture out, mistakenly believing the shortage to be temporary, unaware that in the future, even a sip of water will require exhausting labor, leaving them yearning for the water they failed to collect today. Yunyang rises to brush her teeth and wash her face, knocking on Ai's door, who emerges looking refreshed. Let's go get some water, Yunyang suggests. Ai looks puzzled, but we seem to have enough water. Yunyang nods, indeed, we do. But we cannot let others know of our surplus. Possessing wealth amidst scarcity can be perilous. Having witnessed the selfishness, hypocrisy, and cunning of people in a post-apocalyptic world, she only prepares for the worst, seldom envisioning a favorable outcome. The child, Zai, has been roused by her movements, his blue eyes gleaming with curiosity as he entertains himself in bed. After Yunyang feeds him milk, he beams with joy, especially upon seeing Ai, breaking into delighted laughter. Is he really that clever? Recognizing people at such a young age? Yunyang muses. Since Zai has grown disinclined to remain in the spatial confines, Ai has taken on the role of primary caregiver, while Yunyang shoulders the responsibilities of managing their household and planning their stockpiling strategy. Ai, having been abducted to an island in his childhood, is highly vigilant when it comes to protecting Zai from any strangers. Are you hungry yet? Yunyang inquires, noting that it is now 7 in the morning. If not for the blaring loudspeakers below, she would still be asleep. Typically, both she and Ai wake around 8, indulging in much-needed rest to recharge. Ai shakes his head, I'm fine. Then let's grab our water and prepare breakfast afterward, Yunyang decides. Descending the stairs, the two join the queue. Ai, a strikingly handsome youth, carries a baby pack, with Zai comfortably nestled in his embrace, curiously observing the bustling crowd. This weather is unbearable. After standing in line for so long, I've nearly sweated out 2 liters. What can 4 liters even suffice? It's merely the equivalent of 2 2-liter bottles of soda, barely enough to wash my hair. You still indulge in washing your hair? Since the water cut yesterday, we haven't even dared to flush the toilet. Isn't that going to smell terrible? Stinky or not, we had both been working during the supermarket stockpiling, so we didn't think much of it. By the time we got off work and visited the store, there wasn't even a trace of water left. The manager said bottled water is in short supply and who knows when it will be replenished. What a close call. Luckily, we managed to buy some. Hey, how about this? I'll pay you for some of yours. As if. I don't have enough for my own family. How about 10 yuan a bottle? 10? Are you joking? Bottled water is selling for 20 yuan outside, and it could easily rise to 50 in no time. In these times, everything has become precious. While money itself has lost its value, 100 yuan hardly suffices to purchase a cabbage. Those with supplies reign supreme, while individuals like Yun Yang, amidst this calamity, ascend to the upper echelons of society. Once a status symbol, luxury bags, fine art, and luxury cars now seem utterly worthless when basic sustenance becomes a challenge. The second-hand transaction platforms are now dominated by food items, while posts offering luxury goods such as LV or Hermes bags in exchange for rice, flour, fish, or eggs are disregarded by all. In this era, even acquiring food has become a struggle. What use is your bag in such times? The line moves swiftly. And when it is Yunyang's turn, she carries a bucket while the community has provided a large water tank with a row of faucets at the bottom. The community worker scans her identification, and with a beep accompanied by a green light flashing, the water begins to flow. At that moment, a shrill siren sounds. And Yunyang turns to see a man whose identification scan results in a flickering red light instead of green. The community worker, exasperated, states, "Sir, you have already claimed your water allowance for today. If you attempt to claim again, I will report you for disturbing public order." The man awkwardly apologizes and leaves with his bucket. Yunyang understands the machine's purpose now. It is designed to meticulously track those who attempt to claim water multiple times. After filling her bucket, the community staff requests her WeChat details, adding her to a group where they will post official announcements and community updates. Yunyang nods in acknowledgement. When it is Ai's turn to collect water, she worries that his identification might be invalid, but he passes without incident. And they each return home with a bucket of water. Ai has already managed to lull Zai Zai to sleep, placing him in Yunyang's bedroom before heading off to wash up. Meanwhile, Yunyang busies herself in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous breakfast for both of them. Chapter 34. The onslaught of mosquitoes. What is Yunyang's greatest passion? At the top of the list is eating, followed closely by cooking. With ample supplies in her spatial realm, she need only contemplate what to prepare each day, unlike in her previous life where even spoiled rice and steamed buns were regarded as delicacies. Now, she seeks to create dishes that are visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful. This morning, she deftly concocts a pot of seafood congee, utilizing abalone, scallops, and shrimp from her space, seasoning them with cooking wine, scallions, and ginger to eliminate any fishy odor. She painstakingly removes the flesh from the crab legs, sought the shrimp heads and crab roe to extract their essence before boiling water and filtering out the shells with a strainer, finally adding the soaked rice to simmer. When it is ready, she sprinkles a handful of chopped scallions over the top. However, a mere bowl of seafood congee would not suffice for their appetites. She employs an air fryer to cook 6 beef patties and 4 cheese sticks, while also steaming 6 buns and 4 shumai that she had previously purchased. The breakfast spread for the siblings fills the table, and despite the variety and quantity, nothing is ever left over. Having experienced the famine during the catastrophic times of her past life, Yunyang understands the value of food all too well. Waste evokes a profound sense of guilt within her. She vividly recalls the places where she searched for Zai Zai, never forgetting the sight of children stunted by hunger, their heads disproportionately large for their frail bodies, stumbling as they walked, some resorting to drinking filthy water from ditches just to stave off hunger, only to suffer dire consequences. She cannot fathom how some parents choose to bring children into a world plagued by such disasters, where they struggle to sustain themselves, yet opt to bring forth innocent lives. After their meal, Yunyang and Ai leave their plates spotless, adhering to their usual custom of having Ai wash the dishes. Reclining on the sofa, Yunyang closes her eyes, envisioning the vast resources within her space. Even the iron shelves she purchased cannot accommodate all her supplies, leaving much stacked in disarray. The stacked provisions resembled small mountains, and it was upon witnessing these that Yunyang felt a sense of security. She meticulously sorted the fish from her spatial water tank into basins and buckets. The fish in the reservoir were indeed astonishingly large. Previously, she had encountered a 2-meter-long carp amidst the flood, and now she beheld one in her water tank. Although it was merely a carp, to Yunyang, it resembled a plump pig, with only the silver carp being comparable in size. She carefully separated the silver carp, Blackfish, wuchang fish, bream, red-eyed trout, grass carp, and yellow eels, noting that even a single carp, blackfish, or silver carp could easily feed 10 individuals in one meal. Additionally, there was an abundance of small crabs, tiny fish, and shrimp. As the weather grew warmer, mosquitoes proliferated, especially in the outdoor corners and shaded areas, where they swarmed in such numbers that they could lift a person away. This was particularly troublesome for those living on lower floors. Even with doors and screens closed, mosquitoes still invaded their homes. Consequently, insecticides and mosquito-repellent products in supermarkets were sold out. Despite living on a higher floor, Yunyang and her family were not spared from this insect nuisance. Tiny dark bugs would eagerly rush towards the light, crashing against the glass with a series of dull thuds. She retrieved a mosquito net from her space and draped it over the cradle of her child. Together with Ai, they wielded mosquito swatters to eliminate the larger insects, while they lit mosquito coils to dispatch the remaining mosquitoes, quickly reducing their numbers. Lowering the air conditioning a few degrees, she ensured the room was sufficiently cold to render the mosquitoes inactive. To prevent her child from catching a cold, she covered him with a blanket. After a flurry of activity, the two finally settled down. Ai perused a book he had purchased from the bookstore, which Yunyang noticed was a philosophical treatise. She unlocked her phone, scrolling through the news and forums, where familiar usernames were still active. Old pickled cabbage. As a resident of a coastal city, I am truly suffering. Big knife slicing watermelon seeds. The seeds and small stools are ready. Please commence your performance. Kong Shifu escaping beef. I've heard a bit. Are you currently living in a refugee camp? Sad pig intestines. It has been incredibly difficult. I once had a sea view apartment, but now it has been overturned by the tsunami. Coastal areas have suffered tremendously. We now sleep in a communal space, with dozens sharing a single bed. Can you believe it? Last night, a brother's stinky feet nearly ended up in my mouth. Caribbean kelp. Why not use your money to make a down payment on a house locally? Old pickled cabbage. I would love to buy, but I cannot afford it. Housing prices in fourth-tier cities have surged to 50,000 per square meter, with many desperate to purchase. If the local real estate bureau had not yet opened, these transactions would have already been completed. Yunyang felt a pang of regret. The prospect of buying a home was bleak, for the real estate bureau would likely remain closed, as the government was about to unify and consolidate real estate resources, prohibiting transactions. The situation regarding food was similarly dire. Once items sold out in supermarkets, they were not restocked, and the crisis was worsening. The government was covertly reallocating and controlling the remaining resources, sensing an ominous danger unlike any other this year. Suddenly, she felt something fall from the ceiling. Upon inspection, she discovered an insect on her pale pink blanket, its body a mottled gray-brown with compound eyes on either side. Small yet armed with serrated hind legs, it clung tightly to her blanket. A killer locust. Yunyang had almost forgotten this harbinger of disaster, a mutated species that feared no insecticide and consumed anything edible. A swarm of locusts could strip entire trees bare as they passed through green spaces, leaving behind a flurry of wood chips. These locusts not only feasted on grass, but exhibited a particular proclivity for meat, especially human flesh, exhibiting formidable aggression and reproductive capacity. They appeared silently in urban areas. Had it not been for a citizen who failed to return home one night, leading his family to alert the police, his tattered garments and the cleanly gnawed bones discovered in a puddle merely 500 meters from his home might not have raised official awareness of the locust's existence. Yunyang quietly rose, grasping a mosquito swatter from her bedside and swinging it forcefully at the locust. The creature sensed danger and attempted to take flight, only to be pinned down by her swatter. However, the swatter was too light, while effective against mosquitoes and flies. It was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow to the heavily armored locust. Ultimately, she resorted to crushing it beneath her foot after knocking it to the ground. Disgusted, she stripped the sheets and duvet cover from her bed, tossing them into the washing machine. Together with Ai, they scoured the cupboards, bathroom, and crevices in the ceiling, successfully unearthing 5 or 6 locusts that had evaded capture. 4 of them were found in the bathroom, having crawled up from the toilet's drainage pipe, sending a shiver down their spines at the thought of encountering one while seated, an unimaginable horror. Chapter 35. The Locust Plague. To prevent any further locusts from infiltrating through the sewers, Yunyang and Ai sealed all drainage pipes. Overnight, the city transformed into a sea of locusts. They swarmed in the crevices of homes, on beds, in hallways, and even in basements, tormenting humanity with their bites. The agricultural department dispatched extermination squads, but these locusts showed no fear of insecticides. A dark cloud of them filled the sky, leaving destruction in their wake. The city was brought to a standstill. This locust plague was far more terrifying than the floods that had previously inundated the urban landscape. The relentless pounding against windows and doors forced supermarkets to temporarily close, with pest control personnel and staff actively searching for the locusts that had flown inside. The agricultural department had declared the locust threat and alarming reproductive capacity, warning that if even a couple of them were missed in supermarkets brimming with supplies, their rapid breeding could swiftly devour the very resources meant to sustain the city's residents. Citizens cowered in their homes, too frightened to venture outside, while locusts clung to the glass windows, their greedy compound eyes fixated on the humans within. Their gray bodies were adorned with vibrant red and green specks. In older neighborhoods, wooden unit doors were reduced to mere thin boards, and many non-tempered glass windows shattered under the weight of countless locusts, allowing a whirlwind of them to surge inside. Terrified, people screamed, rushing to seek refuge with their neighbors. Yet those neighbors, equally besieged, had long since barricaded their wooden doors with wardrobes, leaving them powerless to assist. Despite this, numerous locusts managed to invade, swirling around the vegetables and grains piled in the kitchens, descending to feast upon them. Grain was the locusts' favored food, not only satisfying their hunger, but also accelerating their reproductive rate. These locusts consumed with astonishing speed, within moments. A swarm had devoured nearly half of a 10-kilogram bag of rice, their bellies swollen to twice their size, yet they continued to gorge themselves. People attempted to block the doors against the invading locusts while shooing them away from their food supplies. However, the locust's sharp legs clung tightly to the grain bags. And even if humans managed to crush them, the insects would not relinquish their hold on the food. In the end, the only solution was to tightly seal the bag's opening and stomp on it vigorously until silence ensued. Upon reopening it, they were met with a nauseating mix of red, green, and gray liquids saturating the rice, rendering the entire bag inedible. High-voltage power lines, utility poles, and the walls of towering urban edifices have been overrun by swarms of locusts. Their sharp mandibles leave a trail of bloody wounds on any human attempting to flee indoors. Yun-Yang gazed at the corpulent locusts clinging to the tempered glass of her home. They were a product of the recent heat wave, a global calamity that has wrought havoc, particularly in 32 states of the United States, where local livestock industries have been devastated. The sky-darkening locusts voraciously consume all flora, grains, and even carrion in their path. Why are the locusts left after the plague not considered fit for human consumption or as feed for poultry? It is because, during their flight and collisions, they produce a substance known as hydrogen cyanide, with a lethal dose of merely 1 milliliter per kilogram. Even a single locust can induce mild poisoning. In the past, the government responded to such plagues by capturing vast quantities of locusts, which were then processed in large grinders, dried at high temperatures, and pulverized to reduce toxin levels before being fed to livestock. Typically, locusts have a lifespan of only 2 to 3 months, and the current swarms are already in their mature phase, soon to mate and perish. However, these locusts are a composite of multiple hatching batches, and as long as the heat persists, they will not disperse. The decaying bodies of the earlier deceased locusts will fall into the water, rotting in the heat and contaminating water sources, exacerbating the scarcity of already limited freshwater resources. The gray locusts are now rampant globally, devastating agricultural crops and livestock, with losses amounting to hundreds of millions of renminbi. These locusts carry various pathogens, and the mortality rate from their bites reaches 20%. Citizens are urged to prepare adequately for protection. The ecological destruction wrought by gray locusts is immense, and all citizens are called to action, cooperating with official and community efforts to capture them. The alarm has officially sounded in this battle between humans and insects. Every television station and online media outlet is advocating for citizens to actively participate in this insect-catching initiative, repeatedly broadcasting the grim aftermath of previous locust plagues. The agricultural department has mobilized all available personnel, clad in protective gear, equipped with large trapping buckets and containers for the captured locusts, scouring the streets and alleys to net every visible locust. The initiative also encourages full public participation in swiftly capturing these disruptive locusts, otherwise, the food crisis will escalate. Each community is actively rallying its residents to get involved, distributing protective gear based on the number of volunteers. Those who capture locusts in quantities meeting official standards will receive additional summer relief supplies, and if they choose not to claim the materials immediately, their efforts will be credited as citizen points, which can later be redeemed for various items provided by the government, significantly boosting community enthusiasm. Yunyang's household has also been mobilized by community personnel, and without hesitation, she registered herself and Ai. It was not out of a profound sense of civic duty or responsibility, but rather due to the government finally introducing the concept of citizen points. In her previous life, she had struggled for survival, trading captured insects for food supplies for herself and her child, but in truth, citizen points were the most valuable currency. Unlike the capital monopoly in the United States, the Dragon Kingdom Scientific Academy actively researches various methods and weapons to combat natural disasters, particularly genetic agents. This groundbreaking agent stimulates human physical limits, allowing one to confront monsters born of calamity, akin to a surge of adrenaline. When faced with exhaustion or encountering formidable beasts, a single injection can instantly activate cellular factors within the body. The advent of genetic agents has significantly enhanced human survival rates during times of disaster, and only the Dragon Kingdom offers limited exchanges of this genetic agent for citizens. For foreigners, acquiring it requires either substantial material expenditure or high-priced technological exchanges. While one could purchase it from the United States, in that capital-dominated nation, one would be stripped of every last layer of skin to justify their capitalist title. Citizen points are indeed a valuable asset, and she and Ai should start accumulating them now, as the redemption for genetic agents becomes available. These points will become increasingly scarce. Chapter 36. The Insect Catching Initiative. Due to the gray locust resistance to pesticides, the plan for drone aerial spraying has failed, necessitating a reliance on the populace for capture. After feeding her child, Yunyang placed him in the space, disregarding his reluctant pout. The protective suits provided by the government were somewhat thin, and Yunyang had no intention of using them. In these extraordinary times, it was commendable that the authorities could provide such protective clothing to every citizen participating in the insect-catching initiative, yet Yunyang feared for her life. Even Ai's suit was similarly bulky and suffocating. A little discomfort was a small price to pay compared to the risk of being bitten by locusts and contracting strange viruses, both tightly bundled. They ventured outdoors with their insect nets and 2 large rubber buckets. On the streets, many others were even more extravagantly wrapped than Yunyang and Ai, evidently having taken to heart the reported 20% mortality rate from locust bites. The devastation wrought by the gray locusts was evident. The greenery along the roads was reduced to mere stumps and debris, with swarms everywhere. Yunyang and Ai found that it took little effort to dip their nets into the swarms and fill their buckets to the brim. In the open-air environment of the insect-catching effort, Yunyang dared not use her space to store the locusts, opting instead to compress the writhing masses in her rubber buckets with relentless determination. The authorities only requested the collection of locusts, indifferent to whether they were alive or dead. So she had to maximize her limited buckets for the capture of more gray locusts. The official collection trucks moved slowly along the road, ready to exchange full buckets for new ones and record weights via ID checks. Yunyang and Ai worked swiftly, having already swapped out 2 buckets of locusts and earned 20 citizen points. Accumulating these points was no easy feat. She recalled that in her previous life. A single vial of genetic agent started at a minimum of 10,000 points based on time sensitivity. After collecting 2 buckets of locusts, the truck tossed down 2 new buckets and Yunyang and Ai resumed their insect-catching endeavor. The locust crisis was so severe that, in addition to the citizens, professional teams from the agricultural department were working around the clock in shifts to capture them. By evening, as they returned home, both Yunyang and Ai had each amassed 50 points. The insect-catching initiative proved fruitful. Upon returning, they turned on the emergency lights and noticed that the locusts clinging to their windows were no longer as dense. Exhausted after a day's labor, Yunyang washed and fed her child, then placed him in his favorite toy nook on the sofa for Ai to supervise, while she swiftly prepared dinner for the 2 of them. She casually inquired, "Can you eat cilantro?" Ai, with his youthful innocence, nodded in agreement. Yunyang quickly whipped up a cilantro salad with beef, blanching the beef slices, then combining them with green and red peppers, chili powder, salt, chicken essence, and minced garlic. Drizzling hot oil over it all, finishing with monosodium glutamate, oyster sauce, and sesame seeds for an exquisite flavor. Next, she chopped chicken thighs, marinated them in light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, pepper, and sugar. Frying them with oil and green onions to create scallion oil before tossing in the marinated chicken to stir-fry until tender and fragrant, perfectly delectable. Just in time. The rice was also ready. The siblings each served themselves generous bowls of rice, topped with equal portions of the dishes from both pots, and brought their steaming bowls to the table. I resolutely retrieved 2 bottles of soda from the refrigerator, and before they began their meal, the siblings joyfully clinked their glasses together, then focused wholeheartedly on their food. The air conditioning in the room emitted a refreshing chill, providing a reprieve from the sweltering summer heat, and with the delicious hot food before them, the weariness of the day seemed to dissipate. Notifications from WeChat on the table chimed incessantly. Yunyuan, while eating, checked her phone, discovering discussions among the residents of the Yujing Garden community. Building 3's Luo Dagong remarked, "After a whole day of catching bugs, this is all I get?" Image, a pound of rice, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 bottles of Huxiong Zhengqi water. I'm utterly exhausted. It hardly seems worth it. Building 9's Zhang Lifeng responded, "The authorities are merely exploiting our cheap labor. My old bones can hardly take it." Building 9's Lin Suiqin chimed in, "Old sister, did you also go bug catching?" Zhang Lifeng replied, "Not me, my son and daughter-in-law went. I'm at home babysitting." Building 2's Fong Chang expressed his frustration. "Damn it. Those locusts have devoured several bags of rice and flour that I bought. Does anyone have any to spare? I'll pay." A moment of silence fell over the group. Who among them had spare grain at this time? Even if they did, it was unlikely anyone would sell or lend it out, given the uncertainty of how long this calamity would last. Building SIXS Sconlay exclaimed, "Stop pretending to be dead. We're not refusing to pay. Are our neighbors so cold-hearted as to let us suffer?" Building 1's Yang Tian complained, "It's sweltering. My home feels like a furnace. My points are still tied to my ID. It's too hot for me to even bother redeeming supplies." Fong Chang retorted, "Sister, it's hot. Come to your brother's place to cool off. The air conditioning is fixed." Yang Tian shot back, "Get lost, you lecher. Who would go to your place?" Fong Chang lashed out, "You foul-mouthed witch. I was being nice." Building 4's He Wanwan interjected, "Everyone, stop arguing. Don't you smell that delicious food? I'm drooling. It seems incredibly appetizing." Building 4's Feng Rui added, "I smell it too. It's wafting from Building 1. Could it be from the apartment on the 22nd floor with air conditioning?" Residents from various floors chimed in, "Is it your family? We're all in these spacious flats. It's such a waste for just 2 people to enjoy the air conditioning. Why not let us neighbors benefit too?" Building 1's Lu De clarified, "It's really not us. Our clothes are still damp from the heat." Building 1's Yinhua added, "Not my family either." Building 1's Zhao Chao remarked, "It's the family above me. I hear their air conditioning unit every night. I'm so envious." Lin Suiqin from Building 9 asked, "What floor are you on?" Zhao Chao replied, "The 21st, Lu De, Yinhua, and Yunyuan pondered, "It seems to be you guys." Yunyuan hadn't anticipated being called out in the group chat and promptly refused. "No, I refuse," she asserted. Regardless of the insults hurled at her for being stingy, she remained steadfast. The comfortable environment she had created was for herself and those she wished to protect, her beloved son, Zai Zai, and Ai, her brother who would sacrifice anything for her. Those neighbors were merely opportunists. Why should she indulge them? With that, she flipped her phone face down on the table. And she and Ai savored their meal, letting the envy and resentment of others wash over them. "Are we going bug catching tonight?" Ai inquired. Yunyuan nodded, glancing at him. "Yes. Can your body handle it?" Although his wounds had healed and the stitches removed, Yunyuan worried that the strain of work might exhaust him. Chapter 37. The Warm Light Bug Catching. Ai affirmed, "No problem." After finishing their meal, Yunyuan placed the sleeping Zai Zai into a safe space. Zai Zai seemed to be repaying her kindness. At just 2 months old, he quickly overcame his colic and could sleep through the night, a feat many adults struggled with in these calamitous times. Yunyuan and Ai assisted each other in donning their protective suits, which Yunyuan had previously stockpiled to guard against future acid rain. Now, they were put to use for bug catching. Catching bugs at night proved to be simpler than during the day, thanks to the experience provided by the authorities in her past life. They would utilize warm light to attract insects. It seemed that insects were inherently drawn to light at night. The safety of flying in illuminated areas far exceeded the risks of being preyed upon in darkness. Bug catching was divided into zones, and Yunyuan and Ai were assigned to the southern district. The national mobilization for bug catching mirrored the previous incentivized egg collection, yielding swift results. Upon reaching the southern area, they noticed a significant reduction in locusts along the roadside and in the trees. At least, their nets were no longer filled to the brim. The leader of the agricultural department's bug-catching team, Su Anfeng, greeted them with a smile. "Wow, you two are quite dedicated. Not too exhausted from the day?" Yunyuan replied with a smile, "Just trying to contribute a little more for our country." Su Anfeng gave a thumbs up. "Exactly. That's the spirit. Commendable awareness." Yunyuan smiled. Serving the nation was one reason, but she also sought citizen points. These points would gradually replace various currencies under national control, especially with the US dollar losing its purchasing power in donghua. With that thought, she noted that her account still held several thousand yuan and decided that she and Ai would visit the supermarket tomorrow to spend it. The streets of the southern district were lined with warm lights specifically set up for bug catching. There were rewards for citizens participating in bug catching, and naturally, the agricultural department's team would also receive compensation. Su Anping's warm lights were large and round, attracting swarms of locusts that clung tightly to the surface, leaving only occasional gaps for the light to shine through. Once the lights were full, the team members would use large nets to capture the insects and transfer them into specialized rubber barrels, then promptly replace the filled barrels with empty ones to repeat the process. Yunyuan and Ai, without hesitation, retrieved a generator and several small warm lights from their vehicle, lining them up along the roadside. These warm lights were included as a gift when they purchased the generator. Yunyuan had overlooked them until she organized her storage space later on. After setting up the power, the warm lights illuminated brightly. Su Anping exclaimed, "You two are quite skilled." Yunyuan humbly responded, "I grew up in the countryside. When pestilence struck and pesticides weren't an option, we used this method at night, and it worked wonders." Indeed, it did work. Within moments of their conversation, Yunyuan's small warm light was nearly swarming with locusts. Ai swiftly scooped them up with a net and filled the rubber barrel to the brim. The frequent barrel changes were well coordinated, as the agricultural team's rubber barrel truck was parked directly across from them, ensuring no delay in their bug-catching efforts. Su Anping was astonished to find that Yunyuan and Ai's bug-catching speed rivaled that of his own team, leaving him utterly amazed. The duo continued their work until 3 in the morning. Su Anping, having received the authority to exchange points from the state, facilitated their redemption of 100 points each. Remarkably, the locusts were even easier to catch at night than during the day. Upon returning home, they took a refreshing shower, and Yunyuan meticulously sealed the drains in the sink, toilet, and kitchen to prevent any locusts from crawling back up through the plumbing. Yunyuan slept soundly until late morning, only roused by the soft cooing of Zai Zai. After washing her face in the master bedroom and changing clothes, she cradled Zai Zai and stepped out of her room. Ai had already prepared water in a thermos, perfectly heated to 45 degrees for making formula. Yunyuan mixed the formula, and Zai Zai drank with delight. Ai was a novice in the kitchen, so he simply took some frozen buns and dumplings from the refrigerator, placed them in the steamer, added a bit of water to the base, and began to steam them. After finishing his milk, the little one was reluctant to be cradled horizontally. Ai took him from Yunyang's arms, expertly patted him to release a burp, then held him upright against his chest to gaze at the few scattered locusts clinging to the window. The child's eyes were transfixed, and as Ai gently walked around with him for about half an hour, he eventually laid him down on the sofa. The little one immediately lifted his head high, supporting his small body as well. Just then, Yunyang emerged from the kitchen carrying the steamed buns and dumplings. Seeing his bright blue eyes intently focused on her, she smiled and greeted him. "Hi, sweetheart." The little one beamed back at her. Yunyang, brimming with excitement, turned to Ai. "Look, Ai. Doesn't he seem to recognize that I'm his mother?" Ai nodded with a smile. Yunyang set down what she was carrying, clapped her hands, and reached out. "Sweetheart. Come to mommy." The little one laughed even more joyfully until he became too weary, and his little head fell onto the soft sofa. Concerned he might hold his breath, Yunyang quickly scooped him up. She noticed that his gross motor skills were developing much faster than those of his peers. Thinking back to her previous life, where her son had been frail yet full of spirit, she felt a pang of nostalgia. Ai poured each of them a glass of milk. And as Yunyang cuddled the little one while eating, she played with him until they both finished their breakfast. The little one's eyes began to droop, indicating he was tired from playing. Yunyang gently patted his small back to lull him to sleep, and once he was sound asleep, she placed him in a cozy nook in their space. Every time she utilized this space, she would think of her ex-husband, Lin Lu. Their life together had been akin to that of an ordinary couple, except she had never worried about finances since he came into her life. After he went missing, she reported it to the police and searched for a long time, but it was as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving even the authorities to question whether he had ever existed or was merely a figment of her imagination. Had it not been for the life growing inside her, she might have doubted her own sanity. She had initially thought him dead, and indeed, he had passed away. Yet he left behind a considerable fortune for her and their child. More precious than that wealth, however, was the skin tone card that melded with the human form, which, once activated, became her current space. It was a concept she had never encountered, even in the era of calamities. In her past life, she had rejected this inheritance, leading her to wonder if the space card had remained dormant all this time. Such a waste. Chapter 38. Urban Scalpers. Let us hold off on catching bugs for now, Yunyang said, recalling a news alert she had seen on her phone yesterday. Due to the rapid progress of the nationwide bug-catching campaign, major supermarkets had switched to shopping mode today. With only a few thousand left in her bank account, she thought, why not spend it? Let us go spend some money. The two drove to the nearest supermarket, where they were met with a throng of people waiting to swipe their IDs to enter. Many who had just finished shopping set off the security alarms as they exited. The security personnel would then lead them to a small room to remove their outer clothing until the concealed items were uncovered. With the drought and locust plague, fruits and vegetables had skyrocketed to over 100 yuan per pound, with purchase limits in place. Many shoppers would discreetly stash items on their person. But now individual vegetables were coded, and passing through security without payment would trigger an alarm. The security staff had grown accustomed to this scenario. Their job was to ensure that no unpaid items left the supermarket. You say illegal searches warrant a police report? They truly have no fear. Every large supermarket has 6 police officers on staff, 3 men and 3 women, to supervise the searches. By the time Yunyang and Ai entered the supermarket, an hour had already passed. And despite wearing some protective clothing and hats, they were drenched in sweat. The others waiting outside fared no better. Yunyang, who had a compulsion to spend every last cent, felt compelled to spend every bit she had. Others, however, were in dire straits, unable to buy rice or flour, facing hunger due to their minimalist lifestyles, with empty homes where even expired snacks were scarce. Some families had failed to safeguard their food supplies, which were devoured clean when the locust struck, leaving behind only remnants that could cause illness if consumed, especially since even antidiarrheals were hard to come by. Upon entering, Yunyang and Ai discovered that water supplies had ceased. The shelves in the beverage aisle were completely bare, with everyone limited to purchasing a meager amount of vegetables and fruits, sold at exorbitant prices without the option to choose. It was a seller's market. If you didn't want to buy, there were plenty of others eager to snatch up the offerings. In these trying times, everyone could only express their frustration quietly, as this was not an isolated occurrence in this supermarket. Yunyang had sufficient provisions, particularly for the wilted vegetables and fruits. Once inside, she focused on purchasing essentials like tissues, sanitary napkins, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, even clearing out the cultural supplies section of books. After the apocalypse, these books would become the last cradle of humanity, making it exceedingly rare to find a single one later on, as most had been burned for warmth during the bitter cold. By the time she reached the checkout, her last few thousand yuan had nearly been spent. As she stood by the register, she noticed various brands of condoms displayed nearby. Estimating her remaining funds, she realized she could use the rest to purchase condoms. Those waiting to check out regarded her and Ai with bemusement, and even the typically aloof Ai felt a flush creep across his face, thankfully concealed by his mask and bangs. Yunyang noticed their curious glances, but had developed a thick skin after facing the apocalypse. Their opinions were of little consequence to her. Condoms can indeed serve a purpose, but they have many uses beyond mere contraception. Before their introduction, they underwent rigorous leak tests, making them suitable for outdoor water storage. They can also waterproof electronic devices when submerged. They can be inflated to serve as flotation devices. Filled with water, they can act as magnifying glasses for starting fires. And their elasticity can even function as a tourniquet. Such a versatile item should not be narrowly defined solely for preventing unwanted pregnancies. Bye. The fortune left by her ex-husband, along with her savings, had dwindled to nothing. If it weren't for the 3 dimes and 7 cents that were truly unspendable, she would have even splurged those. As they drove home, she placed all their purchases into the space. Now the shelves were overflowing, stacked high like miniature mountains. On the 3rd day of the locust plague, due to the collective effort of the populace, these insects began to vanish en masse. The water sources had dried up under the scorching sun, and with the existing scarcity, pollution of the water supply was hardly a concern. Water tanks reappeared at the entrances of every community, and people began to queue for limited water rations. Yunyang and Ai parked their car in a blind spot to keep it safe and walked to the community water tank to join the line. Others returning from the supermarket flocked to fill their containers. Vegetables are selling at sky-high prices now. One person exclaimed. My mom and I stood in line for so long and only managed to get a nearly dehydrated cabbage and 2 potatoes, which cost me 200 yuan. We won't be able to afford vegetables anymore. You at least managed to buy some. We had to resort to scalpers. Regarding the previously withdrawn flood vegetables, they are now being sold at exorbitant prices. 2 zucchinis, 2 tomatoes, a cabbage, and 2 taros cost a staggering 1,500 yuan. Is this not outrageous? The residents who overheard this couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Historically, vegetable prices have never soared to such heights. Had they foreseen this, they could have hoarded a batch of vegetables and become millionaires by now. But how could one stockpile vegetables? These items are seasonal. They begin to dehydrate and decay within a week at most. Those suppliers specializing in vegetables possess dedicated cold storage facilities, which are essential for prolonging the freshness of their produce. With each day without rain, prices remain stubbornly high, compounded by the locust plague. If you wish to purchase, you should act swiftly. I suspect vegetable prices will continue to climb. In any case, everything is valuable now except for money, which holds the least worth. All right, young lady. Please provide me with that scalper's contact. I'll buy after I finish fetching water. Yun Yang refrained from joining their conversation. Currently, Long Country is grappling with shortages of both water and food, and these suppliers, rather than behaving decently, have taken on the role of scalpers, perhaps fearing a death that is not swift enough. Indeed, later that afternoon, Yun Yang received a notification on her phone. Certain vegetable suppliers engaged in scalping to inflate prices had their goods confiscated and were detained for a month, pending further evaluation of their conduct. The locust surge under the scorching heat had passed, yet mosquitoes remained rampant. Yun Yang merely turned off the air conditioning and briefly opened the windows to ventilate the room. Despite having screens, both she and Ai were beset by mosquito bites, their skin covered in welts. The exposed skin of Yun Yang, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, bore countless itchy bites, while Ai, in long pants and a short-sleeved shirt, had his arms affected and discovered that his legs, too, were heavily bitten. Chapter 39. A Body Full of Bites. The bites itched unbearably, prompting Yun Yang to retrieve both medicated oil and mosquito repellent, applying them to every exposed area of her skin, transforming herself into a veritable walking insect repellent. Ai, however, remained remarkably composed. Having grown up on an island, he had encountered even worse mosquitoes than those in the city, thus possessing a far greater tolerance than Yun Yang. Mosquitoes can transmit infectious diseases, especially in this sweltering weather, and avoiding bites is paramount. Under Yun Yang's watchful eye, Ai dutifully applied the repellent to his arms, neck, and legs. The spacious home was soon filled with the pungent scent of medicated oil. Fortunately, they had not let the little one out. Otherwise, even his tender skin would have been targeted by these audacious mosquitoes. In Building 9, Lin Suichin inquired, does anyone have floral water, medicated oil, or insect repellent? The group fell silent, no one responding. Lin Suichin continued, I can trade food for it. In Building 4, Feng Rui replied, how would you trade? I can spare 2 bottles of floral water. He Wanwan from Building 4 added, I can also spare a bottle of insecticide. Lin Suichin suggested, how about I buy your supplies with cash? Auntie's food stock is running low. Feng Rui asked. How much are you offering? Lin Suichin countered, I can offer 20 yuan per bottle for medicated oil, 32 for floral water, and 60 for insect repellent. What do you think? Feng Rue retorted, Are you joking? Lin Suiqin replied, What do you mean, joking? Yunyang and Ai lay on the sofa, quietly observing the unfolding drama in the group chat. The nationwide insect-catching initiative and subsidies had been cancelled, as the remaining insects could be managed by local officials and community personnel, thus avoiding the expenditure of substantial resources to mobilize the populace. Although the official announcement stated that citizens' points could be stored for future material exchanges at their convenience, the majority of townsfolk opted to redeem their points immediately. Yunyang's points remained intact, as she had no intention of redeeming materials. She planned to exchange them for the gene serum that Long Country would develop in a few years, gradually accumulating points alongside Ai. She did not deny her self-serving nature. Solely considering herself, the little one, and Ai, she would not involve herself in matters that did not benefit her, preferring to recline at home and observe the quarrels in the community group. Feng Rue remarked, currently, outside, a bottle of medicated oil, insect repellent, and floral water sells for 200 to 300 yuan. Who will you entice with your meager cash? Lin Suiqin shot back, We are neighbors. You can't profit at our expense. Feng Rue replied. He Wanwan chimed in, I just remembered we don't have enough either, so I won't trade. Lin Suiqin exclaimed, Feng Rue. He Wanwan, how can you be so heartless? You have these items yet refuse to help. Is this how your parents raised you to treat your fellow beings? He Wanwan retorted, My parents taught me not to be greedy for small gains, auntie. It seems yours never taught you how to conduct yourself. Take your meager cash to the supermarket and buy insecticide. After all, your money is worth more than anyone else's. In Building 3, Luo Dagong commented, Auntie, instead of squabbling, why not head to the supermarket? I must tell you, many have succumbed to skin infections and died due to mosquito bites during this hot weather, especially among the elderly and children. Hospitals are overwhelmed and many patients are waiting at home for notifications. After Luo's words, the group fell silent. Likely because the aunt was frightened into purchasing insecticide and floral water. These items were also in short supply at the supermarket when Yunyang and Ai went to buy. They found that the medicated oil, which previously cost 8 yuan per bottle, had risen to 16. Compared to food prices, this increase was somewhat acceptable. So Yunyang did not deplete the shelves, but left plenty for others. After all, her stock of such supplies in her space was ample, and she had no fear of mosquito bites without protection. Yunyang increasingly dreaded venturing outside, as everyone bore an unpleasant odor, and freshwater resources had dwindled to the point where even quenching thirst was a challenge, let alone bathing or washing hair. She could only endure the oiliness of her scalp and body while waiting for water supply restoration. However, with temperatures rising, the prospect of restoring water seemed bleak. People were on the verge of dehydration from the heat. The country's freshwater resources were critically low. Each resident's allocation had been reduced from 2 liters to 1. Water scarcity had led to eliminating the rinsing process for washing rice and cooking. Washing hair and bathing had become a luxury, and even flushing toilets was done with the limited amount of wastewater available. Now, except for Yunyang's home, the rest of the community's bathrooms reeked of urine. As water and electricity were restored, many shops reopened. Ai, having nothing to do at home, dragged Yunyang to the newly opened gym, teaching her self-defense techniques, including Sanda and Muay Thai. The more he instructed her, the more he felt as if he were sparring with himself, a sensation he had noticed since their first encounter after his injury. Yunyang expected Ai to inquire further, yet he merely frowned and did not pursue the matter. The gym was air-conditioned, attracting many who sought to enjoy the cool air, but the owners, seasoned practitioners, were not easily intimidated and locked the doors against any unruly behavior. Before enrolling, Yunyang and Ai had spent their savings, but the owners were accommodating and accepted goods as payment. Yunyang exchanged a 20-kilogram bag of rice and 2 liters of mineral water for the venue fee. Many students came to benefit from the air conditioning, but since they had previously paid, Yunyang and Ai were granted a private room. During Yunyang's second learning session of Ai's lethal techniques, she discovered that in her previous life, there were numerous skills she had hastily neglected to master. Had she honed them properly, their potency would have exceeded her expectations by tenfold. Over the course of 3 consecutive days, Yunyang grew increasingly adept at the techniques taught by Ai. Ai was a master of firearms, exhibiting remarkable accuracy with an array of weaponry, and his prowess with smaller blades such as daggers and military knives was equally impressive. After a dazzling display of his knife skills, one would be left bewildered as to where he had concealed his weaponry. After 3 days of training alongside him, coupled with her past experiences, Yun Yang finally acquired the ability to strike unseen. However, her hands itched with a desire to test her newfound skills. Yet she found herself unable to find a target, as they were still ensconced in a society governed by law, free from the savage beasts of a calamitous era. As they returned home one evening, they observed their neighbors hastily scurrying about the community, some with their heads tightly wrapped in scarves, making their way to the supermarket. The mosquitoes had grown increasingly ferocious, and witnessing the plight of others left Yun Yang and Yun Yi sighing in sympathy. Chapter 40. The Collapse of Housing Prices. As the prices of various commodities in the city skyrocketed uncontrollably, many residents with limited disposable income began to panic. Real estate agencies sprang into action, eager to sell properties. Houses that once commanded tens of millions in the third and fourth rings of the city plummeted to mere millions overnight, now requiring full cash payments. Yet, the number of inquiries was alarmingly low. With even the most basic necessities like food and water becoming difficult to procure, the question of purchasing properties seemed absurd. Inquiries dwindled to a mere trickle, leaving the agencies shivering in the cold of a stagnant market. Eventually, landlords had no choice but to slightly reduce their asking prices, accepting loans and offering commissions to agents, all in the hope of selling their properties. After managing to catch a couple of potential buyers, they were dismayed to find that the capital's real estate bureau remained closed indefinitely, signifying the government's current stance against property transactions. Wealthy individuals, burdened with multiple properties, found themselves unable to sell, relying solely on community subsidies to stave off hunger, while any hopes of better sustenance required alternative arrangements. The ground temperature persisted around 76 degrees, and stepping outside was met with a wave of heat, causing residents to sweat profusely and remain indoors, fervently fanning themselves. Hospitals were inundated with cases of heat stroke and dehydration, while manufacturers struggled to keep up with the demand for cooling medications, leading to nationwide shortages. Pharmacies were stripped bare of any heat-related remedies, regardless of pricing or limitations, while supermarkets faced even graver shortages, nearly emptied of stock, with newly arrived fans, air conditioners, and refrigerators disappearing within moments. The community even established a cooling hall, yet the overwhelming crowd and the incessant influx of people kept the temperature from dropping. Flights, high-speed trains, and all forms of public transport were suspended, and highways and elevated roads were closed to prevent collapses and accidents due to weakened foundations from flooding. Supply trucks were forced to take longer routes, significantly increasing transit times, a necessary precaution for safety. In stark contrast to Longgua's orderly response, the streets of Miliangguo were engulfed in chaos, with rampant looting and vandalism. Food prices soared, and any unsold goods were destroyed rather than sold at reduced prices. Previously visible homeless individuals perished in the floods, lacking access to oxygen tanks. The Chinese embassy in Miliangguo had already initiated evacuation plans, with embassies worldwide following suit. Kuwaitian country fared even worse, having historically maintained a close alliance with its elder brother. It had nearly faced total submersion due to seawater inundation, and with its geography surrounded by water, half of its population perished before the remaining elite found refuge in their respective bunkers. The country's nuclear wastewater was yet to be discharged and had instead flowed back into the island territory. In a desperate plea for assistance, they reached out to their elder brother, only to be met with a cold refusal, as the message conveyed was that their own nation was struggling to manage, leaving them to fend for themselves or pay for refuge in Miliangguo. Kuwaitian country began seeking aid from neighboring nations, and when their request reached the Bear country, the president warmly welcomed them, excitedly introducing them to their new location in the Siberian tundra, a place once traversed by the ancestors of Kuwaitian. This revelation sent a wave of terror through them, as Longwa stood poised at the border, ready to defend its territory fiercely. The situation in Honghua was even more dire. As a populous nation, it had lost a significant number of impoverished citizens during this global catastrophe. The filth from slums had been washed into the capital, transforming it into a breeding ground for bacteria. Yun Yang consistently found herself grateful for being born in Longhua, where she thrived under its formidable protection, unlike those in other nations facing hellish beginnings. Longgua's efficiency in addressing crises was remarkable, as demonstrated during the recent locust plague. Within 3 days, They mobilized the populace to capture the pests, grinding them into powder to serve as poultry feed. The city was once again restored to clarity. While the extreme temperatures rendered agricultural production impossible, incinerating the dry straw that had once sheltered the locusts. Both Yunyang and Ai had refrained from venturing outside in the sweltering heat, opting instead to stay indoors, practicing self-defense techniques at the gym each evening, preparing for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. As social beings, Yunyang contemplated leading her child and Ai to a safe haven, a utopia away from chaos. But with the onset of natural disasters, no place seemed secure. Overrun with mutated flora and ceaselessly emerging monsters, only human sanctuaries offered a glimmer of respite. For now, she could still reside in her high-rise, but in a year or two, the emergence of the winged bone dragon would prompt Donghua to flatten skyscrapers for reconstruction, erecting protective electric fences. At that point, she would be relegated to a small 2-bedroom apartment. Building 6, Raojin. Images of dehydrated vegetables. Building 6. Raojin, my heart bleeds. The vegetables I bought at such a high price have turned to this after just 2 days. Building 2. Fengcheng, just eat them when you buy them. Who told you to leave them sitting around? You brought this on yourself. Building 6, Raojin, spare me your sarcasm. Do you think I wanted this? There's too much stock at home, and I can't eat it all. Building 6, Ganlei, sister. Just how much do you have hoarded at home that you can't finish? I'll buy some from you. Realizing her misstep, the sister in Building 6 found herself at a loss for words as Fengcheng and Ganlei fell silent. As the scarcity of supplies grew acute, those with ample reserves became prime targets for hunting. Yunyang recalled how, during her last cooking endeavor, the aroma wafted into neighboring homes, prompting discussions in the group. While it was fortunate that families still had food now, she knew that when the time came with nothing left to eat, people would not hesitate to resort to theft to survive. Determined to take action, she resolved to prepare a batch of highly aromatic dishes, such as snail noodles, big plate chicken, pickled fish, and braised pork. Without delay, she retrieved 4 large black fish from her storage basin and tossed them into the sink for Ai to clean. With his mastery of the dagger, Ai swiftly transformed the weapon into an efficient tool for scaling and gutting the fish, his speed so remarkable it appeared as though he were a blur. The black fish were meticulously cleaned, and Yunyang even wished to procure a few more. The freshly washed fish were expertly filleted by Ai. These black fish were destined for a delectable sauerkraut fish dish, for which Yunyang had already washed and chopped the sauerkraut to perfection. Chapter 41. Culinary Creations. The fish in the reservoir, having few natural predators, grew exceptionally plump. Each black fish Yunyang presented could easily serve 7 or 8 portions for a single diner. To simplify her task, she prepared the ingredients for 4 sauerkraut fish dishes along with the sauerkraut, ready to be cooked in one pot. The sauerkraut fish came in 2 varieties, clear broth and spicy broth, with Yunyang favoring the clear broth version that allowed her to savor both the tender meat and the flavorful soup. The sauerkraut was cut into segments and seasoned with salt, MSG, and egg white to enhance the fish's texture, concluding with a touch of starch to marinate the fish. Once the oil reached the desired temperature, the fish bones were added to the pan with a satisfying sizzle, releasing an irresistible aroma. The sauerkraut, along with ginger and scallions, was stir-fried together before pure water was poured in, accompanied by a dash of vinegar and some chili peppers. The tantalizing fragrance of the sauerkraut fish filled the air. And finally, the fish fillets were introduced, topped with minced garlic and scallions, drizzled with hot oil to complete the dish. Yunyang proudly placed the large pot of sauerkraut fish on the table for Ai to portion out. Ai, skilled with knives yet now accustomed to using the serving ladle of the cafeteria, endeavored to ensure each bowl contained an equal share of fish. Did you think that the snail noodles were merely a simple boiled dish? No, indeed. The resourceful Yunyang would never settle for anything less than a lavish feast for her palate. The chicken feet she had stored were deep-fried in hot oil and then braised with a seasoning pack. Tiger skin chicken feet were her absolute favorite. Both the supermarket bot and the 2 pressure cookers in her home were filled to the brim with chicken feet and pig trotters. Pan-fried eggs, crispy tofu, fried chicken legs, king crabs, and baby octopuses adorned the table, as Yunyang aimed to elevate the snail noodles to their highest potential. To ensure no one went hungry, Yunyang felt as if she had become an insatiable eater since her rebirth, and Ai shared the same appetite. It was hard to fathom how the lean siblings required such large bowls of food. Yunyang retrieved 6 slightly smaller grass carps from her storage. handing them to Ai for filleting. Ai's knife skills were nothing short of exceptional for slicing the fish. The disposable large meal boxes she had previously ordered were now put to good use, as a variety of small ingredients and braised delicacies were arranged inside, topped with pristine crab legs. The cooked snail noodles and broth were poured over, and Ai swiftly sealed the boxes, concluding the task. The plan for a large plate of chicken was spontaneously transformed into spicy chicken skewers when Yunyang stumbled upon the base for the dish while rummaging through her supplies. The thought of the fragrant and spicy flavors of the skewers invigorated her, and despite being stuffed from the pig trotters, she felt there was still room to indulge further. Especially with the sweltering heat of summer, a cool dish was most enticing. Without hesitation, she dragged out several large bags of hot pot balls, along with hairy crabs, pork skewers, beef skewers, chicken hearts, feet, and wings, all essential ingredients. The seafood shelf was lined with conch, king crabs, and red magic shrimp, all threaded onto bamboo skewers. Enoki mushrooms, broccoli, baby bok choy, cabbage, corn, and fish tofu were meticulously chopped by Yunyang, filling the living room to the brim with ingredients, even necessitating the relocation of the baby stroller into her room. Now, an electric cradle gently rocked the little one, who seemed like a tiny boss keeping watch over Yunyang and Ai from within their line of sight. The two spent a grueling 3 hours threading skewers, their hands feeling numb, and the once familiar dishes seemed to slip from their minds. While preparing the broth, they should have used chicken stock, however, with no time to spare. Yunyang resorted to a concentrated soup base. The flavor might not rival that of homemade chicken broth, but at a crucial moment, it sufficed to fill their bellies without excessive fuss. With 2 electric pressure cookers fully occupied, Yunyang cleaned a large stainless steel basin from the bathroom to boil the skewers on the gas stove, 1 pot for meat and another for vegetables, both overflowing with ingredients. The skewers, once boiled, appeared pale and uninviting, but a drizzle of red oil and sesame seasoning transformed them, unleashing a mouth-watering aroma that made Yunyang's eyes glisten. Though her stomach was truly full, the spicy chicken skewers were to Ai's liking. He packed them while munching, and any leftover skewers could be cleaned and reused, as Yunyang had purchased reusable metal skewers rather than disposable bamboo ones. How could summer refreshments be complete without fresh seafood? Yunyang sliced a large bowl of salmon, shrimp, Arctic clams, and sablefish, their simple yet beautiful colors packaged into charming little takeout boxes resembling exquisite treats. The leftover crab roe from the king crabs was too precious to waste. Yunyang utilized some to stir-fry noodles and the rest to create crab roe sauce for mixing with rice, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma that could make anyone swoon. To achieve the freedom of crab roe sauce, Yunyang prepared several pots of rice in the rice cooker, and inspired by her previous ingredients, she crafted rice balls topped with seaweed sheets, delectable and filling. Braised pork undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 dishes in Yunyang's repertoire, especially the combination of braised pork and quail eggs, which she could never tire of. Could she forgo it while preparing her provisions? Certainly not, it was a must. Using her home-style method, she blanched the pork, then braised it with her secret recipe, adding quail eggs. The moment the pot opened, a rich meaty aroma wafted through the air, and upon tasting, the fatty meat seemed to dissolve in her mouth, while the lean meat required only a gentle bite to reveal its tender, melt-in-your-mouth texture. Yunyang then took out a steamer filled with an array of buns, including various fillings, steamed buns, brown sugar buns, and xiaomai, while the second layer was reserved for crab roe buns and soup dumplings. Had she not checked her inventory, she might never have realized she had purchased such an eclectic assortment of buns. Since they were bought, they must be consumed. Throughout the afternoon, she steamed several boxes of stockpiled buns and stored them in her space. A considerable amount of king crabs, emperor crabs, and various conches were also steamed, served with a soul-satisfying dipping sauce, ready for immediate enjoyment. Dishes like coconut chicken, sour soup beef, sweet and sour ribs, garlic spare ribs, and soup-filled shrimp balls were also prepared in abundance. In summary, after completing the food preparation, she was utterly exhausted, her arms too weary to lift. Ai, who had diligently packed the last portion of food, slumped onto the sofa. Both spent the day in the kitchen and living room, aside from attending to the baby, either cooking or packing food. The packaged meals were placed on the shelves of her space, filling 3 large racks, a testament to their hard work from dawn till midnight. They had certainly eaten their fill, and after a day saturated with cooking aromas, they were quite content. With the windows open during cooking, Yunyang finally closed the glass after bathing the baby and herself, cradling the little one as they headed to bed. Chapter 42. Tears of envy trickle from the corners of the mouth. She slept soundly until noon the next day. Upon exiting her room, Yunyang found Ai had returned his portion of water, still 1 liter, both of them storing it in the kitchen. Perhaps having overindulged in the previous day's rich feast, Yunyang felt no desire for such heavy fare in the morning. Instead, she craved light congee and side dishes. She inquired of Ai, who shared her sentiment. The lingering smell of oil and smoke clung to them from the previous day, and the thought of rich food now felt somewhat unappetizing. Thus, they decided to opt for something more delicate. Yunyang prepared a pot of plain rice porridge in the rice cooker, and the two enjoyed a simple meal accompanied by pickled long beans. The pots in the kitchen were nearly exhausted from their labors yesterday. Yunyang resolved to grant them a well-deserved respite today. "Sister, are you still going to the gym this afternoon?" asked Ai as he emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes. Yunyang nodded in agreement. Why not? Seize the moment to learn a few more skills. Each new technique is akin to an additional lifeline for the future. Ai, who always heeded his sister's words, assented. He then recalled something and reminded Yunyang. "Your phone has been buzzing incessantly. Is someone trying to reach you?" "Surely not," Yunyang replied, retrieving her phone from the coffee table in the living room. Since changing to a new number, she had severed ties with her former colleagues, thus it was unlikely anyone would seek her out. The most probable source of the notifications was the homeowners group from Yujing Garden, which buzzed with activity daily like a bustling market. As she opened the app and accessed the group chat, it was indeed her fellow homeowners from Yujing Garden engaging in lively banter. Building 4, Hewanwan, wow. It smells divine. Who is cooking? Building 1, Yongtian, who lacks civic virtue, filling the air with such delectable aromas all day? Surely, it must be from your household. Boasting such culinary prowess. Building 4, Feng Rue, I can definitely smell something. The first dish must be sour fish, right? Building 3. Luo Dugong, and the second dish is snail noodles? Building 4, Hewanwan, not quite. I think I detect the scent of seafood as well. Building 1. Jiao Chow, I smell it too. It must be either king crab or emperor crab. The aroma makes me want to gnaw on my slippers. Building 2. Fong Chong, who is the chef? Building 9, Zhang Lifeng, is this for real? With supplies so scarce, how is there such a lavish feast? Has tomorrow arrived? Building 9. Lin Suijin, with the heat so intense and the fridge unusable, making so much food that won't be consumed is bound to spoil. If a neighbor has made too much, why not announce it in the group? We can buy the leftovers, but please don't set the prices too high, lest we all turn away. Building 4. Feng Rue, prices are negotiable. I don't mind if it's leftover. I just want to taste. Building 3, Luo Dagong, prices are negotiable. I don't mind if it's leftover. I just want to taste. Building 1, Yongtian, prices are negotiable. I don't mind if it's leftover. I just want to taste. Building 1. Jiao Chow, tears of envy are welling up. The entire city is in short supply, yet here are these extravagant displays. I'm willing to pay. Building 6. Gon Lei, who is the chef? Building 1, Luda, it must be from the 22nd floor above me. I heard the clattering of pots and pans all day yesterday. Yunyang narrowed her eyes at Luda from Building 1. This was not the first time he had conveniently directed suspicion toward himself. Ai, observing Yunyang's displeasure, opened his phone and upon reading the messages, his expression darkened. The homeowners were fervently speculating about Yunyang and Ai from Building 1. For their names suggested a familial connection, making it highly probable they lived together. Many expressed a willingness to pay handsomely for their food, weary of the monotonous diet of compressed biscuits and canned goods, and eager for a change in flavor. Since Yunyang had not responded since last night, many had begun to attack her in the chat. Building 9, Zhang Lifeng, young people these days are incredibly selfish. With so much food available, we aren't expecting charity. We will pay. Building 4, Feng Rue, such statements are rather excessive. If someone possesses resources, they have the right to decide whether to sell or not. If it were you in their place, would you willingly part with your food? Let us not be harsh on others while being lenient on ourselves. Building 9. Lin Suijin and Building 4, Feng Rue, if that's the case, it suggests you also have plenty of resources. Last time you hiked the prices for insecticide and essential oils, you aren't innocent either. Building 9, Zhang Lifeng, you're absolutely right, older sister. They're just a bunch of despicable people. It's shameful to be in the same community as them. Building 4, Feng Rue, are you considering moving away? Building 1. Yang Tian, exactly. Some people, taking advantage of their resources, act all high and mighty, not fearing that this food might choke them. Useless women. What is wrong with asking for a taste? Don't overstep. Building 4, Feng Rue, mind your language. Building 4, Hewanwan, we're all neighbors in the same community. There's no need for such hostility. Building 4, Hewanwan, I believe Feng Rue is correct. What others have is theirs. And they have the right to decide whether to sell or exchange. Let us not put undue pressure on anyone. Building 1, Yun Yi, which floor are you on? Building 1, Yang Tian, what is it to you? Come and confront me, I'm waiting at home. Building 1, Yun Yi, which floor? Building 1. Yang Tian, if you're brave enough, find me yourself. After saying this, no matter how Ai tried, she dared not utter another word. Building 9. Lin Suijin, I now know this Yun Yang person. She has hoarded a vast amount of supplies. The last time I walked back with Zhang Lifang, I saw her demanding exorbitant prices for 2 bags of black fungus. This girl is up to no good. Building 9, Zhang Lifang, I remember too. She bought a lot of things before the purchase limits were enforced here. We might not have it, but she probably does. Yun Yang, however, was not inclined to take offense at the blustering young Tian. After all, this world is populated with all sorts of characters, some adept at gossip and instigating conflict, yet possessing little substance. These 2 gossips were indeed bothersome. Once they learned of something, it was no longer a secret. As for Luda, she felt it might be worthwhile to have a chat with him. Building 1, Yun Yang, most of what I purchased is infant formula. The dried goods and seasonings were merely side items. I have ample stock of black fungus and kelp, and if anyone has supplies I need, I am open to trading. These 2 gossips had already exposed her stockpiling, leaving her no choice but to shift her focus elsewhere. She would acknowledge her hoarding, yet clarify that it was primarily for baby formula of little use to adults. As for the dried goods, black fungus and kelp, they could come and trade if they had what she needed. Building 9, Lin Suijin, she's lying. I clearly saw her hoarding a substantial amount of rice and flour. Building 9, Zhang Lifang, yes, I saw it too. Chapter 43, A Grudge Must Be Avenged. Yun Yang clenched her phone tightly, feeling murderous intent brewing within her. The most effective way to deal with such meddlesome gossips would be to silence them entirely, rendering them incapable of further slander. At that moment, he had already dressed and appeared ready to leave, brandishing his favored dagger. Seeing the murderous glint in his eyes, Yun Yang grasped his hand tightly. What are you planning to do? Yi's eyes brimmed with bloodlust. I'm going to sever their tongues and chop off their fingers. Yun Yang intervened. Enough. Let it go. Under her restraint, Yi ultimately refrained from pursuing those bothersome neighbors. After ensuring the little one was fed and settled, he returned to the gym to refine his fighting techniques. The Audi A8 has become a commonplace sight on the roads in the capital. There are countless individuals of power and influence, quickly acquiring their own vehicles. Yun Yang and Yi spent the afternoon exercising at the gym, and upon returning home, they savored the preserved sour fish and crab roe fried rice, which retained the exquisite flavors as if freshly prepared. The little ones stubbornly refused to sleep that night, insisting on being carried around the upper floors, fascinated by the night view through the window. As the power returned, the city slowly began to shimmer with neon colors, leading everyone to believe that events were progressing favorably. Yun Yang and Yi took turns cradling the little one, soothing him until 11 o'clock, when the small ancestor finally closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Yun Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite having raised children in 2 previous lives, she could not deny that with Yi's assistance, her current life had become significantly easier. Good night, she said, carrying the child into the room and greeting Yi. A gentle smile graced Yi's face as he replied, good night. At 10:30, Yi, whose biological clock was remarkably accurate to the second, rose from his bed, dressed silently like a cat, and slipped out the door. By 11:30, Yun Yang had yet to sleep. At that moment, she placed the child into a safe space, armed herself with a gun and a dagger, and stepped outside. Yun Yang proceeded to close the back door, where an emergency staircase was located. The door, previously locked, was now ajar. How peculiar, had someone come up? She wondered, but when she had opened the back door, the lock had shown no signs of tampering. She tucked her suspicions away for now, prioritizing the task at hand. At midnight, Yang Tian lay on her sofa, applying a facial mask. Her phone wedged against her neck as she spoke with a friend. If it weren't for this incident, I would have divorced that yellow-faced woman this week. That woman has no shame, clinging to me. Doesn't she see how she looks now? No man would take her out like this. You should see the dress she's wearing. It's worth tens of thousands, yet it looks like a nightgown. What a disgrace. No wonder Old Lee wants nothing to do with her. What's wrong with being a mistress? I simply encountered the right person at the wrong time. But that cannot be. I will ensure Old Lee gives her nothing in the divorce. She shouldn't expect a single penny from me. We've endured hardship together, but that's her own foolishness. She failed to recognize her own man. It's none of my concern. There will always be others in my place. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open startled Yang Tian mid-conversation. I heard something at home. I'll call you back. After hanging up, she cautiously grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and approached the door. Upon reaching the entrance, she found the door intact, showing no signs of being opened, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she set the knife on the shoe cabinet, intending to reinforce the door's security, she was abruptly kicked to the ground. Yang Tian cried out in pain. Before she could continue, a pair of gloved hands swiftly covered her mouth, and she gazed in horror at the masked man, whose captivating, elongated eyes pierced through the fabric. One hand pressed against her mouth with such force that she could not move, while the other raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. I was going to slice out your tongue, but I fear it might cause trouble, he said, his long fingers gradually sliding down to entwine with hers. Though the gesture appeared gentle, Yang Tian's eyes bulged in terror as she kicked her legs against the ground, the sickening sound of her delicate bones cracking echoing in her ears. Pain radiated through her body, centering on her hands, where her fingers contorted grotesquely, causing her to sweat profusely as if she had just emerged from water. The man smashed her phone against the table's edge, shattering the screen into fragments until it was rendered useless, then callously tossed it before her. Yang Tian trembled violently, terror coursing through her veins, until the man squatted before her, gripping her chin tightly. If I catch you again indulging in the things I dislike, your life will be forfeit. Tears streamed down Yang Tian's face, her fear rendering her speechless as she nodded fervently. The terrifying man finally departed, and once the door clicked shut, she could no longer contain herself, burying her face in her hands and sobbing quietly, momentarily forgetting the agony in her hands, consumed only by the relief of having escaped with her life. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the siblings encountered each other at the entrance, each perplexed by the other's attire, both clad in all black. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yang inquired, "You're not going to seek out that Yang Tian, are you?" Yi did not respond, instead directing a question towards her. "Sister, who were you looking for?" Yun Yang had already opened the door and pulled Yi back inside, turning off the lights as she shed her outer garments. "Just having a little chat with our downstairs neighbor." She recounted how Luda from the 21st floor had twice sold her circumstances. It was only fitting to settle the score with such a good neighbor. Yi fell silent for a moment before asking, "Sister, how did you go about this?" Yun Yang recalled the bruised Luda whom she had silenced, clearing her throat as she replied, "You might want to check the community group." Within the group, several images surfaced, all posted by Luda from Building 1. Luda from Building 1, image JPG, a warehouse shelf brimming with an array of food. Luda from Building 1, image JPG, a living room featuring a partitioned fish tank with an oxygenator, filled with assorted seafood, scallops, and king crabs. Luda from Building 1, image JPG, the kitchen piled high with rice, flour, and vegetables. This display left the group members utterly astounded. These images were, of course, taken from Luda's phone after she had given him a sound thrashing, then posted under his account. Zhao Chao from Building 1, neighbor, if you've been kidnapped, just blink. With all these supplies, you must be summoning thieves to break into your home. Lin Suichin from Building 9, it's a case of drought or flood. Our family can barely scrape together rice for cooking, and he hoards all that stock. He Wanwan from Building 4, what a show of envy. Feng Rui from Building 4, buddy, in these trying times, look out for yourself. Chapter 44, Scarcity of Supplies. When a person is driven to the brink of starvation, rationality fades. For a mere morsel of bread, one might resort to murder. Now Luda had laid bare all his cards, exposing himself to the watchful eyes of those with ill intent. Yun Yang never concealed her vengeful nature, otherwise she would not have survived so long in such a harsh world. Only by shedding innocence and embracing a retaliatory spirit could she ensure her own safety. Until the day she found her son, she was determined to survive, even if it meant stepping over others. She was not a good person. Aside from Yun-yi and the little one, nothing else in this world held her concern. Luda had twice drawn attention to himself. Did he truly believe her to be so naive? Today, she had initially intended to confront him, but instead, she stumbled upon this unexpected revelation. She dismissed Luda's meager possessions as unworthy of her time, yet she relished the thought of seeing him hoard such supplies while living in constant fear. The group administrator announced, due to the prolonged high temperatures, a significant water shortage has arisen. Each person will now receive 1 liter of water every 2 days. Please treasure this resource. Upon this announcement, the community members reacted with indifference. Following the water stoppage, the ration of 2 liters per person had sparked endless disputes in the group, only to be followed by another round of arguments when it was reduced to 1 liter per day. By now, this third occurrence felt all too familiar. The offerings available in supermarkets dwindled, with vegetables, fruits, and meat long since purchased, even under purchase limits. The government's opening of cold storage facilities across various regions could not withstand the overwhelming consumption by the populace. Continuous high temperatures and pest infestations had led to crop failures, and some residences had refrigerators and air conditioners in need of repair, causing their perishable goods to spoil, leaving them heartbroken yet forced to discard them. With the current scarcity of even basic medications, the situation was dire. Presently, major online influencers shared posts on how to conserve water or flaunt their wealth in such trying times. The resources in society are profoundly unequal during such times. Many ordinary individuals find themselves struggling to subsist on meager rations, while a select few, endowed with ample reserves, ostentatiously flaunt the opulent lifestyle of the affluent. Videos abound, depicting extravagant feasts of half-eaten oysters and king crabs discarded carelessly, pristine water repurposed for bathing, and chicken legs offered as dog food, all aimed at capturing public attention. Despite the chorus of condemnation echoing in the comments, notoriety, whether positive or negative, remains notoriety. Yun Yang, however, perceives the futility of such extravagance. The relentless heat and natural disasters persist longer than anticipated. The indulgence in resources may one day lead to profound regret, a realization that comes too late. Most content creators remain grounded, possibly due to their lack of stockpiles and inadequate preparations for water resources. With unkempt appearances, they share videos on how to ration a single liter of water to last for 2 days, or how to provide essential energy through limited meals. News reports continue to highlight the dire situations across various nations, such as the plight of Gutian, which remains under the international scrutiny of beautiful country, where the daily rations are often expired or moldy, and the unfiltered water has resulted in numerous illnesses among its people. The Gutian populace languishes in displacement camps, suffering from ailments, while the citizens of beautiful country, known for its capitalist ethos, find medical care beyond their reach. Beautiful country also faces its own challenges, seemingly unperturbed by international condemnation, asserting their acceptance of Gutian citizens along with the distribution of resources, insisting that they cannot allow their medical resources to be exploited for free. Holding her child, Yun Yang glances at the news on her phone, feeling a renewed sense of gratitude for her residence in Long Country. Although medical resources are stretched thin, the nation is striving to address the situation, especially since the strain was evident even before the disaster struck. The extreme heat has claimed the lives of many elderly and children, an unfortunate reality as the early phases of this catastrophe begin to filter out the weak and vulnerable, leaving only the resilient to navigate the desolate landscape that awaits. After a prolonged absence, Yun Yang returns to the forum, where discussions revolve around rampant theft across various regions. Caribbean Seaweed expresses disbelief at the audacity of thieves targeting jewelry and luxury stores during such dire times, suggesting that while one might understand the theft of food, pilfering non-essentials is incomprehensible. Old Jar laments the practicality of his own region, where theft and looting of resources have surged, overwhelming the police force. Sad Pig Intestine recounts a theft at their home, nearly losing all their rice and flour if not for the noise from an oxygen tank. Big Knife Cutting Watermelon Seeds shares their frustration over stolen preserved fish after the flood receded, leaving them without recourse. Platforms like Weibo and Douyin have become inundated with public outcry, centered on the desire for vegetables and meat, demanding governmental intervention. The extreme heat has led to shortages of meat, eggs, and dairy, particularly affecting poultry, which has perished in large numbers. to prevent the spread of disease. Many farms have resorted to incinerating their livestock. Consequently, residents are left to subsist on plain rice, with some unable to secure even that basic sustenance. Daily rations of rice and compressed biscuits have led to widespread nausea, prompting a fervent call for vegetables, which ultimately overwhelms official channels. In response, the authorities have issued statements indicating that they are working on solutions and urge citizens to allow more time for improvements in living standards. Yunyang considers the timeline and speculates that the foul mushrooms are soon to be released. Aptly named, these malodorous fungi, sprouting from decaying corpses, previously required specific cultivation processes to render them safe for human consumption. Wild variants are toxic and can accumulate harmful substances over time, jeopardizing longevity. She recalls her past experiences consuming foul mushrooms, having to plug her nose with cloth to endure their horrid stench, far more pungent than stinky tofu. With an overwhelming odor reminiscent of decay. Many found the aroma intolerable, resulting in vomiting, yet hunger leaves little choice, and Yunyang forced herself to consume them, believing that any food is a means to survive, no matter how unpalatable. Chapter 45. An abundance of inexpensive canned meat. Early in the morning, Yunyang and Ai set out with buckets to fetch water. While she possesses a wealth of resources, she wishes to avoid appearing ostentatious, especially after the trouble caused by Luda. The water-fetching site is rife with complaints about the oppressive heat and persistent drought, leading to an acute scarcity of water. The situation has escalated to the point where armed soldiers now guard every community water point, ensuring that no one dares to act recklessly in the presence of such formidable authority. Yunyang admires these soldiers, who, whether in peaceful times or during calamities, stand at the forefront, safeguarding the tranquility of society. But what is this? Is this muddy water? How can one drink such filth? You drink it first. And I shall certainly file a complaint about this contaminated water. Today's water source is deplorable, no longer the clear liquid of the past. The water drawn is murky and laden with sediment. The employee overseeing the water distribution explains, due to the ongoing drought, we are nearing the bottom of the reservoir. Please refrain from complaining. Soon, we may not even have this water to draw upon. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, the crowd complies and accepts the water provided. Yunyang and Ai's buckets contain the same yellowish murkiness, which must settle before it can be consumed. The urgency of the situation is escalating. However, when the storms arrive, humanity will face even greater peril. While water may become available, the hidden eggs of the lurking eight-legged beasts will begin to hatch. Thriving in the damp conditions, these creatures will not shy away from hunting for sustenance. The drastic decline in the global human population in the past began with the rampage of these monsters. Lost in her thoughts, Yunyang is nudged by Ai, who gestures for her to look elsewhere. Among the crowd, they spot a man with a bruised face, adorned with bandages and ointments, a sight that elicits both concern and amusement. Familiar faces within the community express their astonishment, questioning Luda about his condition. He attempts to downplay it, but a smile inadvertently exacerbates his injuries, causing him to gasp in pain. Catching sight of Yunyang, who is observing with crossed arms, he hesitates to speak openly. He mumbles to his neighbor that he had a mishap in his bathroom yesterday. Hey, with all that you possess, would you consider selling some to me? I'm afraid I can't. There's barely enough for myself to eat, Luda replies. You can consume all that by yourself? Who knows how long this dreadful weather will persist? Meanwhile, a bald, rotund man has engaged in a heated argument with a community staff member who is drawing water. Why am I not allowed to fill my container? Sir, according to our facial recognition scan, you are a resident of Lijiang Garden. What right do you have to come here to draw water at Yujing Garden? My girlfriend is injured and unable to go out, so I am filling in for her. And who is your girlfriend? Open your eyes and look at my ID. Don't feign ignorance. Yang Tian? She is indeed a resident of our Yujing Garden. But how can you prove that this ID is not obtained through theft or other illicit means? If everyone were to draw water on behalf of others, wouldn't it descend into chaos? If someone were to steal an ID to draw an extra liter, what would happen to the rightful owner? Hey, I noticed that you're quite authoritative now that you have a little power. Do you know who I am? The bald man said, shoving angrily forward, prompting the armed soldier nearby to swiftly intervene. If you continue to cause a disturbance, I will escort you to the police station for a few days to cool off. The bald man left in a huff, empty-handed. Yunyang turned to Ai. What have you done to her? Ai rubbed his nose. Not too serious, I suppose. To avoid causing trouble for my sister, I merely acted against her without intent to harm her life. Had it been in the past, had anyone dared to slander his sister like that, he would have found a metal needle to sew her mouth shut, to see if she could still spew nonsense. After filling the water, as the community staff were packing up, a large truck suddenly halted outside the community. Two middle-aged men leapt out, shouting through a loudspeaker, "Canned meat. Canned meat, available in large quantities at favorable prices, first come, first served. Once this batch is gone, it's gone for good." Hearing this commotion, even the community workers ceased their tasks and rushed out to the truck alongside the residents of Eugene Garden. "What kind of canned meat is it? How much does it cost? Let us see. Can we have a taste?" The crowd surrounded the truck eagerly, and Yunyang exchanged glances with AE before joining the throng. Upon spotting a familiar figure, both Wang Lin and Yunyang paused. Wang Lin approached with a scowl directed at Yunyang, while AE, having drawn a military knife hidden at his ankle, toyed with it. Studying Wang Lin with a knowing glance that suggested he was well aware of the consequences of his approach, Wang Lin halted, glaring fiercely at Yunyang before returning to the truck. Yunyang thought that this man had no business ethics whatsoever. Once the transaction was complete, the vegetables would be his. How could he expect to dispose of his produce at the previous low price amidst soaring vegetable prices? Was he out of his mind? Yunyang and AE had no intention of purchasing anything, instead standing in the shade observing their old acquaintance selling canned meat. With his demeanor, how could he possibly be providing benefits to the citizens? She found it hard to believe. The canned meat was uniformly priced at 500 per can. A fair price for all, urging swift purchases. What a robbery. Even divine meat would fetch 500 a can, and this is 500 milliliters, half of which is just water. Wang Lin retorted sharply, "Brother, go ask at the supermarket. The last batch of vegetables sold for 300 a pound. This is meat we're talking about. The capital has been out of meat for ages. I had to pull a few strings to get this batch. So you can choose not to buy, but there's no reason to say my goods are overpriced." It was clearly a seller's market now, leaving buyers in a passive position, as sellers had no fear of their canned meat going unsold. Indeed, those who had just questioned the price softened their tone. "I just asked. I didn't say I wouldn't buy." Wang Lin scoffed with satisfaction. "I've been a supplier in the capital for so long. I have my channels. Old Chin. Pop open a few cans for everyone to sample so they can see if 500 is worth it." "All right," another man chimed in, swiftly opening 10 cans of meat and slicing them into portions for the crowd. Try it. The taste might be a bit lacking, but the meat is quite firm." At this point, having something to eat was a blessing, regardless of the taste. The crowd eagerly clamored for a taste of the meat. Nodding in approval, it had been far too long since they had savored any meat, reluctant to swallow it. "I want 20 cans. I'll take 30. I'll pay you through WeChat. Cash. I'll buy 8 cans now and come back for more once I grab my phone." Wang Lin smiled. "Then you'd better hurry up." He turned to the throng frantically purchasing canned meat, stating, "I can't guarantee there will be any left when you return, so hurry." The truckload of canned meat was rapidly sold out, especially after residents from other communities heard the news and rushed over with money, joining the fray. In less than half an hour, all the canned meat was gone, and those who arrived late were left disappointed. Wang Lin waved to the crowd. "Thank you for your patronage. We're off now." With that, he climbed into the driver's seat of the truck, preparing to leave. Someone in the crowd shouted, "When will you come again?" Wang Lin replied with a smile, "Not sure. Supplies are too tight right now. I can't even say when the next batch will arrive, so cherish what you have." Although the crowd felt disheartened by his words, they took solace in the canned meat they had secured. As Wang Lin departed, he glanced back at the shade. Realizing that the siblings Yunyang and Yun-Yi were no longer there, his annoyance palpable. Old Chin, driving the truck, observed his boss's stoic demeanor and remarked, "Boss, we made quite a profit today. We can still utilize the leftover meat." Before he could finish, Wang Lin shot him a murderous look. "Watch your tongue. Is that something you can say freely?" Old Chin nodded apologetically, falling silent. Sister? Yun-Yi called out twice before pulling Yunyang from her reverie, prompting her to look up. What is wrong? What were you thinking about?" Yunyang had been mulling over the canned meat, wondering why it felt so familiar, as though she had encountered the term in her past, yet could not recall the specifics. After so long in a post-apocalyptic world, many details had faded from memory. Shaking her head, she replied, I feel like I've forgotten something important, but I can't quite remember. Never mind, let us head home. Yoon-e nodded in agreement. In the space, the baby had awakened, crying heartily in his little cradle, resembling a turtle unable to flip itself over, his thin blanket kicked aside. Now! The baby had become quite astute. Unless he was sleeping, he would insist on being held by either Yoon-yang or Yoon-e to play with him. Or he would demand to be held high to survey the city from a tall building, or he would need to be walked around the room. Unlike the first month when he slept like a pig, those days were long gone. Yoon-yang picked him up, his light blue eyes now a deep blue from crying. A took him, lifting him high, and the little one immediately ceased his cries, bursting into laughter. Little one, I'm your uncle. I'm your uncle. A whispered as he cradled the baby. Watching the interaction between her nephew and brother, Yoon-yang noted how much more empathetic Yoon-e had become since the baby's arrival. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, canned meat. Recalling the grave incident of mass food poisoning that transpired in the capital during her previous life, where countless individuals perished due to the consumption of tainted and adulterated pork from diseased pigs, she found herself pondering the shadowy figures behind the production and sale of canned meat, who had long since vanished, evading the police's relentless pursuit. It was no wonder she felt such a dissonance upon seeing canned meat. The price of these cans had skyrocketed to 500 yuan each, effectively dispelling the public's suspicions while diverting their attention to the exorbitant cost, thereby obscuring the origins of the meat's ingredients. Without hesitation, Yoon-yang made a report. The process of dialing the emergency number proved arduous. In this city, even the most trivial matters required police intervention, leaving the line perpetually busy. After 5 attempts, she finally connected. Hello, this is 110. How may I assist you? Hello. I wish to report that the canned meat being sold at Yujing Jiayuan community today is made from diseased and deceased pigs. Consuming it in large quantities could lead to food poisoning, potentially endangering lives. I hope the police can promptly inform the public about the dangers of this canned product. All right. Could you please provide your real name and ID number? Click. Yoon-yang abruptly hung up, having used a space card left by Lin Lu. In this apocalyptic world, she feared attracting trouble. Should the Wang Lin gang take notice, the lives of herself, Ai, and Zai Zai would be at stake. And she could not afford such reckless risks. The best she could do was report the matter, enabling the police to conduct preemptive checks. In her former life, how many had perished for being the first to speak out? Better to bide one's time and develop cautiously. Assisting within her means was her obligation. Anything beyond that, she would be powerless to aid. Meanwhile, the police operator ended the call. Su team, can your squad spare 2 officers? Su team frowned deeply. We can barely manage with our current manpower. What more do you expect? The operator offered a sheepish smile, glancing at Rui Changgang, who had just entered the office. Rui team, can your squad spare 2 officers? Without a moment's thought, Rui Changgang shook his head. We truly have no time. With the surveillance footage still unrepaired, incidents of burglary, theft, murder, and extortion proliferated within the city. One could not overestimate human depravity. Law serves as the most fundamental standard for maintaining humanity. In areas beyond the reach of the internet, those harboring vengeful spirits and ulterior motives extended their devilish claws. Suspects were apprehended in droves, yet the situation remained unabated. The city harbored far too many hideouts of filth and vice. Rui Changgang lifted his gaze from the case log to the operator. What is it? The operator replied, a woman called to report that the canned meat sold today is made from diseased and deceased pigs. Rui Changgang looked up. This warrants investigation. The ramifications of toxic and spoiled food can be far more severe than criminal cases, affecting entire communities. If mass food poisoning occurs and our medical response cannot keep pace, countless lives could be at risk. Chapter 47. Food Poisoning. The police promptly dispatched 2 officers to interview individuals who had purchased the canned meat, personally funding the acquisition of 2 cans for immediate delivery to the Food and Drug Testing Institute. Though they could not reach the informant, the matter of the canned meat remained a top priority for the police. Since the calamity had struck, all manner of sinister winds had begun to blow, with hidden death records intertwined with foreign influences. Upon returning home after his shift, Rui Changgang found several neighbors still clearing the dust left by the recent floods in the stairwell. Upon seeing him, they greeted him warmly. Rui team is back. Having been promoted to police captain, both the residents and colleagues referred to him as Rui team. Inside, his wife, Suing, was preparing dinner. The table was adorned with a dish of cilantro mixed with pork and sliced sausage. The couple was now economizing, ensuring their food supply remained steady, carefully rationing each meal. Suing brought out 2 bowls of rice, smiling, "Welcome home." Rui Changgang hung his coat by the door, nodding in acknowledgement. "Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready," she urged. After washing his hands, Rui Changgang sat at the table and began to eat heartily. Suing tasted the cilantro pork and exclaimed, "Thank goodness you stocked up on food. The supermarkets are completely out of stock now, and many people with money can't even buy anything. Our workplace is also experiencing water shortages, and the stench in the restroom can only be tolerated for one flush at night." Rui Changgang frowned, tapping his chopsticks against the bowl. "We're at the dinner table." Suing chuckled, swallowing her mouthful before changing the subject. "I must say, your method of wrapping the supplies was excellent. The neighbors next door have leaks, yet our supplies remain intact." The supplies Rui Changgang had bought were hastily packed in a large sheet of plastic film from the hardware store after the floodwaters surged unexpectedly, preserving their appliances and provisions. With such praise from his wife, Rui Changgang felt gratified and glanced at her. "Who was it that thought I was wasting money?" Suing laughed. "It was me, all right. But seriously, why didn't you buy more back then?" The rice and sausage they were currently consuming were indeed from Rui Changgang's prior purchases. The sausage was vacuum-sealed, allowing them to enjoy fresh rice and flour while others made do with compressed biscuits and canned goods. As the lady of the house, Suing was not unaware of requests from neighbors for rice and flour, but she knew that once the precedent was set, it would lead to animosity. Lending to one neighbor and not another could breed resentment. Better to refrain from lending altogether and keep their own supplies. Rui Changgang savored the cilantro pork. "This cold dish you made today is authentic. It's delightful." Suing used her chopsticks to add more to his plate. "If it's delicious, you should have more." The cilantro was from her recent trip to the supermarket, and if not consumed soon, it would spoil. The pork had come from a truckload of canned meat sold at their workplace today, priced at an exorbitant 500 yuan per can. "It's truly outrageous." "Even so, it's sold out. I arrived too late and couldn't buy a single can. Fortunately, our director managed to allocate me 4 cans. Rui Changgang's eating came to an abrupt halt. "What? Canned meat?" Suing, perplexed by her husband's reaction, nodded. "Yes, where else would the pork come from? I've nearly forgotten what pork tastes like." Remembering the call he had made to the police station earlier, Rui Changgang quickly pulled Suing outside onto the lawn. "Quick, vomit." Suing, taken aback by her husband's urgency, asked, "Vomit? Why?" Without hesitation, Rui Changgang explained that the canned meat was made from deceased and diseased pigs, tainted and foul, harboring viruses. Without delay, Suing began to induce vomiting, wasting no time. The couple purged their stomachs entirely, returning home to collapse in exhaustion on the chairs. Gazing at the remaining cilantro pork, Suing disposed of the remnants into the trash bin. Though Rui Changgang and Suing had narrowly escaped the calamity of the tainted pork, others were not so fortunate. After 6 o'clock, the official account disseminated the shocking truth regarding the canned meat in the capital, revealing it to be derived from pigs that had perished due to disease on farms. By this time, most families had already concluded their dinner, their stomachs having digested the meat to a significant extent, rendering any inclination to vomit futile. Some elderly individuals and young children suffered from food poisoning and were hastily rushed to the hospital. Particularly concerning were the children who, due to the family's reluctance to consume the canned meat, inadvertently ingested it in excess, leading to severe cases that required emergency intervention, while others faced milder conditions necessitating gastric lavage and intravenous fluids. Fortunately, the prompt dissemination of official information, coupled with the rapid spread of news among the populace, prevented a repeat of past tragedies that resulted in fatalities. Families possessing the cans immediately discarded them into the trash, vehemently denouncing those responsible for selling such tainted products. How could anyone continue to peddle such harmful goods at a time like this? Such individuals should face capital punishment 1,000-fold. As Yun Yang savored her spicy chicken and sipped cola, she perused the official notification on her phone, a smile finally gracing her face. Although she had not personally intervened, her whistleblowing had facilitated the early exposure of the toxic canned goods, serving as a small act of virtue for her offspring. Previously, she had been skeptical of the notions of past lives and reincarnation, yet with her own rebirth, she now found herself grappling with an unsettling fear of this world. In a foul-smelling, chaotic factory teeming with buzzing green flies, Wang Lin furiously smashed his phone upon reading the report. Damn it. How could they have discovered this so swiftly? Old Chen cautiously remarked from beside him, "Brother Wang, we still made a considerable profit. It's not a total loss." Wang Lin gritted his teeth. "I had estimated a profit of at least 10 million from selling this batch of dead pig meat, and now I've barely made 5 million. Today." It wasn't just Wang Lin's truck peddling goods throughout the capital. His newly repaired vehicles were laden with these cans, all of which returned completely sold out. He had anticipated that this business could continue for a while longer, but he never expected the authorities to intervene so quickly, disrupting his financial flow. What bad luck! Wang Lin's identity as a vegetable supplier had been compromised due to drought, leading to widespread crop failures. Yet, he could forego meals but not the pursuit of profit. Quick-witted. He immediately turned his attention to the farms in H province, where he had bribed the staff responsible for incineration to smuggle out the dead pigs. He procured various food additives to mask the odor, resulting in the current canned meat product, only to be apprehended before he could sell out completely. His phone rang. And upon answering, Wang Lin expressed his gratitude repeatedly in response to the unknown caller. Old Chen, following closely behind, inquired, "Brother Wang, did you learn something?" Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. "We've been reported." The early awareness of issues with the canned goods could only have come from either insiders at the processing plant or individuals envious of his success, perhaps even someone with a personal vendetta. The internal personnel at the processing plant were all on the same team. The better Wang Lin's canned meat sold, the more profit they shared, making betrayal illogical. Moreover, if someone had truly turned against him, he wouldn't be calmly making calls at this moment. It was unlikely that he had made enemies. He had always been cautious and polite in the capital, a place filled with influential figures. Thus, it must be envy over his booming canned meat business that had led to this predicament. To his dismay, he had indeed stumbled upon a problematic batch of canned goods. What rotten luck! Following the food poisoning incident, the public would undoubtedly become more vigilant regarding unverified food sources. Given that the official announcement had been disseminated nationwide, selling to other provinces had become impossible unless he resorted to deceiving elderly individuals in rural areas. However, these elderly folk were notoriously frugal. Convincing them to spend 500 yuan on a can of meat was utterly unfeasible. Even if he procured various food additives at high prices and transported them over long distances, a can would still need to be sold for at least 1 or 200 yuan, but the 500 price point was a barrier they would not cross. After making a quick profit once, the remaining batch would simply rot in his possession. Chapter 48. The Launch of Stinky Mushrooms. This food poisoning incident had also served as a wake-up call for the authorities, highlighting the dwindling variety of consumable goods available to the populace. There was an urgent need to expedite the release of a new food list in response to natural disasters. The number of individuals suffering from heat stroke was on the rise, and for elderly citizens in their 80s and 90s, a collapse often meant never awakening again. Nowadays, any home that reported a death would contact emergency services, leading to specialized vehicles being dispatched to handle the bodies uniformly. As for the method of disposal, incineration was not an option. With resources scarce, waste had to be eliminated wherever possible, and even corpses were considered a resource. The authorities had now established a stinky mushroom cultivation base, with the foundational requirement for growth being corpses. Particularly, those that had been soaked in special solutions and had begun to decay were ideal for the survival of stinky mushroom spores, which would then proliferate into large, edible fungi. Within the base, the corpses were completely covered by stinky mushrooms, which required timely harvesting. Otherwise, the mushrooms would wither once they had absorbed the last nutrient from the remains. Withered stinky mushrooms resembled dried leaves. A squeeze would cause the once soft fungi to crumble into dust, rendering them inedible. The new recruits at the stinky mushroom cultivation base had been admitted through various connections. On their first day, they were alarmed upon seeing the diverse corpses within glass containers, but they eventually learned to harvest mushrooms without flinching. "Director Xiao, can this batch of stinky mushrooms be dispatched?" A team clad in protective gear inquired. Xiao Yuanfeng adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Go find the head of Zone 4. That batch of stinky mushrooms is fully mature." Xiao Yuanfeng was the director of this newly established stinky mushroom cultivation base, currently documenting data while observing the process. The first generation of stinky mushrooms and their parasitic corpses had been preserved as specimens at the center of the base. The stinky mushrooms were labeled as the first generation, While the corpses bore the names He Miao and Lin Jie, the spores currently being cultivated at the base derived from this initial generation of stinky mushrooms, processed to be suitable for human consumption. Not only could these mushrooms thrive on human remains, but they could also parasitize animal corpses. Despite their unpleasant growing conditions and foul odors, the nutrients they provided surpassed those of conventional edible mushrooms. The stinky mushrooms harvested from the cultivation base would be distributed across various supermarkets in the capital, and the spores had been rapidly sent to stinky mushroom cultivation bases established in cities nationwide, aiming for mass production of edible stinky mushrooms. The launch of stinky mushrooms was being vigorously promoted by the official platforms, and even the community group where Yun Yang resided had received notifications on every member's account, currently available at Huafu Supermarket, Longting Mall, Huyue Plaza, and other major supermarkets open this afternoon from 4 to 6 o'clock for the sale of edible stinky mushrooms. Please seize the opportunity. The first day is free for citizens based on their ID numbers. Accompanying this announcement were 3 images related to stinky mushrooms, the first showcasing an overall view, the second displaying the nutritional composition, and the third detailing the methods to overcome the unpleasant odor for consumption. It was evident that the authorities had made considerable efforts to help the populace adapt to the consumption of stinky mushrooms. Yet, from her previous life, Yun Yang could attest that such measures had proven ineffectual. The physical stench of the mushrooms was indeed capable of repelling individuals, particularly those with sensitive throats and heightened olfactory sensitivity. However, Yun Yang could take pride in having conquered that foul odor in her past life, successfully consuming the stinky mushrooms and converting them into nourishment for her body. Although this foul substance sprouts from corpses, it provides the dietary fiber energy that humanity so desperately requires. Consequently, those embarking on missions often carry with them cans of stinky mushrooms, stinky mushroom insect cakes, and the ever-popular stir-fried stinky mushrooms. Yun Yang and A.E. had just finished their workout at the gym and returned home for a quick bite before setting out, each clutching a plastic bag. At this moment, their little one awoke, blinking his light blue eyes as he surveyed the familiar surroundings, opening his mouth to cry. Yun Yang hurriedly scooped him up, saying, all right, little ancestor, I've got you." As the child has grown, his aversion to the confined space has intensified. Once able to entertain himself, he now scarcely wishes to linger there, eager to experience the vibrant world outside. A took the child, cradling him in the special sling blanket that Yun Yang had purchased, suggesting, since the weather is still pleasant, let's take him out for a stroll and enjoy some sunshine. The vitality of the wild grass in the open air far surpasses that of the greenhouse flowers. Yun Yang found a Yi's reasoning sound and prepared a bottle of formula for the little one, who became increasingly alert with each sip, full of energy and far from sleep. For convenience, Yun Yang's car was parked in a designated spot, equipped with an alarm system that would emit a loud sound and send alerts to both their phones if any signs of tampering were detected. Consequently, the residents of the neighborhood were well aware of this troublesome vehicle, refraining from even the slightest contact for fear of the cacophony it would unleash. Yun Yang descended the stairs first, unlocking the car, with A.E. trailing behind, protectively cradling their child. She would collect water and stinky mushrooms herself, as acquiring these required identification, and in the aftermath of the disaster era, all distributions were meticulously recorded. Furthermore, should inquiries arise in the future, one could easily obscure the truth of their abundant supplies. Otherwise, how would one explain rejecting official assistance? It was prudent to develop discreetly and avoid unnecessary attention. Better safe than sorry. Yun Yang parked at Longting Mall, where A carefully lifted the child from the safety seat back into his arms. The entrance of the mall was teeming with a long line of people waiting to receive their stinky mushrooms. Despite being aware of the odor from official images, the true extent of the stench remained a mystery, drawing many out of sheer curiosity. Yun Yang chuckled inwardly, thinking, indeed, this curiosity is well-founded. The power of stinky mushrooms will not disappoint. Standing at the end of the line, they soon found themselves surrounded by others as more people hurried to join. The child, witnessing such bustling activity for the first time, widened his eyes in wonder. Curiosity? Yun Yang found it amusing to think that such a small child could comprehend the concept. At last, the stinky mushrooms went on sale, and the first person in line rushed in, only to emerge moments later, pale-faced and sprinting towards a corner to vomit. The sound of retching echoed through the crowd, causing others to feel a knot in their throats and their stomachs to churn in sympathy. This was not an isolated incident. Soon, several others rushed out, men and women alike, gasping for fresh air or, like the previous man, finding a tree or flower bed to expel their stomach contents, even bringing up the bitter bile. Whether psychological or not, it seemed that the entire area was saturated with the acrid stench of vomit. Was it truly that exaggerated? Could it be that foul? Residents in line began to doubt. Those nearest to the scene ran to witness for themselves, only to return with equally ashen faces. What is the matter? Is it really that stinky? A man took a deep breath and replied, "It's truly revolting." Those who had received their stinky mushrooms staggered home, some holding their breaths to avoid inhaling the odor, while others, fearing the scarcity of food, refrained from vomiting, knowing it would mean wasting a meal. When it was finally Yunyang and Ae's turn, they stepped into the supermarket and were immediately assaulted by the intense stench of decay emanating from the stinky mushrooms. Staff members, wearing masks and nasal filters, packaged the mushrooms by weight, still adhering to the 1-pound limit per person, requiring identification for collection. The process was swift. A simple swipe of the ID allowed them to collect their share of the stinky mushrooms. Yunyang quickly assessed the child's reaction, finding him still wide-eyed and curious. Ae's expression remained unchanged. Sensing Yunyang's concern, he reassured her, "Don't worry, sister, I've slept in a corpse pit before. This smell is child's play." Seeing them both so unfazed, Yunyang felt her worries dissipate. When it was their turn, they too swiped their IDs and received their share of stinky mushrooms. Before the staff could even hand them over, the residents behind them began to retch, faces going pale and eyes widening as they desperately covered their mouths to stave off an impending eruption. To avoid splatter, Yunyang quickly pulled Ae away, and they hastily made their way to the exit, only to hear hurried footsteps behind them. Ae shielded both the child and Yunyang as they moved aside, watching as the man who had been behind them burst out the door, leaning against a pillar to vomit. Yunyang thought to herself, "Oh no, this is going to set off a chain reaction among those waiting in line." The stench of the stinky mushrooms mingled with the acrid odor of vomit, creating an unbearable atmosphere that burned the eyes. The potency of the stinky mushrooms was overwhelming, reaching a level that was nearly intolerable to the average person. Even those with a penchant for strong flavors found themselves repeatedly convincing themselves that it was edible, suppressing their nausea as they hurriedly left. Indeed, stinky mushrooms are truly repugnant. Ever since their debut, it felt as though the very skies over the capital were permeated with their odor. When Yunyang and Ae entered their car, they secured the bag of stinky mushrooms to the rearview mirror, knowing that leaving it inside would render the entire cabin unbearable. The stinky mushrooms undoubtedly lived up to their reputation as a food that elicits both love and hate in this disaster-ridden era. Upon arriving home, Yunyang promptly placed them in the storage space, and the foul odor gradually dissipated with the mushrooms' disappearance. That evening, she and Ae enjoyed hamburgers and fries, complemented by fizzy drinks like cola and Sprite, relishing a change of flavor from their regular meals. They devoured beef cheeseburgers, spicy chicken burgers, codfish burgers, chicken fillet burgers, and 2 buckets filled with fried wings and legs, along with a secret recipe roasted chicken. If the siblings were to start a food vlog, it would surely be a delightful sight with nary a crumb wasted. Despite their hearty appetites, they did not gain much weight, thanks to their vigorous workouts at the gym each afternoon. Yunyang absorbed the hunting techniques that Ae imparted to her like a sponge, skills that would prove invaluable for survival in the future apocalypse. Space can serve as a repository for supplies, provided that she remains alive. Only then can she ensure that both Ae and the little one can lead a life devoid of scarcity in this apocalyptic world. Should she cease to exist, the little one and Ae would find themselves enduring the same hardships as ordinary people. Worse yet, Ae might resort to undertaking perilous missions once more, akin to their previous experiences on the island, risking his life for the sake of the little one. This is utterly unacceptable. Therefore, she must diligently refine her physical form before the impending onslaught of monsters, sculpting it into a vessel capable of navigating through the chaos of beasts. Or, at the very least, equipping herself with the means to safeguard her own life once the creatures emerge. Unbeknownst to many, the foul mushroom has been on the market for half a month now. Throughout this duration, the authorities have faced considerable criticism. And the reason is simple: this foul mushroom is exceedingly repugnant and nearly inedible. Its appearance and texture are akin to that of ordinary mushrooms, soft and juicy, but the stench is overwhelming, permeating the mouth with an unbearable odor. Residents have taken to online forums and community groups to lament their plight regarding this abominable fungus. One user lamented, "Help! If I am guilty, let the law punish me rather than subject me to this foul mushroom." Another remarked, "Hang in there, you'll get used to it. After all, it could have been worse. You could have been served literal excrement." A third user sorrowfully noted, "There is a cold dish in the official recipe. I suggest skipping the mixing and just eating it raw." As the commentary continued, one exclaimed, "What is the difference between this and asking everyone to consume excrement directly? Oh, brave warrior." Another chimed in, "I agree. Here in our area, we just dip it in some sauce and eat it straight. But even sesame oil and chili oil cannot mask that horrid stench. Let us stop wasting condiments. A real man dares to eat the foul mushroom raw." A female user replied, "But I am a woman." To which another retorted, "Does the foul mushroom discriminate between genders? It stinks equally for all." One user humorously noted, "I feel like I've lost half my life to this foul mushroom." Within the community chat, discontent was palpable. One resident inquired how to consume the mushroom, confessing to have swallowed it whole for days, now feeling nauseated at the mere sight of it. Another mentioned having some food left at home, planning to sod it in oil for preservation, but had yet to taste it. A third user discarded theirs on the first day, questioning its edibility. As discussions ensued, a notification popped up in the group, "Attention, citizens. Please prioritize personal safety. Do not linger outside at night, nor engage in resource exchanges with strangers outside of official supervision." Recent violent brawls and robberies have occurred in various districts, stemming from resource scarcity. Protect your belongings and refrain from involvement. If you notice any suspicious individuals or feel threatened, please dial 12110 immediately. In the case of home invasions, the authorities have authorized self-defense measures during this critical time. Please be informed and compliant as we endure this sweltering summer. Yun Yang, observing the announcement, could only surmise the severity of the chaos outside. Their community, being in proximity to the highest authorities, had thus far remained unscathed. However, should the drought persist, humanity's limits would soon be breached. It was evident that the city's situation was spiraling out of control. The government's declaration of authorized self-defense against home invasion was twofold: to deter criminals and subtly convey the message of insufficient personnel to maintain order. Chapter 50. A Death in the Community. Since awakening her spatial abilities, Yun Yang's hearing had sharpened considerably. As she lay in bed with the little one, the sound of an ambulance echoed from below. However, the ambulance was not there to save lives. Hospitals in every district were overwhelmed, corridors and stairways crowded with beds. And calling for emergency assistance was futile as no space was available. The ambulances now served only to transport the deceased. Had someone died in their community? To ascertain the situation, she turned to the community chat, which was abuzz with activity. Scrolling through the over 200 messages, she focused on the essential updates. One resident reported, "The elderly Mr. and Mrs. Zhua from Building 5 were both professors of my father. Their teaching was exceptional. Even in retirement, they were frequently invited back to teach. How could such a horrific event befall them?" Another confirmed, "I just woke up to the sound of police sirens. Did the elderly couple from Building 5 pass away?" Amidst the chatter, another remarked, "It's likely. This oppressive heat has been unbearable. Without air conditioning, my family has to dampen ourselves with cold water each night just to sleep, only to be awoken by the heat in the early hours." Yet another added, "No. I just checked. Both elderly individuals were brutally stabbed. This was the work of a robbery gang. One of them was even clutching a bag of biscuits tightly." As the discourse continued, the gravity of the situation became apparent. "Oh my goodness, I used to think that robbery and murder were distant concerns. Now they've reached our community. The resources they steal won't last forever. What happens after they deplete their supplies? Are we to become their reserve?" Questions arose about the police's inaction. Where are the authorities? Are they just sitting idly by? Should we all perish like the couple from Building 5 before they intervene? Another noted, "The surveillance cameras at our community entrances failed to record any entries after 10 last night." The implications of such a statement were alarming. Does that mean those criminals are still hiding within our community? In a chilling twist, one resident suggested, "What if it's one of our own residents who committed this heinous act?" In the wake of such a violent incident, those responsible for property management had fled, leaving garbage uncollected for 3 consecutive days. Flies and maggots thrived, and any passerby would send the flies into a frenzied dispersal. Consequently, Both Yunyang and Ai resolved to remain indoors, honing their lethal skills. Now, a month and a half had passed since the onset of calamity, revealing numerous flaws in society. These unscrupulous individuals believed the government was incapable of maintaining order, unaware that once foundational projects were completed, measures would be taken to restore control. The urban order had been disrupted by opportunists, and for some merchants, it was a chance to amass wealth. While the government regulated the purchase of goods, these merchants operated in defiance, maintaining a facade of normalcy while hoarding supplies for sale on the black market at exorbitant prices. Vegetable prices have surged from a mere few yuan to a staggering 500 to 1,000 yuan, while frozen meat has skyrocketed to exorbitant prices ranging from 2,000 to 5,000 yuan. Canned noodles and compressed biscuits are now sold individually, with a small piece of compressed biscuit fetching exorbitant prices. Canned fruits and branded meat products have reached 700 to 800 yuan per can. For those who once lived paycheck to paycheck, they find themselves devoid of any means of safeguarding against such inflation. The money they manage to gather barely suffices for 2 or 3 days of bread and biscuits. They yearn to survive, to enjoy nourishing food, and in their desperation, they resort to taking from others, for they cannot bear to see themselves or their families starve. Aside from driving out every evening to collect spoiled mushrooms, Yunyang and Ai refrain from venturing outside whenever possible. When not tending to the children, they ponder over food. Ai diligently imparts various culinary techniques, and thanks to her instinctive responses honed in a previous life spent in a post-apocalyptic world, she learns swiftly. The spoiled mushrooms they gather are stored in Yunyang's space, a habit cultivated during the end times, ensuring that not a morsel of edible food goes to waste. Despite the fact that her current stockpile of food could sustain the 3 of them for several lifetimes, the mushrooms are neatly contained in a storage box tucked away in a corner. While people currently disdain the spoiled mushrooms, they may find themselves relying on the government for sustenance in the future, when these mushrooms could become the most widely accepted food source among humans. Cockroach paste, stir-fried cockroaches. Cockroach cans and sweet and sour cockroaches have yet to emerge. Former residents of Yunyang's base once jested that pork could be prepared in dozens of ways. Now, cockroaches seem poised to rival that record. When the siblings find themselves with some free time, they begin making rice balls. And Yunyang discovers that rice balls are particularly convenient, as they can be eaten immediately. In contrast, dishes like sauerkraut fish, crab roe rice, and spicy chicken require bowls and chopsticks, making them cumbersome for outdoor missions. Utilizing every pot in the kitchen, including 2 large rice cookers, 3 pressure cookers, and a cast iron pan, they make the most of the still available electricity, cooking to their heart's content. Modern individuals have become so accustomed to the convenience of electricity that a sudden blackout would wreak havoc on daily life. When it comes to cooking rice, without power, the only options would be to consume compressed biscuits and canned goods or resort to using firewood, charcoal, alcohol, or gasoline as fuel, all of which would significantly reduce efficiency. The ingredients for the rice balls, slices of raw fish, crab legs, seaweed, cucumbers, and carrots, are meticulously shredded by Master Yi. Each time she observes his nimble hands at work, she feels an unsettling dissonance, for these hands that learned the art of killing from a young age have now returned to domesticity. The rice balls crafted by Yunyang are both large and round, roughly the size of 4 adult fists, filled with a variety of ingredients. After calculating her appetite, she realizes she needs at least 2 to feel satiated, ultimately deciding to increase the size of the rice balls further, creating colossal versions. In total, they prepare 200 rice balls, utilizing every last grain of rice and ingredient. With the pots emptied, Yunyang does not rest. She immediately fills them with water and adds chicken feet to boil. Once cooked and cooled, they're submerged in pickled chili water and stored in a large jar bought earlier, yielding a delightful snack of pickled chicken feet. The remaining pickled chili water is used to marinate some radishes, bamboo shoots, and pigskin, all of which are placed in a transparent glass jar, creating a visually appealing array of red and green that is sure to whet the appetite. The shelves in her space continue to fill with ready-to-eat food, leaving Yunyang with a profound sense of satisfaction, as those who have returned from the end times hold a deep appreciation for food. Chapter 51. Midnight Scream's law enforcement resources are exceedingly strained, even in the face of such a heinous incident at Yujing Garden. Only 2 detectives have been dispatched to gather evidence, and before midnight, they are called away to address an even more severe situation. Residents of Yujing Garden keep their lights on at night, barricading all doors, windows, and ventilation openings with heavy objects, fearing that the murderer of the elderly couple in Building 5 may strike again. Many have kept vigil through the night, struggling against sleep. In contrast, Yunyang, along with the children and Ai, sleep soundly in their respective rooms. Having anticipated such issues, she installed the most advanced locking mechanisms available internationally when fitting the explosion-proof door. A row of bolts reinforces the door, rendering it virtually impenetrable. Despite the recent crime, most residents assume the culprits will not dare to return. Those who have endured the first half of the night find themselves utterly exhausted. And just as they are about to lie down to rest, a sudden scream pierces the quiet of the community, only to vanish immediately. The sound is so abrupt that no one can ascertain from which floor it originated. At that moment, the previously tranquil community chat group erupts with activity. Hwawan from Building 4, a voice message. Upon opening it, Yunyang hears her urgently calling for help, followed by a piercing scream and the sound of her phone hitting the ground. The group falls silent, unsure if members have truly fallen asleep or are merely lurking, watching the unfolding events. Feng Rue from Building 4. Officially, the thief is in Hwawan's apartment on the floor above mine. I urge everyone to come together for assistance. If we do not unite, we will surely be plundered like reserves. Zheng Lifan from Building 9. How can you be so certain it's a robbery? I find Hwanan rather questionable. She dresses provocatively. Why would the criminals target her specifically? Lin Suichin from Building 9. Indeed, it's her own fault for being so careless. Who knows how many assailants there are? If they're armed, I have no desire to risk my life for her. Zhao Chao from Building 1. I've armed myself with a watermelon knife and am heading over. There cannot be another death in our community. We must remember the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Yunyang is abruptly roused by the cacophony of messages, and the child stirs as well. She gently soothes him back to sleep and cradles him in the small cradle within her space, feeling like a kangaroo mother, with the space serving as her safe pouch, even more secure than any conventional carrier. Quickly dressing and arming herself, she also takes a handgun, fearing potential complications. While entering the living room, she encounters Ai, who emerges from his room, zipping up the front of his black tactical jacket. The siblings, in unison, clad themselves in layers for protection. Ai remarks, "Sister, we are thinking along the same lines." Yunyang smiles and nods. No amount of knowledge can compare to actually facing a challenge. If we cannot deal with these scoundrels, how will we confront the myriad monsters that arise during a natural disaster? Moreover, this criminal gang has infiltrated our community. It is plausible that one day, they may set their sights on us as well. Zhao Chao is right. If the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Since her rebirth, she has cultivated the habit of extinguishing all dangers at their inception, as she did with Lin Jia and He Miao, and now with this incident. Hwanan, dazed and disoriented, lies near the coffee table, her vision clouded in a kaleidoscope of darkness that makes it difficult to focus. She cannot comprehend why the securely locked door of her home has been breached, only to have a dozen men invade, attempting to scream for help. Her phone is snatched from her grasp, and she is met with blow after blow to her face before being unceremoniously thrown to the floor near the coffee table. The men, with sinister laughter, rummage through her kitchen and storage room, discovering copious supplies. Hwanan wishes to intervene, as these are provisions she painstakingly accumulated with considerable effort and expense, but any movement sends blood gushing from her nostrils, a testament to the brutal beating she has just endured. Spanish ham? This woman certainly knows how to indulge, one of them exclaims. Quick, slice some to taste. Even my instant noodles have lost their appeal. Oh, and there's cola and juice as well. The imported biscuits possess a delightful flavor, indeed. Those of affluence savor life's pleasures. The assailants carelessly laid their weapons upon the table, cradling the plundered food from Hwawan's abode. Despite the exorbitant prices of food during these times, this group exhibited no reverence for their ill-gotten gains, scattering biscuit chunks and crumbs across the floor. The Spanish ham, deemed too cumbersome to slice, was instead gnawed upon, its taste tainted by the mingling of saliva and foul odors. Brother Chang, Brother Lei, you truly are clever. Orchestrating such a grand heist with the brothers, one of the underlings flattered, as he indulged in the same gluttonous feast as Fong Chang and Gan Lei. Both Fong Chang and Gan Lei hailed from the same county, having idled away their youth. Their ambition sparked upon witnessing wealthy entrepreneurs adorned in gold upon their return from the metropolis. Yet, Their penchant for sloth led them to a precarious existence, often sleeping in parks or under bridges, nearly succumbing to starvation before resorting to learn masonry. Aligning themselves with a crew that catered to affluent families. The Yujing Garden was not their home, but merely their workplace, and when floods rendered the homeowners temporarily absent, they seized the opportunity to claim 2 vacant apartments as their own. While shelter was secured, sustenance remained elusive. Lacking funds, they rallied like minded ne'er-do-wells, spending their days in slumber and their nights in thievery. The elderly couple from Building 5 had met their demise at the hands of this gang. After finishing his instant noodles, Feng Chang lit a cigarette and remarked with a grin, "The spoils we acquired today far surpass those of yesterday." Gan Lei, perspiring from the spiciness of his self-heating hot pot, exclaimed, "Indeed, those old geezers, even in death, yielded scant reward and left us with quite the mess." Feng Chang replied, "Let us gather our loot and make our exit. These provisions will sustain us for several days. Moreover, we must vacate this community today. Having committed 2 crimes in a row, especially in the capital, the authorities will surely devise a means to apprehend us." "Understood, big brother. Rest assured, we shall leave no trace," the brawny men echoed in agreement. At that moment, Hiwawan was less concerned with the stolen goods than with the urgency of these criminals departing. She had just overheard them refer to their ringleaders as Chang and Lei, and recalling the police's warning that the perpetrators might still be within the Yujing Garden, she connected their nicknames to Gan Lei of Building 6 and Feng Chang of Building 2. Could it be them? Chapter 52, A Descent into Madness. Suddenly, hands brushed against Hiwanwan's calves, startling her. She yearned to escape, but the effects of her beating rendered her weak and dizzy. Even the slightest movement induced nausea. "Boss, this woman is rather attractive. Shall we let you have the first taste?" Gan Lei grinned at Feng Chang, making a gesture of deference. Feng Chang, piqued by boredom and taken by Hiwanwan's beauty, she resembled a young star, felt his body heat up with anticipation. Hiwanwan worked as a food streamer, preferring to stockpile ingredients and cook at home, a quintessential introvert who avoided the outside world. Yet it was precisely her solitude that had caught the attention of Gan Lei and Feng Chang. After dispatching the elderly couple, they had shifted their focus to her. As Feng Chang rose to unbuckle his belt with a lewd grin, Hiwanwan's eyes widened in terror, filled with despair and revulsion at the approaching lecher. With a resounding slap, a clear handprint appeared on her cheek. "Wretched creature, who permitted you to gaze at me with such insolence?" With a pair of hands, she was lifted from the ground and thrown onto the sofa, her back turned to him as he prepared to commit unspeakable acts. "Stop." At that moment, 3 or 4 figures burst through the door, capturing the attention of the men inside, even causing Feng Chang to momentarily forget his intentions toward Hiwanwan. Hiwanwan's eyes widened once more, hope igniting within her. Could she be saved? The group led by Feng Chang and Gan Lei erupted in laughter at the sight of 3 feeble men and a middle-aged woman. Gan Lei, grinning, declared, "Capture them. It seems they've come to deliver dinner." Feng Rui, Luo Dagong, and Xiao Chao, displaying remarkable courage, lunged at the thugs, while Rao Zhan, though a middle-aged woman, used her long nails effectively, managing to scratch several faces. However, against such odds, their efforts proved futile. Sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Ultimately, Feng Rui, Luo Dagong, Xiao Chao, and Rao Zhan found themselves flattened on the ground. Gan Lei, stepping on Luo Dagong's back, seemed unsatisfied and received a hammer and towel from a nearby thug. The other men crossed their arms, anticipating a spectacle of cruelty. Gan Lei did not disappoint. He wrapped the towel around Luo Dagong's right hand, the very hand that had struck him, raising the hammer to deliver a crushing blow to his fingers. Luo Dagong screamed in agony, his right hand trembling from the impact. Rao Zhan, terrified, cried out, while Feng Rui and Xiao Chao, though claiming bravery, could only hope for the arrival of neighbors. Their community, due to its prime location, housed thousands of residents. It was inconceivable that these thugs could operate unchecked. Gan Lei mockingly tapped Feng Rui and Xiao Chao with a dagger, taunting, "What's this? Still hoping for a savior?" He gestured toward the open door. "The exit is right there. Let us see who dares come to your rescue." The towel wrapped around Luo Dagong's hand had turned crimson with blood. The assailant, still unsated, delivered several more strikes before discarding the hammer and wiping the sweat from his brow with Hiwanwan's jacket, inhaling its scent with twisted pleasure. No wonder she's a star, even her clothing carries a fragrance. This perfume must be expensive, worth thousands a bottle. Damn it. We toil all day for barely 200, yet she spends lavishly. She truly deserves this fate. I'll be next in line. Why should you be third? I was going to claim that spot. Just let him be third. I know him well enough. It'll take no more than 3 minutes. Luo Dagong, finally managing to retract his throbbing hand, turned pale and trembled. Next, it was Feng Rui's turn as another thug approached him with a taser, delivering shocks that felt like 1,000 needles piercing his skin, eliciting cries of torment. Zhao Chao fared no better, receiving merciless blows like a punching bag, his pleas growing fainter. Help! Help! Raozhen screamed desperately, hoping a neighbor might hear their cries, only to be silenced by a thug's punch. Blood spilling from her nose and mouth. Now surrounded by these brutes, their chances of escape dwindled, and survival until dawn seemed a distant hope. Zhao Chao, lying where he fell, faced the door, blood dripping into his eyes, clouding his vision in crimson. Who could come to their aid? Suddenly, his eyes widened in recognition. Yun Yang and Yun Yi, one tall and one short, appeared at the entrance, their faces masked, zippers of their jackets fully closed, both wielding military knives that gleamed coldly in the dim light of the room. Feng Chang, Gan Lei, and the others were startled by the sudden appearance of Yun Yang, who then let out a peculiar laugh. Look, here come 2 more food deliveries. Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Yang and Yi charged forward wielding knives, striking down with lethal precision. The authorities had long since issued a final warrant for these nefarious individuals, stating that the act of killing home invaders would incur no criminal liability. It was the perfect opportunity for Yun Yang to hone her skills. She showed no mercy to these scoundrels. In the aftermath of the natural disaster, some people retained their humanity while others had devolved into beasts. Today, she encountered such human-like beasts, and while practicing her techniques, she also performed a public service. The maneuvers she had learned from Yi were now executed with greater agility in real combat, and her robust nutrition allowed her to match the strength of men in arm wrestling. The sibling duo effortlessly dispatched the criminals in their path. The walls of Huanwan's home splattered with blood. Quickly run. Realizing that Yun Yang and Yi were formidable opponents, the gang members, having sustained 8 casualties from their number of 16, shouted in panic to escape. Just moments before, they had been bantering with one another. Now, 8 of them lay dead, their blood still gushing forth. As they fled, they cleverly scattered in different directions, each taking a separate floor. After pursuing and dispatching 2 more of the fleeing criminals, Yun Yang and Yi returned, only to find the remaining assailants had vanished without a trace. Among the injured, the middle-aged woman, Raozhen, had fared the best, having only suffered a blow to the nose that left her bleeding slightly. After a brief moment of dizziness, she regained her composure. When Yun Yang and Yi re-entered the room, she had already contacted the police. Chapter 53, Apathy. How are you all? Yun Yang inquired, her voice muffled by her mask. Raozhen shook her head and replied, I'm fine, but they... Luo Dagong, Feng Rui, and Zhao Chao were in dire condition. Luo Dagong's right hand was a mangled mess, nearly crushed from being struck by a hammer, and he trembled in pain, cradling his injured hand. Feng Rui was in a state of paralysis from an electric shock, while Zhao Chao, having been used as a punching bag, had blood streaming down his face, leaning grotesquely against the wall. Huan lay motionless on the coffee table, her life in peril. During the first rescue, they had lost both the wife and their soldiers. No one had anticipated that only the 4 of them would respond to the cries for help from the entire building, a realization that left a bitter taste in their mouths. Raozhen looked at Yun Yang and said, Miss, which building are you from? I truly thank you, otherwise we might have been in grave peril. Raozhen was an ordinary housewife, yet after witnessing the gruesome scene of 8 bloodied corpses nearby, she remained eerily calm in her conversation with Yun Yang. What could be more terrifying than living amongst the dead? The presence of the deceased brought her a strange sense of reassurance. Luo Dagong and the others wished to express their gratitude, but the pain in their hands rendered them speechless. Yun Yang observed their complex expressions and replied, The situation has changed. The world has grown cold and indifferent. It is a survival instinct to avoid meddling in others' affairs. While I could save you this time, there is no guarantee I would be able to do so again in a future crisis. Before departing, she added, in these calamitous times, the virtuous do not always reap rewards. In fact, they often perish swiftly. With that, Yun Yang and Yi left, having no intention of lingering for the aftermath. The police responded rapidly this time, given the loss of 10 lives and the 4 serious injuries. The severity of the situation prompted an immediate manhunt for the 6 fleeing criminals. When Rui Changgang and his team arrived, his brow was furrowed deeply. The roughly 200-square-meter living room was nearly saturated with blood, the 8 corpses all having been methodically slain with a single cut to their throats. The professionalism of the killings was striking. One could only wonder how many lives lay on the perpetrators' consciences. One of his subordinates looked at the bodies of the criminals and asked, "Captain Rui, what do we do now?" The city was rife with vandalism, theft, and robbery. And the police force was stretched thin. Rui Changgang reached for a cigarette, only to remember that he had quit smoking for 2 months. Frustrated, he said, "Let the coroner examine the bodies first, and once the victims regain consciousness, we will take their statements." "Examine the bodies? These scoundrels?" one subordinate inquired, frowning at the lifeless criminals. Rui Changgang nodded. In this situation, those who can kill with such efficiency are, in essence, more hazardous than the criminals themselves. The following morning, Rui Changgang, weary and drained, completed the statements. His colleague, who was supposed to transport the bodies to the mushroom cultivation facility, was unable to do so due to his son's sudden high fever. Thus Rui Changgang had no choice but to drive the van himself, transporting the corpses to the facility. The streets of the capital were increasingly filled with repaired vehicles, and the previously flood-ravaged roads were now restored. The swift recovery made it feel as though the recent floods had been a mere dream. Perhaps due to his long night shift, Rui Changgang felt somewhat disoriented, his body light and airy. After the 5 victims were urgently treated in the hospital, they interrogated the 3 with minor injuries. And their accounts were consistent. A young couple had saved them, but they refused to reveal their identities or contact information. Both the hospital and the police station's morgue were overwhelmed, with bodies now being immediately taken to the facility to serve as fertilizer for mushroom cultivation, a form of recycling. Upon arriving at the facility, Rui Changgang parked in the unloading area, where someone was already waiting. "Where's Director Xiao?" he inquired. The person gestured toward the interior of the facility, saying, "Inside the base." "Thank you," Rui Changgang replied before heading to find Xiao Yuanfeng. The two had been friends for many years, and with their work now interconnected, it was only natural to greet one another. As Rui Changgang entered the facility, he was immediately hit by the pungent odor of mushrooms. Despite having endured the scent for over half a month, he still found it unbearable. Noticing his discomfort, Xiao Yuanfeng chuckled, "Captain Rui, what a rare visit." Rui Changgang managed to smile, glancing at the illuminated glass culture dishes. "This revolting substance is your creation? As long as it's edible, who cares about the taste?" Xiao Yuanfeng led Rui Changgang to his office, removed his protective gear, poured Rui Changgang a glass of water, and observed the dark circles under his eyes. "Another all-nighter?" Rui Changgang offered a wry smile. "You know all too well how dire the city's security situation has become." Xiao Yuanfeng scoffed. "These scoundrels are truly audacious. Do they not realize they are in the capital? Are they eager to meet their demise?" Rui Changgang shook his head. "When people are pushed to their limits, anything is possible. Now vegetables are being sold by the piece, hundreds of dollars for just one. If I didn't have some savings with suing, we would be left with nothing but mushrooms to eat." Xiao Yuanfeng had no response to that. While the government had implemented measures to counter the flooding, no one had anticipated that drought would follow. The prolonged drought and locust plague, coupled with the earlier floods, had devastated crops and livestock, causing prices to soar. Rui Changgang pressed on. "Didn't the news say that the national grain reserves could sustain the population for a year or 2? How is it that just 2 months in, we're resorting to mushrooms?" Xiao Yuanfeng stood up and peeked outside the door, ensuring no one was around before leaning in closer to Rui Changgang. "The meteorological station has reported exceedingly abnormal weather. There are no signs of rain in the immediate future. If temperatures do not continue to rise, that might be a blessing. But if we deplete the reserves so quickly, what will happen in the 3rd year? What if it's the same as this year?" Everyone seems to have lost all hope. Rui Changgang's expression fell. "No, that can't be possible. After 2 months of high temperatures following the flood, people were already struggling. If this were to persist for 2 years, it would be unbearable." Looking at Xiao Yuanfeng, who wore a pained expression, he remarked, "We cannot possibly find ourselves in a situation akin to the Great Famine of decades past, reduced to eating dirt and gnawing on tree bark, can we?" Xiao Yuanfeng lifted his chin with an air of arrogance. "As long as I am here, It would be a dereliction of duty and a grave sin to allow the populace to live such a life. Stinky mushrooms are the primary food source post-disaster. Certainly not the last resort. Just look at their growth and vitality. Mushroom cultivation bases have been established nationwide, ensuring ample supply. Chapter 54. A matter of high concern. Rui Changgang was speechless. What was the difference between eating chocolate that tasted like excrement and excrement that tasted like chocolate? In the future, when developing new food items, please do consider the flavor, Rui Changgang suggested thoughtfully. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to Xiao Yuanfeng. You haven't actually tried stinky mushrooms, have you? Xiao Yuanfeng was candid. Why would I eat that? Our unit has mandated the consumption of stinky mushrooms every day, regardless of personal preference. We are required to take a spoonful as a side dish. Does your cafeteria not have such a regulation? Rui Changgang was astonished. Xiao Yuanfeng scoffed. We are mushroom cultivators. After all, it would be unbearable to eat stinky mushrooms for every meal. Producing such edible fungi is a monumental contribution. The Dragon Kingdom has always prioritized the treatment of researchers, and our meals generally consist of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Rui Changgang felt a pang of envy. Noticing that it was nearly lunchtime, he resolved to stay put. Today, no matter what, we must indulge in a hearty meal. Xiao Yuanfeng laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. When lunchtime arrived, the 2 men went to the cafeteria, and indeed, as Xiao Yuanfeng had said, there were 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Although the vegetable was somewhat wilted lettuce, it was still commendable for ensuring dietary fiber intake, far superior to the daily ration of compressed biscuits and stinky mushrooms they had been subjected to. Before leaving, Rui Changgang even packed a portion to bring home to his wife. Yunyang and Ai were seated at the dining table in the living room, enjoying cold noodles. While stockpiling supplies, Yunyang had accumulated a considerable amount of condiments, including a spicy oil and seasoning sauce specifically for mixing with cold noodles and cold skin. After boiling a large pot of cold noodles and plunging them into ice water, she retrieved them to enhance their elasticity and chewiness, adding char siu, braised beef, shredded cucumber, and carrot, creating a refreshingly delightful meal. The delightful fat house happy water complemented everything perfectly. The 2 poured themselves a generous cup and relished their meal, enjoying the tranquility of life. The air-conditioned room was pleasantly cool. Their 3-month-old baby had learned to roll over, playfully tumbling on the mat with remarkable agility. This life mirrored the comforts of the civilized era, blissful in its simplicity. After finishing the noodles, the pair cut into a large watermelon, each devouring half. The crimson flesh was crisp and juicy, and Yunyang, opting for seedless varieties, dug in with a large spoon, and the siblings took turns savoring each bite. After consuming half the watermelon, Yunyang leaned back in her chair, truly stuffed. Ai, embodying the role of a diligent house husband, began the cleanup, placing the rinds and refuse by the door to discard later in the communal dumpster. With the property management having abandoned their duties, residents were left to manage their own waste, with the only option being to toss it into the large bins on the street, tended to by sanitation workers. Yunyang opened her phone to browse the news. Food shortages were rampant, yet the research on stinky mushrooms had achieved remarkable success, with plans to export them. In the community group chat, residents who had not helped the night before were now chiming in. Building 7's Chenwan, I slept too soundly last night and missed it. Building 4's Hiwanwan, are you alright, girl? Building 9's Lin Suichin, who knew they would come at night? Even if we had gone, what could we have done with our old bones? Building 3's Luo Dagong, I am Luo Dagong's wife. Last night, my husband suffered a shattering fracture in his right hand while trying to rescue Hiwanwan from the assailants. Feng Rui, Zhao Chao, and Rao Zhen, who went to help, also sustained injuries of varying degrees. This was all avoidable. Had we united, those criminals would never have had the chance to strike. Our community has thousands of residents, yet only those 4 went to help. Luo Dagong continued, we were wrong, we were too self-assured. Once we recover, we will shut ourselves in and live our own lives. If you are targeted by those criminals and meet your demise, it will be your own fault, all stemming from your apathetic attitude of detachment. Luo Dagong declared, from now on, this community group will only be a place for receiving information. We will no longer engage in conversations. Building 9's Zhang Lifeng retorted, what you said is unfair. We simply slept through it and didn't hear anything. It wasn't intentional. Luo Dagong's wife refused to engage further, remaining silent despite the eloquent explanations offered by others. Yunyang set her phone down and began to assess the supplies in her storage space. Despite her and Ai's efforts to consume food, they had barely made a dent in their stockpile, which remained abundant, providing Yunyang with immense peace of mind. In the apocalypse, a sense of security did not come from men, but from the mountains of supplies amassed. She relished being a hoarding hamster. However, she felt some remorse over the water in her storage, though she had stockpiled enough to last several lifetimes. Witnessing the waste of pristine water was distressing. This was fresh water, a precious commodity that would become a hard currency for trade between nations and individuals in the future. One should not underestimate the value of the freshwater stored in Yunyang space. In future survivor bases, a single liter could be exchanged for weapons and ammunition, essential for survival. Faced with monsters like the eight-limbed beast and winged bone dragon, one could not rely solely on bare hands. Thus, she resolved to reduce her water usage by stockpiling cat litter. As shops gradually reopened in the city, apart from the grain-selling supermarkets guarded by armed soldiers, other stores, including clothing and general merchandise, began to welcome customers. They had no choice but to open, with skyrocketing food prices. If they did not profit, they might soon find themselves unable to afford even stinky mushrooms once the limited-time tasting privileges were lifted. Only a handful of pet stores had reopened, as the floods had driven a significant number of cats and dogs outdoors, leaving them unaccounted for. Yunyang donned a special baby carrier and, with Ai driving, they used their phones to navigate to the nearest pet store. To their dismay, the closest store had closed and relocated to a pet market 20 kilometers away. The pet market was desolate, with no pets in sight. Only a few shops remained open, conducting business with little enthusiasm. Yunyang parked the car and entered the pet store. The owner, not even lifting his head, said, "I'm sorry, but we currently have no cats or dogs available." "I came to buy some cat litter," Yunyang replied. The shopkeeper looked up, his face lighting up with a broad smile as he noticed Yunyang and Ai, who was carrying a backpack. "Ah, cat litter. That's great. It can be used for both cats and humans," he exclaimed, his eyes fixated on Ai's backpack. With the rampant inflation, people were gradually shifting away from cash transactions, opting instead for barter, which was both economical and practical, especially for food, which remained highly sought after. Chapter 55. On the edibility of cat and dog food. Typically, when individuals engage in transactions, they carry a small bag filled with rice, flour, or perhaps a modest portion of vegetables. However, someone like Ai, who hauls an enormous backpack, must certainly be a significant customer. The owner of the pet shop approached with enthusiasm, but upon noticing the festering sore at the corner of his mouth, Ai instinctively shielded Yunyang and Zai behind him, brandishing a sheathed knife in front of the shopkeeper. "Stay back." The shopkeeper, taken aback, gave an awkward smile and gestured toward his mouth, saying, "Fear not, fear not. It's merely an oral ulcer." "What can I assist you with today?" Yunyang inquired. "Do you have cat litter?" The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed." "What size would you prefer?" "I have 20-pound and 40-pound bags available." "What are the prices?" Yunyang pressed. The 20-pound bag is currently priced at 100 yuan, while the 40-pound bag is 200 yuan. Yunyang frowned. "That's quite expensive." Having previously owned a domestic cat and purchased cat litter, she recalled that a 10-pound bag once cost merely over 8 yuan. The price had skyrocketed beyond comprehension. The shopkeeper, noticing Yunyang's expression, quickly explained, "The cost of living has surged dramatically outside. We can't afford to keep our prices low or we won't be able to make ends meet. If you wish to purchase, I assure you we can negotiate." The pet shop was experiencing a downturn, while the construction materials market was thriving, particularly for ordinary sand, which was inexpensive. Many people were carting it away for waste disposal. Cat litter, being both expensive and scarce, was quite inconvenient. With a rare customer before him, the shopkeeper was determined not to let them leave empty-handed. Yunyang, having exhausted her funds, had become shrewd in bartering for supplies. "I don't have money. Can I trade for goods instead?" she asked. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. That's far more convenient." It saved him the trouble of converting cash into supplies outside. Ever since the floods and extreme heat had struck, he felt that using cash had become more absurd than using paper money, given the current inflation. Ultimately, after some haggling, I exchanged an assortment of food from his backpack for the entire stock of the shopkeeper, as well as the remaining cat litter from other pet stores. Even so, the supplies for both Yunyang and Ai still held a premium. The shopkeeper's eyes glimmered with desire at the sight of each item in Ai's backpack: vacuum-sealed sausages, Harbin red sausage, 20-pound bags of Northeast rice, canned fruits, and packets of compressed biscuits. The other pet shop owners were anxiously scratching their heads, realizing their own warehouses were devoid of excess stock. The batches of cat litter were specifically packaged to be waterproof, however. Other brands utilized materials akin to the snakeskin bags used for chemical fertilizers, which fell apart when exposed to water. Sister, the shopkeeper exclaimed, desperate enough to address Yunyang as such. Take whatever you see in my shop. If necessary, I'll give you the entire store. Just leave these food supplies. The other shopkeepers nodded in agreement. Indeed, take whatever you can. We want to utter a word of protest. It was no exaggeration. Securing this one batch of supplies would mean a lucrative business for them. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Sister, we also have pet canned food and fish jerky, all imported brands. Midafu and Guanning are the best sellers. Both cats and dogs can consume them, and frankly, our livelihoods depend on these pet canned goods. The other shopkeepers nodded vigorously. Yes, the taste is delightful, especially the little fish jerky. I consume it myself. I regarded their sycophantic demeanor skeptically. If you can eat it, why don't you keep it for yourselves? The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly, pointing to the sore at the corner of his mouth, explaining that the nutritional needs of humans differ from those of pets. While these items could fill one's belly, they lacked comprehensive nutrition and could lead to malnutrition and oral ulcers if consumed long-term. His own mouth sore was a testament to that. Why not take it if it's free? Yunyang thought. Anything edible for humans would fetch exorbitant prices in the safety zone. For now, she would stockpile these supplies, waiting for the day when the authorities implemented a citizen point system and task haul. She would then trade these canned goods for points, determined to be among the first to sample any genetic serums released, to alleviate any doubts Yunyang and Ai might have about his claims. The shopkeeper first opened a bag of fish jerky for them to taste. Ai grimaced, conflicted. His mouth had been spoiled by Yunyang. She found it amusing, recalling that during their previous life together, he had devoured even insect pancakes voraciously. Meanwhile, Yunyang cradled Zai Zai with one hand while taking a piece from the packaging and tasting it. The fish jerky carried a natural flavor with a hint of fishiness, and overall, it was palatable, within the range acceptable to humans. If the flavors were too peculiar, Yunyang feared they might be undervalued when traded at the supply exchange points. Ai drove up to the shop's entrance, allowing the shopkeepers to load the supplies into the car themselves. They maximized every available space, filling the trunk and back seat to the brim. Remarkably, they managed to fit all of it into a single sedan. Wow, is this car an A8L armored vehicle? Suddenly, one perceptive pet shop owner exclaimed, pointing at Yunyang's vehicle in astonishment. Goodness, this car must be worth over 10 million. He couldn't help but give Yunyang and Ai a thumbs up. Impressive. After Yunyang and Ai drove away, 5 or 6 pet shop owners began sorting through the supplies that Ai had unloaded, dividing the quantities of cat litter, cat food, and dog food among themselves. Today was a remarkable day for business. One female pet shop owner wore a broad smile, cradling a 500-milliliter fruit can, envisioning her child's delight upon returning home. Indeed. We haven't opened for 3 years. This haul will sustain us for 3 years. The shopkeeper with the mouth sore was the first to help himself to a piece of red sausage. The 5 of them divided the 20 pounds of rice equally, each receiving 4 pounds, and closed their shops early, cautiously returning home with their supplies. On the way back, Yunyang stowed the items in her storage space, sparing herself the hassle of carrying them upstairs discreetly. With her storage space, she could afford to be indulgent. As supplies became increasingly scarce, factories and schools halted operations, and water shortages became critical. The heat during midday was relentless, making it impossible to avoid sweating, and even the mere act of obtaining drinking water posed a challenge, let alone bathing. Yunyang's reluctance to enter crowded areas stemmed primarily from the lack of water for bathing, which left her enduring an unpleasant odor from her own skin. Now, she lamented how swiftly urban surveillance had been reinstated, thwarting her plans to conceal the car in her storage space. Each day, witnessing her valuable supplies left unattended in the parking spot filled her with melancholy. No alarm system could rival the security of her storage. Thankfully, the luxury cars submerged in floods still remained in their parking spots, providing her a semblance of cover. Even so, every time she drove out, Yunyang could see the envious glances of others in her rearview mirror. Chapter 56. Zhao Chao is dead. As Yuyang passed the entrance of the community, she spotted Raojin and Hewanwan walking along the roadside, both with bandaged heads, particularly Hewanwan, whose complexion remained pale. "Drive slowly," Yunyang whispered. At that moment, a woman hurriedly carrying a lunchbox rushed out of the community, startled to see Raojin and Hewanwan. "How did you two get discharged from the hospital?" she exclaimed. Hewanwan covered her head, reluctant to speak. Even blinking caused a dull ache, a lingering effect from being brutally beaten by those thugs yesterday. Raojin, in a slightly better condition, replied to the newcomer, "We're delivering food to Mr. Luo. The hurried woman before us is none other than Luo Dagong's wife. With her husband hospitalized, she seizes the opportunity during her lunch break to prepare a meal for him, cooking the scant meat they have at home to ensure he receives the nourishment he needs." She nods slightly, observing Hewanwan's pale complexion and frowning as she remarks, "This is utterly unacceptable. How can they discharge him when he is still unwell?" Raojin responds, "The doctor prescribed some medication, but there's no choice. Hospital beds are overflowing, and those of us with relatively minor conditions have been forcibly discharged." Luo Dagong's wife inquires further, "What of Feng Rue and Zhao Chao?" Raojin's expression shifts dramatically as she replies, "Feng Rue has stabilized, but Zhao Chao suffered internal bleeding from an assault, and his shattered bones pierced his lung. He passed away last night." Hewanwan's throat becomes hoarse, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's all my fault. It's all because of me." Raojin gently pats her hand. "No one wished for such a tragedy. If blame must be assigned, let it be directed at those heartless fiends." She continues to ramble on. "The young men who saved us yesterday have yet to appear. They are surely from our neighborhood, wanting to help without attracting trouble. We owe them our lives." Yunyang and I, however, are struck by her words. Zhao Chao is dead. Yunyang exhales slowly, contemplating the cruel reality of their world. In such dire times, virtuous souls seldom endure. Thus, every individual in this apocalyptic landscape appears selfish and hypocritical, their efforts solely aimed at survival. The grim lesson from Zhao Chao serves as a wake-up call to all who were involved in last night's events. Every act of kindness comes at a cost. And for Zhao Chao, the price was his life. "Let us go," Yunyang declares, as Ai's vehicle glides past them and parks in their designated spot. Upon exiting the driver's seat, Ai rushes to open the door for Yunyang, who carefully cradles the sleeping child as she descends from the car. And together they ascend the elevator. Yunyang reflects on how she and her brother spend their days indulging in food and drink, honing their combat skills, savoring the last moments of tranquility before the impending storm. Once the tempest strikes, those ominous eggs will hatch into octopus beasts, transforming the societal struggle among humans into a battle against both each other and monstrous foes. Due to the formidable strength of the creatures, humanity's numbers will diminish drastically in the initial phases of the octopus beast's emergence, as many will be preyed upon before fortified sanctuaries can be established. After all, no one anticipated that the eggs emerging from the depths of the sea would possess such devastating power, leading to a significant global population decline. This is merely the first wave of calamities unleashed by nature. Rui Changgang is fully engrossed in the case of the Yujing Garden. Having uncovered the criminal records of the deceased perpetrators from the police department's internal network, robbery, rape, and theft, individuals released back into society only to engage in organized and premeditated robbery once more at Yujing Garden. The computer displays the images of the two suspects mentioned by Hewanwan, Feng Chang and Gan Lei, who are still at large. Additionally, there are two sketches of a masked man and woman, drawn based on the victims' descriptions. These are the benefactors who saved their lives. Benefactors? After spending considerable time in law enforcement, Rui Changgang has encountered numerous bizarre cases, and he is skeptical about the true intentions of these supposed saviors. Just then, a colleague arrives, delivering the residential records of all the inhabitants of Yujing Garden. "Captain Rui, here's the information you requested." Rui Changgang nods, instructing, "Place it over there." After his colleague departs, he begins to scrutinize the documents and finds one homeowner that captures his attention. "Xiao Zhu, come here." His colleague enters, inquiring, "What is it?" "Captain He?" Rui Changgang points to Yunyang, saying, "Investigate where she was that night." The masked man and woman matched the descriptions of Yunyang and Ai, prompting Rui Changgang to harbor a suspicion. Especially Ai. The moment Rui Changgang laid eyes on him, he sensed danger. During their last encounter at the supermarket, He instinctively reached for his firearm, noticing that the boy also moved toward his waist. All signs suggest that this boy, who should be attending high school, is actually a potential threat. Perhaps this home invasion robbery is not what it seems. Rui Changgang feels a headache coming on. When Yun Yang was reported for illegal possession of a firearm, they had already looked into her background. Her life over the past 20 years had been uneventful, save for the sudden appearance of a son and the mysterious inheritance she received 2 months ago, valued in the billions. Otherwise, she could not possibly sustain the spending reflected in her bank statements. Her expenditures consist merely of food and essential items, and given their sibling-like relationship, it stands to reason that they would not lack for sustenance nor feel compelled to engage in robbery. Or could it be that she truly sought to act heroically? Captain Rui, water. A colleague brings him a cup. Rui Changgang takes a sip, only to spit it out, horrified by the murky liquid. Xiaozhu, what is this? Can we even drink it? Xiaozhu enters and, upon seeing Rui Changgang's reaction, disapproves. Captain Rui, given the current circumstances, merely having water is a blessing. The water delivery service ceased long ago. We've been relying on the emergency bottled water. We ran out 2 days ago and have been drinking this muddy water since. Thankfully, you were absent the last 2 days, otherwise, you would have had to adapt to it as well. Rui Changgang recalls that he had been on a field assignment the previous day and had dined at his friend Xiao Yuanfeng's mushroom farm. Wiping his muddy lips with a tissue, he gestures with the documents in his hand. All right, fine, I want to drink this water. Gather your things, we're heading out. Xiaozhu looks at the blazing sun outside, sweating profusely and reluctant. Captain Rui, I haven't finished my report yet. Perhaps you could. Rui Changgang furrows his brow. Don't give me excuses. Pack up quickly, we're going to Yujing Garden. Xiaozhu is taken aback. What for? The criminal investigation team just returned this morning. Rui Changgang replies, to pay a visit to an old acquaintance. Chapter 57. Taking Yun Yang's statement. Who? Xiaozhu is perplexed. Rui Changgang glances at him. Yun Yang. Instantly. Xiaozhu recalls that affluent woman, while others indulge in luxury homes, cars, designer handbags, and foreign travels upon their newfound wealth. She, after receiving her fortune, chose to buy fish, meat, and vegetables from the wholesale market. At that moment, he had jested with Captain Rui, remarking on her unique approach to wealth. Suddenly, a sense of urgency grips Xiaozhu as he looks at Rui Changgang. Captain Rui, do you think her stockpiling was a forewarning of the current situation? Rui Changgang feels a tightening in his chest as he responds to his colleague. Stop with the fanciful notions. Focus on the facts. I'll wait for you in the car. You have 5 minutes. I'm coming, Xiaozhu, sensing the seriousness of the moment, hurriedly gathers his belongings and follows. At home, Yun Yang diligently mops the tiles, having done so twice, as the oppressive heat causes dust to infiltrate every crevice, settling upon the furniture and floors. The situation worsens significantly after the floodwaters receded. She finds herself mopping every 2 days, consuming 2 buckets of water each time. While her living conditions might be less than ideal, she is particularly concerned for the young child, fearing that any bacteria could lead to illness. Currently, the city's hospitals are overwhelmed and routine vaccinations for children have been temporarily suspended. The child has only received the hepatitis B vaccine and the BCG vaccine since birth, and Yun Yang takes extra precautions to protect him. Ai, the man of the house, wipes the dust off the table while the siblings work in harmony, efficiently tidying their home. Just then, the doorbell rings. Yun Yang, puzzled, wonders who might be visiting, for they have no acquaintances in this place. Upon approaching the visual doorbell, I discovered 2 men, one of whom I recognized quite well, Rui Changgang. What could be his purpose for coming here? Due to the rampant criminal activity in the neighborhood, residents had secured the stairwell doors leading directly to their back entrances with multiple locks, leaving the elevator as the sole means of access. Each resident possessed a keycard for the elevator. Without it, one could not enter even upon reaching the elevator itself. Although the stairwell leading to Yun Yang's apartment was also locked, it lacked the excessive number of locks, for in the event of a fire, unlocking them could take an excruciatingly long time. She pressed the intercom button. Hello? Rui Changgang addressed the camera. Hello, Miss Yun. We are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team and would like to inquire about a situation. Xiaozhu, trailing behind Rui Changgang, felt a refreshing chill envelop him upon entering Yun Yang's home. She had turned on the air conditioning. Finally, he felt revived. The air conditioning at their workplace had been erratic due to flooding, often freezing them in the mornings, only to malfunction during the hottest part of the day, leaving them without any cooling relief. Colleagues often joked that the office air conditioner had developed a mind of its own, adept at evading work. The cool air invigorated every pore of his body. Moreover, unlike the disarray that characterized the homes of other suspects after the flood receded, Yun Yang's residence was immaculate, bright windows, gleaming tiles reflecting cleanliness, and the air conditioning blowing a refreshing breeze. In the living room, a wooden cradle swayed gently, adorned with colorful toys, and a tiny infant's hand eagerly attempted to grasp them. This abode exuded an unparalleled comfort, far surpassing his own home, which had not experienced such tranquility since the flood. It was indeed a privilege to be wealthy. When Xiaozhu caught sight of Yun Yi leaning against the living room wall, arms crossed and observing them, his instincts as a seasoned investigator kicked in, and he felt an immediate tension, as if facing a formidable foe. Rui Changgang patted Xiaozhu's shoulder, signaling him to relax. However, before he could exhale, he saw the youth approach them directly, causing Xiaozhu to tense up once more. Yun Yi was not seeking confrontation. Instead, he cradled his joyful little nephew from the cradle and carried him back to the room. The infant, clad in a delicate light blue onesie, glanced curiously at them with wide blue eyes as Yun Yi turned. Yun Yang poured 2 glasses of pristine water and placed them on the table. The transparent, immaculate water, devoid of any dust, captivated both men, causing them to swallow hard. Rui Changgang could hardly stomach the murky water from their workplace, and Xiaozhu would only drink it if his throat felt parched. Now, faced with these 2 glasses of pure water, they couldn't help but imagine how refreshing it would be to gulp them down without a hint of discomfort. Noticing their longing gazes, Yun Yang, aware of the current water scarcity, pushed the glasses closer, saying, "Please have some water. I don't have any tea to offer." In truth, she had ample tea in her space, but brewing it required hot water, which she found too bothersome. Rui Changgang and Xiaozhu settled onto Yun Yang's white leather sofa, instinctively shifting to the edge, worried about dirtying the furniture with their dusty attire. Observing their discomfort, Yun Yang reassured them, "It's perfectly fine. This type of sofa is easy to maintain, just wipe it with a wet tissue." Wet tissues? To be candid, they were currently struggling to procure even basic supplies like paper towels. Rui Changgang thought to himself that if he hadn't stocked up previously, his home would be devoid of any paper products. His wife, Su Ying, had instituted a strict policy, 1 sheet for small needs, 2 for larger ones. It seemed insufficient. And when he inquired what to do if the thin sheets tore, Su Ying cryptically suggested washing his hands twice instead. The hand-washing facility was even less appealing. A large bucket where all domestic wastewater collected, with food residue floating atop the greasy surface. Shaking off those dismal thoughts, Rui Changgang assumed a serious demeanor and began his questioning, while Xiaozhu prepared his recording device and notebook. "Ms. Yun, where were you and your younger brother between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. this morning?" "Sleeping," she replied. "Did you not see Wanwan's distress message in the group chat? We have the notification set to do not disturb and only saw it upon waking this morning." "Who can corroborate your statement?" "No one. The residents of Yujing Garden have minimal interaction, and given our 1 elevator per household setup, there's hardly anyone to converse with." "Do you know Wanwan or Feng Rui?" "Not well. I've only chatted with them in the community group." Yun Yang was rather slippery in her responses, and Rui Changgang noted that despite his several attempts to probe, her answers were airtight, effectively distancing herself and Yun Yi from the incident. Since she had deftly exonerated herself from the burglary that occurred last night, Rui Changgang decided to pivot directly to her case. "Miss Yun, could you explain why you procured billions worth of supplies just before the flood?" Chapter 58, The Enigmatic Azure Technology. At this inquiry, even Xiaozhu lifted his gaze, intrigued by her forthcoming explanation. Yun Yang looked at Rui Changgang. "Is this a question I must answer today?" Rui Changgang silently nodded. Yun Yang was not at all surprised that they had uncovered her purchasing history. Citizen information was interconnected nationwide, and if the state wished to investigate, they could ascertain details as minute as the color of one's thermal underwear. She elucidated, "My greatest passion is stockpiling supplies. As you know, I emerged from an orphanage, having experienced scarcity in my youth. After years of hard work, I finally have some wealth. And my goal is to accumulate enough provisions to ensure a lifetime free from worry about sustenance." Xiaozhu could not help but interject. "If you were stockpiling rice and flour, I could understand. But why do your shopping records also include seafood and vegetables? These are seasonal items with a shelf life of only 3 to 4 days. Rui Chenggang glared at Yun Yang, moreover. The items you stockpiled could last not just 1 lifetime, but 10 lifetimes. Yun Yang, what game are you playing? And what about those supplies? Where did you transport them from the Jenga forging factory in City A? Why is the surveillance footage from there also damaged? Yun Yang had not anticipated their investigation to delve so deeply, uncovering even the temporary storage site for supplies in City A. However, she had long been prepared. When the impoverished suddenly find wealth, they tend to spend extravagantly. I have no love for cars, houses, or bags. My passion lies in food. I consume half and discard the rest. The remaining supplies I transported to a building in the demolition zone of City A that had yet to be detonated. Are those supplies still there? Yun Yang shrugged. I have no idea. With the flood, so much food must have been swept away. Besides, I've been in the capital for many days now, and I'm powerless to reach the supplies there. Xiaozhu felt a pang of sorrow. You left all that food behind in that building. Yun Yang could only respond with helplessness. I couldn't take it with me. What could I do? Casting a doubt on the veracity of her words, Rui Chenggang sensed that Yun Yang was riddled with enigmas. Strangely, even though he was aware that she harbored secrets, he could not pinpoint what they were or find any evidence. Rui Chenggang pressed further. What about your finances? Where did your money originate? Your account has received multiple transfers from domestic accounts totaling billions. Why were you the recipient of such funds? You've had no connection to these individuals over the past 20 years. Yun Yang answered this question candidly. Given that her ex-husband had already passed away, it's my late husband's inheritance. Xiaozhu found this utterly unbelievable, his eyes widening in shock as he turned to Rui Chenggang with an urgent expression. Rui Chenggang astonishingly grasped the implications of what Xiaozhu was attempting to convey. Your ex-husband's estate is valued at a staggering 1 billion? Who is your ex-husband? Why is there no record of your marriage? Yun Yang, do not speak nonsense that obstructs judicial fairness. Yun Yang found it somewhat difficult to articulate, after all. She couldn't simply admit that she had been captivated by Lin Lu's extraordinary good looks during their brief affair. In times of poverty, couples make do. When prosperity arrives, one must leave behind children. Little did she know that Lin Lu would vanish abruptly before she could truly enjoy a good life, leaving no trace of his identity in the Dragon Kingdom. It felt as though their relationship had been akin to a fleeting romance, resulting in an unexpected child. Having grown up as an orphan, the arrival of a well-behaved and understanding child was a form of wealth bestowed upon her by Lin Lu. However, she never anticipated that the fortune Lin Lu had provided would extend far beyond that. The 100 billion assets, had it not been for the impending disaster, would have allowed her to comfortably raise her child without worry. My ex-husband's name is Lin Lu. We have been separated for quite some time. 2 months ago, 2 individuals unexpectedly presented his will, which stipulated that all his assets were to be transferred to me. Xiaozhu's pen recorded her words with remarkable speed. Rui Chenggang inquired, what sort of inheritance could amount to such a colossal sum? Yun Yang responded, it is the original shares of Weilon Technology. I did not retain them. I liquidated everything. Xiaozhu paused in his writing and glanced at Rui Chenggang. Is it the Weilon Technology one am aware of? Rui Chenggang's family, the Rui clan, was a prominent one in the capital, aware that both the Dragon Kingdom and powerful nations like the Beautiful Nation were in negotiations with Weilon Technology, seeking to establish strategic partnerships. The technological prowess held by Weilon Technology far surpassed anything currently available on the market. Just last year, their proposal for synthetic biological battle armor attracted an avalanche of investment from capitalists. How could such an extraordinary company be linked to a girl like Yun Yang? Listen to her audacious claims, original shares of Weilon Technology. Holding those shares equates to possessing absolute control over Weilon Technology, effectively aligning it with the Dragon Kingdom, enhancing its military capabilities, and potentially overpowering the Beautiful Nation, the Turtle Country, and the Flower Flag Nation to become the dominant force on Water Blue Star. How many original shares do you possess? According to those 2 individuals, it seemed to be around 60%. The documents proving the inheritance were in Yun Yang's possession, and she unreservedly presented them to Rui Chenggang, elucidating the source of her immense wealth. Rui Chenggang felt a dryness in his throat. You sold all the original shares? Yun Yang nodded without hesitation. Initially, both Rui Chenggang and Xiaozhu believed that Yun Yang had an unfathomable source of wealth. But now they felt that if she had indeed sold the original shares of Weilon Technology for 100 billion, it was an utter loss. in matters of national interest. All else must yield. Rui Changgang shelved the criminal case at hand, eager to report this astonishing news to his superiors. The two of them, feeling a bit dazed, exchanged WeChat contacts with Yun Yang before departing. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, Yun Yang handed each of them a bottle of water, deeming it a small gesture of kindness on such a sweltering day. After all, she considered herself an exemplary citizen. Xiaozhu clutched the bottle of pristine water, reluctant to return it, casting a glance at Captain Rui, who was still immersed in thoughts about Whalon technology and had yet to regain his focus. Well, accepting a bottle of water shouldn't be deemed as bribery, right? Rui Changgang was jolted back to reality by the scorching leather seat of the car, while Xiaozhu, seated in the passenger seat, winced from the heat, exclaiming, "It's unbearable. My God, it's so hot." Despite the heat, there was no recourse. The flooding had driven up oil prices, and the police department had fuel quotas for each month. During field operations, everyone had to keep the windows open for ventilation, avoiding the air conditioning. As they hit the main road, the searing wind blew in, providing a slight relief from the heat. Finally, Xiaozhu found the strength to speak. "This is incredible, Captain Rui. Who would have thought that such an ordinary girl could be connected to Whalon technology?" Xiaozhu had only a rudimentary understanding of Whalon technology. In truth, even Rui Changgang was not well acquainted with the enigmatic company. Most of what he knew came from whispers shared among family members in high-ranking circles. Outsiders only knew that Whalon technology had skyrocketed to fame overnight. With its stock prices soaring, anyone who invested would profit, and demand was insatiable. What precisely attracted capitalists to this arena of investment was beyond their comprehension. It was imperative to report the situation to higher authorities. Chapter 59. Headless Larvae? Xiaozhu flipped through his notebook and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Captain Rui, you forgot to ask her about the previous report regarding possession of illegal firearms. If it was a legitimate transaction, why did that 90 million flow into a foreign bank?" Rui Changgang quelled the agitation rising within him and glanced at Xiaozhu. "You certainly know how to pinpoint the crux of the matter." Xiaozhu, puzzled, opted to remain silent. After a moment, recalling Yun Yang's frugal spending habits, he couldn't help but remark, could it be that even the newly affluent have a simple, unpretentious approach to accumulating resources like her? No one answered him. Yet Xiaozhu nodded to himself. Indeed, such people do exist. Upon returning to the police station, Rui Changgang reported the day's developments to his superiors for verification, while he continued to follow up on the Eugene Garden case. The city's surveillance systems had yet to be fully restored, complicating the apprehension efforts. The police's stringent crackdown had already captured 2 of the previously fleeing suspects, but during interrogation, aside from confessing to their crimes, they were utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of their leaders, Feng Chang and Gan Lei. Both individuals were notorious criminals with a heightened awareness of surveillance, and their connections were strictly compartmentalized. All known haunts of the two had been thoroughly investigated, yet their whereabouts remained elusive, suggesting they had found a place to hide. Such sewer rats, if not captured and eliminated, would only continue to endanger innocent citizens. Rui Changgang slammed his hand on the desk. "Investigate. I want them found, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground." After work, Rui Changgang sat in his car, grappling with the shock of Yun Yang's newfound wealth that he struggled to process. His superiors had already reported the matter to the organization, promising a dedicated investigation, while he was to focus on capturing the nefarious elements exploiting the capital. The thought of the 2 untraceable criminal masterminds made him furious, prompting him to pound his fist on the steering wheel. His action startled all the flies in the car, sending them buzzing chaotically around him. Ugh! One nearly flew into his mouth. Why were there so many flies? It wasn't until he caught sight of a gnawed chicken bone, likely left by a previous passenger, that he realized the cause. The warm weather necessitated leaving the windows partially open to cool the car, inadvertently inviting in a swarm of flies and mosquitoes. Truly, the more one is troubled, the more vexations arise. Rui Changgang had no intention of returning home. Instead, he decided to visit the mushroom cultivation base to join Xiao Yuanfeng for a meal. Without hesitation, he removed his work badge and stowed it in his pocket, hopping onto his wife's bicycle and pedaling towards the mushroom facility. Following the flood, bicycle sales had surged dramatically, even leading to shortages. Now, most people opted to ride bikes, significantly reducing the likelihood of accidents and easing the burden on the busy traffic police department. Rui Changang's wife, Suing, walked to work due to the proximity of the hospital to their home, leaving the bicycle for him. Upon arriving at the mushroom cultivation base, he informed the security guard at the entrance, who subsequently called Xiao Yuanfeng for permission to enter. Rui Changgang discovered that Xiao Yuanfeng was no longer at the previous mushroom cultivation site, but was conducting research in a facility intriguingly named Headless Larvae. Headless Larvae? What a peculiar name. What kind of larvae could possibly lack a head? Upon arriving at the base where Xiao Yuanfeng was stationed, he observed plump maggots, slightly larger than grains of rice, wriggling amidst the wheat bran through the expansive glass windows. The heaps of maggots undulated continuously, and although Rui Changgang had served as a criminal police officer for many years, his complexion merely turned pale. Xiao Yuanfeng, clad in protective gear, greeted Rui Changgang, who had also donned a similar outfit after disinfection, with a casual, "What brings you here again?" Rui Changgang, feeling somewhat sheepish about admitting to mooching a meal, replied, "I came to see you and to relieve some stress." Xiao Yuanfeng glanced at the clock hanging in the breeding facility and remarked, "There's still an hour until we finish. If you're not in a hurry, why not keep me company?" Rui Changgang nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuanfeng held a clipboard, occasionally jotting down notes. Rui Changgang noticed that the size of the maggots varied across different glass cases, indicating they were not from the same batch and that their feeding state influenced their size. There was also an automated metal screen designed to sort the maggots, with each mesh equally sized. He couldn't quite fathom its operation. Just then, Xiao Yuanfeng elucidated the process. After recording the data, he pressed a red button on the control panel, activating the screen, which began to sift through the maggots, allowing the undersized ones to fall through the mesh, while the larger, plump maggots were funneled through an opening, with the metal plate closing once again. Why did he use the word plump? Rui Changgang felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. Once his old friend had finished screening all the maggots from the glass cases, he finally asked, "What are these maggots for?" Just as Xiao Yuanfeng was about to respond, Rui Changgang, with a forlorn expression, interjected, "Please don't tell me they are for eating." Xiao Yuanfeng burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. "Well done, you've learned to buzz in. Correct answer, tonight. I'll treat you to dinner at the cafeteria." Looking at the maggots, which he typically associated with dung heaps or decaying corpses, Rui Changgang felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Hey, don't puke." Xiao Yuanfeng, sensing his friend's distress, promptly led him outside into the open air. Rui Changgang quickly removed his headgear, taking deep breaths to quell the wave of nausea. His old friend continued to console him. "Oh, don't harbor prejudices against them. These are fly larvae hatched from wheat bran. The Agricultural Institute has been promoting this product for a long time. Are they safe to eat? Aren't they just the larvae of scavengers? Eating them means ingesting a belly full of bacteria, doesn't it?" Xiao Yuanfeng retorted, "Compare our larvae to those outside. The ones out there hatch in dung, while ours develop in sanitized wheat bran. After being cooked at 100 degrees Celsius, they are perfectly edible. Fly larvae are rich in antimicrobial peptides, which serve as natural antibiotics. Over 55 is high-quality protein. The technology for raising fly larvae has matured, and they can even be used in medicine for treating necrotic tissue due to antibiotic-resistant skin diseases. Larvae are treasure troves of nutrients. Dried and processed wheat bran larvae have been tested and found to be free of pathogens. Put away your tinted glasses. You don't want to offend the maggots." Rui Changgang felt a sense of despair. He regretted coming here, as each visit introduced him to food that challenged his limits. Despite Xiao Yuanfeng's enthusiastic promotion of the larvae, he simply could not accept it. They were maggots, after all. Chapter 60. A Twist of Fate. In contrast, perhaps stinky mushrooms were not so hard to accept after all. At least they remained mere food. "I would rather eat stinky mushrooms. Why not continue cultivating them?" Rui Changgang inquired. Xiao Yuanfeng shrugged. "I wish we could. Cultivating stinky mushrooms is simple. Just apply some chemicals to eliminate certain bacteria from decaying corpses and let the spores proliferate. But the source of the corpses is inconsistent. The capital is inundated with dead cats, dogs, and even human bodies, which are sent here as fertilizer for mushroom cultivation. Yet, given the capital's vast population, once we exhaust the supply of corpses, we can't just start slaughtering people." Rui Changgang had initially sought relaxation from Xiao Yuanfeng, but instead, he faced a trifecta of challenges that day. Dazed, he finished his meal in the stinky mushroom-based cafeteria, rode his bike home, and silently vowed never to return to this cursed place again. Each visit felt like a wild dance on his limits. The information Rui Changgang submitted, however, sparked a significant uproar. Blue Ocean Technology Company, a genuinely emerging tech firm overseas, had gained immense international recognition after releasing its first military-grade biological weapon, which was acquired at a high price by the United States. Subsequently, a multitude of investors flocked to invest, all eager to curry favor with Alan, the company's head. He was akin to a golden goose. As long as Alan approved the investors' funding, their money could multiply infinitely. $100 million could become $300 million, $600 million, $1,200 million, increasing geometrically. Such power was irresistibly alluring to capitalists, especially with Alan's proposal for synthetic biological warfare armor, a concept so absurd that scientists worldwide were still in the infancy of research in this area. Yet, his audacity knew no bounds. Even more incredulous, the very next day after his proposal, capital from various nations began to chase after him, practically begging him to accept their money. While others faced arduous struggles in the initial stages of fundraising, being drained of profits by investors, for him, it was as easy as child's play. Simply because he was Alan, a deity in the new era of biochemical weaponry. The Dragon Kingdom had also attempted to send representatives to negotiate with him, but his security measures were so formidable that they had yet to even catch a glimpse of Alan. Inquiries made to domestic business moguls who had managed to acquire shares were met with blank stares, having invested. Their only task was to count their money while basking in their good fortune. Yet, such a nearly deified man remained a mystery to the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, who pondered how he could possibly have any connection to their citizens, let alone father a child. With permission from Yunyang, Rui Changgang had taken photographs of the inheritance documents, now displayed clearly on the PowerPoint presentation. It seemed like a facade. How could this be possible? Indeed, the two were entirely at odds. Documents could be forged, and this news could be fabricated. Was it the work of infiltrating foreign forces? Members of the special investigative team established by the Dragon Kingdom engaged in animated discussions. Seated at the head of the table, Hong Jia and Lu Lang exchanged discreet glances with their superior. A lean man with a buzz cut, dressed impeccably in a fitted suit, furrowed his brow while observing the commotion below. He rapped the table. What are your thoughts? Xia Changyuan, irritable about dealing with such trivial matters, had been reluctantly transferred from the special forces to oversee this situation. His elders claimed it was to temper his resolve and impart social skills. He found guarding the borders of the Dragon Kingdom far more exhilarating, relishing the thrill of obliterating intruders attempting to cross over. With this thought, he unconsciously adjusted his tie, feeling the constricting fabric stifle his wild spirit. Director Xia, what is your perspective on this matter? One of the team members inquired. Let us observe, Xia Changyuan replied, his tone less than cordial, as he failed to grasp why they were so invested in this issue. Set aside the truth of the matter for now. Let's first untangle the logic. The Blue Ocean Technology Company was established 3 years ago, correct? You can all verify Alan's identity. He is linked to a side branch of the Ross family and even attended the presidential inauguration in the United States 3 years ago. Azure Technology was merely an obscure little company, but it truly rose to prominence on September 3, 2031, when it publicly acknowledged the existence of military biochemical weapons, capturing global attention. Prior to this revelation, Alan had been steadfastly at the helm of the company, never once absent. You would have me believe that such a remarkable individual would have come to Long Country and fathered a child with an ordinary person before this moment? Even fairy tales would shy away from such a narrative. Yet, if this were not the case, how could one rationally explain how a woman named Yunyang came into possession of $100 billion in inheritance? She could have signed the original stock agreement and wielded 20% of global wealth. Xia Changyuan scoffed. She ought to be deserving of such fortune. Selling it would be the safest course of action. While I am uncertain how this woman acquired the funds from Azure Technology shareholders, I do not believe a single word regarding the inheritance. The meeting concerning Yunyang concluded on a sour note. Women with vast assets are not uncommon in Long Country, but they typically belong to illustrious families or emerging business magnates. Individuals like her, who sit at home and have money fall from the sky, are a rarity indeed. After the meeting, Hong Jia and Lu Lang sat beside Xia Changyuan. Boss, isn't it inappropriate for us to just abandon this? Xia Changyuan lit a cigarette, propping his long legs on the conference table, reclining comfortably in his chair. What is inappropriate about it? Monitoring a woman who has inexplicably come into wealth is a gross misallocation of national resources. Besides, Alan is dead, isn't he? His remains have been cremated. If it were true, the inheritance would have been sold off by Yun Yang, and that mere 100 billion would have obliterated such global wealth. TSK women. Hong Jia cast a sidelong glance at Xia Changyuan, feeling a mix of anger and restraint. Xia Changyuan rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. You're the exception, Hong Jia. The distinction between truth and fiction has lost its significance. If Alan were alive, we would know this information holds immense value, but he is deceased. And the inheritance along with the company's technology has been divided among those rapacious forces in the beautiful nation. The very island where Azure technology was founded has now sunk beneath the waves due to a tsunami. Tell me, isn't it a waste of time to keep an eye on a woman who cannot yield any benefits for us? Yet, this meeting was initiated by Mr. Xia. He brought me back to take charge of capital-related matters, which is utterly exhausting. I will discuss this with him later. Hong Jia and Lu Lang remained non-committal, as they too were merely accompanying the prince in his studies. Unbeknownst to Yun Yang, her presence at this meeting inadvertently rendered her almost invisible, a serendipitous twist of fate. Chapter 61. A Gracious Invitation. Yun Yang and AE maintained a rigorous training regimen at the gym, and to secure these two significant clients, the gym owner spared no effort in providing Yun Yang with an array of fitness equipment, such as boxing gloves and protective helmets, transforming a mere fitness center into a makeshift boxing arena. All she had to do was supply a few materials. The weather was sweltering, and the pace of air conditioning repairs could not keep up with the demands of countless residents. Neighbors would borrow each other's air conditioning. However, as this borrowing became frequent, homeowners grew weary, giving rise to the concept of air conditioning fees. What are air conditioning fees? They are the costs associated with using someone else's air conditioning, which could be compensated with a bag of cookies or a handful of rice. Rarer items like medicines were even more coveted. The days of borrowing without bringing something in hand were long gone. Community hospitals and major tertiary hospitals were overcrowded, with heat stroke patients comprising 70% of those seeking care. The incidence of heat-related illnesses had notably decreased, as construction sites and workplaces without air conditioning were mandated to halt operations. The national healthcare system could no longer accommodate additional patients. The surface temperature had soared to 80 degrees. Stepping outside felt akin to entering an oven. Yet, one could not simply don short sleeves for relief, lest they suffer severe sunburn in mere moments. Yun Yang recalled a joke she had seen online, which asked what one should do if the Earth's temperature reached 120 degrees. A netizen responded that one should jump into boiling water, as its boiling point was only 100 degrees. Each morning or evening, as residents queued for official relief supplies, they were all clad in long sleeves and pants. The fashionable girls who once pranced about in short skirts and shorts had vanished without a trace. The heat waves assaulted passers-by in relentless waves, and the stench of sweat engulfed them, leaving them dizzy. Hair became untouchable, as a mere brush would leave one's hands slick and uncleanable. Even drinking water had become a challenge. Previous viral videos showcasing extravagant lifestyles had ceased, likely due to dwindling supplies or a genuine recognition of the unbearable heat and dire water shortages. More families lined up each morning for community water distributions, still adhering to the standard of 1 liter every 2 days per person, yet the water grew increasingly murky, necessitating a second filtration before it could be deemed drinkable. Now, daylight broke at 4 in the morning, and by 8, the sun blazed high in the sky, prompting everyone to adjust their schedules accordingly. Otherwise, waiting in line under the sun would dramatically increase the likelihood of heat stroke. Yun Yang and AE adhered to their daily routine of fetching water early, wrapping themselves in layers to obscure their high-quality living conditions. Indeed, the so-called high-quality life now amounted to little more than a return to normalcy before the natural disasters, maintaining a semblance of cleanliness, with their bodies and hair exuding the fragrances of shower gel and shampoo. Each time they queued, they carried a faint scent that drew those behind them closer, attempting to escape the odor of grease that clung to their own bodies. The little one remained peacefully asleep in their space, his cherubic face flushed. Yun Yang had prepared ample milk powder and vitamins A, D, and D3, diligently feeding him daily. The child was growing rapidly, his plump body brimming with energy, and his little kicks could indeed be quite painful. During this time, Yun Yang had learned numerous techniques from AE, yet the disparity between teacher and student was vast. Even with her years of experience navigating the treacherous landscapes of a post-apocalyptic world, she could not compare to Ai, a veritable killing machine honed from childhood on the island. Every move was lethal, devoid of any superfluous flair. From her initial engagement with him, where a single strike meant death, to now being able to withstand 3 moves at his hands, was a testament to her progress, albeit hard-earned. Yet, Ai remained unsatisfied. Frowning as he remarked, "Sister, if you were to encounter someone from the first sequence of the island, you wouldn't last until I could rescue you." The island where Ai trained was a specialized organization for assassins, and the first sequence referred to their ranking. The prices for killers varied widely from the first to the 12th sequence, with first sequence assassins sitting atop the pyramid, commanding fees that often exceeded $1 million beautiful dollars. Yunyang merely chuckled, remaining silent. The probability of encountering an assassin from the island was exceedingly low, however. She was far more likely to face the monstrous beasts of the post-apocalyptic world and needed only to adeptly handle those threats. As they drove back to the community after training, they discovered the usual spot for fetching water crowded once more. Yunyang inquired of a neighbor, "What is happening?" The neighbor pointed to a towering pile of cardboard boxes ahead, saying, "The authorities are distributing Huxiang Jiangqi water. Each person can get one by swiping their ID. It's in high demand and pharmacies have sold out." A single bottle of Huxiang Jiangqi water contained only 10 milliliters, and Yunyang recalled stockpiling entire boxes of it, each box containing 1,800 bottles. 10 milliliters was merely the size of a thumbprint, gone in a single gulp. Wouldn't that be too little? Yunyang recalled that in her past life in City A, the first batch of relief supplies included Huxiang Jiangqi water in boxed packaging. The neighbor sighed, "Don't complain about the quantity. Just being able to receive some is fortunate. I have heard that there is a distribution of Huxiang Jiangqi water, and many employees from various institutions have taken leave in advance to collect it." Yunyang nodded in acknowledgement and initially intended to return with Ai. As she had no fewer than several hundred boxes of Huxiang Jiangqi water in her space, it seemed unnecessary to claim just one more. However, just as they were about to leave, a neighbor stopped them. "Hey, young lady, aren't you going to take yours?" Yunyang nodded, realizing she couldn't admit that she had more than enough, as that would surely invite resentment. With a smile, she explained, "There are so many people. And it's so hot, we can only claim one." The neighbor, noticing the youthfulness of Yunyang and Ai, who seemed yet untouched by life's hardships, promptly invited them to cut in line. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yunyang glanced back at those behind her and said, "Isn't that inappropriate?" The neighbor, with an air of familiarity, turned to the people behind and explained, "I'm saving a spot for my niece and nephew. Let us be accommodating. Young lady, the weather is unbearably hot, and we don't know how long it will last. Don't underestimate this remedy for heat. Often, just one bottle can save your life. You've seen how things are at the hospital. It's impossible to even get a registration, and the hallways are filled with patients." Under the neighbor's insistence, Yunyang and Ai felt obliged to accept her kindness and stepped in front of her in line. At 5 in the afternoon, the heat remained oppressive, warping the air around them. After standing for just 5 minutes, Yunyang was drenched in sweat. Ai was in a similarly distressing state, perspiring profusely. Yunyang vowed never to partake in such gatherings again. In the sweltering summer, her sweat made her feel like a drenched chicken. She retrieved 2 cans of Sprite, chilled in ice, along with 2 straws from her space. With a swift motion, she opened one outside to avoid waking her pet in the space. The cacophony of the crowd perfectly masked the sound of her can popping open. She patted Ai, who turned around and felt as though something icy and piercing had been thrust into the open folds of his sun-protective garment. Yunyang handed him the can with a straw inserted, then opened her own with a satisfying pop. She gulped down 3 mouthfuls of the frosty, effervescent Sprite, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, a sensation that sent tingles throughout her body. A burp escaped her lips, quite undignified. Ai, too, concealed his chilled Sprite in the inner pocket of his sun-protective attire, sipping it slowly as the icy liquid coursed down his throat, soothing him in the stifling heat. The crowd stood in various disheveled postures, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Individuals donned an array of sun-protective clothing or light jackets, all soaked through. The distribution point for Huxiang Jiangqi water was situated in the shadows, shielded from direct sunlight due to the building's height, yet the outdoor temperature remained alarmingly high. Although Yunyang and Ai were uncomfortable, the refreshing Sprite made their experience significantly more pleasant than that of others. The joy of having resources was evident. It greatly enhanced their quality of life, leaving them feeling elated. The oppressive heat had increased the efficiency of the community staff, and the long line moved swiftly. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally reached the front and each received a bottle of Huxiang Zhangqi water. Yunyang despised the idea of being indebted to anyone, however minor the obligation, so as they departed, she offered a compressed biscuit to the neighbor who had been so generous, as a token of her appreciation. Some individuals, having just collected their Huxiang Zhangqi water, began to exhibit symptoms of heat stroke, their faces contorting as they hurriedly consumed the remedy in a preemptive measure. The sight of their empty medicine bottles only added to their distress, leaving them feeling as though they had received something yet had nothing at all. With their 2 bottles of Huxiang Zhangqi water in hand, Yunyang and Ai made their way home, hoping to avoid any eager neighbors eager to drag them into another queue. They truly lacked for nothing. A mere 330-milliliter can of Sprite offered only fleeting joy. Upon returning home, Yunyang grandly retrieved a 2-liter bottle of Sprite from the refrigerator, along with 2 food-grade, 1,000-milliliter PPSU cups filled with ice. She then opened the Sprite, pouring it in with a delightful fizz as the frothy white bubbles surged to the surface. The ice quickly submerged, and the sound of the clinking ice cubes provided a refreshing contrast to the sweltering heat outside. "What would you like for dinner?" Yunyang inquired as she opened the refrigerator. The fridge was stocked with various instant foods, finding any leftover rice was out of the question, as they polished off every meal, leaving not a grain behind out of respect for their appetites. Reflecting on their previous life, where their daily fare consisted of nothing but bug cakes or rotten mushrooms, it was a delight to now debate whether to have fish or meat for dinner, a true transformation in their standard of living. "Beer and crayfish," I suggested. "Oh?" Yunyang turned, her curiosity piqued. "Are you sure?" Ai nodded, a hint of blush coloring his handsome face. "I want to give it a try." Yunyang agreed readily, then asked, "May I inquire why?" Ai had grown up training on an island, where he had frequently consumed seafood like sea urchins and lobsters. After living with her, his favorite staples became pork, lamb, beef, or poultry. In essence, he was someone who could not fathom a meal without meat. Moreover, he found shellfish exceedingly bothersome, tedious to eat, and lacking in flavor compared to her braised pork, tea eggs, and roasted chicken. Though crayfish were cultivated in freshwater, they bore resemblance to seafood in their preparation. Aside from the fact that crayfish tails had a bit more meat, they also required shelling. Yunyang assumed this dish wouldn't be on Ai's menu, so hearing him mention it today struck her as quite peculiar. Ai searched online for an image, a lively gathering. The picture depicted a family enjoying crayfish, mountains of them piled on the table, with beer barrels at every corner. Everyone, adults and children alike, joyfully feasting on the crustaceans, their smiles frozen in time. Hearing this made Yunyang's heart ache slightly. Ai's feelings toward crayfish were rather indifferent. He simply cherished the warmth of family gatherings. She recalled him once saying that every child on the island was a born hunter. Those who weren't were used as stepping stones for the others, their bodies discarded in nearby waters to feed the fish. They underwent uniform training. And at a certain stage, it was akin to raising insects, throwing them into a space to fight each other, with only a few of the 100 children surviving the ordeal. Some of these children were abducted, while others were born into the dark underbelly of society. Every year, millions mysteriously disappeared from Water Blue Star. The missing individuals were traded on the black market, adults and children alike. Adult men could be enslaved or used for organ harvesting, while women were forced into the sex trade, their value as human beings completely exploited. The island had purchased a batch of such women, who spent their lives in a perpetual cycle of childbirth, with their offspring raised collectively on the island. Trained when they reached an appropriate age, those deemed unfit were discarded, and only the survivors were deemed valuable. Ai was one such product, devoid of a name, simply identified by the code 1. Thus, when Yunyang named him, she chose a homophone, E, which corresponds to 1, hence he became Ai. He was not a child born on the island, but rather one who had been abducted and brought there. Through rigorous training on the island, he managed to turn the tables and survive by eliminating the island's own children, ultimately becoming a mere tool for the island's exploitation. Craving lobster was not as simple as it sounds. During her time in City A, Yunyang had meticulously arranged for numerous prepared dishes from a lobster restaurant, preserving their exquisite flavors and warmth straight from the pot. With the presence of crayfish, how could there be no barbecue? She opened a packet of specially prepared beef, lamb, and pork skewers from her storage space and began to grill them. Lobster, barbecue, and beer were the quintessential trifecta of summer. Before long, 2 large bowls of crayfish and 4 hefty piles of barbecued skewers were laid out upon the table, the beer bubbling over in frothy delight. The awakened child was gently placed in an electric cradle by Yun Yang, who observed as her mother and uncle joyfully indulged in their meal. Chapter 63. Strategizing Against the Villains. Yun Yang held a particular fondness for crayfish, and she hardly required her hands to peel them. With just her teeth and tongue, she could swiftly extract the tender meat from the shells. The crayfish restaurant in City A was indeed renowned, serving authentic spicy crayfish that emanated a tantalizing aroma, with the meat being delightfully springy and chewy, leaving one utterly captivated. Both Ai and Yun Yang were aficionados of hearty meals, yet she knew Ai better than anyone. As expected, he quickly abandoned the crayfish after just a few bites, opting instead to devour the barbecued skewers. She was well aware of his lack of patience for shellfish. Had it been king crab or coconut crab, he might have been more inclined to partake, but the laborious task of peeling crayfish, with their meager meat, swiftly relegated them to the list of unappetizing fare. In the end, Yun Yang finished the crayfish, while Ai polished off all the skewers, and they each prepared a bucket of instant noodles to fill the last void in their stomachs. Satisfaction. Although they now resided in the Yujing Garden, their quality of life was entirely different. Yun Yang and Ai called it living, while most others merely referred to it as surviving. Upon returning home, Raojin removed her sun-protective clothing and hung it up. Though the fabric was soaked with sweat and exuded an unpleasant odor, it could still be used on her next outing. She wished to wash it, but even drinking water had become a challenge. Hiwanwan, her face pale and wrapped in bandages, emerged from her room. "Auntie, you're back." Raojin hurriedly assisted her to a seat on the sofa. "What are you getting up for? You're not fully recovered yet." Hiwanwan smiled faintly. "Lying in bed is making me break out in rashes. I'm feeling much better today. We'll go fetch water together tomorrow morning." "All right," Raojin replied. For water sources were now scarce, necessitating long-term planning. A homicide had occurred in Hiwanwan's residence, claiming numerous lives. She found the place ominous and dared not return to that haunted abode, especially after sustaining such serious injuries that required care. Coincidentally, Raojin, having also endured hardship, was kind-hearted enough to join forces with Hiwanwan to share their lives. Hiwanwan lived alone, while Raojin's husband was abroad on business and her son worked in H City, leaving her the sole occupant of her home. They moved Hiwanwan's belongings, which had not been ravaged by the villains, to Raojin's house, cohabiting temporarily. Raojin then retrieved a packet of compressed biscuits from her pocket, carefully stashing them in the large, lockable drawer beneath her bed. Previously, this space had housed blankets and sheets, but it had now been cleared to accommodate vacuum-sealed food. The current situation of theft was too severe to ignore. "Where did this come from?" Hiwanwan inquired curiously. After securing the lock, Raojin explained, "A little girl gave it to me today. Everyone was receiving summer relief medicine, but she and her brother were hesitant to queue due to the crowd. I persuaded them to join the line. Children often lack an understanding of life's hardships. What may not seem useful today could very well be needed tomorrow." Hiwanwan understood. Thus, this was the girl's gesture of gratitude, affirming that not everyone was malevolent, warming her heart slightly. For dinner, Hiwanwan and Raojin prepared southern black sesame paste mixed with hot water, unwrapping 2 packets of vacuum-sealed vegetable snacks. As Hiwanwan was still recovering, she added a vacuum-sealed chicken leg, and thus their meal came together in a makeshift manner. The sesame paste was something Raojin had bought during her struggle with hair loss, having consumed it for 3 days before putting it aside. The chicken leg was a snack that Hiwanwan had previously hoarded, and now, amid floods and scorching heat, everyone was eager to exhaust their pantry supplies. In Building 9, Zhang Lifeng found herself unsated after dinner, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, while her husband, lying next to her, impatiently remarked, "If you keep tossing and turning, just roll out." Zhang Lifeng immediately ceased her movements, and after a moment, she heard her husband's stomach rumble. "Aren't you hungry too?" Her husband grunted, "Eating gruel every day. Who can feel full? There's a jar of fruit preserves in the fridge. Shall I fetch it?" Zhang Lifeng suggested. Her husband fell silent for a moment. "Last night, your daughter-in-law said to save it for the children, and you scolded her. Do you still have the nerve to go get it?" Zhang Lifeng replied with an air of entitlement. What's there to be embarrassed about? The house, the car, the money, everything comes from my son. She has no right to say anything. After a brief pause, her husband said, let us just have half. Zhang Lifeng knew her husband had acquiesced and nodded eagerly. She quietly opened the door and tiptoed to the kitchen fridge to retrieve the preserves, but as she closed the door, she noticed a tall, dark figure watching her ominously. With a scream, the jar of preserves shattered, startling the other residents in the house. Ganlei instructed his underlings to bind Zhang Lifeng's family of 5, brandishing a dagger at her face. Zhang Lifeng, terrified, pleaded, don't kill me, don't kill me. You can take everything from my house. I know who has the most supplies. Go to the siblings on the 22nd floor of Building 1. They've hoarded a great deal. I saw it with my own eyes. I swear I'm not lying. You must hurry. We truly have nothing. There's just one jar of fruit preserves left, and it's broken. Sitting in the shadows. Fong Chang extinguished his cigarette before approaching Zhang Lifeng, showing no interest in the supplies she revealed. Had this incident not occurred, he might have set his sights on Building 1, but now, with the loss of 10 brothers, retribution was paramount. The past few days had been spent evading police pursuit and secretly acquiring firearms. Vengeance was a necessity, or he would lose face in the underworld. Fong Chang kicked Zhang Lifeng's son to the ground, startling him into a scream, while his wife quickly covered his mouth to avoid inciting the group's wrath. Who were the ones that went to save people that day? I don't know. Fong Chang kicked Zhang Lifeng down again, causing her to wail in pain as someone pressed their foot against her face, grinding it into the ground. Zhang Lifeng's husband, terrified, pleaded for mercy. We didn't go to save anyone. We didn't provoke you. We truly don't know anything. Zhang Lifeng, now silent, nodded vigorously. Please. We really don't know. Seeing that the villains showed no sign of leaving, Zhang Lifeng, terrified of being killed, suddenly perked up. If you want to find them, I can help, just don't kill me. Fong Chang lifted his foot from Zhang Lifeng. Speak, and if it's good, I want to kill you. One of the people who went to help was Zhao Chao. There are 3 left, plus He Wan, making 4 in total. You can capture them and threaten your rivals. How do I know those 2 are from your community? Ganlei inquired. Chapter 64. Provocative Video. Zhang Lifeng became increasingly animated in her speech. It's quite simple. Just record a video threatening them and post it in our community group, stating that if they don't show up by the designated time, we'll take action. Isn't that how it's portrayed in the movies? Ganlei felt uneasy, but wouldn't that reveal our intentions to the authorities? Fong Chang raised a hand to silence Ganlei. I believe it's feasible. Didn't our group of brothers discuss pulling off a major operation tonight? With the phone lines busy, ordinary people won't be able to get through. We have weapons. What do we have to fear? He turned to Zhang Lifeng. Do you know where those individuals reside? Of course. Zhang Lifeng quickly opened her phone, revealing an album filled with the community's owner registration information, complete with detailed data that could easily be traced. Late that night, around 11, Zai Zai was restless and unable to sleep, lying in bed and calling out to Yunyang. Yunyang cradled him in her arms, singing along, bringing joy to Zai Zai, whose eyes squinted with delight. A knock came at her door from Ae. Sister, is it convenient for me to come in? Yunyang, clad in a well-fitted long nightgown, replied, of course. Ae, her expression grave, handed her phone to Yunyang. Sister, take a look. Upon seeing the community group chat, Yunyang noticed a video posted by Zhang Lifeng from Building Number 9. She clicked on the video, and her expression immediately darkened. The video featured He Wan, pale-faced with a bandaged head, blood seeping through the gauze. She was bound to a sofa, her body marred with bruises and burn marks from cigarette butts. In the background, a woman, barely visible, cried out for her release. The video then shifted to the familiar faces of Raoshan and the recently discharged Luo Dagong and Feng Rui. This was unmistakably a provocation, a retaliation from these thugs for her previous actions in saving the residents. The video concluded with Fong Chang's grim visage. Aren't you fond of meddling? If you don't show up in 10 minutes, these people will die. The screen faded to black, signaling the end. A looked at Yunyang, awaiting her decision. Yunyang rose and changed into a black tactical outfit. Securing her mask, bring the firearms, these individuals are prepared. She placed Zai Zai into her spatial pocket, sensing her mother's fury. He lay quietly in his small cradle, unusually obedient. Following the video, the thugs had posted their location, Zhang Lifeng's residence on the 2nd floor of Building Number 9. This time, they could not be allowed to escape. Fong Chang had stationed several men at the entrance, and their group consisted of over 20 individuals. As Yun Yang and Ae stealthily approached Building No. 9 in the darkness, they noticed numerous red lights flickering in the night, indicating someone was smoking. "We certainly haven't come here in vain tonight," one of them remarked. "Well, they seem to be in decent shape, but barely hanging on. How dull. You're both unaware of your fortune. She's a social media influencer. Far superior to those we encountered at the hair salon," another added. "Brother Chang truly doesn't show any compassion. I feel pity just watching." "What pity? If she gets rescued, she'll call the cops without hesitation, and you'll be regretting not having dealt with her more thoroughly," another retorted. As Yun Yang drew closer, she overheard their conversation, her expression darkening further, her grip on the military knife tightening until her knuckles turned white. In this apocalyptic world, women and children had become the most vulnerable. Some factions trafficked women, while others preyed on children, deriving pleasure from tormenting them. Regardless of the changing environment, malice towards women and children persisted. For the sake of herself, Zai Zai, and all future women and children, even reducing the threat they posed by 1 in a million was worthwhile. These scoundrels had to be eliminated. The conversation continued. "Brother Chang and Brother Lei are truly fearful of death. I heard they spent considerable resources on handguns and grenades, intending to confront those two directly. What do we care? If a fight breaks out, we can just blend in and grab some supplies. It's foolish to risk one's life for him." The 4 men, some standing and others crouched, were smoking and chatting until one of them suddenly collapsed without a sound. This abrupt shift startled the remaining 3, who stood up in shock, only to see a tall silhouette darker than the night itself, blood dripping from a gleaming blade. Before the speaker could finish his sentence, he was silenced by a knife hurled by Yuni, which lodged itself in his mouth. The pain rendered him mute, writhing on the ground, trembling at the slightest touch. The remaining 2 dropped their cigarettes in fright, hastily attempting to flee upstairs to alert others, but Yun-yi swiftly ensnared one by the neck with a weighted wire, pulling him backward. Yun Yang wielded her military knife with the same precision she had used against He Miao and Lin Jia, but this time, her strikes were more rapid and relentless. As the man turned to face her in astonishment, she plunged the knife into his abdomen repeatedly, watching as blood gushed forth from the wounds. There were myriad ways to kill, but Yun Yang found a certain satisfaction in this method of stabbing, ensuring they suffered in agony until their last breath. If only she had a sharp, substantial axe, she would have relished the opportunity to cleave these scoundrels in two. He Wanwan's breath grew faint, her complexion resembling parchment, her eyes half closed, the rise and fall of her chest gradually ceasing. A vibrant life was extinguished before their eyes. Wanan! Wanan! Raojan cried out in anguish, recalling how this understanding and shy girl had promised to fetch water with her the very next day. How could this happen? Ganlei slapped He Wanwan's face and turned to Fong Chang. She's dead. What a bore. She died before we could truly enjoy ourselves. Fong Chang, just emerging from the bathroom, shrugged indifferently. Dead? So what? Let the authorities collect the bodies. Hasn't it been long enough? Are those two too afraid to show up? Ganlei remarked, glancing at Zhang Lifeng. Zhang Lifeng shook her head vigorously. No. She will come, just wait a little longer. If they truly believed they wouldn't arrive, it would mean certain death for this group. All she could hope for was to endure a bit longer until the police arrived to rescue them. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed down the street. Zhang Lifeng felt a surge of joy. They're here. Help is on the way. Ganlei spat out the cigarette he had been smoking. Damn it, these filthy cops come running like dogs smelling blood. Chapter 65. A Fiendish Slaughter. Turning to Fong Chang, he asked, Brother Chang, what should we do? Fong Chang surveyed the room with a hint of regret. If we can take care of those two, we can send the rest to the afterlife. Let us finish them off and leave. Ganlei drew his handgun, prepared to shoot, but was halted by Fong Chang. Do you know how much a bullet costs? Use a knife on these swine. Reluctantly, Ganlei sheathed his gun and unsheathed his military knife, approaching Feng Rui and the others. Luo Dagong, unable to exert any strength due to a shattered right hand, winced at the slightest movement, while his wife shielded him. Go ahead, if you want to kill, start with me. Feng Rui was tightly bound, and Raojan's nose was crushed from their assault. Aside from Zhang Lifeng's family and Lin Suiqin, who later provided information to the thugs, the others bore severe wounds, particularly He Wanan. Ganlei looked at Luo Dagong's wife and declared, You won't escape. Just as he was about to strike, a loud knock echoed through the unit door. Ganlei paused briefly and turned to Fong Chang, inquiring, "Brother Chang, could it be that they have arrived?" The identity of they remained unspoken among the criminals, though it might refer to He and his associates. One of the assailants remarked. Fong Chang exchanged a knowing glance with him, prompting the man to rise and open the door. Peering through the peephole, he recognized a familiar figure with bowed head and, turning back with a smile, exclaimed, "I knew it was he." However, the moment the door swung open, he was forcefully kicked 2 meters away, crashing heavily against the wall. The abruptness of the event startled the criminals, causing them to leap to their feet. Yun-Yi, wielding a firearm, swiftly dispatched the assailants, leaving only Fong Chang, Ganlei, and 2 henchmen quaking in terror. Despite being a band of desperate rogues, they found themselves cowed by the ruthless presence of Yun-Yi, whose ferocity left even the most hardened among them feeling utterly defeated. "Guns! We have guns!" Ganlei bellowed, a reminder that struck Yunyang. As Ganlei reached for his waist, Yunyang shot through his palm, eliciting a pain scream as he clutched his blood-soaked hand, trembling. This prompted Fong Chang to draw his own weapon, but before he could confront Yun-Yi, his gun was knocked from his grasp, leaving his hand numb from the impact. Witnessing Fong Chang and Ganlei's dire predicament, the 2 henchmen attempted to flee, only to be thwarted. One was violently shoved by Luo Dagong's wife, crashing into a coffee table, while the other tripped over the bound feet of Feng Rue, tumbling forward and striking his head, stars bursting in his vision. Fong Chang bent to retrieve his fallen weapon, but Yun-Yi swiftly kicked it away and seized his right hand, twisting it painfully, which made Fong Chang cry out as Yunyang landed 2 heavy punches under his arm. Fong Chang immediately felt breathless, struggling for air. Yun-Yi drew a dagger, its blade obediently spinning around his fingers before he deftly severed Fong Chang's tendons, blood gushing forth. Ganlei, struck repeatedly on the head with the trophy base from the television cabinet by Yun Yang, bled profusely, losing his ability to call for help or even utter a sound. Fong Chang writhed on the ground, howling in agony, utterly incapacitated. Yunyang moved to the corner to untie the hostages, while Feng Rue, with red-rimmed eyes, seized one of the fallen henchmen by the hair, violently slamming his head against the ground. Raozhen rushed to the still-bound He-Wan-Wan, exclaiming, "Wan-Wan, Wan-Wan? Please respond. Don't scare me." Yet, He-Wan-Wan remained silent, unresponsive to Raozhen's frantic attempts. Yunyang glanced at Ai, who approached He-Wan-Wan, placing a hand on her neck and shaking his head, indicating that there was no hope left. Yunyang grasped Fong Chang by the hair and dragged him into the living room, his gaze landing on He-Wan-Wan's tightly shut eyes and the blood-soaked bandages. Fury surged within him upon recognizing Fong Chang, the audacious leader who had taunted him in the video. "You dared to provoke me, and this is your strength? You can only unleash your cruelty on the weak? You won't even spare this pitiful girl?" Yunyang lifted his foot and brought it down with force between Fong Chang's legs. Fong Chang's eyes widened in bloodshot pain, but this was merely the beginning. One foot after another came crashing down until Fong Chang was left bleeding profusely, his tendons severed, leaving him feeling as though he were drained of life itself. The mask on Yunyang's face tore away amidst the violent motions, revealing a striking visage that caught the attention of Raozhen, Luo Dagong, Feng Rue, and others present. Raozhen inhaled sharply, realizing that this girl was the same one she had seen earlier. Despite her face being covered then, her eyes were unmistakably the same. Fong Chang, utterly devoid of vitality, lay with his eyes closed, face contorted in a grimace, while Ganlei and the 2 henchmen, their skulls shattered, trembled in the aftermath. "Please, don't kill me," Ganlei pleaded, trembling in futile desperation. Surely, the deceased girl had once begged them in a similar manner. Yunyang raised the gun, aiming it at him. "Stop joking, my friend. How could I possibly let you live?" Bang, 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 bang. To ensure they had no chance of survival, Yunyang executed Ganlei and the remaining scoundrels, leaving no room for mercy. Zhang Lifeng and Lin Suiqin witnessed Yunyang's countenance, pointing at her in horror. Yunyang donned her mask once more, only to turn and see Zhang Lifeng and Lin Suiqin being stabbed repeatedly by Luo Dagong's wife and Raozhen, who cried, "It's all your fault. You stood by while we suffered, now you beg for your lives." Feng Rue urged Yunyang, "You all should leave. We'll handle this. We won't let them discover you." Yunyang cast a glance at the corner where Zhang Lifeng and Lin Suiqin cowered, nodding in acknowledgement. As she prepared to depart, Luo Dagong reminded her, shoes. Take them off and discard them, otherwise, they'll leave footprints at the scene. Yunyang paused, contemplating their kindness, and removed her shoes, attempting to tidy up the traces she had touched. The police are on their way, we'll clean up. Luo Dagong's wife insisted, turning to Zhang Lifeng's family, threatening. If they dare speak out, I'll kill them too. Yun Yang held her shoes in hand, while Yun Yi lifted her onto his back, and they hastily exited the premises. On their way back, they narrowly avoided a collision with the police, thanks to AES' deft maneuver. They waited until the police cars raced past, turning the corner at Building 9, before they dashed away. The blood-stained shoes were discarded into the space, an insurance against being discovered by the authorities. Chapter 66. Beasts do not deserve to live. Zhang Lifeng's elderly husband pointed accusingly at Luo Dagong and the others, shouting, You are harboring the murderer. Feng Rui, stretching his limbs after being bound, retorted, Don't forget, it was your wife who betrayed us all. She is an accomplice. I don't care. The police are coming. They'll be here any moment. Zhang Lifeng's husband bellowed. Father, be quiet. Zhang Lifeng's daughter-in-law attempted to intervene, only to be struck in the eye by her father-in-law's fist. Seeing her husband's disapproving gaze, she hesitated, but then shielded her fainted son with her clothing. Grabbing a fallen military knife, she plunged it into her father-in-law's chest, the old man's eyes bulging in disbelief as he gasped for breath. Su Li, have you lost your mind? Zhang Lifeng's son, Su Li's husband, exclaimed, horrified, as he violently retched, expelling undigested remnants of food. Su Li, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter. Every day, my child and I survive on meager scraps, while your grotesque parents hoard the good food for you. And you stand by as your child withers away. Are you even human? Are you a father? Driven to madness by the provocation, Su Li, upon regaining her senses, realized her husband lay dead at her feet, a victim of her own frenzy. Momentarily dazed, she looked up at the gazes of Luo Dagong, Feng Rui, and the others, steadying herself and declaring, Don't worry, I know what to say. When the police arrived, the room had already become a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about. Rui Changgang and his team arrived too late, witnessing the grim aftermath. Captain Rui, they are the survivors. Rui Changgang gazed at the familiar faces surrounding him, alongside the lifeless girl bound to the sofa. He closed his eyes momentarily before commanding, secure the scene, collect evidence, and bring these individuals back to the station for interrogation. Xiaozhu surveyed the chaotic scene, noting how the blood-soaked footprints on the floor had been obscured by the household sewage, with the living room suffering the most devastation. Yun Yang was carried home by AE, hurriedly boiling several kettles of water to thoroughly cleanse the bloodstains that had splattered on her body, eradicating the metallic scent. The discarded clothes were hastily tossed into her spatial storage, destined for disposal when the commotion subsided. If one were to inquire whether she regretted killing those individuals, the answer was an emphatic no. She was no saint, incapable of shouldering the burdens of humanity. Yet, danger lurked ever closer, and this provocation could very well lead them to her home for retribution in the future. Her instincts, honed in the apocalyptic world, dictated that any potential threat must be neutralized at its source. While the act of killing was undeniably terrifying, eliminating these beasts masquerading as humans bore no weight upon her conscience, for they belonged to a different species altogether. After dispatching them, she found solace in her slumber, feeling a profound sense of relief once all threats were eradicated. To her, each life extinguished meant one less potential victim in a society rife with peril. The uproar surrounding Eugene Garden had escalated dramatically, and the only solace lay in the fact that the perpetrators had all been vanquished, ensuring that the community would no longer face such threats. Early in the morning, even those fetching water from the community were discreetly inquiring about the incident. The videos shared by the criminals had been expunged, and now over 20 corpses, including He Wanwan and the assailants, lay in the morgue. Upon examining Fong Chang's corpse, the forensic expert discovered that the trampled flesh had turned to mush, mingling with his clothing. Rui Changgang was aware that the remaining survivors harbored crucial information, yet they all adamantly denied any knowledge, only disclosing the relationships between the assailants and the main culprits, Zhang Lifen and Lin Suijin. Even the deaths of Zhang Lifen's husband and son were attributed to the treachery of their daughter-in-law. The identities of the individuals behind their miraculous rescues remained tightly concealed, and the testimonies presented varied significantly, indicating a clear deception aimed at the police. Standing outside the police station, Rui Changgang repeatedly picked up and set down his cigarette, wrestling with his desire to quit smoking. Xiaozhu approached him with files in hand. "Captain Rui, what weighs on your mind?" Noticing his silence, she continued, "Are you still troubled by the Eugene Garden case? It's unnecessary. The situation is dire nationwide, and we cannot afford to expend our resources solely on this matter. Thankfully, those two unsung heroes have dealt justice, alleviating some of our burdens. I wish for more such heroes to emerge, forcing those vermin taking advantage of the nation's turmoil back into the shadows." "What of the witnesses?" Rui Changgang inquired. "They remain in the detention room, but they will be released within 24 hours. Their actions were deemed justifiable self-defense. Moreover, with the national regulations established during the surge of home invasion robberies, there is no such thing as excessive self-defense. The witnesses, grounded in victimhood, cannot be held longer than that." With years of experience, Rui Changgang had surmised the identity of those behind the demise of the criminals, yet lacked concrete evidence. Nevertheless, their actions aligned with the principles of justice, and given the exceptional circumstances, there was no need for overreach. What had become of the world? Had it truly descended to such depths, heralding an impending apocalypse? Reflecting on the recent spate of robbery and murder incidents across various neighborhoods, Rui Changgang sighed heavily. If Yun Yang were privy to his thoughts, she would surely counsel him to adopt a more optimistic perspective. Today may be bleak, tomorrow could prove worse, and the day after might be even grimmer. In time, one must acclimate to the horrors of this dystopian existence. Chaos and murder were merely the beginning, never an end. The conflicts between individuals and nations would not cease due to natural disasters, they would only intensify. In this bleak reality, countless opportunists, adventurers, and capitalists lurked in the shadows, clandestinely fueling the flames of war while counting their blood-stained profits. The lives of the common folk formed the foundation of their pyramid, trampled upon and disdained, leaving those ordinary individuals with no recourse. Yet soon, the relentless tide of apocalyptic monstrosities would reshape the very fabric of Water-Blue Planet. In stark contrast to the brightly lit police station, Yun Yang lay comfortably in bed after her bath, relishing the cool air from the air conditioning. Her internal fire raged fiercely, necessitating some refreshment to cool her down. She retrieved an apple-flavored soda from her storage, adding ice before pouring it into a large cup and sipping it through a straw. Refreshing. With the fire within her finally extinguished, she finished the soda with a satisfying burp, cradling the peacefully sleeping cub in her arms before shutting her eyes in slumber. Chapter 67. A Comprehensive Sweep. While fetching water, Yun Yang and A.E. encountered Luo Dagong, Rao Zhen, and Su Li returning, and familiar faces gathered to inquire. Upon hearing that the assailants had all met their due fate and that Luo Dagong and his companions had been released for acting in self-defense, a collective sigh of relief was breathed. At this juncture, they were merely ordinary citizens. Should a criminal invade their home, and they were forced to protect their families by killing the assailants, facing imprisonment would be utterly unjust. Would they then advocate for everyone to surrender and become prey to criminals? Luo Dagong's situation served as a powerful tonic for the community. It was a positive turn of events, though there was a tinge of regret for the girl who had lost her life the previous night. Yun Yang felt relieved that her actions hadn't drawn any repercussions upon them. She harbored no regrets for eliminating those scoundrels. But the thought of innocent bystanders suffering because of her was troubling. We are fortunate. Just a few days ago, dozens lost their lives in Rueli community. All victims of home invasion gangs, particularly that young girl who was horrifically mutilated. Really? I hadn't heard a whisper of it. The situation was so dire that the authorities suppressed the information to avoid inciting further panic among the residents. Those despicable beasts, committing such inhumane acts without fear of retribution from the spirits. What do they have to fear? They are no different from the demons themselves. This group thrived on chaos, robbing gold and jewelry stores, leaving them stripped bare. Beep, beep, beep. After finishing their water collection, the sound of police sirens echoed past the community entrance. What is going on? This feels off. Indeed, how many police cars have been active since dawn? Yun Yang recalled similar events from her previous life in City A, where the situation had spiraled far worse than it was now, only quelled by the collaboration of riot police and military forces. Observing the current scenario, she returned home and looked down from her high-rise apartment, witnessing gunfire erupting from various sectors. In a nearby community, 3 men were shot dead by police, their bodies swiftly removed, and their families taken to the station for questioning. These individuals had previous criminal records, indicating that the police had been monitoring them for days, gathering irrefutable evidence before launching their operation to eliminate these scoundrels in one fell swoop. Yun Yang found solace in this turn of events. Those who chose a life of crime must be prepared for the consequences. With resources like food and water in such short supply, there was no room for idle prisoners. The recent actions of the criminal group have been particularly heinous, with most perpetrators executing their victims on the spot, dragging the bodies back to the mushroom cultivation base for repurposing as waste, which, in a twisted sense, contributes to public revenue. Both online platforms and television stations have fervently publicized the government's eradication efforts, significantly undermining the confidence of these lawless individuals, who mistakenly believed they were free to act as they pleased in what they perceived to be the apocalypse. Their dreams were shattered as the reality of gunfire jolted them awake. Currently, the citizens of the capital venture outside only twice a day, once to collect water at community distribution points and again to shop at the nearest supermarkets, where they must present identification to obtain the repugnant mushrooms. Although the populace finds the mushrooms almost inedible due to their foul odor, they remain a viable food source, boasting higher dietary fiber content than ordinary vegetables. Given the limited distribution, which will soon transition to a paid model once adequately supplied to the market, and the visibly dwindling household supplies, citizens patiently queue each day, undeterred by the throngs of fellow patrons. Fortunately, the acceptance of these mushrooms seems to be on the rise, as Yun Yang has observed a notable decrease in vomit around the supermarket square where the mushrooms are distributed. The once overpowering stench has become a familiar companion. Habit is indeed a formidable force. Each morning, the blazing sun hangs in the sky, and the scent of sweat permeates from anyone outdoors, even among the upper echelons of society, who have begun to conserve water. Yun Yang has also come across international news reporting on a certain socialite from a glamorous nation whose opulent family mansion consumes over 900 tons of water monthly, igniting public outrage. Homeless individuals, nearly perishing from thirst, have been spotted sneaking into the property, guzzling water from the pool and even bathing in it, transforming the once pristine water into a murky mess. The report incited a fury among the citizens, who struggle to access even the most basic of resources while others waste water with impunity. The chaos in various states has intensified, leaving public trust in the government hanging by a thread. The domestic situation is equally grim. Following the capture of the rampant criminals, food and water crises continue to plague the populace. Despite subsisting on muddy water and these malodorous mushrooms, the yearning for a return to civilized life remains undiminished. As the relentless heat persists, many households have exhausted their food supplies, with online influencers broadcasting their empty fridges and cupboards, seeking to borrow provisions from friends and neighbors, only to be met with rejection. No one's circumstances are favorable enough to accommodate such requests. Staples like rice and flour have been requisitioned by the authorities, reportedly transferred to a secure location guarded by armed soldiers. Wildlife in outdoor reserves has suffered massive fatalities. Smaller creatures have withered to mere skins under the scorching sun, while larger animals are left half-decayed, their bodies ravaged by flies and vultures. Water sources have dried up, exposing riverbeds, while crocodiles have succumbed to the heat on the banks. Areas once rumored to harbor aquatic monsters have seen their waters recede, revealing prehistoric creatures, though curiosity has been overshadowed by the overwhelming sensations of heat, thirst, and hunger. The incessant clamoring for weight loss has vanished, as the average person's weight has plummeted by around 5 pounds since the onset of the heat wave. Should this scorching weather persist, further weight loss is inevitable. Hospitals overflow with patients, and those unable to secure a bed for treatment must endure at home, relying on luck for assistance or otherwise resigning themselves to a slow demise. The mushroom cultivation base has maintained a steady flow of body deliveries during this time, with crematoriums and funeral homes shuttered, as corpses are now seen as a resource for profit. The mushrooms thrive on all decaying matter, but it is on corpses that they yield the most bountiful harvests. After 3 months of relentless heat, the townsfolk's anticipation surged as dark clouds finally blanketed the midday sun. Chapter 68. The Arrival of the Downpour. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by the thunderous sound of lightning striking the sky. In an instant, The clear weather transformed into a tempest, yet the faces of the residents radiated with joy. It was as if the scorching summer had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. The gentle drizzle brought a refreshing sensation as it kissed their skin, though this reprieve lasted but a minute before being replaced by torrential rain, with drops the size of soybeans pelting down. The sound of rain striking rooftops and windows echoed through the air, intensifying as the downpour became more vigorous, drenching everything in its path. At long last, the long-awaited rain had arrived, and the people could hardly contain their elation. They rushed to collect rainwater in basins, buckets, and any containers they could find, some even tilting their heads skyward to drink directly from the heavens, celebrating the occasion as one would during a festival. Yun Yang felt relatively indifferent about the rain, having been adequately provided for throughout this time. Compared to the drought, the rainy season posed its own set of dangers. Hidden away in remote mountains, lakes, and damp corners, the eggs of predatory beasts began to hatch, turning the rain-soaked environment into their prime hunting ground, marking the rainy season as their breeding peak. The rain continued unabated for a day and night, seemingly compensating for the lack of precipitation over the past 3 months. Arid lakes and mountains gradually began to fill, and the pond in the community reached ankle-deep water levels. The deluge showed no signs of stopping. Residents drifted into a blissful slumber, lulled by the sound of rain, only to awaken to the persistent patter against their windows. On the 3rd day, the city restored its water supply, and the murky water once tainted by sediment was replaced with fresh, clear water. The authorities dismantled the water distribution points across neighborhoods. The exorbitant prices of food began to stabilize, hinting at a positive shift. However, the reality was far from rosy. From her vantage point in a high-rise, Yun Yang observed street cleaning vehicles tirelessly inspecting the city's drainage systems, scrupulously clearing any signs of garbage blockage. As the rain fell, the temperature in the city dropped dramatically. Yun Yang finally bid farewell to the air conditioning. That evening, the couple decided to indulge in a change of pace, savoring spicy and sour noodles topped with tender, braised beef and crispy fried eggs, delighting in the simple joy of slurping noodles accompanied by ice-cold cola. Their child, now 5 months old, had unlocked the skills of rolling over and crawling, refusing to remain in the crib any longer. Yun Yang retrieved the crawling mat she had purchased for him from storage, setting it up in the living room, where she and Ai took turns playing with him during their leisure time. Unless absolutely necessary, the child adamantly resisted entering the storage space, crying heart-wrenchingly each time, leaving Ai conflicted and unable to express his feelings of sympathy. Yun Yang understood Ai's sentiments and willingly handed the baby over to him, hoping to alleviate his distress. However, the dangers of the apocalypse were too numerous. Until the child could fend for himself, the storage space remained the safest refuge. This was non-negotiable. Yun Yang was resolute in her determination to be a protective mother. On the 7th day of the downpour, the relentless rain showed no signs of abating, as torrential sheets of water overwhelmed the city's drainage systems, flooding the low-lying areas. The populace endured 3 months of drought and nearly forgot the profound shadow cast by the previous floods. Must we once again traverse this harrowing experience? Such a fate must be averted. This time, the authorities failed to issue a warning. The downpour showed no signs of abating, leaving everyone with a sense of unease. Areas previously inundated were now being drained with pumps, yet the relentless rainfall outpaced their efforts, compelling residents to seek temporary refuge in higher ground. During this tumultuous period, Yun Yang and Ai chose to remain in their apartment on the 22nd floor. On the 6th day of the torrential rain, officials finally released a flood warning. Water had reached the 1st floor of Yun Yang's community, submerging it to approximately waist height. Sofas, furniture, and light items floated upon the water's surface, while vehicles that had been unable to escape the prior flooding were now subjected to further damage, rendering them utterly beyond repair. Fortunately, Yun Yang's caravan and car were neatly stored away, sparing them from the deluge outside. However, calamities seldom arrive alone. The humidity brought forth by the deluge caused mold to proliferate in the nooks and crannies of the house. Cockroaches and silverfish scuttled about the cabinets and countertops. Reaching a peak of infestation, it was not uncommon to squash 2 or 3 of these pests merely by stepping into the kitchen or bathroom. Most alarming was the emergence of a colorful beetle, roughly the size of an adult's thumb, adorned with a powdery shell. Should one attempt to capture it barehanded, the powder would inevitably transfer to the skin, resulting in a red, itchy rash. The arrival of these vibrant beetles was nothing short of a catastrophe. They consumed nearly everything except metal, feasting upon wooden cabinet doors, tables, chairs, beds, and even the rice, spices, and cooking oil stored within. Opening a cabinet would unleash a swarm of these insects, colliding with one's face and body, with some clinging tightly to the skin as they ascended. These colorful beetles were indiscriminate in their appetite, proving even more terrifying than locusts. In a single night, the city suffered numerous casualties due to this insect plague. Humans, too, found themselves on the beetles' menu. Their saliva possessed a paralyzing quality, allowing them to consume flesh while numbing the surrounding skin, leaving victims unaware of the pain until nothing but bones remained. The eggs laid by these beetles resembled oversized maggots, plump and white, wriggling within rice bins, vegetable piles, and among meats, voraciously feeding. The long-dormant community group chat erupted once more with alarming messages. Residents were urged to be vigilant against the aggressive, colorful beetles, which possessed an acute sense of smell. They were advised to spray their homes with floral water, essential oils, disinfectants, mosquito coils, and other potent substances. These beetles were omnivorous, avoiding only metal, rubber, and chemically treated items, while making a meal of wood, rice, flour, fruits, meats, and more. Any wounds inflicted by their bites should be promptly cleaned, ideally with disinfectant alcohol or iodine to prevent infection. Experts determined that the powder on the beetles' shells was mildly toxic, and their saliva had a paralyzing effect on the nervous system. The city had recorded hundreds of fatalities linked to these colorful beetles, urging the public to take precautions seriously. This news ignited widespread concern, leaving everyone on edge as these creatures seemingly swarmed the capital overnight. Chapter 69. The Colorful Beetles. Since being bitten by mosquitoes during the sweltering summer, Yun Yang had fortified her defenses against these nuisances. In her room, she utilized mosquito repellent suitable for infants, while Ai opted for an adult formula in his space. Other rooms, including the kitchen and bathroom, were treated with solid mosquito coils. During the day, windows were opened for ventilation, and at night, the air conditioning's fresh air system circulated the air. Since then, not a single mosquito had dared to intrude. Even cockroaches were nowhere to be found. Yun Yang spared no expense, ensuring that her home remained devoid of any insect presence during the onslaught of the colorful beetles. Following the infestation, the demand for doors and windows skyrocketed tenfold. Mesh screens were replaced with reinforced steel nets, wooden doors with burglar-proof iron doors, and some particularly well-stocked. Fearful individuals even opted for steel doors. Given the current uncertainty surrounding natural disasters and the incomplete transition to monetary transactions, bartering had become prevalent. Yun Yang, having prepared in advance, was somewhat out of touch with the current market conditions. After the community chat fell silent, Yun Yang turned her attention to online forums. Caribbean seaweed. Images. Meager supplies in the refrigerator. Image. A bucket of white maggots in the rice bin. Image. Cockroaches and centipedes crawling in the sink. Caribbean seaweed. It's over. The last of my carefully saved rice has fallen prey to these wretched creatures. Cherry dumpling. Video. The first floor submerged in water. Cherry dumpling. It's over. I've lost my home. Digga, in Northeast, rice prices at the supermarket remain exorbitantly high. I fear I'll be reduced to eating rotten mushrooms. Old jar. Seeking sauerkraut. To be honest, if it weren't for my grandmother queuing every morning, we wouldn't have food at all. Old jar. Fleeing sauerkraut. I can forego food, but I absolutely cannot endure these monstrous, colorful beetles. The worst part is the powder they leave behind. It itches unbearably. All the insecticides and mosquito coils in stores have sold out. Old jar. Fleeing sauerkraut. Every day, I have to shamelessly scrounge the disinfectants provided by the authorities for cleaning public areas just to spray my home, enduring countless glares in the process. Mother single flower. Image. Her bitten, pockmarked calf. Mother single flower. A bloody lesson. Everyone must be vigilant against these pests. They are terrifying. If my mother hadn't woken me last night, I might have been devoured alive by these insects. Potfish feast. I can last a week or two without food, but without pest control, I might be gone by nightfall. Sad pig intestine. Just wait, just wait. The government won't abandon us. They're distributing supplies based on population. We might receive them in the community tomorrow. Master Kong, on the run from beef. How do you know so much? Sad pig intestine. I work within the system. The following day, the community chat indeed notified everyone to gather at the last water distribution site for official relief supplies. The torrential rain pelted the official awnings, creating a cacophony as residents queued, some with umbrellas, others shielding themselves with plastic sheets. Yunyang and Ah-yi would not miss any opportunity to seize the moment, and naturally, they went to collect their supplies. Clad in well-fitting raincoats, they appeared somewhat out of place among the crowd. Due to the widespread distribution, each person could only receive a limited amount, a small red drawstring bag containing 10 single-coil mosquito coils and 2 bottles of essential oil. Though the items seemed scant, those who received them treated them as treasures, ensuring a restful night ahead. That evening, every household lit mosquito coils, and at long last, there were no reports of anyone being bitten by the colorful beetles. The beetle population dwindled, along with their plump, white eggs. Yunyang felt a tinge of nostalgia upon seeing reports of such news. Honestly, the maggot rice and white maggot canned food were far more filling than rotten mushrooms. The disappearance of the colorful beetles did not signify the end. The subsequent emergence of the slime mold would prove even more exasperating. They emerged from the sewers, leaving their slimy trails on the porcelain surface of the toilet, the bathtub, and the mirror. At night, one could feel a chilling sensation within the warmth of the blankets, as a cold, round object brushed against one's hand. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a viscous and unusually plump slug. Startled, one might wish to fling their hand away in disgust. The incessant appearance of these creatures sent the community into a spiral of anxiety and attempted recovery. Each neighborhood promptly notified its residents of the latest locations for slug extermination, urging everyone to partake in the hunt. Unfortunately, this time, the authorities had chosen not to offer any rewards, much to the dismay of the populace. Nevertheless, capturing the slugs was imperative, though they posed little threat. Their grotesque appearance and the myriad of germs they carried were deeply unsettling. A foreign news story once recounted how a young boy, after losing a bet, consumed a slug, only to have his brain devoured by parasites it harbored, a chilling tale to be sure. Even in the impeccably tidy home that Yunyang maintained, a few plump slugs were discovered in the bathroom and kitchen. She retrieved an empty instant noodle container from the trash and deftly used disposable chopsticks to transfer the slugs one by one into the box. As she was leaving, Ah-yi was joyfully playing with the child, and she swiftly descended the elevator. With the rain intensifying, the threat of a power outage loomed, the anticipated duration of which had already been posted in the neighborhood group. Yunyang and Ah-yi resided on the 22nd floor of a high-rise. Thus, in the event of a blackout, they would have to navigate the stairs. Yet, this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. As Yunyang had long been conscious of the need to strengthen her physical endurance, survival in a post-apocalyptic world hinged on luck, the ability to confront monsters, and the speed and stamina to escape. The authorities had designated the Crow's Nest Sports Hall as the centralized slug extermination point for Yunyang's area, conveniently located nearby, as only the sports hall provided salt to combat these troublesome slugs. The officials also encouraged mutual oversight and incentivized reporting. Fines would be imposed for noncompliance, holding individuals accountable for disturbing public order, lest anyone carelessly discard captured slugs on community pathways, in bushes, or in trash bins, actions indistinguishable from neglecting the problem altogether. After all, the slugs had originally emerged from those very places. Such behavior merely returned them to their former haunts. Yunyang walked for over 10 minutes before arriving at the sports hall, following the signs directly to the pest control area. She poured the entire contents of her noodle box into a metal container, and immediately, a staff member sprinkled salt over the slugs, watching as they dissolved into liquid. The experience was oddly cathartic, and after completing her registration, she strode out with purpose. Chapter 70: The Arrival of Monsters. For dinner, Yunyang and Ah-yi shared a simple meal. Today, the child was in remarkable spirits, playing energetically until 9 o'clock. Unable to manage any longer, Yunyang resorted to a pacifier to coax the little one to sleep. Babies of this age can indeed recharge in just 2 hours and remain alert for an entire day. Ah-yi ensured that all doors and windows were securely locked, meticulously checking the powerful ceiling strips blocking the drains and gaps before waiting for Yunyang to return with the child to the bedroom, at which point he turned off the lights and left. Observing the relentless downpour outside, Yunyang noted that her bedroom's bed was level with the bay window, allowing her a clear view of the rain droplets cascading against the glass, a soft patter that had shown no signs of abating after 10 consecutive days of rain. The city's drainage system had long since failed. Perhaps those elusive eggs had already submerged and begun to hatch. Amidst the increasingly erratic weather, apocalyptic rhetoric proliferated online, stirring public anxiety. Such posts were swiftly deleted by the moderators. The first wave of monsters, born of calamity, began to descend, except this unexpected turn of events. Gradually, Yunyang closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Deep within a fetid sewer of the capital, rainwater surged violently through the pipes, carrying along gray eggs that bobbed rhythmically with the waves. The surface of the eggs began to crack, softened by the relentless moisture, and a pale, grayish tentacle emerged from within. Soon, a second, and then a third, until a total of 8 tentacles tore the egg apart, revealing a palm-sized, gray tentacled creature that plunged into the water. Its agile appendages quickly adhered to the sewer walls, navigating through the murky depths in search of a passage into the city. Previously, a large-scale cleaning operation had swept through the capital, yet the floodwaters had scattered eggs across every corner of the city, leaving behind some overlooked remnants, particularly in the depths of the sewers, where human access was nearly impossible, providing the ideal sanctuary for hatching during the rainy season. The grayish creatures, possessing remarkable jumping ability, could easily scale glass surfaces, but in their juvenile form, they lacked the strength to break through tempered glass, forcing them to retreat and seek new targets. Meanwhile, those temporarily housed in the sports hall due to their flood-affected homes became the prime targets for these 8 tentacled beasts. Sensing the concentration of potential prey, these palm-sized, tentacled creatures surged into the hall, eager for a grand feast. The sports hall remained quiet that night, its surroundings doused in insect repellent and wafting with the scent of mosquito coils, creating an atmosphere so potent that cockroaches, centipedes, and colorful beetles dared not approach, allowing the residents to sleep soundly. Yet, it was precisely this false sense of security that left them oblivious to the imminent danger. One of the 8 tentacled creatures cautiously probed into the mouth of a nearby man, who immediately swatted it away and turned over to continue sleeping. Perhaps sensing the man's low vigilance and lack of strength, the creature lost all caution. It burrowed into the man's mouth and slipped down his throat. The man suddenly awoke, eyes wide with shock, shouting, "What is this? What has entered my stomach?" The peaceful night was shattered as the startled residents were roused by his cry. Those nearest to the light switch rushed to illuminate the room. The man, frantic, clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the intruder through vomiting, but the creature remained motionless inside him, regardless of his frantic writhing. "What is wrong with you? It's late, can't you keep quiet?" Someone grumbled, exasperated. "I have to work early tomorrow. Did you eat something bad?" The discussion swirled around him, but the man was engulfed in panic. He had indeed ingested something, but not by choice. This entity had invaded him without consent. Just as he contemplated explaining, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a horrific scream. This cry sent shivers through the previously disgruntled crowd, drawing them closer to observe the man's plight. Clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in agony, he gasped, "It hurts, it hurts." Before anyone could react, his body suddenly stiffened, standing rigidly, his complexion paling, and his throat convulsing. The onlookers assumed he was trying to speak, but instead, they witnessed a torrent of blood surge from his throat. A scream pierced the night, heralding the onset of horror. The man's mouth widened grotesquely, stretching further and further until it formed an unnatural arc, and with a sickening crack, his jaw dislocated entirely, the skin at the corners of his mouth tearing apart. A crimson, gelatinous creature emerged slowly from his mouth, unfurling its full form only upon encountering the air. Unlike the palm-sized being from 3 minutes prior, the octopus beast had grown significantly stronger after its predation, its tentacles displaying clearly visible, flowing black veins. After consuming an adult human, the octopus beast's size had dramatically increased, now standing at a height of 1 meter. With its 8 flailing tentacles extending 3 meters in length, 3 times that of its body. Each tentacle was adorned with a myriad of orifices, which, upon entering the human body, acted like blades, mercilessly shredding the liver and flesh from within. The creature's tongue, resembling a straw, sucked the remnants until every last drop of blood and meat was consumed, marking the hunt as a flawless success. At that moment, the human finally awoke from the nightmarish scene, screaming in a desperate attempt to flee. Other octopus beasts, lurking in the shadows, immediately leaped upon them, using their innate strength to pry open human mouths and invade their abdomens. In their frantic struggle to pull the creatures out, the humans found themselves thwarted by the octopus beast's slick, slippery bodies, coated in a fish-like mucus that rendered their grasp futile. They could only watch helplessly as the beasts burrowed into their abdomens, desperately clawing at their throats in a futile effort to expel them. Just as the man lying on the ground, already lifeless, had done. Yet all was in vain. The octopus beasts settled into their new lairs, dominating and claiming their territory. 3 minutes later, those humans who had been parasitized met the same fate as the previous man, as octopus beasts emerged from their lower bodies, rectums, and mouths. Countless octopus beasts transformed the stadium into their first feeding ground, sparing no prey. The monsters, having undergone a second evolution after consuming human flesh, showed no signs of ceasing their predatory methods. Their newly evolved, sturdier tentacles began to exert their power. Chapter 71: The Octopus Beast. The robust, powerful tentacles, replete with sharp orifices, ensnared a human, coiling around them like a constricting python, causing their bones to crack ominously, as if breaking within. The flesh and blood of the human were pulverized under the immense pressure, reaching the optimal state for consumption in the eyes of the octopus beast. The tentacles extended into the throat, reaching into the mouth and down into the abdomen to feast. This manner of feeding bore a striking resemblance to humans sipping milk tea or sucking on jelly, leaving the now desiccated bodies of the humans devoid of blood and flesh, resembling useless wrappers discarded to rot and attract flies. Panic ensued within the stadium, the humans flailing about like headless flies. Some fortunate individuals managed to locate a safe passage and rushed towards it, seeking refuge in a secure area. However, the octopus beasts, possessing agile tentacles, swiftly traversed the walls, blocking the exits. The humans, caught off guard, collided with them. The creatures were slick with mucus, reeking horrifically. Those who bumped into them emerged smeared with the repugnant substance. Just as they sought to escape, they discovered their bodies had already been ensnared by the tentacles, which seemed insatiable. The 3-meter-long appendages could ensnare 2 humans simultaneously, maintaining pressure until their blood and flesh were fully drained before seeking their next target. Throughout the night, the stadium became a veritable paradise for predators. When armed soldiers were brought to the stadium and the doors were opened, they were met with a horrifying scene: the various desiccated, contorted corpses of humans, faces twisted in agony, scattered throughout the venue, while the satiated octopus beasts had vanished without a trace. Xia Changyuan grimaced at the sight of the grotesque corpses, probing the withered bodies with his fingers, unable to find any trace of bones. They felt soft and pliable, as if merely a layer of skin enveloped them, with broken arms and shattered leg bones revealing the immense strength of the hunting monsters. Between the corpses and on their bodies lay a foul-smelling, slimy substance. He recalled the egg-like forms they had observed in the research institute, which had a match rate of 70%, and wondered why the growth rate of these creatures was so rapid. Initially, the research institute had assumed they were a type of omnivorous invasive species akin to the Brazilian turtle and the alligator gar after hatching. However, it now appeared that their prey was none other than humans. Thankfully, large-scale preventive measures had been implemented earlier. Otherwise, the devastation across the capital and the nation would be unimaginable. Nevertheless, the stadium had suffered greatly. The remaining monsters had vanished, but it was foreseeable that those capable of hatching in water would be even more troublesome than terrestrial creatures. The capital, neither too large nor too small, could face a geometric increase in the number of afflicted civilians should these monsters scatter throughout. Yunyang and AE received an urgent notification in their group chat late at night. Warning. Warning. Residents are advised to take heed. A species known as the octopus beast has invaded the city due to increased rainfall, possessing 8 sharp tentacles equipped with orifices and exhibiting extreme aggression in their appetite for flesh. As a result of these attacks, 2,000 lives have been lost, with over 300 suffering severe injuries requiring urgent medical attention. All residents are urged to stay away from water surfaces, secure their doors and windows, and immediately seek refuge from any encountered octopus beasts. Images. 3 pictures depicting the large, distorted forms of octopus beasts captured on surveillance footage. In the late-night community chat, various deep-sea fish were fervently discussed, as the stakes involved their very lives, leading to a flurry of inquiries. However, the authorities remained unfamiliar with this suddenly emerging species, proceeding cautiously as they navigated uncharted waters. Yunyang only saw the information the following morning, as she and AE were heartily consuming steamed buns. Alarms blared throughout the city, prompting many residents in high-rise buildings to curiously peer downwards. Everywhere one looked, military trucks were seen evacuating disheveled individuals. The torrential rain continued to pour, drenching everyone. But this was a mere inconvenience compared to the octopus beasts that relentlessly preyed upon humans emerging from the water. Those rescued by the soldiers were primarily from the urban villages and older neighborhoods of the Fourth Ring Road, where the terrain was lowest, and the floodwaters had risen to the second floor. Last night, due to the overwhelming number of flooded areas, the authorities and community were unable to respond promptly, forcing many to spend the night precariously on the staircases of the third and fourth floors. Awakened by rustling sounds, they opened their eyes to witness a monster coiling its tentacles around a person, squeezing as it fed. The victim's face turned crimson, unable to voice a single scream. A sudden, piercing scream erupted, awakening everyone in the stairwell, and the cacophony of terrified shrieks persisted. Ignoring the torrential downpour outside and the floodwaters reaching the second floor, many leapt into the water in a panic, akin to dumplings being tossed in. Yet, before they could swim far, the lurking octopus beast struck, their powerful tentacles swiftly dragging humans underwater to feast. The survivors, crying and shouting, pounded on their upstairs neighbors' doors. Some opened, while others, terrified of the gruesome scene outside, barricaded themselves with furniture and other heavy objects. With doors secured, they still faced the windows. The octopus beasts could traverse walls with ease, and a single hefty tentacle could shatter tempered glass in mere moments, invading homes amidst the human screams to hunt. Since their hatching, the octopus beasts had been invincible for a time, freely preying on humans. Under military surveillance, the largest among them had grown to an astounding 3 meters in height, with tentacles extending nearly 10 meters, further increasing their attack range. An urgent meeting convened within a military base in the capital, initiated by Commander Lin Han, whose once dark hair was now streaked with gray, yet he remained steadfast on the front lines. The entire military base was under lockdown, with radar systems activated to detect and prevent the rampage of monstrous beings. Present at this meeting were leaders of the rank of company commander and above, including Xia Changyuan and Lu Langhongji. Lin Han, his expression grave, activated the projector in the conference room, displaying the latest images of the monsters along with the gruesome remnants of humans who had fallen victim to their attacks. Particularly harrowing was the image from the gymnasium, where desiccated human corpses lay sprawled, their mouths and rectums torn apart as the monsters evolved and emerged from within. Lin Han slammed his fist on the table. I have no time to elaborate on the dangers posed by these creatures. If you cannot perceive the threat from these photographs, then you are all blind. We will leave 1/10 of our personnel behind for defense, while the remaining 90% will be deployed for rescue efforts. Such scenes unfolded in every military base, rapidly mobilizing resources for civilian rescue operations. After the meeting adjourned, Lin Han did not allow Xia Changyuan to depart. Once they were alone in the conference room, he initiated a conversation. Chapter 72, Adventurers. Lin Han rubbed his perpetually furrowed brow. Changyuan, what are your thoughts on this situation? Xia Changyuan recalled the dossier he had received regarding the octopod beasts, his brow knitting in a manner akin to Lin Han's. With our current troop strength, we are likely insufficient. A single adult octopod beast can deter 3 to 4 individuals from approaching it, and our comrades must carry out rescue operations, which would expose them to danger as well. The Research Institute concluded that these octopod beasts were hermaphroditic. Once their glands matured, they could lay eggs, capable of hatching within 3 days if sufficient water was available. This meant that each creature was effectively a maternal entity, unless eradicated completely. Even leaving one would ensure a continuous cycle of reproduction. Lin Han's expression darkened further, his fist striking the table. What in the world are these abominations? Xia Changyuan's handsome face mirrored the somberness, shaking his head. For now, we are uncertain. Even the Research Institute cannot provide a definitive answer. What we do know is that they have been washed ashore by flooding, and there are likely more of these monsters lurking in the mountains, seas, and lakes. Lin Han pondered over a contradiction. Are these eggs newly laid? Xia Changyuan shook his head, looking at Lin Han with confusion. If they were from 3 months ago, they would have already hatched. It has been quite some time. Surely the recent heat could have incinerated the contents within. Xia Changyuan replied. The eggs of the octopod beasts possess remarkable vitality. A black liquid within protects the juvenile forms, and, under adequate water conditions, They can hatch in 3 days. As long as the eggshells are not crushed and the young are not left exposed to the scorching sun, the likelihood of natural death is minimal. Seeing Lin Han's brow furrow even tighter, Xia Changyuan added, "Our department has submitted an application for full mobilization to upper command. Once it is approved, we can commence operations." Lin Han expressed skepticism regarding this application. Ordinary civilians lack the training of our soldiers, should they encounter these monsters. The chances are grim. Xia Changyuan's handsome visage bore indifference towards the fragility of life. Today it is the octopod beasts, who knows what tomorrow may bring. No one can be perpetually shielded. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. In the balance of interests, the few must acquiesce to the many. If one day ordinary individuals become expendable, they will lack the means to save themselves and will simply await their demise. The times have changed. Survival now demands recklessness. If we do not engage the entire populace in the rescue and extermination of these monsters, the unprepared will perish swiftly. Lin Han contemplated. Not everyone is willing to take such risks. Xia Changyuan had already turned to leave. "I seek those adventurers." As the monsters besieged the city, the once leisurely lives of its inhabitants were shattered. What they had thought to be a hellish script was, in fact, their current reality. An increasing number of octopod beasts emerged in inundated neighborhoods and shopping malls, with some individuals being dragged from shattered windows, quickly enveloped by the creatures, devoured in a manner akin to being wrapped in a cocoon, leaving only a contorted, desiccated corpse behind after mere minutes. Having gauged humanity's combat capabilities, the octopod beasts grew increasingly audacious in their slaughter within urban environments. One neighborhood after another succumbed, and a shadow fell across the glass window of Yun Yang's home. An adult octopod beast, resembling a spider, had affixed itself to the glass with its appendages, its eyes, embedded within its shell, greedily surveying the food inside, especially the tender flesh of human children. Upon encountering such prey, they would instinctively seize and consume them entirely, leaving not a shred of flesh behind. Yun Yang quickly placed the child into a secure space and retrieved the 48 Malawian Kwacha's light machine gun she had procured from Lao He, tossing an MG4 to Ai. She immediately aimed the gun out of the window. The octopod beast, sensing the prey drawing near, raised 2 tentacles to shatter the window and seize its meal. Now was the moment. Yun Yang pulled the trigger. The gunfire erupted, and the unsuspecting octopod beasts plummeted from the heights of the 22nd floor, crashing down onto the concrete below. Did you think the octopod beasts would perish? They did not. Instead, they resembled pliable clay, rising once more after their fall, swiftly climbing towards the floor where Yun Yang and Ai were situated. Yun Yang, unwilling to linger, quickly secured the window and urged Ai, "Let us go. We must leave this place." Ai, armed with his gun, followed closely behind her as they swiftly locked the door and descended the elevator. The building where Yun Yang resided had yet to be submerged due to its elevation. However, just as they reached the first floor, the elevator abruptly lost power and ceased operation. Attempting to use her phone revealed no signal. The last message received was from the official community alerting residents of the monster attack. "All residents, in light of the monster invasion, please proceed to the gymnasium for emergency shelter, where military personnel will provide protection. All residents, those unable to move due to being surrounded by monsters, please hide well and do not let yourselves be discovered. Rescue teams are en route to eliminate the monsters. All residents, in the face of disaster, let us assist one another and never lose hope." The messages ceased thereafter, presumably due to the network outage. The invasion of the octopod beasts was a global phenomenon. Some small nations with unfavorable geographical conditions were unable to receive aid from larger countries, leaving their citizens nearly exterminated. The staff at domestic power plants and signal towers were urgently evacuated, rendering electricity and communication signals unsustainable. Each city's command center activated backup power and satellite phones for intercommunication. He carried the climbing pack that Yun Yang had prepared for him, stocked with ammunition and provisions, while Yun Yang bore an identical pack. "Sister, where do we go now?" He inquired, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a terrified individual dashed past the hallway, sensing their presence, only to return and cry out for help. "Help me, please." Before reaching the hallway, they were ensnared by an octopod beast that moved with a terrifying combination of speed and agility. Yun Yang and Ai raised their machine guns simultaneously and opened fire on the octopod beast. 3 seconds later, the creature released its grip, emitting smoke as it relinquished its prey. The octopod beast lay lifeless, riddled with bullet holes, black liquid oozing from within, its once malleable appendages now stiff and unyielding. "Let us move," Yun-yang commanded. They should now head to the gym. The excruciating agony of being strangled by the octopus beast in her previous life remains vividly etched in her memory. In this lifetime, she would gladly detonate a bomb to obliterate these monstrous entities. Chapter 73. The Fall of the City. Uncertain whether the city's surveillance system continued to function properly, Yun-yang had, on her last return from the gym, fortuitously purchased a signal jammer from a store that was open while passing through the electronics market. This would prevent her from being detected while utilizing her spatial abilities under surveillance. Before exiting the corridor, she secured a toy in a neck pouch, ensuring it was tightly wrapped while placing her companion in her spatial realm. As she approached the world outside, she needed a transitional object. She could not simply transform before everyone's eyes. Upon exiting the corridor, she was greeted by a completely transformed world. The yellowish floodwaters engulfed the low-lying first floor, with some areas already inundated to the second floor. Numerous desiccated corpses floated upon the water, and even the flower beds and greenery that had yet to be submerged contained several. Previously, the air had been filled with the anguished cries of humanity. Now, there was an oppressive silence devoid of any screams. Yet, there were still survivors within the community. As Yun-yang discerned someone covertly observing them through a window, seemingly puzzled as to why they dared to venture out amidst such peril. Did they genuinely intend to seek refuge at the Crow's Nest gym? They wished for that. However, with these man-eating monstrosities lurking everywhere, stepping outside recklessly would result in a fate akin to those floating corpses. While observing Yun-yang and her companion, the onlooker's gaze suddenly shifted in horror towards the water's surface. It was then that the murky water began to ripple, suggesting that something was approaching them. I promptly pulled Yun-yang back, retreating into the corridor. Emerging from the water was another grayish-white octopus beast. Upon spotting its deceased kin on the ground, it unleashed a low-frequency screech while extending its tentacles towards the pair. I, exhibiting no hesitation, skillfully fired his weapon, reducing the creature to a lifeless form floating in the water. Firearms proved to be the ultimate weapon against these abominations, yet they were not universally available. And precision was crucial. 1 or 2 bullets would never suffice to fell an octopus beast. Yun-yang retrieved a small speedboat from her spatial realm, and after both she and I boarded, she activated the generator. Taking control of the vessel, she navigated while I stood guard with a machine gun, vigilant against any sudden assaults from lurking octopus beasts. "Wait for me. I want to go to the gym with you." Just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses burst from the corridor, a large pack slung over his back and another hanging from his neck. Yun-yang ignored him, starting the diesel engine and propelling the speedboat swiftly forward. The man shouted in vain, his calls falling on deaf ears as the speedboat surged ahead, inciting him to curse in frustration. Fearing the potential presence of octopus beasts, he retreated back to his residence, burdened with supplies. Yun-yang was no altruist. Every decision she made was for her own benefit, as well as for her companion and I. Had the middle-aged man displayed some courage and assisted during the octopus beast's attack, she might have considered taking him along. However, with the creature dispatched by IE and the speedboat provided by her, there was no obligation to rescue this encumbrance. There were far too many people in need of assistance in this world. She was neither a savior nor a saint. Whether deemed cold-hearted or merciless, her abilities were limited, and she could only protect those closest to her. Matters of world salvation were best left to others. In the span of a single night, the once vibrant city had begun to decay. The LED screen hanging in the square lay shattered, and the walls, windows, and submerged vehicles bore the stench of octopus beasts that had traversed the area. These creatures, if adequately fed, could rapidly mature into adults capable of reproduction. A single hermaphroditic monster constituted an entire family capable of laying hundreds of eggs overnight. After the eggs hatched, the city would face an influx of octopus beasts preying on humanity. In the aftermath of the monster invasion, the two most prevalent remnants were eggs and corpses. The streets, inundated to waist height, caused trash bins and the red, white, and blue plastic bags within to float, while contorted, desiccated bodies bobbed in the water like boiled dumplings. As Yun-yang and IE navigated their speedboat, they occasionally used floating debris to push the bodies aside, ensuring they did not snag on the paddles and cause malfunctions. They were currently situated on Wudong Street in the third ring, still over 200 kilometers from the Crow's Nest gym. Under normal circumstances, they could reach it within a morning. However, facing the treacherous urban landscape, even arriving within 3 days would be a remarkable feat. Gunfire echoed from other parts of the city, suggesting that the official military was engaged in a cleanup of these monsters. Yunyang understood that octopus beasts were sensitive to sound, and most of the creatures would be drawn to that commotion. Yet, who could ascertain how many of these fiends lurked beneath the murky waters? Individuals hiding in rooms or high-rise buildings along the streets waved their garments at the sight of Yunyang's speedboat, signaling for her to provide immediate assistance. Yunyang and Ai, with calm expressions, steered their vessel away from that area, disregarding the vitriolic shouts from above. As they traversed the city's waterlogged expanse, they encountered no octopus beasts until they reached a large shopping mall. Instantly, an alarm went off in Yunyang's mind. Ai's instinctive response was swift. He raised his machine gun and began firing at the surrounding waters. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface erupted with ripples as numerous grayish-white shells surged towards their speedboat. They had unwittingly entered the hunting grounds of the octopus beasts. Surrounded by water, their only option was to dash into the nearby shopping mall for refuge. If the octopus beasts attacked en masse, they would expend all their ammunition without a moment's respite to reload. Without hesitation, Yunyang turned the speedboat towards the entrance of the mall, pursued relentlessly by the octopus beasts, with Ai covering their retreat. The more ferociously he shot, the faster the beasts swam. They were drawing closer, inching towards the entrance. As a tentacle suddenly lashed out and struck the speedboat, Ai leaped onto the second-floor escalator railing, using one hand to pull Yunyang out of the boat. In the next moment, the tentacle overturned the speedboat, wrenching the paddles from its operation and reducing it to splinters. A cluster of octopus beasts began to surface, their dark, multifaceted eyes blinking rapidly as they fixed their gaze on Yunyang and Ai, suspended above the water. Chapter 74. A beating you won't forget. The two found themselves face to face with these octopus beasts. Gradually, the heads of the beasts began to sink below the surface. The creatures were ominously silent, undoubtedly plotting their next move. This was Yunyang's survival principle. She swiftly retrieved a rope with a claw from her spatial realm and hurled it upward, only for it to snag on an ornamental crystal chandelier on the second floor. With a slight tug, the chandelier plummeted from the ceiling. What a shoddy construction! A colossal octopus surged from the water's surface, only to be struck down once more by the crystal chandelier, plunging back into the depths. Seizing the moment, Yunyang retracted the grappling hook and cast it anew towards the railing of the elevator on the third floor. Fortune smiled upon them this time. The hook latched securely onto the railing. Ai propelled himself off the wall, using the momentum to grasp the rope that Yunyang had thrown. Soon, he too secured his grip on the rope. Just as they ascended, a massive tentacle came crashing down at the very spot they had just vacated, shattering the decorative painting on the wall into countless fragments. The tentacle, seemingly vexed at its failure to ensnare its prey, revealed its serrated teeth, evoking a primal fear in those afflicted with trypophobia. Having successfully clambered up to the third floor, thanks to their rigorous training, the duo found themselves amidst a myriad of dazzling goods and an assortment of grotesque corpses, evidently one of the feeding grounds for the octopus. From the shadows around the corner, an octopus raced towards them. Fearful of the noise their firearms would produce, they refrained from shooting, aware that it might attract the lurking beasts from the water. Ai swiftly seized Yunyang and dashed towards the staircase, wedging the safety door shut with a mop handle found in the corner. As they reached the second flight of stairs, the safety door reverberated violently from the impact of the pursuing octopus. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they were dismayed to discover the door was bolted from the inside. Yun-Yi pounded on the door. "Open up." A voice responded from within. "Hurry, open the door. Someone's coming in." "What do you mean open it? We have enough food here for several meals. We can't afford to let another mouth compete with us. What if opening the door attracts the monsters? Damn it. Why did that fool run in here?" The pounding on the safety door intensified, and Yunyang shouted to the occupants within, "If you don't open the door, we might as well die together." Upon uttering those words, the door swung open immediately. Without waiting for the occupants to reveal themselves, Ai kicked the door wide open, pulling Yunyang inside and locking it in one fluid motion. "Damn it, you!" Before the man could finish his curse, Ai seized him by the chin, delivering a barrage of slaps until the man's face was swollen, blood trickling from his lips, his eyes glazed. "Stop. Let go of the boss. The man's lackeys brandished knives and daggers at the two intruders. Yunyang, unfazed, drew a pistol from her space and aimed it at them. Let us see whose blade is swifter, yours or my gun. The minions exchanged glances, thinking they could overpower the two of them, but as they lunged to seize her weapon, Yunyang did not hesitate to fire at the two closest to her, blood erupting from their chests as they crumpled to the ground, instilling a sudden immobilization among the remaining men. With a playful tilt of her head, Yunyang smiled innocently at them. What's the matter? Why aren't you making a move? The remaining few trembled. The laughter they had shared with their comrades moments ago now turned into horror as they lay lifeless before them. They had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent girl could be so ruthless. She killed without a flicker of hesitation, even continuing to point her gun at them with a smile after the act. I had reduced their leader's face to a grotesque state, swollen and bleeding from his nose, mouth and ears, a testament to the power of his blows. What manner of monsters have we let in? One man suddenly knelt, triggering a chain reaction among the others, all pleading with Yunyang, please, don't kill us. We'll behave. Observing the table strewn with instant noodle cups, cigarette butts, and snacks, Yunyang pointed her gun at a scrawny man. Hey, you. The scrawny man, glancing nervously between his companions and Yunyang, stammered, me? Yunyang nodded, yes, you. Use that black tape on the table to bind them. If you tie them too loosely, I'll send you to join your two brothers here. Don't worry. They've only traversed part of the path to the underworld. You should be able to catch up with them. The scrawny man, steeling himself, looked at his brothers and grit his teeth. Sorry, brothers. Don't you dare touch me. One of them spat, but before he could finish, Yunyang shot him down. Blood sprayed from his forehead, splattering the scrawny man. Even these ruffians were taken aback by her willingness to kill without remorse. One by one, they acquiesced, tailing between their legs, hoping to escape the wrath that had been unleashed. Seeing the scrawny man's trembling hands as he bound them, they even offered him sympathetic words of encouragement. Once the bindings were complete, only the scrawny man remained. He looked pitifully at Yunyang. Bind your feet with the tape, she instructed. He complied, and his hands were bound by Ai, who had also dealt with their boss, leaving him crumpled at their feet. Yunyang settled onto the sofa where their leader had previously sat and inquired, is it just you lot here? The scrawny man hesitated, but a swift kick from a companion prompted him to amend his response. Yes, it's just us. The octopus is terrifying, devouring anyone it encounters. We had no choice but to hide here. It's not that we didn't want to let you in. You can see our food supply is dwindling. He chuckled nervously. Yunyang surveyed their supplies, noting the wastefulness, half a bucket of instant noodles, littered with ash and butts. A gaudy pink backpack caught her eye, and the scrawny man, sensing her gaze, stammered defensively, I've liked pink since I was a child, please don't mock me. The octopus that had been pursuing them had fallen silent, and their hiding place on the 4th floor was a rear stockroom of the mall, deliberately isolated to shield it from outside view. In Chapter 75, titled Fishing? How intriguing, it was clear that apart from them, no one else occupied this 4th floor. The infant in Yunyang's space began to cry, prompting her to retrieve the child, while Ai tore off the black tape to cover the eyes of their captives. They could only hear the baby's cries and the soft cooing of a woman soothing the child. To their astonishment, this callous woman had become a mother. Who could withstand such a formidable presence? The cloth bag she wore earlier had contained a child? They had presumed it was merely a doll. Yunyang cradled the infant, allowing it to breathe fresh air, with warm water prepared in her space for when the child needed nourishment. As the infant grew older, it increasingly resisted being alone, waking to search for an adult with its little eyes, beaming with joy upon seeing Yunyang or Yun-yi, demanding to be held. Displaying a maturity beyond its age, the infant insisted on facing outward to observe the surroundings, typically requiring an hour or two of visual stimulation before contentedly sipping milk and drifting off to sleep. Should its desires remain unfulfilled, it would unleash a tempest of cries, its eyes and brows reddening until its whims were satisfied. The storeroom was filled with numerous bags of clothing, once sold for exorbitant prices in the mall, now rendered worthless as Yunyang and Ai used them as makeshift bedding. After pacifying the infant, they planned to take turns keeping watch, lest they be caught unawares by the octopus. At this moment, Ai perked up his ears and turned to Yunyang, saying, their movement. Yunyang listened intently and indeed seemed to hear the faint sound of a woman weeping. ignoring the distressed expression on Zai Zai's face, who was on the verge of crying. She placed him into her spatial pocket. Grabbing a gun each, she and Ai advanced towards the source of the sound. It was a door leading to a storeroom, and as they approached, the sound became clearer. She reached for the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Resolutely, she shot the lock, and the door swung open with a resounding creak. Inside, 2 women looked at them in terror. No, perhaps it was 3. One lay on the ground, pallid and seemingly lifeless. The room lacked windows, and the air was stifling. Upon opening the door, a rancid stench of postcoital decay wafted out. Both women bore various degrees of bruising, their hair violently torn, exposing patches of scalp. Their clothing barely covered their bodies, and upon seeing Yunyang and Ai, they hastily used the tattered remnants of fabric to shield themselves, though it offered scant protection. It was evident what had transpired. The moment the women caught sight of the guns in Yunyang's and Ai's hands, a desperate glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. You are from the authorities, aren't you? You must be from the authorities. The expectation in their gaze suggested that if Yunyang denied it, they would collapse in despair. Yunyang merely uttered, "You're safe now." The 2 women's eyes sparkled with joy, and they rushed out of the storeroom, only to find a group of bound men throwing punches at them. While weeping, they shouted hoarsely, "You will pay for my husband's life. It's your fault he's dead. Die, just die." Yunyang had to remind them to temper their emotions. If you keep shouting, the 8-tentacled beast will be attracted here, and none of us will survive. The 2 women finally calmed down. They looked at Yunyang with swollen eyes and said, "This place was originally a refuge for our 3 families. We are the managers and stock clerks of this warehouse. Our homes were flooded, so we came here to seek shelter with our husbands. We were all fine, but unfortunately, we made the grave mistake of letting those beasts in yesterday. Once they entered and saw we were just 6 people, they robbed our supplies and took our husbands to fish." "Fish?" Yunyang asked curiously. "What kind of fishing? Chopping them up?" The woman shook her head, sobbing. "They refer to feeding humans to monsters as fishing. They tied our husbands' hands with ropes and submerged them in the water. In no time, the creatures would come and snare them with their tentacles and drain them of life. They call it fishing, claiming it's more thrilling than actual fishing. They were forced to watch the gruesome spectacle until all their husbands perished, after which they were locked in the storeroom and violated." Yang Shui fought back fiercely, but was beaten unconscious by 3 of the men. "This morning I checked her breathing. She had inhaled but not exhaled. Sob, sob, sob." Yunyang regarded them. "Now that you are saved, what do you wish to do? Or do you expect me to avenge you?" Zhou and Feng Yada exchanged silent glances with Yunyang. Yunyang expressed regret. "I am no savior, nor do I wish to make enemies. The lives and deaths of these individuals lie within my discretion, but I harbor no deep-seated enmity towards them. Thus, I prefer to await the arrival of the police or military to handle the situation." With that, she waved her gun, demonstrating her absolute power, clearly disinterested in the matter. In this world of countless injustices, Yunyang aimed to impart one lesson: never place your hopes in others. Feng Yaya pointed at the men Yunyang had shot. "No. You do have a vendetta against them. You killed their comrades. They won't let you off the hook." Yunyang regarded her with a smile that was neither here nor there. "Is that so?" She then approached the leading man, ripped the tape off his eyes and mouth, and asked, "I killed your brother. How do you intend to take revenge on me?" The man, surprisingly adaptable, immediately begged for mercy. "They deserve to die. They deserve to die. They were merely dogs under my command. If they are dead, so be it. How could I possibly seek revenge on you?" Yunyang smiled at Feng Yaya, "And Zhou, you heard him. He bears no grudge against me." But Feng Yaya was still intent on speaking. The leader glared at her, furious. "Shut your mouth, you whore. Do you know who I am? I am Qin Yang, the sole heir of the Qin Corporation. If you offend me, I have countless ways to torment you. This is just the beginning." Qin Yang. Yunyang frowned slightly. He was indeed a formidable opponent. No wonder he was so arrogant. The luxurious residential community she resided in, Yujing Garden, was developed by Qin Real Estate. To acquire land in such a premium area of the capital required more than just money. Power and connections were essential. Zhou and Feng Yaya were also taken aback. Especially Zhou, whose eyes burned with the flames of vengeance as she looked at Feng Yaya. "If we don't kill him today, tomorrow he will find 1,000 ways to torment us. We cannot let him live." Feng Yaya's anxious expression quickly transformed into determination. "Yes, we must not let him survive." With that, Feng Yaya glanced at the rope Qin Yang had used for fishing, since they love fishing so much. Why don't we give it a try? Chapter 76. The Monster Assault 1. Yunyang and Ah-yi, armed with guns, sat atop a makeshift bed piled high with clothes, watching as Feng Yaya and Zhou struggled to bind Qin Yang, whose eyes and mouth had been retaped shut. Throughout the process, Qin Yang fought valiantly against his restraints, but despite his lean frame, his attempts to escape the bonds were futile. He showed no signs of breaking free from the tape's grip. The two women had changed into long pants and shirts from the warehouse, and disregarding the bloodied marks on their hands from the ropes, they finally secured Qin Yang. One end of the rope was tied to a sturdy shelf, while the other was fastened around Qin Yang himself. They hoisted him to the window, gripping his legs and heaving him outside. With a splash, he hit the water. And almost immediately, 8 tentacled beasts converged from all directions, eager to claim Qin Yang as their prey. Zhou, a meticulous woman, didn't he forget to drag up the corpse drained by the beasts, removing the bindings and tape from his eyes and mouth, then retying him before tossing him back into the water. The remaining dozen men followed suit, tossed in to feed the 8 tentacled monsters, their bodies trembling as they met their end. Finally, the 3 who had been shot were also discarded into the water by Ah-yi. Yunyang turned to Feng Yaya and Zhou. Now we are all accomplices. The power of the Qin family in the capital should not be underestimated. If we cannot keep this shared secret safe, I may have the means to protect myself, but you two will undoubtedly perish. Feng Yaya and Zhou nodded. Their faces pale. We will never speak of this. Yunyang chuckled inwardly. Indeed, they wouldn't speak, for Qin Yang would die at their hands. Thus, binding someone to your cause is far simpler when mutual interests are established. One's glory does not necessarily equate to collective glory, but one's loss will assuredly lead to shared ruin. Nevertheless, Yunyang's objectives were accomplished. Whether or not Yang Shui and Zhou were present, she would have eliminated a monster like Qin Yang. Now, having the help of others to do so was a fortuitous outcome. A sadistic and ruthless individual like Qin Yang, once he gained power, would surely pose a threat in the future. Yunyang had always been one to prepare for rainy days. Any hint of danger must be dealt with, and she would not allow any enemy to linger past nightfall. Thus, Qin Yang and his henchmen, much like Feng Chang and his ilk of yore, must meet their demise. Yunyang had not anticipated encountering such a predicament during her brief sojourn at the base. How vexing. Zhou and Feng Yaya, embarking on their inaugural act of murder, trembled and sweated profusely. Yet within their hearts surged a sense of exhilaration from avenging a deep-seated grievance. Thank you, they expressed as they approached Yunyang, only to be intercepted by Yunyi, who shielded them with a protective stance. Observing Yunyi's vigilant demeanor, Zhou and Feng Yaya refrained from advancing any closer. Yunyang cast a glance at them and remarked, "No need for gratitude. Life is arduous now and will become even more so. You must gradually acclimatize to this reality." Pausing and recalling their harrowing experiences and the loss of their husbands, she offered a rare moment of softness. The deceased have departed, yet the living must persist. Do not dwell in nostalgia. Life offers myriad ways to exist. Zhou and Feng Yaya's spirits lightened momentarily, nodding through their tears. Particularly poignant was the sight of Yang Shui, lifeless on the ground, which deepened their sorrow. Weeping quietly, the two refrained from disturbing the night watch, allowing Yunyang to take it upon herself to guard through the early hours while cradling the child in her arms, as Ah-yi lay sleeping on a makeshift bed. Arms crossed, Zhou and Feng Yaya, feeling the weight of their grief, gently draped a garment over Yang Shui's face. They then found a corner to huddle together, covering themselves with clothing and gazing out at the relentless downpour hammering against the window. Sleep now, I shall keep watch, Yunyang assured them. Immediately, they closed their eyes, forcing themselves to rest. As Yunyang stood guard through the night, clad in a thick windbreaker and holding the child close, she soothed him to sleep while vigilantly surveying the outside. The sky appeared as though punctured, rain cascading incessantly, pelting the window with a cacophony, and the water threatening to inundate the second floor roared ominously. Whether it was the velocity of the falling rain or the sounds of the 8-limbed beast swimming in the water, a chilling sense of dread crept over her during this desolate rainy night. With the rain, the night temperature plummeted, prompting Feng Yaya and Zhou to don summer clothes in a bid to find warmth. Yunyang, wrapped in her thick windbreaker and cradling the child like a small furnace, felt no chill. Seizing the opportunity while the others slept, She indulged in a piece of chocolate to invigorate herself. As the night deepened, Ai awoke to switch places with her. Yunyang lay down in the spot where Ai had previously rested, quickly succumbing to slumber, her exhaustion overwhelming. Ai, accustomed to sleepless vigilance, had begun to adjust his habits since meeting Yunyang. Now, clad in his windbreaker, he lay awake, toying with a dagger while listening intently through the sound of the rain to discern any disturbances. Across the city, survivors were scattered in every corner, some thwarted by the deluge while others cowered indoors, paralyzed by fear of the eight-limbed beasts, waiting for rescue. The rainy night undoubtedly invigorated the beasts, emboldening them to hunt in the most densely populated human areas. Even military personnel, including Xia Changyuan, found themselves unable to assist, as those monsters relentlessly surged towards the crow's nest, where the population was thickest. At any moment, soldiers stood as the vanguard on the precipice of humanity's demise, unleashing a barrage of hot weaponry to suppress the encroaching eight-limbed beasts. As one clip of ammunition was expended, another was swiftly loaded, shell casings littering the ground, while rocket-propelled grenades were fired at the densest clusters of the beasts. The structures surrounding the crow's nest gymnasium were obliterated, consumed by flames. Fortunately, the gymnasium itself held firm, safeguarding the humans behind it. The eight-limbed beasts began to fear the potency of human weaponry, retreating in haste. These creatures, varying in size, submerged beneath the water, with any body of water potentially serving as their refuge. Amphibious by nature, the eight-limbed beasts thrived in aquatic environments prior to hatching, evolving through their first 2 stages before emerging to hunt. The inhabitants of the gymnasium endured a night fraught with tension, as the soldiers outside maintained a relentless barrage of gunfire. The gym's occupants preserved their lives, while those scattered across various neighborhoods faced a far more daunting trial. The eight-limbed beasts were voracious predators, and having failed to secure prey in the gym, they turned their multifaceted eyes toward the flooded, dilapidated neighborhoods, where countless unsuspecting victims awaited their fate. In other words, why did the eight-limbed beasts previously seek sustenance from afar? Most likely, they considered these trapped survivors as a reserve food source. Chapter 77. The Monster Assault 2. The rain intensified, and the sounds from the water became increasingly indistinguishable to Yunyang. Retrieving a night vision binocular from her spatial storage, she peered out through the window. The sight beyond tightened her brow. The eight-limbed beasts were not mere beasts, but organized and intelligent, commencing their assault on indoor sanctuaries. Their powerful appendages could effortlessly shatter tempered glass, explaining why humans ensnared by their limbs easily became nothing more than pulp. Juvenile eight-limbed beasts infiltrated the water pipes, while their adult counterparts clung to walls and pillars, executing their search for prey. Help! Help! The faint cries of humanity echoed, a plea to which Yunyang could offer no assistance, as she too struggled for survival amidst the rising waters. The eight-limbed beasts emerged from the depths, their heads bobbing ominously above the waterline, their tentacles adhering to walls and columns in pursuit of their next meal. The area where Yunyang and Ai were stationed began to succumb to the encroaching beasts, as the city became overrun with these monsters due to the relentless rainfall. Taking refuge on the 4th floor of a shopping mall, they had yet to be discovered by the eight-limbed beasts, who moved with a deliberate slowness. However, should they make any noise akin to those hiding in other buildings, it would be akin to pressing an activation button, unleashing the monstrous appendages in a frenzied hunt through the concrete jungle. Under the torrential rain, the city was teeming with these serpentine entities, which were far from simple beasts. Their intelligence was evident in their methodical accumulation of reserve food supplies. Yunyang cautiously retracted the binoculars, retrieved a bottle of prepared milk from her spatial storage, and fed the drowsy child before placing him back into the spatial realm. She then discreetly approached Ai, gently rousing him from slumber. Ai opened his eyes almost instantaneously, and Yunyang signaled for silence. She procured 2 submachine guns from her spatial storage. The previous pair had been lost to the depths of the water while dealing with the eight-limbed beasts, affirming her earlier decision to secure Old Hay's arsenal as astute. The firearms were intended for their defense against the calamities that befell them, as nothing proved more effective against such threats than hot weaponry. The commotion of their rising stirred Zhou and Feng Yaya, who were unable to find restful sleep, awakening to find Yunyang's expression filled with alarm. "What is it?" they inquired, trepidation evident in their voices. Yun Yang urged them to lower their voices. The 8-limbed beasts in our vicinity are multiplying. We must devise a means to escape. Zhou swallowed hard. Does that mean the outside is crawling with those fiends? Shouldn't we be safer within the mall? As the 8-limbed beasts commenced their search of the building, their intelligence was alarming. The majority of those who had hidden indoors had already been discovered and devoured. Can you guarantee that your hiding place will remain undiscovered by their multifaceted eyes? From her past experiences of survival in the apocalypse, Yun Yang had learned never to confine herself to a dead end or closed quarters. If found, it would spell certain doom. Thus, regardless of her chosen refuge, she always ensured an escape route, a habit that had saved her countless times in her previous life. A crashing sound reverberated through the air. The sound of shattered glass from the window below resonated through the air. Startled, Zhou stifled a scream, only to be silenced by Feng Yaya's swift hand over her mouth. Hurry! That was definitely the glass from the second floor. They've already breached in, she urged. If we don't escape now, and this building is completely overrun by the abyssal beasts, we won't have any chance of fleeing. Zhou wished to voice her concern. Yet Yun Yang and Ai had already taken long strides away. Enough talk, keep up. Feng Yaya pulled Zhou along. If the two men remained nearby, their chances of survival would be slightly enhanced. Once they left, if the abyssal beasts truly invaded, survival would no longer be within their control. It was a gamble they had to take. Ai moved cautiously ahead of Yun Yang, wielding his machine gun to survey the surrounding darkness, ever vigilant against any sudden emergence of the abyssal beasts. Feng Yaya and Zhou followed closely behind. The first and second floors were undoubtedly infested with those creatures. And given the torrential rain, the water might have already risen to the third floor, completely sealing off their descent. Thus, they had no choice but to ascend. The stairwell to the third floor could very well be a trap set by lurking abyssal beasts, and even the fifth floor above offered no guarantee of safety. Yet, with Yun Yang and Ai armed with guns and grenades, they could at least buy themselves some time for escape. Especially with the self-defense techniques and precision shooting Yun Yang had recently mastered under Ai's guidance. Their footsteps echoed softly as they ascended to the fifth floor. Yun Yang brandished a flashlight that illuminated the stairwell as brightly as day, revealing an abyssal beast clinging to the corner of the wall above. Its tentacles were poised for an attack, but the blinding light from Yun Yang's flashlight momentarily incapacitated its multifaceted eyes, rendering it immobile. The massive, slick tentacles writhed grotesquely, reminiscent of serpents entangled in a mating dance, both repulsive and terrifying. Feng Yaya and Zhou could no longer contain their screams. Bang! 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 Ai raised his gun and fired at the ceiling, bullets striking the abyssal beast repeatedly, causing its repugnant form to writhe in agony. It wasn't until its head was utterly obliterated that it fell to the ground, lifeless. No one dared to check if it was truly dead. Yun Yang shouted, "Run!" Indeed, the sounds of creatures emerging from the water below and the wet slithering of their bodies could be heard. The gunfire had undoubtedly attracted every abyssal beast in the vicinity. The group fled, but 2 legs could hardly compare to 8, just as they reached the 5th floor and locked the stairwell door. They caught sight of the abyssal beasts swarming toward them. The safety door of the stairwell rattled under the relentless assault of their tentacles, which distorted the steel and concrete barriers with terrifying force. This place is untenable. We must find another way out. Do you know of any exits? They pressed against the door with all their strength, but human power was no match for the innate strength of the abyssal beasts. The impact of the tentacles nearly sent the 3 women, including Yun Yang, flying. Zhou shook her head in panic, while Feng Yaya contemplated. There's a rooftop on the 5th floor. Yun Yang's eyes brightened with hope. Lead the way, quickly. With a fierce determination, Feng Yaya surged ahead, as if she had cast aside all thoughts of life and death, leaving Yun Yang and Zhou to follow closely behind. Just as they rounded a corner, the sound of the safety door being breached echoed ominously. The abyssal beasts had infiltrated the 5th floor. Without pausing, they sprinted with the urgency of life and death, even as their lungs felt as though they were on fire. Chapter 78. Escape from the mall. Only the living can feel pain. Once dead, all is lost. The mall was vast, and they had sprinted from one extreme to the other, transitioning from the stairwell to the corridor, where the full scope of the mall unfolded before them. The water had indeed risen to the 3rd floor, with debris, rubbish bins, plastic toys, and children's seats from dining establishments floating upon the surface. Hearing the commotion above, the abyssal beasts in the water began to extend their tentacles, climbing towards the 4th floor, closing in on the 5th. Initially, they had been pursued by a single wave of abyssal beasts, but now they faced a dual assault. Those beasts, undeterred by detours, swiftly scaled to the 5th floor with their 3-meter-long tentacles, forcing Yunyang and AE to retreat while firing their weapons. How much farther? Yunyang shouted. Feng Yaya, pale and drenched in sweat from exertion, pointed ahead, not far now, about 900 meters. Why not just say a kilometer? Yunyang gritted her teeth, firing while retreating alongside AE. Sensing the intensity of their firepower, the other abyssal beasts began to redirect their assault. Yunyang did not wish to annihilate them. That would waste precious ammunition. She only aimed to push them back to carve out a window for retreat. Despair set in as the beasts they had repelled were quickly replaced by those that had taken the detour from the stairwell. In a moment of life or death, Feng Yaya and Zhou Yu unleashed their full potential, sprinting without pause toward the safety door leading to the rooftop. When Yunyang reached the door, her lungs truly felt as though they might ignite. Feng Yaya twisted the door handle, furrowing her brow as her voice trembled. It's locked. How could it be locked? You mentioned it was usually unlocked, but after the recent surge of robberies during the sweltering heat, Manager Hong ordered all accessible safety doors to be locked, so you explained. Yunyang shoved the two aside and, wielding her machine gun, unleashed a barrage of bullets to shatter the lock. They managed to slip through just in time. And after closing the door, A swiftly kicked over a nearby shelf, wedging it tightly between the metal door and the concrete pillar of the rooftop, effectively barricading their exit. This should hold for a while. Feng Yaya led them to the rooftop. The open-air terrace remained battered by the relentless rain, with large droplets stinging their faces, casting the city in a dreary, hushed atmosphere, save for the sound of the rainfall. The thudding of the abyssal beasts against the metal door reverberated ominously. Soaked to the bone, Feng Yaya shivered, her face pale as she turned to the towering figure of Yun Yi. If we jump down like this, we will surely perish. We have no idea how many abyssal beasts are lurking in the water below. Jumping in would be akin to being devoured like dumplings. At that moment, Yunyang dragged a speedboat from the warehouse. AE remained stoic, while Feng Yaya and Zhou Yu gasped in astonishment as they rushed to assist her. Is this from the warehouse on the rooftop? Yunyang nodded. Yes, I noticed it sitting there, thinking it might come in handy. When did our warehouse acquire a boat? Feng Yaya, who had worked as a stock clerk in the mall for years, had never noticed such an item. Zhou Yu speculated. Perhaps it was left over from an outdoor fishing exhibition 6 months ago? Feng Yaya nodded in agreement. That explains it. Yunyang was pleasantly surprised by this unforeseen fortune, as the illogical aspects of their situation were neatly rationalized by her companions. Previously, the machine guns held by her and AE were easily explained, as they had subdued the few scoundrels in the 4th floor warehouse, leaving only the 3 women confined in the compartments when Yunyang discovered them. As Feng Yaya and Zhou Yu emerged, they remained oblivious to the extent of the weaponry that Yunyang and Ai had brought along. It was only when they approached closely that Feng Yaya and Zhou Yu noticed a coil of rope with grappling hooks tied to the inflatable boat. Feng Yaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is truly comprehensive. We can secure the inflatable boat with the rope and then toss it into the water, allowing us to descend one by one along the rope. Yunyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's exactly my thought. The safety door won't hold for long, so everyone, let's hasten. Without further ado, Feng Yaya, Zhou Yu, and Ai swiftly secured the rope and inflatable boat before pushing it off the rooftop. The water was already encroaching upon the 4th floor, heralding a second global deluge, far more terrifying than the backflow of seawater, at least during that event. No man-eating cephalopods had emerged. Imagine if, during the initial backflow, the world had submerged for 3 hours while the eggs of these cephalopods hatched, and the adult creatures shattered the glass to hunt within the confines of buildings. Humanity would have been decimated to a mere fraction of its former self. The cataclysmic onslaught of these monstrous beings represents a profound existential threat to humanity. The inflatable boat bobbed violently on the surface before being swept away by the floodwaters. Fortunately, it had been secured with the rope, or it might have drifted away into the unknown. The group nimbly jumped into the inflatable boat, and Ai swiftly drew a dagger from his ankle, cutting the safety rope with urgency. At that moment, the metal doors of the mall burst open under the assault of the cephalopods, who moved with alarming speed. The first of them had already begun to fall into the water, tethered to the safety rope. Feng Yaya and Zhou Yu gasped in horror. The cephalopods plummeting into the water were like stones sinking into the ocean, the visibility in the dark brown water reduced to nothingness. The creatures could easily detect their location, but would leave no trace of their presence. This was akin to being at the mercy of fate, with the floodwaters enveloping the city serving as the perfect camouflage for the cephalopods. Beneath the surface, the ripples created by the cephalopods swimming around the inflatable boat were visible, prompting Yun Yang to raise his machine gun and fire into the depths. Ai likewise brandished his weapon, vigilant of their surroundings, while the sounds of the cephalopods splashing into the water echoed behind them. They were ensnared in a collective hunt targeting the four of them. Finally, the cephalopods were forced to the surface by Yun Yang's gunfire, stretching their four tentacles in an attempt to overturn the inflatable boat. Yun Yang and Ai concentrated their fire upon it, successfully sinking it back into the depths. Behind us, Foam Yaya cried out in terror, pointing frantically at the ripples. Their inflatable boat had yet to start, and the relentless cephalopods were in hot pursuit. With gritted teeth, Yun Yang retrieved a grenade he had purchased from Lao He, pulling the pin and hurling it towards the mall's entrance. Chapter 79. The Race Against Time. Firearms are undoubtedly one of humanity's greatest inventions, serving a pivotal role not only in conflicts between people but also in the war against natural disasters and monstrous entities. Otherwise, wielding cold weapons would merely inflict superficial pain upon the cephalopods, akin to a tickle. The grenade exploded at the mall's entrance, sending a shower of water several meters into the air, the immense force shattering part of the entrance and sending large chunks of concrete crashing into the water. The surface began to ripple dramatically as the cephalopods, akin to crocodiles, emerged to investigate the commotion before sinking back into the depths, swimming toward the entrance. It worked! Foam Yaya exclaimed joyfully. Zhou, feeling a slight relaxation, remained vigilant, her eyes glued to the water's surface, fearful of being ambushed by the cephalopods. She was genuinely terrified of these creatures. Don't speak, don't stick your heads out, everyone lie down, Yun Yang warned, her brow furrowed. The cephalopods possessed acute vision and hearing. To deceive them, they needed to convince the creatures that the inflatable boat was unoccupied. Foam Yaya and Zhou, wholly trusting in Yun Yang and Ai, immediately huddled in a corner of the inflatable boat, covering their faces and bodies with their garments. Ai quickly zipped up his rain jacket, donning the helmet Yun Yang had prepared for him, finding a spot that would be less likely to attract the cephalopod's attention while monitoring the water's surface. Clad in an oversized rain jacket, Yun Yang's chest bulged prominently with the child's backpack. Although the infant was safely stowed in her space, appearances had to be maintained. The items Yun Yang had prepared for Ai and herself were of the highest quality. Even the rain jacket kept her skin completely dry, despite the outer layer appearing soaked. In contrast, Zhou and Foam Yaya, huddled in their corner, were drenched like drowned rats, despite clutching their rain gear. The inflatable boat drifted like a phantom, carried along by the current towards the sports stadium. Yun Yang felt grateful for the capital's topography. Otherwise, as it drifted farther, she would have had no place to lament. The downpour continued unabated, accumulating on the inflatable boat, yet everyone remained utterly still, fearing any movement might attract the attention of the cephalopods. As Foam Yaya and Zhou gazed at the surrounding skyscrapers, they found themselves lost in thought, reflecting on how quickly devastation had set in. Remnants of the cephalopods could still be seen clinging to the walls. Once a thriving metropolis, it had now succumbed to ruin. The vibrant civilization, filled with neon lights and lively nights, felt like a distant dream. Now they faced the perils of a post-apocalyptic world. Just as they thought themselves safe within the inflatable boat, a sudden jolt rocked the vessel violently. Foam Yaya nearly cried out in surprise, but Zhou, quick-witted as ever, swiftly covered her mouth with a hand, signaling for silence. Yun Yang and Ai sensed the disturbance as well, silently lifting their machine guns to prepare. It could have been the inflatable boat colliding with something. Or perhaps the lurking cephalopods were drawn to the floating object, attempting to approach. With a resounding thud, the inflatable boat was lifted once more before crashing back into the water, causing the four of them to tumble within. Fortunately, they had braced themselves beforehand. Otherwise, one of them might have fallen overboard. In the face of such monumental peril, humanity often manifests a 200% survival instinct. And this was true even for Foam Yaya and Zhou. Zhou's face paled, her chest heaving with frantic breaths. Yun Yang observed her hand gripping the rope of the inflatable boat, now twisted in a way that suggested a fracture. The pain was palpable, and Yun Yang could empathize deeply. Yet, Zhou held her lips tightly closed, not daring to make a sound. Foam Yaya was in no better condition. Having struck her brow against something, blood trickled down her face, obscuring her vision. Despite their injuries, the two girls managed to remain silent, a remarkable feat indeed. Meanwhile, Yunyang and Ai had honed many skills during this ordeal, particularly in emergency avoidance and escape techniques, allowing them to absorb the impact of the crisis with relative ease. After the second drop, the inflatable boat found a moment of calm, but their vigilance remained unyielding until they reached the safety of a human refuge within the sports stadium. Danger could arise at any moment. Their instincts proved correct, for the very next second, an exceedingly thick tentacle emerged from the water. Climbing towards the inflatable boat, a tentacle as robust as that of an adult man's thigh stretched across the space between the four of them, leaving Yunyang, Ai, Zouyu, and Foam Yaya staring at one another through the obstacle. The slick, viscous mucus coating the tentacles, the layers of overlapping suction cups, and the serrated orifices beneath the circular flesh of the tentacles were all slowly rotating, indicating their state of relaxation. This underwater cephalopod seemed to have taken a curious interest in the speedboat bobbing on the water's surface, playfully extending its tentacles. If it were to discover that there were indeed people aboard the speedboat, the situation would have surely taken a different turn. Everyone held their breath, silently awaiting the departure of the tentacle. After a full rotation, the tentacle gradually retreated beneath the water, but a second one coiled around, drawing ever closer to the injured and bleeding Foam Yaya. Tentacle after tentacle, third, fourth, and fifth, tightened their grip around the speedboat, causing the metal to creak ominously. "We've been spotted," Yunyang shouted, immediately raising her machine gun to fire at the depths below. Ai provided covering fire beside her. The serrated orifices of the tentacle were pierced directly, black ichor splattering across the entire vessel. The wounded tentacle retracted swiftly, but Yunyang remained vigilant, instructing Ai to shoot at its retreating form while she rushed to the bow of the boat, quickly starting the engine to flee. The ruckus they had stirred up shattered the previous silence, and with the gunfire echoing, they found themselves at the second hunting ground of a cephalopod. Following the explosion at the mall entrance, now is not the time to hesitate. In the water, these cephalopods were omnipresent, ripples emerging from all directions. Yunyang shouted to Foam Yaya, "You, quickly take control of the steering." Without hesitation, Foam Yaya rushed over to adjust the steering wheel. "I've never driven a boat before," she exclaimed. Yunyang admired her can-do spirit. "It's fine, just keep the direction steady. We don't have the luxury of stopping." If they were to halt the speeding vessel, they would surely be devoured by the cephalopods in the next instant. Yunyang and Ai fired their machine guns at the cephalopods, relentlessly assaulting them with their tentacles. Chapter 80. Military Rescue. Each cephalopod possessed 8 tentacles, and with 2 of them, that amounted to a total of 16. The area surrounding Yunyang's boat was densely surrounded by these tentacles, making it appear as if the speedboat was doomed. However, until the last moment, Yunyang would never relinquish hope for survival. She had faced even graver dangers in her past life and had ultimately triumphed. It was still the onset of this calamity. She could not afford to falter now, as her little one needed her to grow up alongside them. In the present circumstances, Yunyang's speedboat felt like a solitary vessel adrift on a monstrous sea, precariously teetering on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Perhaps due to the ferocity of Yunyang and Ai's firepower, each guarding a side, coupled with Foam Yaya's adept boating skills, they managed to gain some distance even while being pursued by the cephalopods. A resounding thud echoed as the hull jolted violently. The speedboat was visibly deforming. Should the tentacles strike a few more times, it would soon be unable to protect them, and they would collectively plunge into the water. The relentless gunfire resonated throughout the area, creating a vicious cycle. The louder the shots, the more cephalopods were drawn in. Yet, if they refrained from shooting, the occupants of the boat would be rendered into desiccated husks. Yunyang had a trump card. She possessed several hundred jet skis in her spatial storage. She could use Foam Yaya and Zouyu as bait to lure the cephalopods away, while she and Ai chose an alternate escape route. The reason they had yet to execute this plan might stem from a lingering sense of conscience, or perhaps the situation had not escalated to that point. After all, these 2 women were neither delicate nor squeamish. They had not hindered their escape, which was precisely the type of individuals Yunyang admired. If possible, she hoped that all 4 of them could survive. If not, she had to ensure her and Ai's safety, didn't she? A tentacle unexpectedly ensnared Zouyu's arm, making contact with her severed finger and eliciting a piercing scream. The group's attention could only momentarily linger. as they had to defend against the multitude of other encroaching tentacles. Yunyang took a tentative shot at the tentacle, but this time, it had learned. Twisting around Zhou, it writhed incessantly, making it impossible for Yunyang to aim, forcing her to redirect her gun against the external threat. Fortunately, Zhou did not give up on saving herself. With her uninjured right hand, she drew forth a stick about 20 centimeters long from her waist, pressing it firmly against the slick surface of the tentacle as it continued to twist. The tentacle, startled, withdrew rapidly from Zhou's left arm and disappeared into the depths. Though she had successfully freed herself, Zhou lacked the strength to maintain her grip on the life-saving tool, rolling in pain while clutching her bloodied left arm. The tentacles of the cephalopods were lined with dense arrays of orifices. Being ensnared by such a tentacle once made one acutely aware of its terrifying power. In her past life, Yunyang had perished at the hands of the cephalopods, fully aware of the destruction their tentacles could inflict. Beneath Zhou's clothing, her left arm was undoubtedly suffering from lacerations akin to being cut by a knife, blood oozing from the densely packed wounds, necessitating immediate medical attention, lest it become life-threatening. None aboard the vessel had escaped peril. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, as the cephalopods had filled the surrounding waters to capacity. Yunyang was already contemplating an escape route with AE. The sound of gunfire intensified, even more so than that of the cephalopods, striking the water near the speedboat. Yunyang and AE instinctively turned toward the source of the shots, spotting 3 fast boats manned by soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms, armed and providing cover for their escape. With the robust support of firepower, Yunyang and her companions finally gained a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, AE and Yunyang reloaded their magazines, while Feng Yaya, glancing at the metal boat's side that was leaking water, exclaimed, "The boat is split open by the tentacles. It's leaking." Yunyang looked toward the 3 fast boats and said, "Head toward them. Since they were there to rescue them, they might as well see it through." Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yaya steered the boat towards the fast boats, while the soldiers aboard continued to provide cover. Finally, as the water reached their waists, they arrived at the fast boats, where they were pulled aboard by the personnel above. Hong Jia, noticing Zhou's left arm drenched in blood and her unconscious state, inquired what happened to her. Only after boarding the fast boat did Yunyang feel a sense of relief wash over her, after an entire night without sleep. Compounded by their relentless flight and battles against the cephalopods, her muscles felt utterly fatigued. The fast boat sped away from the area, with the soldiers continuously firing to clear the pursuing cephalopods. Responding to the Soul Woman's question aboard the fast boat, one of the soldiers replied. She was ensnared by a cephalopod's tentacle on her left arm and managed to save herself with an electric baton. At that moment, a taller figure emerged, his handsome features and robust physique imposing as he looked down at Yunyang. "Did you escape from the Qingda Mall?" Yunyang remained silent, but Feng Yaya, holding Zhou, nodded affirmatively. "Have you seen someone named Qin Yang?" asked Xia Changyuan. Feng Yaya's expression stiffened, and she did not respond. Xia Changyuan turned his gaze to Yunyang, who met his eyes unwaveringly. "No," she replied. "Are you certain?" Xia Changyuan pressed again. Feng Yaya's gaze shifted toward Yunyang, who remained composed. "I truly have not," she insisted. Xia Changyuan then glanced at Ai, who was sitting nearby, cleaning her machine gun, muscles taut and ready for combat, and asked, "What about you? Have you seen him?" This time, Hong Jia directly pulled out her phone and displayed a photograph before Yun Yi and Yunyang. Yun Yi, with a perplexed expression, remarked no. Yunyang gazed at the photograph, which depicted Qin Yang, whom she had slain and discarded into the water to feed the fish just the day prior, and replied, "I do not see anything." Xia Changyuan turned to leave, leaving behind a few disheveled individuals on the deck. Observing this, Hong Jia promptly followed Xia Changyuan, stating, "Boss, I cannot discern any clues from the pair in the windbreakers. But the woman holding the injured individual must have seen something and knows more than she lets on." Xia Changyuan sat in the speedboat seat and coldly scoffed. "If she knows, then so be it. The Qin family has mobilized multiple forces to pressure us into a rescue mission." Wasn't Qin Yang's last distress signal sent from Qingda Plaza? Everyone witnessed it. The area is now overrun by the octopus beasts, transformed into a veritable nest of monsters. Does the Qin family not recognize their predicament, daring to challenge me, Xia Changyuan? Hong Jia ambiguously suggested. Let us consider it in light of the supplies. Xia Changyuan maintained his frosty demeanor. We had an agreement. If we succeed, we take everything. If we fail, we only get 30%. Once we return, we will collect our reward from the Qin family. Chapter 81. The Gymnasium. Under a barrage of formidable firepower, the 3 speedboats navigated back to the gymnasium unscathed. Upon disembarking, the tall man in the lead seemed to communicate something via a walkie-talkie, prompting nurses and orderlies in white coats to swiftly bring out stretchers to transport Zhou, who had collapsed from excessive blood loss, for medical attention. The gymnasium, situated at the highest elevation in the capital, was nonetheless flooded to the first floor. Yun Yang noticed numerous pumps working diligently to expel the accumulated water from the premises. The gymnasium had undergone renovations, featuring an arch design with lookout towers positioned every 50 meters to monitor the water's surface and prevent surprise attacks by the octopus beasts. As Yun Yang and her companions followed Xia Changyuan into the gymnasium, they found it teeming with people, all quietly huddled in the corners, their eyes fixated on the entrance. Upon their arrival, the expectant gazes of nearly everyone inside turned toward Yun Yang and her companions, only to quickly shift downward in disappointment upon recognizing them. This was easily understandable. The sudden appearance of the octopus beasts had thrown the city's inhabitants into chaos, leading many to flee or become separated from their families amidst the onslaught. The authorities had dispatched military forces in an attempt to rescue more citizens, resulting in a glimmer of hope that each returning team might bring back a loved one. Hong Jia temporarily entrusted Yun Yang and her companions to the gymnasium's dispatcher, her curiosity piqued by the bulging contents of Yun Yang's arms. "What do you have there?" she inquired. In response, Yun Yang unzipped her windbreaker, revealing the curious blue eyes of a child peering around. Hong Jia stared in disbelief. He was just in your arms?" Yun Yang slightly adjusted the zipper, affirming yes. Hong Jia reevaluated both Yun Yang and Yun Yi, realizing that their ability to emerge unscathed while carrying a child amidst such perilous circumstances was a combination of luck and extraordinary skill. Wait a moment. How did they manage to possess firearms in a country with such stringent regulations? Hong Jia maintained her composure, handing the child over to the dispatcher before immediately reporting the situation to Xia Changyuan. Lu Ling, who had also been on the speedboat, although not in the same vessel as Xia Changyuan and Hong Jia, had witnessed Yun Yang and Yun Yi engaging in combat with the monsters while wielding machine guns. Indeed, illegal possession of firearms could lead to imprisonment. How could they have such weapons? Xia Changyuan's remarkable memory prompted him to recall the matter his grandfather had tasked him with resolving. The inheritance left to him by Alan from Azure Tech was worth a staggering 100 billion. There was little he could not procure. Xia Changyuan remarked nonchalantly. Lu Ling and Hong Jia were taken aback. She is. With humanity as adversaries at their doorstep, Xia Changyuan was disinclined to meddle in others' affairs. Whether she possessed firearms illegally was a matter for the police to investigate, not for the military to concern themselves with. Their duty was to rescue as many survivors as possible. Currently, within the capital's first ring, 2 safe zones had been established, one being the official headquarters and the other the gymnasium sheltering ordinary citizens. With a population exceeding 20 million in the capital, the combined number of those rescued from the gymnasium and other areas barely reached 5 million. Many of those missing had likely been devoured by the octopus beasts, while the majority of survivors were likely in hiding. If efforts were not intensified soon, those in hiding would not last much longer. Starvation or being found by the octopus beasts awaited them. At this critical juncture for humanity's survival, exterminating the overwhelming hordes of octopus beasts was paramount. Discussions regarding the legitimacy of weapon sources were not a priority. As long as the guns were not aimed at fellow humans, that sufficed. Xia Changyuan suddenly inquired, "By the way, how effective has the recruitment order been?" Hong Jia frowned. "Not very well. While enthusiasm is high, the physical capabilities are woefully inadequate. Out of 10, only 3 or 4 can pass the tests. Asking those who have lived in a civilized society, shuttling between 2 points, to suddenly take up arms against the octopus beasts is akin to asking them to confront death. A machine gun weighs at least 10 to 20 pounds. Even carrying it is a struggle, let alone fighting while retreating. The authorities were currently making significant efforts to train temporary rescue personnel, and results should be forthcoming soon. After all, the other survivors in the city did not have the luxury of time to wait for them." At that moment, a young man clad in camouflage combat attire approached. Saluting Xia Changyuan, "Sir, there is someone outside looking for you." Xia Changyuan straightened, nodding slightly. "Who?" "He claims to be Qin Chaoyuan. I shall not meet him." Xia Changyuan promptly declined. Lu Ling interjected, "Boss, it would be prudent to see him, otherwise it will be difficult to persuade the Qin family to part with the 3% of supplies. The fuel consumed by the speedboat is strategic material. Every bit counts. If we expend too much, our share may diminish further next time. We cannot afford to lose out." Xia Changyuan, visibly irritated, nodded. "Let him in." Qin Chaoyuan was a rotund man whose smile resembled that of a Maitreya Buddha, often touting the adage of harmony brings wealth, while secretly engaging in a multitude of unsavory deeds. Upon encountering Xia Changyuan, he quickly shed his jovial demeanor and inquired anxiously, "Commander Xia, did you find my son during your outing?" Xia Changyuan shook his head regretfully. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Qin. According to the coordinates you provided, by the time we arrived, Qinda Plaza had already succumbed to the monsters, rendering it unreachable." Qin Chaoyuan's face stiffened. "Impossible. When Ye Yang sent me a message, he said he had found a safe place to hide and was merely waiting for me to send help." He then glared at Xia Changyuan. "You returned without even attempting to help, and now you offer me these empty words." Xia Changyuan's patience wore thin. Qinda Plaza is the lowest point in the entire capital. By the time we arrived, the water had already inundated the 4th floor. The mall has 6 floors in total. Had we entered, our people would have perished inside. Your son's life is valuable, but so are the lives of my soldiers. Qin Chaoyuan pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Changyuan. If you were incapable of assisting, you could have simply refused from the outset. Xia Changyuan retorted with a cold smile. Would refusing have made a difference? Your incessant maneuvering to apply pressure on me has all led to this day. I made it clear before we set out, we would do our utmost. But we are not here to sacrifice ourselves for your son. Considering Xia Changyuan's background, Qin Chaoyuan trembled with rage yet dared not confront him directly, turning to leave. Lu Ling did not forget to remind from behind, "Mr. Qin, when will you provide the promised 30% of supplies?" Chapter 82. Who is stronger? Qin Chaoyuan stumbled, turning back to glare resentfully at Xia Changyuan and the others. Lu Ling awkwardly touched his nose, silently cursing. Didn't we agree that regardless of success, there would be a guaranteed 30% of supplies? Why has he suddenly changed his tune and turned his back on me? The atmosphere among the survivors in the gymnasium gradually intensified, with everyone's gaze following the batches of soldiers clad in camouflage combat uniforms entering the hall, each accompanied by groups of recently rescued survivors. Some of these survivors, like Zhou, were severely injured and were promptly carried away for emergency assistance. Others immediately began scanning the area for lost family members. Those fortunate enough to reunite rushed towards each other, embracing and weeping, releasing their emotions after the disaster, while those who could not find their loved ones faced yet another disappointment, retreating to their original positions to await the next batch of rescued individuals. The military personnel from the nearest official base had almost all mobilized to join the rescue efforts. However, the 8 tentacle beasts, with their agile appendages, formidable physiques, and considerable intelligence, inflicted severe casualties on the troops. Young faces were lost in the endeavor to save their comrades, who were on the verge of being overwhelmed by the 8 tentacle beasts, akin to breadcrumbs falling into a swarm of fish, immediately devoured. Vivid red blood stained the yellowish rainwater, a grim reminder that war invariably incurs losses, whether between humans or against monsters. Not every rescue mission guarantees success. Some teams found themselves besieged by the 8 tentacle beasts, ultimately failing to escape from the once coveted residential community. A found Yun Yang, cradling a child, and guided her to a spot near the emergency exit, a potential buffer in case the 8 tentacle beasts breached their defenses. However, this safe area was not unnoticed. As Yun Yang was about to move toward it, she was suddenly shoved aside with great force. Had it not been for her recent training and a Yi's timely support, she might have fallen with the child in her arms. Who dares to act so recklessly? Yun Yang glared at the intruder. A portly man, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, scowled at Yun Yang and Ae. "What are you looking at? We saw this spot first." At that moment, a similarly robust woman approached, leading a chubby boy, exuding an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. The burly woman looked disdainfully at the scrawny Yun Yang and Ae, particularly noting Yun Yang's burden of a child, perceiving them as easy prey. The man then shoved away a girl who had strayed too close, threatening, "If you don't leave, you'll taste my fists." Alone and without allies, The girl could only pale in fear and retreat. The muscular woman approached Yunyang, sneering at her cold expression. "I'm a combat coach. Care to spar?" The chubby boy, passing by Yunyang, spat at her and made a face. Tough fists. Yunyang refused to be intimidated. Just as she was about to place her child into a safe space to retaliate, the boorish man let out a cry of agony, having been swept off his feet by Ae, crashing heavily to the ground. They were situated on the steps of the gymnasium. Upon falling, the man slid down 4 stairs, lying there in pain and howling. The stout woman turned back, stunned by the scene, only to feel her ribs being struck repeatedly, causing her to groan in discomfort. As she attempted to retaliate, a wave of dizziness washed over her, leaving her breathless. The chubby boy, frightened by the sudden turn of events, began to wail, but his parents had no time to attend to him. Wiping his tears, he glared at Yunyang, his eyes filled with malice, before charging at her, aiming for the child she held. They dared to assault his parents, so he would dash at her child. After all, his parents had said he was still young, and killing was not a crime. As the boy closed in, oblivious to the danger, he suddenly felt a heavy impact against his chest. It was Yunyang, who had kicked him 2 meters away, and that was her holding back. Had she unleashed her full strength, that brat would have been sent flying. No matter the antics, she would not tolerate being bullied, whether by unruly children or their parents. Without a taste of hardship, they would never comprehend respect. Wah! The boy, now seated on the ground, gasped and began to cry uncontrollably. His piercing wails drew curious gazes from the crowd. The combat coach, still reeling from her injury, was bewildered by how swiftly Yuni had acted. Her ribs throbbed with pain, every breath was a struggle, and although she could hear her son crying, she found herself collapsed in a chair, unable to rise, completely incapacitated. The portly man watched as Ae approached, his once menacing glare replaced by sheer terror, akin to a lamb facing a wolf. Ignoring the dizziness swirling in his head, he hastily tried to back away, only to tumble down several stairs in a comical fashion. Ae squatted down, his expression impassive. "Which hand pushed?" The overweight man, paralyzed by fear, stammered, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Ae seized the man's right hand and, with a sharp crack, broke his index finger, eliciting a cry of agony from him. He then moved to the middle finger, breaking it with equal ease, causing the man to scream in anguish. "Left hand. It was my left hand," the man finally realized, shouting in desperation to save his right fingers from further torment. Ae rose, brutally stepping down on the man's arm, dislocating it, leaving him in agonizing silence, nearly fainting. The portly man and his family never anticipated encountering such formidable opposition in this situation. The seemingly frail individuals had effortlessly overwhelmed them. In recent days, the supplies provided by the authorities had been woefully inadequate for their family, relying solely on theft, while the staff seemed helpless against them. They stole from adults, and their son pilfered from other children, comfortably awaiting the authorities to clear the 8 tentacle beasts before returning home. After all, the regulations dictated that only those caught in the act of burglary were subject to lethal force. Surely, this did not qualify as burglary, right? Of course not. What was a compressed biscuit worth? He figured no one would dare to kill him. Chapter 83. There will always be self-righteous individuals. Now, the couple lay battered. Not only could they not rob others, but they were also grateful not to be robbed themselves. The portly man and his family were thoroughly intimidated by Yuni, especially after Yunyang had kicked the brat, causing him to cower and run to his parents in tears. The man groaned in pain, while the robust woman, drenched in sweat, struggled to breathe, and the child continued to cry. This scene painted Yun-yi and Yunyang as the true bullies in the eyes of the onlookers. "Well done!" exclaimed a girl from the crowd, recently driven away by the couple. Yes. I've disliked them for ages. My dad's rations from the past few times were all taken by them. Had I possessed strength akin to that of this brother, I would have long ago left them reeling on the ground." At this moment, the other victims in the crowd joined in applauding and cheering for the Yun siblings. How ruthless this woman is. It is one thing to strike an adult, but to unleash such brutality upon a child is utterly unwarranted. Indeed, being kicked so far, the child remains blissfully unaware of the pain inflicted upon him. There were also some onlookers, oblivious to the true circumstances, who merely witnessed Ai striking and Yunyang kicking, uttering their opinions. The commotion finally drew a few staff members responsible for maintaining order, who hurried over to assist the beleaguered couple, inquiring, "What has happened?" Just as a girl in the crowd was about to explain to Yunyang, a sharp, piercing female voice suddenly rang out. "It is these two who have assaulted this family, sparing not even the child." I witnessed the woman with the child demanding supplies from them. When denied, she incited the man beside her to attack. Such outrageousness! In these already challenging times, with monstrous threats lurking, we ought to unite for warmth. Yet, they brazenly exploit their martial prowess to assault ordinary citizens. You must take them away. I refuse to share space with such brutes. Yunyang and I exchanged glances at the woman, Yunyang slightly surprised before breaking into a smile. What a coincidence. It was none other than Yang Tian, whom she had previously dealt with after her ill-timed remarks. "How's your hand now? All healed?" No wonder everyone claims that once the scars heal, the pain is forgotten. How dare she seek to undermine Yunyang in front of her? Hadn't the previous lesson left a lasting impression on Yang Tian? The man beside Yang Tian kept tugging at her sleeve, saying, "Tian, please, stop talking." Though he had been keeping a mistress outside, years of business had honed his instincts, and he could easily discern that Yunyang and I were not to be trifled with. Offending them today would surely lead to repercussions tomorrow. Yang Tian, still harboring resentment over Yunyang's previous retaliation, was determined not to miss any opportunity to confront her again. The girl defending Yunyang, furious, pointed at Yang Tian and exclaimed, "Are you blind? You turned a blind eye when they were bullying me, yet now that someone stands up for me, you seek to frame them. So many innocent lives have been lost outside. Why aren't you among them, you self-righteous hypocrite? It is a disgrace to waste our nation's military resources on someone like you. Why don't you just disappear? You and these two murderers are cut from the same cloth. Spare us your faux indignation. This unfortunate family has suffered unwarranted calamity, only to have their suffering compounded by your slander." The argument between the girl and Yang Tian escalated, drawing attention, while the man beside Yang Tian watched the growing smile on Yunyang's face with increasing trepidation. Suddenly, he jerked his hand away from Yang Tian's grip, causing her to cry out in pain. "What are you doing? I told you to stop talking." Yang Tian stared at him incredulously. "My hand was injured because of her, and you scold me instead of helping." The staff promptly intervened, stating, "Please, everyone, let us show mutual understanding. Our military personnel are tirelessly engaged in rescue efforts, and as logistical support, we are overwhelmed with the need to prepare supplies and maintain order." Yang Tian scoffed. "The country is maintained by us taxpayers, given the current situation. Isn't it their duty to protect us?" Some in the crowd could no longer endure her words. "Aren't we all taxpayers? The soldiers are merely young adults. Barely in their teens or 20s, they are ordinary people too. How can you claim they owe you anything? Do you not feel any gratitude?" Faced with the growing ire of the crowd, Yang Tian fell silent, retreating behind her man. He, in a panic, began sweating profusely, trying to explain that his girlfriend was simply ignorant. Girlfriend? Given the bald patch on his head, one could easily mistake him for her father. Yet another scoundrel who, with wealth, keeps a mistress on the side. Thank you all for your understanding of our nation's military personnel. Regardless of the circumstances, the nation will never abandon its citizens. We hope that in any future crisis, you will hold on to hope." With that, he gestured toward the couple on the ground, pale and sweating, alongside their sobbing son, urging them to find a place to rest. This tyrannical couple had offended many, and the crowd had begun to share tales of their misdeeds, collectively refusing to assist them. Weren't you just sympathizing with this family? You can share space with them. Sympathy is one thing, but practicality is another. Our space is already confined, and we have no room for additional occupants. Yunyang and I paid no mind to the crowd's mutual avoidance. Weren't they just supporting this vile couple? Why not see it through? I sheltered Yunyang in a corner, leaning against the wall in a chair while finding 2 low stools in the corridor, assembling a makeshift bed for Yunyang to rest with the child. Witnessing their formidable combat prowess, the surrounding crowd instinctively drew back, creating a clear space of about 50 centimeters around them. I reclined in his chair, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Ultimately, the plump man's family was placed next to Yang Tian and her boyfriend. Yang Tian wanted to refuse, but the girl, previously driven away by the plump man, insisted that since Yang Tian had shown such sympathy, she would surely not turn down this minor request. If Yang Tian were to refuse now, she would be slapping her own face. She gritted her teeth and remained silent. Her boyfriend was furious, but felt powerless, as the staff had already seated the family beside them. To mitigate the risk of the 8 tentacled beasts, the gymnasium, originally an open space, had its glass ceiling sealed, significantly enhancing safety. Chapter 84. A Bite of Mosquito Coil. After days of relentless rain, not only had it hatched the 8 tentacled beast eggs deep within the city's sewers, but it had also led to an explosion of colorful beetles and mosquitoes. The humid environment caused their population to multiply exponentially, with layers of colorful beetle corpses floating in the flood outside. Inside the crowded gymnasium, the dampness combined with the sudden outbreak of monsters, forcing officials to focus their efforts on rescue and relocation. The vast gymnasium, which could officially accommodate up to 91,000 people, now housed more than double that number, with waves of survivors awaiting transport. Adults received a single compressed biscuit daily, while children got half. Food supplies had been critically low even before the floods and intense heat. And now, with the 8 tentacled beasts attacking, many food storage facilities had become unreachable, leaving only ready-to-eat rations to rely upon. A single compressed biscuit, when soaked in water, could expand to fill a bowl, barely enough to stave off hunger. Worse than being underfed were the mosquitoes. The colorful beetles, due to their size, were easily seen and could be shooed away with hands or other objects. However, mosquitoes were different. Lurking in dark corners, they could strike without warning. One would only realize they had been bitten when the itching began. Those rescued were either suffering from colds or shivering in their seats from the cold. During the monster attacks, surviving was a blessing, with no thought given to extra layers of clothing. The latest group of survivors, drenched from the rain, were fortunate enough to have medical personnel call for Feng Yaya to assist Zoyu, allowing them to share a blanket. However, the remaining individuals found themselves in dire straits. Some were clad in short sleeves and shorts, damp and dripping, seated on chairs, shivering not only from the cold but also from the incessant harassment of mosquitoes that left them covered in itchy welts. The exposed skin on their arms, calves, and faces was red and raw from the incessant bites. Meanwhile, the audacious mosquitoes continued to hover around, probing the vulnerable flesh. Indeed, mosquitoes are the most detestable creatures in this world, without exception. In stark contrast, Yun Yang and Ai, dressed in windbreakers and elasticated pants, had effectively thwarted any possibility of being bitten. Their attire drew envious glances from many, with eyes turning green with jealousy. If only they too could don such protective garb, they would have no fear of mosquitoes. The gymnasium was overcrowded, and even while holding her child, Yun Yang could detect an amalgamation of unpleasant odors wafting through the air, as the relentless buzzing of mosquitoes swirled around them, especially in the corners where they seemed to thrive. Visible to the naked eye, these pests danced in the air, even daring to taunt Yun Yang. From her supplies, she retrieved a baby-safe mosquito coil, along with a lighter, appearing as if she had plucked them from her windbreaker. One must admit, the spaciousness of her attire proved quite advantageous. After igniting the coil, Yun Yang discreetly slipped 2 hefty rice balls into Ai's hands, seizing the opportunity presented by the dim, overcast weather to enjoy a meal unnoticed. With a loud belch signifying her fullness, Yun Yang mused that a sip of a fizzy drink would have been the cherry on top. Yet, without the cover of her backpack, pulling out items from her supplies felt rather conspicuous. The sound of a soda can opening would certainly draw attention. At that moment, their corner of the gymnasium became the envy of all, even benefiting those nearby. Why? The mosquito coil. The smoke emanating from it effectively banished the mosquitoes from their vicinity, allowing her child to doze peacefully in Yun Yang's embrace, his small hand unconsciously clutching hers, his porcelain-white face devoid of jaundice, with long, lush eyelashes that made Yun Yang enviously aware that those features were inherited from Lin Lu. Lin Lu's striking looks could easily outshine even the most popular actors in the entertainment industry. She recalled the early days when she helped him seek employment, and on their way home at night, he often expressed his exasperation at the number of girls asking him for his contact details. Being exceptionally handsome was, indeed, a burden. They had taken many photos together, but following his disappearance, her phone was stolen, erasing the last remnants of their connection from her life. Without the presence of their child, she might have questioned whether Lin Lu had ever truly existed. Hey, move over a bit. How are we supposed to get through? We're all crammed in like sardines. Can you ask the people in front to shift a little? It would be better for everyone. I told you they'd listen to me. If I had known, I would have sat there too, to avoid being tormented by mosquitoes. After satisfying their hunger, Yi began to keep watch while Yunyang settled down with the baby to sleep. Having spent the previous night awake and escaping from Qinda Plaza alongside Feng Yaya and Zhouyu, she had hardly dared to relax until now. Finally feeling a semblance of peace after being rescued to the gymnasium. Regrettably, after their rescue, both she and Yi had their firearms confiscated by the soldiers. Nonetheless, she still had ample supplies in her space, though she would need to be frugal moving forward. With ammunition still available, she had already exhausted her gun. Unlike when they had independent housing in Eugene Garden, every action here was scrutinized by thousands of eyes. The absence of a night watch made her uneasy. The allure of the mosquito coil lit by Yun Yang had drawn curious glances and hushed whispers from those nearby. Despite the ongoing operation of a pump within the enclosed gymnasium, the excessive rain had created an atmosphere of dampness, leading to an unchecked proliferation of mosquitoes. Initially, everyone endured the incessant bites in silence, but now, with the emergence of Yun Yang's mosquito coil, those in her vicinity enjoyed its benefits. As the mosquitoes dared not venture into this perilous zone. The gymnasium was vast, surely the mosquitoes could find other sources of blood. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but it seemed that the other occupants of the gymnasium perceived an increase in the number of mosquitoes around them. In a bid to capitalize on Yun Yang's mosquito coil, the crowd continually pressed closer, hoping to enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, given that Yun Yang and Yi had just dealt a severe blow to that pair of bullying spouses, it appeared they were perceived as even more fearsome. Deterring anyone from approaching them, they could only squeeze their way into the surrounding space until the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes finally faded from their ears. Yun Yang awoke at 4 a.m, her child still nestled in her arms, soundly asleep, while Yi dozed with his eyes closed, leaning back against the chair. The moment she stirred, his eyes flew open, and she gently reassured him, "You should sleep a bit longer." Yi did not protest, closing his eyes once more, sinking into a deeper slumber. Chapter 85, The Retribution of the Self-Righteous. The pleasant aroma of the mosquito coil wafted through Yun Yang's corner, allowing those who had huddled there to escape the torment of mosquitoes and enjoy a relatively itch-free night. The next morning, they were abruptly awakened by shrill screams. "Where are our belongings? The supplies? The biscuits? The water?" I don't know." "You don't know? Weren't you the one holding everything last night?" Yun Yang had no desire to witness this farce, but the volume of their argument was too loud and too close, right across from her. Observing the commotion with keen interest, she rubbed her eyes, clearly eager to witness the spectacle. The protagonists of this quarrel were none other than Yang Tian and her boyfriend, who had defended the bullying couple the previous day. Her boyfriend was red with rage, glaring at Yang Tian, who dared not lift her head, sobbing quietly. From snippets of conversation around her, Yun Yang pieced together the truth. The bullying couple, whom Yang Tian had invited back, had seized the opportunity to pilfer their supplies while it was still dark, leaving them with not a single item. Now, the official emergency ration was a mere compressed biscuit per person each day, barely sufficient for those with larger appetites, let alone for Yun Yang and Yi, who had always indulged themselves since the onset of the disaster. Most individuals rescued by the military had fled in a state of disarray due to the invasion of the 8-limbed beasts, grateful to have escaped with their lives. And few had been able to think about carrying supplies. Most were resigned to subsisting on a daily biscuit soaked in water to stave off hunger, while a select few had managed to bring supplies along and could afford a modest meal. Yang Tian and her bald boyfriend had left Eugene Garden with a massive supply bag, disregarding the disapproving glances of other survivors. Inside that bag were remnants of their peanut butter, bread, vacuum-sealed sausages, buns, and water. When the compressed biscuits proved insufficient, they relied on the contents of their supply bag to stave off hunger. However, after just one night, those carefully rationed items had fallen into the hands of others. The bald boyfriend seethed in frustration, grabbing Yang Tian and delivering a sharp slap, gritting his teeth as he scolded, "I told you to keep your mouth shut. Look where your saintly nature has gotten us. Now our supplies are gone. Stop hitting me." "I'm sorry," Yang Tian cried, attempting to evade. Her broken fingers had yet to heal, and now even the act of dodging was a luxury. The bald boyfriend's strikes were merciless. What standard could one expect from a man who betrayed his family for a dalliance with an outside woman? "You stupid fool." The bald man, filled with disdain, kicked Yang Tian aside and vanished into the crowd. Husband, don't leave me," Yang Tian cried out in desperation. The departing bald man did not glance back, allowing her to wail and throw a tantrum in her solitude. Onlookers expressed a mixture of sympathy and relief, thankful that they had refrained from meddling in her affairs the previous day, lest they find themselves the victims of theft. The thought of the hard-earned provisions they had saved being squandered on such thieves was utterly nauseating. Yunyang, cradling her child, observed the scene with keen interest, pondering a fitting title for this theatrical display, perhaps the retribution of the sanctimonious. It was indeed a waste of national resources to rescue such individuals. They ought to be left to fend for themselves in the Yujing community. The government's response was swift, as they promptly dispatched troops to execute rescue operations. Had Xia and Ai known, they could have simply awaited assistance within the community, sparing themselves the arduous journey through convoluted routes. Inside the gymnasium, each day offered merely a single compressed biscuit and a bottle of water, neither of which was mineral water, but rather purified water dispensed into mineral water bottles. The market supply of mineral water had been depleted since the onset of the calamity. These bottles were remnants from a factory that could no longer be filled due to water scarcity, repurposed for official distribution. A biscuit the size of a palm was barely sufficient for an adult's meal, yet in these trying times, it had to suffice for an entire day. The ingenuity of the masses was boundless. Some divided their rations into thirds to accommodate breakfast, lunch, and dinner, while others opted to soak their biscuits in bottled water, transforming them into a soggy paste. Those fortunate enough to possess supplies became the envy of the crowd, as they could indulge in additional meals. However, those with provisions were wary of inciting jealousy and could only dare to eat in secret. Oh, what a world we live in. When did consuming instant noodles become a coveted luxury? The supply of mushrooms had also been interrupted due to the emergence of the 8 tentacled beasts, and the once disdained food was now sorely missed. Consuming compressed biscuits thrice a day had become a source of heartburn. Yet, the plight of others bore no relevance to Yunyang, who, along with Yun-Yi, continued to indulge in the culinary delights from their space, oblivious to the surrounding despair. A team of workers, equipped with backpacks and handheld toolkits, began adjusting the enormous LED screen suspended above the gymnasium. What a time for such a task. Instead of wasting time on this, they should be eliminating more 8 tentacled beasts so that we might return home sooner. Indeed, the authorities were often sluggish, treating the lives of ordinary citizens with scant regard. How curious that there are those who betray their own kind, without the national rescue teams. You would likely be wallowing in filth. One voice shouted amidst the crowd. You want to fight? Come on, I fear you not. On a gloomy day, compounded by hunger, tempers flared easily. A mere few words could ignite violence, but fortunately, onlookers intervened. Wait, look. Fixing that screen surely isn't for our entertainment. Observe those individuals. Behind the technicians repairing the LED screen, a group of young soldiers in uniform appeared, clearing the area and arranging tables, which were piled high with thick stacks of registration forms. The gymnasium buzzed with chatter, but thankfully, the LED screen faced all attendees, ensuring everyone could see its contents. After a busy morning, the workers finally repaired the LED screen, and the crowd's expressions brightened. It's here. Starting today, the government will cease the free distribution of food and initiate a labor for food program. Citizens are encouraged to undertake tasks according to their abilities. Corresponding points can be exchanged for food, clothing, medicine, and other supplies. The announcement echoed through the venue, synchronized with the scrolling text on the screen, ensuring all could hear. After 3 repetitions, the screen transitioned to the task list. Yunyang discerned that this task interface and recruitment announcement bore a striking resemblance to the style of a local job listing she had encountered before. From 9 to 9. That's 12 hours a day without a day off. I'm curious about the first task, which claims no experience is necessary. How exactly will they train us? Will they teach us marksmanship? Certainly. How could one possibly defeat those 8 tentacled beasts with mere knives? It's far too perilous. No amount of points would entice me to participate. Besides, since I'm already bald, I might as well return to my previous profession. Come on, we must hurry, or the slots will fill up, and we'll be left with menial labor. Isn't that acceptable? What could be wrong with organizing screws? It's exhausting work, but it must be done. After observing the situation, Yunyang stood up, resolved to register. Ai grasped her arm, asking, Sister, where are you going? To claim a task, she replied, gesturing towards several registration points swarmed with eager individuals. Is it the first task? Ai, having spent considerable time with her, knew she lacked any need for trifling points and would not complicate matters for such a meager reward. If she were to act, it would be on a grand scale. Yun Yang nodded affirmatively. I'll accompany you. A stood beside her protectively. Very well. Without hesitation, Yun Yang accepted his company. A took the child back into his arms. The chubby infant, nearing 6 months old, was at an age of boundless curiosity, especially captivated by the lively crowd. Waving his arms in delight, Yun Yang playfully grasped his tiny hand, eliciting a smile that revealed a tiny tooth, his light blue eyes deepening to a more vivid hue with excitement. What a beautiful child! Is he of mixed heritage? The girl who had stepped forward to support Yun Yang the previous day happened to be in the same registration line. Yes, Yun Yang replied with a gentle smile. My name is Su Tong. And you? Yun Yang. Are you the baby's sister or mother? Su Tong inquired, gazing at Yun Yang, who appeared to be of a similar age. It was difficult to conclude. If she were the sister, her care for the child was extraordinarily meticulous. Yet if she were the mother, she seemed far too young. Yun Yang chuckled at her inquiry. Young lady, you certainly have a way with words. Su Tong's face flushed. It's just that you are truly striking. After sharing a laugh, Yun Yang felt a pang of nostalgia, observing the adorable child in a Yi's embrace. She couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrasts. In her past life, her journey to find her son had been fraught with hardship. Battling various monsters and bearing scars that marred her appearance, beauty was a distant notion. When it was finally Yun Yang and a Yi's turn, she unhesitatingly claimed task number 1. The young soldier who registered her paused, glancing at the child in her arms. Are you certain you wish to undertake task 1? Yun Yang nodded resolutely. The soldier, unable to contain his concern, remarked, eliminating 8 tentacled beasts is perilous. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Yun Yang surveyed the bustling gymnasium and replied, remaining in a comfort zone is far more perilous. If this place falls, ordinary people will lack even the means to protect themselves. It is better to join the soldiers on the front lines. Either the monsters die or I do. Her primary aim was to earn points, which could later be exchanged for genetic serum. In a world ravaged by disaster, no place was entirely safe. Even the capital base had not escaped several waves of monstrous attacks, resulting in temporary evacuations. Countless lives had been lost to the beasts. The octopus beast serves as the inaugural entry in the compendium of calamity monsters, with an unceasing emergence of new beasts poised to unleash hellish trials upon humanity. The only means of survival in such a cataclysmic world lies in the enhancement offered by genetic serums. The more of these serums one can acquire, the better. Observing Yun Yang's unwavering determination, a young soldier presented her with 2 registration forms. When the 2 had filled them out and handed them back, the soldier, glancing at the infant cradled in Yun Yang's arms, inquired once more, are you truly resolute in your decision? Understanding his concern, Yun Yang replied, cradling her child. Isn't our struggle for the future of these children? Although she had perished in a prior life before the apocalypse concluded, humanity had finally begun to resist the monsters that once slaughtered them at will. After receiving their mission, Yun Yang and Ai followed the soldier responsible for Task 1 to the training ground, embarking on a rigorous 3-day regimen. Their sharpshooting skills were exceptional. The instructor needed only to offer a few pointers, and both could consistently hit the 9 and 10 rings, leaving the instructor with little to critique as he stood at a distance, captivated while holding the infant. In contrast, their fellow trainees, who had never touched a firearm, struggled to meet the minimum standards, with only a handful of shooting enthusiasts managing to scrape by. Given the stellar performance of Yun Yang and Ai, the training ground did not squander ammunition. By the end of the first day, they were promptly assigned to their respective squads. The instructor regarded the child in Yun Yang's arms and asked, what will happen to the child during missions? Yun Yang promptly responded, I'll leave them with a friend. Indeed, what could offer her greater security than the knowledge that her child could enter her space? That evening, the results of the selection were swiftly delivered to the captains of various teams, each of whom had suffered grievously. Vibrant young lives had been reaped by the tentacles of the octopus beast, leaving comrades behind on the battlefield. Rue Changgang clutched his head in despair as his deputy attempted to console him. Captain Rue, such sacrifices are unavoidable. We will take good care of Xiaozhu's family. Xiaozhu, who had previously worked in an administrative capacity at the police station, had fallen victim to an octopus beast during today's eradication efforts, and by the time it was slain, he had been drained to a mere husk. Deputy Captain Lu Hui placed a stack of papers beside him. Captain Rue. This is the registration form submitted by the selection department today. Our team must replenish its ranks. Rue Changgang, slowly emerging from his gloom, picked up the registration form and, as he perused it, his frown deepened. Is this not madness? Merely possessing shooting experience and passing scores barely qualifies one for the battlefield. It is tantamount to a death sentence. Lu Hui's face reflected his own sorrow. Captain Rue, the Dragon Kingdom requires reinforcements not only in the capital. Cities A, H, and Z are falling at a pace more rapid than the capital and are in dire need of military support. If we do not mobilize the populace for combat, the death toll among humanity will escalate exponentially. Taking a deep breath, Rue Changgang continued to scan the forms until his gaze halted on one particular name. Yunyang? Chapter 87. Clearwater Bay Villa District. Deputy Captain Lu Hui leaned in for a glance, sheepishly withdrawing the registration forms for Yunyang and her brother Yunyi. Rue Changgang furrowed his brows at his actions. What do you mean by this? Lu Hui replied. The individual who delivered the registration forms just informed me that these two have already been selected by Captain Xia. Rue Changgang suppressed his frustration, acknowledging that despite the disappointment of losing two skilled marksmen, it was for the best. After all, Yunyang had a child, and her chances of survival in Captain Xia's team were greater than in his own. In merely a day, the transition from refugees to operatives was complete. Dressed in newly issued camouflage combat uniforms, the siblings Yunyang and Yunyi appeared striking as they followed their assigned team leader to their designated squad. Two new recruits had joined, and one of them jested, "Will you cry if you encounter an octopus beast?" Another chimed in, "Miss, how many octopus beasts have you slain to dare join our ranks?" Soldiers, being human, often engaged in light banter to alleviate the dread brought on by the beasts. During missions, they had already resolved to disregard life and death, with the captain insisting they prepare letters in case they fell in battle, leaving their families with something to remember them by. Yi regarded these jesters with a neutral expression, while Yunyang cheerfully replied, "Not many, just about 10 or so." "How about you?" The jest fell flat, and one young man stepped forward to scrutinize Yunyang, incredulous. "You're pulling my leg. With those little arms and legs. You took down over 10 octopus beasts?" "No jest," she countered. "The 48 Malawian Kwacha's light machine gun and M64 rifle you covet are mine." Hong Jia and Lu Lang each approached, brandishing the very weapons that had been confiscated from Yunyang and Yi. Hong Jia handed the guns back to them, declaring, "They have returned to their rightful owners. From now on, we shall be comrades in life and death." With a playful wink at Yunyang, she added, "The captain has arranged for 2 crates of ammunition for these weapons to be delivered overnight." Yunyang nodded, smiling. "I truly appreciate the captain's generosity." Though there was a supply of ammunition in her space, it was a consumable resource, not nearly as abundant as food supplies. Moreover, the urgency of her rebirth had diverted her focus towards gathering everyday necessities. Thus, receiving this timely provision felt like a fortuitous blessing, and her gratitude was heartfelt. Lu Lang then produced 2 Swiss Army knives, offering them to Yunyang and Yunyi, "Here, for emergencies. If you run out of ammunition while battling the octopus beasts, use these knives. They are incredibly sharp and can sever their tentacles." He added earnestly, however, "I hope you never have to resort to them." The possibility of reaching for a knife would signify a dire situation, one where survival chances dwindled significantly. Yunyang and Yunyi accepted the offering gratefully, replying, "Thank you." Just then, a tall figure emerged from the gymnasium, and the formerly bustling crowd stood at attention, all except for Yunyang and Yunyi, who seemed out of place. Captain Xia Cheng Yuan's gaze swept over them before addressing the larger group. "Today, we are tasked with clearing the Clearwater Bay Villa area. Prepare yourselves. We depart in 10 minutes. Yes. The ensuing moments were devoid of idle chatter, as everyone diligently checked their gear. The city streets were already inundated, murky waters rippling ominously, hinting at the lurking presence of octopus beasts in search of prey. Yunyang's squad comprised 36 members, with every 12 assigned to a boat. She and Hong Jia were to clear the less hazardous eastern zone of the Villa District, while Lu Lang and Captain Xia led 11 others into the more perilous western zone. It was on Lu Lang's boat. As they parted ways, Yunyang reminded him to prioritize his own safety above all else. They were indeed on a rescue mission, but one must first ensure their own survival to save others. The speedboat surged across the water, its powerful engine roaring, sending ripples through the murky depths where the tentacles of the octopus beasts could be glimpsed. "These damn things are relentless," Hong Jia exclaimed, urging the driver to navigate the city routes for potential cover. "If we stick to the wide roads, we're as good as sheep being hunted by lions and tigers." The city is inundated with water, concealing countless octopods beneath its surface. The populace can only hope for the sun to shine as it did before, drying the water and scorching the octopods to death upon the ground. The driver has mastered the art of evading these creatures, and ultimately, Hong Jia and Yun Yang, along with their group, arrive safely at the eastern district of Qingshui Bay Villa. As Yun Yang surveys the area, a sense of familiarity washes over her. Upon reflection, she cannot help but chuckle softly. This is indeed the neighborhood of her friend Yuan Ge. She wonders whether Yuan Ge is still in the villa or has managed to escape. "Hong Jia, where shall we go first?" Yun Yang inquires. Hong Jia gazes at the row of villas, half submerged in water, and replies, "We will search each house, one by one." With 12 individuals in Hong Jia's team and the speedboat capable of accommodating 30, minus the 4 soldiers tasked with escorting survivors back, they can rescue 26 survivors in one trip, and with some squeezing, they can exceed 30, depending on the circumstances. Initially, the rescue operation proceeds smoothly. 13 individuals are saved from the first villa. Having been without fire or food for days, they have survived solely on sedimented rainwater, and upon seeing the rescue team, they are weak and famished, barely able to speak. Hong Jia instructs her subordinates to carry them onto the speedboat. Meanwhile, Yun Yang observes the driver fastening a series of submerged orbs around the vessel. "What is this?" she asks, intrigued. Seeing the curiosity in Yun Yang's eyes, Hong Jia explains, "While remaining vigilant, this is a repellent developed by the Academy of Sciences specifically for the octopods. It is exceedingly costly and only effective for 2 hours. We couldn't afford to use it on the way here. However, we must utilize it on our return trip with so many survivors. Risking it is not an option." 2 hours of effectiveness is indeed brief, considering the rescue team typically works for over 12 hours a day. "What happens when this batch runs out?" Yun Yang queries. "We rely on firepower for cover. Each squad receives only a small amount of the repellent, and some are still waiting for the Academy to produce a second batch." To their surprise, the rescue mission continues to go well. Survivors from the Eastern District, one villa after another, are rescued, clearing out the outer circle of villas. Yun Yang estimates that, within 3 hours, they have successfully rescued over 200 individuals, each one a potential point toward their goal. As they draw closer to the inner circle, everyone on the speedboat remains armed and alert. Chapter 88, The Monster's Ambush. Just as everything appears to be progressing smoothly, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupts from the Western District. Hong Jia's expression shifts. "This is bad. They must have encountered octopods. We must provide immediate assistance." As the speedboat's driver pivots the vessel, violent whirlpools suddenly erupt beneath the once calm waters. Without hesitation, Yun Yang draws her weapon and fires into the water. Before long, the corpse of a large octopod surfaces. Yet this is far from the end. Soon, more whirlpools begin to form, surrounding the boat in a 10-meter radius. "Quick! Get us out of here!" Hong Jia shouts. Raindrops sting against their skin, but no one cares. Their eyes are fixed on the surroundings, aware that beneath each whirlpool lurks an octopod, as if they have stumbled into the creature's ambush. The whirlpools grow denser around the speedboat, and those aboard can feel the metallic hull being pulled downwards, slowing their escape. Grayish-white tentacles emerge from the whirlpools, launching an assault on the vessel, viewed from above. The speedboat resembles prey caught within the jaws of a colossal octopus, surrounded by flailing appendages. "Jump!" Hong Jia yells again. Under such circumstances, leaping overboard may offer a slim chance of survival. The water rises to neck level, but fortunately, everyone knows how to swim, mitigating the risk of drowning. They scramble to find refuge and establish radio communication. Soldiers leap from the boat in every direction, swiftly swimming toward the nearest villa, but the water is the octopod's domain, and the odds are insurmountable. Yun Yang slings her gun over her shoulder and plunges into the water, choking on a mouthful as she adopts a dog paddle style, clumsy, yet necessary for survival. The octopods are so plentiful that with each kick of her feet, she feels their slimy tentacles brushing against her. A scream echoes from about 2 meters away. She turns to see a young man, who had been joking with her earlier that morning, ensnared by a tentacle, lifted into the air. Without hesitation, She raises her weapon and fires at the grayish tentacle, severing the section that clutched her comrade, who quickly resurfaces. Gratitude evident in his eyes. "Thanks. Let us move," he urges. "Now is not the time for thanks," Yun Yang admonishes, her brow furrowed. But just then, the young man emits a sharp cry, only to be abruptly pulled back underwater. Bubbles surface where he once was, but he disappears without a trace. Yun Yang immediately swims toward the nearest villa's entrance, which stands firmly shut. The metal door is smooth and impenetrable, but she will not be deterred. The supplies they were provided include grappling hooks. Skillfully, she tosses the hook, securing it to a point of leverage, and swiftly climbs over the threshold into the villa. Inside, a vast courtyard awaits, the garden attached to the standalone villa sprawling over 200 to 300 square meters. Meanwhile, in the capital's alleys and urban villages, one can find a dozen individuals crammed into a 20-square-meter room. The disparity between wealth and poverty is stark. The courtyard is similarly marred by whirlpools, with several octopods having breached the garden. The noise of her entry draws them swiftly toward her. Yun Yang swims faster. It is impossible to enter through the front door now. The high-end villa is equipped with security doors worth hundreds of thousands, impervious even to grenades, let alone a few bullets, and the water pressure is tremendous. She realizes she cannot open the door alone. Spotting a terrace on the second floor, she considers it might be her only chance. With no other options, she must try. The grappling hook finds its mark on the balcony railing, and she begins her ascent. Suddenly, the rope tightens, an octopod's tentacle has ensnared it, pulling downward with great force. Yet this inadvertently assists her, allowing her to climb more swiftly. Upon reaching the second-floor terrace, she notices that the grappling hook has warped the railing from the strain. Unsure whether to commend the quality of the hook or the railing, she draws her weapon and fires, dispatching the octopod that gripped the rope. Once the tension eases, she retracts the hook and stows it away. Nearby octopods, alerted by the commotion, begin to converge, surfacing on the walls. Yun Yang approaches the glass door separating her from safety. Predictably, it is locked. Fortunately, the window to her right has been left ajar due to the homeowner's negligence. She opens the window, slips inside, and secures it behind her in one fluid motion. As the octopods ascend to the second-floor terrace, she remains silent, her presence undetected. They begin to slow their movements, searching for prey. One octopod spreads its body against the glass door where Yun Yang hides, its myriad suckers making a wet, slithering sound as they move against the glass. The serrated edges concealed beneath tentacles appearing deceptively harmless. If they capture their prey, they would crush and tear flesh without mercy. The feeding channel of the octopus-like creature resembles the diminutive visage of a miniature version of itself. Despite its smallness, it exudes no semblance of charm. The slimy straw protrudes from the human mouth, siphoning away flesh and blood that has long been transformed into a macabre form of canned humanity by its tentacles. The glass is transparent, a one-way barrier through which Yun Yang can observe the monstrosity clearly, while the octopus creature, despite its highly sensitive compound eyes, can perceive nothing more than a mere glimmer on the glass. Yun Yang dares not make a sound as 1, 2, 3 of these creatures continuously cling to the glass, suffocating the enclosed balcony with their presence. The grotesque sight of their gaping maws and suction cups, dripping with viscous slime, is utterly repulsive. Both sides engage in a silent contest of endurance. The glass begins to creak ominously under the weight. Sweat beads on Yun Yang's back, her hair dampened, indistinguishable between perspiration and the remnants of previous water. The distant sounds of gunfire echo, causing the octopus creatures to leap from the balcony, chasing the source of the noise. The splashes of water provide a momentary reprieve for Yun Yang, momentarily alleviating the tension in her mind. For the time being, she is safe. Stepping from the balcony into the interior, Yun Yang enters the master bedroom on the second floor, where a family portrait hangs prominently. The middle-aged couple, clad in traditional Tang suits, is depicted alongside their 3 children. The light-colored bed linens are marred by bloodstains, while a decaying body lies entangled in a corner, a grim testament to a life extinguished by stray bullets during a meal. The deceased appears to be male, though his age remains indeterminate. As his skull and body are grotesquely contorted by the pressure of the tentacles, the skin shredded by serrated appendages, rendering him a gruesome, half-mummified corpse. The presence of firearms and the ability to retaliate against the octopus creatures suggest a high survival probability for this family, bringing a flicker of solace to Yun Yang. Chapter 89. Moments with the Little One. After closing the master bedroom door, she proceeds to the adjacent secondary bedroom, which is adorned in a minimalist black and white theme. Clearly a boy's sanctuary. In her hurried departure, the bedding remains, yet the room is no longer habitable. Colorful beetles have taken to laying eggs in the desolate space, with plump white worms wriggling across the bed and bedding. Other rooms reflect a similar fate, particularly one with a bed likely edged with genuine leather, teeming with crawling worms and colorful beetles that swarm every inch of the material. Eventually, Yunyang manages to find a makeshift resting place on a full-leather children's sofa tucked away in a corner. Outside, the rain continues to pour relentlessly, transforming the entire complex into a gaping maw controlled by the octopus creatures, luring throngs of humans to their demise. Fortunately, the intercom remains functional, shielded from water damage. And she adjusts the channel. "This is Yunyang. Is everyone all right?" Silence ensues. Setting the intercom aside for the moment, she makes her way to the bathroom on the second floor, utilizing the hot water and basin to take a quick shower, changing into dry clothing. She discards her damp garments and shoes into the space and wipes her dripping hair with a dry towel, finally feeling revitalized. Seated on the sofa, she turns on the intercom, and after a crackle of static, a calm male voice emerges. This is Xia Changwan. The initial count of survivors stands at 22. Namely, Zhang Sheng, Wu Yu, Lu Lang, Yun Yi, Yun Yang, and Hong Jia. The difficulty of this rescue operation has escalated. Please take refuge in designated areas and maintain radio contact. The somber atmosphere envelopes those holding the intercom. The original group of 36 has dwindled to 22 in just one morning's time. Yun Yang retrieves her little one from the space. It is now time for his feeding. Although the child despises the cradle within the space, he has gradually accepted his periods of confinement, understanding that his mother and uncle are preoccupied. Awakening early, he sits in the cradle, playing with the small toys Yun Yang has prepared, his demeanor remarkably endearing. Upon sensing her embrace, he joyfully flails his arms, leaning forward to nestle against her. Yun Yang's heart melts as she cradles him, letting him drink from the bottle while he clutches it with one hand and her hand with the other, fearful of being placed back into the space. Leaning her forehead against his, she whispers, "Little one, once you grow a bit more and the capital base is secure, I promise to let you live outside." A mother always yearns to provide the best for her child, yet in a world ravaged by monsters and human treachery, no place seems a sanctuary. Only the space left by his father offers a semblance of safety for them both. However, the child, being human, cannot be raised in a vacuum, devoid of worldly knowledge. He would be ill-prepared for the harsh realities of a world where humans devour one another and monsters prey on the weak. In her past life, the child had been remarkably astute, adept at utilizing every resource for their well-being, marking the happiest times of her existence. Yet in this life, possessing a trump card, she wishes to shield him from any potential harm. "What am I to do with you, little one?" Yun Yang sighs, kissing his soft, baby hair. As the rain intensifies, she notices that the water has begun to flood the second floor of the villa, soon to spread further. Carrying her supplies while cradling her child, she ascends to the third floor, where the little one gleefully claps his tiny hands, delighted by the playful movements of Yun Yang and Yun Yi as they carry him. She holds him tighter, treading softly towards the top floor. The villa consists of 5 levels, with 2 subterranean and 3 above ground. Thus, the third floor is the highest. It appears seldom frequented, furnished simply with a coffee table and a coral fleece sofa, combined into a spacious walk-in closet of over 100 square meters. Yun Yang carries her child in to explore, discovering an array of clothing suitable for all seasons, with the female owner's garments occupying half the space, consisting of luxurious fur coats. The jewelry section is even more dazzling, featuring diamond rings the size of pigeon eggs, sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and an assortment of ornate gold accessories that leave one awestruck. How splendid it would be to possess such wealth, she muses. Though all her resources are devoted to stockpiling supplies, she has purchased none of the designer bags or gemstone jewelry. Yun Yang remains acutely aware that she is merely a temporary occupant here. Once the floodwaters recede and the capital reclaims its territory, the rightful owners will return. Therefore, she resolutely refrains from coveting the belongings within. Taking without permission would be tantamount to theft. If she desires such luxuries, the 10-kilogram bag of rice in her space could secure them in the market. Indeed, in this apocalypse, nothing is more valuable than food to satiate hunger. The little one gazes wide-eyed at the glimmering jewelry, prompting Yunyang to produce a small drum to amuse him, successfully redirecting his attention. She reclines on the sofa, curving her body to create a protective arc around him as he plays. At 6 months, he can sit upright, lowering his gaze to the drum while occasionally glancing back at Yunyang, as if fearing her sudden departure. Feeling a pang in her heart, she grasps his tiny feet, assuring him, "Mama won't leave, I will stay with you." The child seems to comprehend, settling down to enjoy his toys. The scent of milk emanating from him captivates her, making her feel like an odd aunt. She simply adores her little one. A rumble from her stomach prompts Yunyang to retrieve skewers of spicy bobo chicken from her space, opening a can of Sprite. She savors the spicy dish with exhilaration while clinking the can against her child's bottle, delighting in the bewildered expression on his face. The mother and her child enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility, even amidst the execution of their mission. As Yunyang satisfied her hunger with a hearty meal, a faint rustling sound interrupted her reverie. The noise emanated from the ceiling above, and initially, Yunyang suspected it to be the antics of a mouse. However, the persistent sound, accompanied by the crinkling of a plastic bag, soon took on an unsettling quality in the solitude of her surroundings. Someone was present. Instinctively, Yunyang heightened her vigilance, gently soothing her child and placing him into a concealed space, erasing any trace of his presence in the area. How did someone gain access? Or was there an attic above? As she scanned her surroundings, Yunyang noticed a circular ring tied with twine in the corridor of the third-floor bathroom. Grasping the ring firmly, she yanked it, causing a ladder to tumble down from the ceiling. Climbing up the ladder, she was met with the sight of a plump individual, mouth stuffed with potato chips, staring at her in astonishment. "Yuanga!" Yunyang exclaimed, her eyes adjusting to the dim light, recognizing the face of the very person who had once saved her life in a previous incarnation and had later sold her a motorhome, Tang Yuan. No wonder the name Chishui Bay felt familiar. It was indeed the place where she had been taken by the broker during her motorhome purchase. Tang Yuan blinked, his small eyes widening. You know me?" "Indeed," Yunyang replied, "I purchased that motorhome from you." Tang Yuan sighed in relief, then nervously glanced outside. "Have those octopus beasts dispersed?" "I attempted to escape but failed and had to hide in this villa." Curiosity piqued, Yunyang asked, "How did you get in?" Tang Yuan looked at her with confusion. "I entered through the door." "Wait a moment, how did you get in?" "This villa is equipped with blast-proof doors. Not even a bomb could breach it, and the tempered glass is nearly bulletproof. No wonder the survival rate of those inside the villa was so high during the previous rescue operation. Such a fortress-like dwelling would be difficult for the octopus beasts to penetrate as long as one did not act recklessly." "I must thank you for forgetting to lock the windows," Yunyang remarked, tying up her loose hair. "The villa complex has become a paradise for the octopus beasts. There are at least 8 or 9 in this very courtyard." Tang Yuan's expression turned grim. "What should I do? I've devoured the last bag of chips. If I can't get out soon, I might starve." Yunyang glanced at the scattered chip bags on the attic floor: cucumber flavor, cumin roasted lamb flavor, rich tomato flavor, and emerald cucumber flavor, all offering a balanced nutrition. "How did you come to possess the key to this villa?" she inquired as she descended. "This belongs to my uncle. He left a spare key with me. The situation in the West District is dire, overrun with octopus beasts. When I fled to the East District, I found that my uncle and the others had already escaped." "Did you not venture to the second floor?" Yunyang asked, intrigued. Tang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Who would dare go to the second floor? Upon finding the kitchen stripped bare of food, I immediately fled to the attic to hide." Yunyang decided to refrain from further inquiry. Upon reaching the third floor, Tang Yuan's eyes lit up at the aroma of the spicy chicken dish, resembling a famished wolf as he dove towards the large bowl of soup, devouring the leftover duck gizzards and fish balls along with the broth. Silently, Yunyang retrieved 2 packs of compressed biscuits from her supply bag and handed them to him. Tang Yuan's eyes gleamed with delight as he eagerly tore them open, savoring the biscuits dipped in the remnants of the soup. "At last, I feel revived," he exclaimed, patting his belly in satisfaction. His gaze fell upon the half-finished can of Sprite that Yunyang had left behind, and he leaned closer, asking, "Sister, are you going to finish that?" "Of course." Yunyang quickly dismissed his greed, imagining the oily lips of his face and the implications of him drinking her Sprite, an indirect kiss indeed. Ugh, Yuan Go remains the same. But personal hygiene must be attended to. Not wanting to see his forlorn expression, Yun Yang pretended to rummage through her supply bag, tossing him a can of cola. Here. Tang Yuan caught it, his gratitude spilling over. Sister, from now on, you shall be my dear sister. A single can of cola could win her over? Yun Yang thought. Bemused. Drink up. Tang Yuan popped open the can and gulped it down like an ox at a trough, finishing with a resounding belch. So refreshing. Once he had finished his meal, Tang Yuan's mind finally began to function properly. Eyeing the still warm bowl of soup, he asked. The power and water have been cut for ages. How did you heat this? Do you know how self-heating rice works? Yun Yang inquired. Tang Yuan's face lit up with realization. I see. With his years of experience in the fast food industry, he recognized the exquisite flavor of what he had just eaten. What brand is this? It's homemade, Yun Yang replied, not that they're SA brand. Just something I concocted. She randomly named a fictional brand. I believe it's from the cannibal clan. How grotesque. But I like it. Tang Yuan chuckled nervously. Suddenly, Yun Yang's expression turned grave as she placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Tang Yuan's laughter ceased instantly. A familiar creaking sound echoed from the glass, and both turned to the window, where a massive octopus beast was perched, peering in with its compound eyes. Tang Yuan slowly covered his mouth with both hands, suppressing a scream of terror. Yun Yang's hand was already on her gun, prepared to shoot at the slightest sign of danger. The octopus beast, unable to see anything through the glass, began to crawl downward. Tang Yuan exhaled in relief. If all went according to plan, the moment of crisis was approaching. However, Yuan Ji's sudden movement caused him to accidentally knock over the large bowl of soup that Yun Yang had just prepared. The crash of ceramic shards amidst the backdrop of pouring rain was not particularly jarring, yet to Yun Yang and Tang Yuan, it felt akin to the cataclysm of a massive tsunami. Stunned, they exchanged glances, instinctively turning their attention to the window. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds of silence passed. And just as they began to relax, a hefty tentacle struck the glass with a resounding thud. Yuan Ge had not lied to her. Indeed, the bulletproof glass held firm against such a forceful strike. Perhaps the noise had attracted more of the octopus beasts, as the tentacles began to rain down upon the window in a relentless assault, so numerous that Yun Yang could scarcely count them. Tang Yuan was now drenched in sweat, nervously glancing at Yun Yang. Sister, did I bring trouble upon us? Without hesitation, Yun Yang donned her new tactical jacket and secured her gun, eyeing the anxious Yuan Ge. Do you know how to use a knife? Tang Yuan looked at her. I've learned a bit. Without further ado, Yun Yang tossed him a Swiss Army knife. Take this and use it. Tang Yuan grimaced. How can I use this? It's so small. The Swiss Army knife is practical for outdoor tasks, such as wilderness survival, but it might prove inadequate against the octopus beasts. Better to be prepared, Yun Yang said, forcing a smile. Not mentioning that self-elimination could be an option if they were surrounded by monsters. The sounds of glass breaking grew increasingly louder. How do we escape? The outside is swarming with those creatures. Tang Yuan exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead, even contemplating retreating back to the attic. Follow me. Yun Yang, securing her supply bag, led Tang Yuan to the attic on the 3rd floor. Initially intending to escape through the attic window, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a small open-air balcony outside. Yun Yang deftly hurled the flying tiger claw from the 3rd floor to the wall below, grateful for the length of its tether, which she had carefully preserved throughout her journey. Securing the end of the rope to the railing of the villa's terrace, she soon heard a cacophony of shattering tempered glass from below, undoubtedly the work of the encroaching tentacled beasts. The ceiling above trembled violently, and Yun Yang feared the ladder leading to the attic might come crashing down. Yuan Ge, have you secured the ladder? Her eyes were nearly shut against the onslaught of rain. Tang Yuan, who was also fastening the rope, was not faring much better, soaked to the skin. His head bobbed like a garlic bulb. It's locked, unless they... Enough. Don't jinx it. Yun Yang interrupted, not wishing to hear any more of his ominous predictions. At last, the rope was tightly fastened, forming a taut line. Yun Yang's gaze fell upon Tang Yuan's belt. Yuan Ge, may I borrow your belt? Tang Yuan nodded eagerly. I know. It's for the gliding anchor point, right? I've seen countless scenes like this in movies. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from the attic, accompanied by the sound of metal stairs clattering to the floor, causing both of them to tense. Realizing the tentacled beasts were drawing near, Tang Yuan fumbled nervously, finding it increasingly difficult to unfasten his belt, prompting Yun Yang to push his hands aside and, with a swift tug, rip apart the buckle, yanking the belt free. My haute couture! Tang Yuan exclaimed in dismay as Yun Yang assessed his rotund figure, bemused by his unusual confidence in sporting such a plump physique while flaunting high fashion. With a swift slice of her military knife, she severed the belt in half, providing each of them with a portion. Yun Yang was the first to slide down the belt from the third floor to the wall below, where the water still revealed the outline of the wall's edge. By the time she reached it, the water had risen to her knees. Tang Yuan, clutching a script that seemed to herald their doom, was ill-prepared for the descent when a tentacled beast erupted from the attic door like a carnivorous flower from a tropical rainforest, its limbs stretching out to seize him. He awkwardly gripped his half of the belt, attempting to slide down the taut rope, but his weight hindered his speed compared to Yun Yang. The beast pursued him along the rope, its mass shifting the center of gravity in its favor. Fortunately, Tang Yuan was nearing the wall, otherwise he might have been pulled back into the maw of the monster. Yun Yang seized his hand, pulling him from the water onto the wall. Once secure, she swiftly severed the taut rope, causing the tentacled beast, halfway along the line, to plunge into the depths. Tang Yuan pointed at the rippling water's surface, shouting, "It's swimming towards us. Quick, get up. Where else would we go?" Yun Yang retorted, glancing at him from atop the jet ski. "Move," she urged, her brows knitted in concern. "Are you trying to get us killed?" Tang Yuan scrambled to climb onto the back of Yun Yang's jet ski, and she revved the engine, speeding away from the area. "Where did you get this jet ski?" Tang Yuan shouted over the sound of the rain and spray. Yun Yang replied nonchalantly, "Right here at the villa, I thought you brought it." "I don't have that kind of ability," he exclaimed, glancing back at the pursuing beast, defiantly raising a middle finger. Realizing something was amiss, he added, "Sister, where are you headed?" "That way leads to the West District." Yun Yang remained calm. "I know, my teammates and brother are inside. I must save them." Tang Yuan felt his sanity slipping. What was this? Just escaping one trap to enter another? He wished he had stayed hidden in the attic. The further west they went, the worse the situation became, with human corpses bobbing on the water's surface, all mere husks left behind by the voracious beasts. Terrified, Tang Yuan cried out from behind Yun Yang, "Sister, you see the situation. Heading to the West District is a death wish. Shut up and hold on." She snapped as a tentacle suddenly loomed before them, nearly leading to disaster. Luckily, her expert driving saved them, though Tang Yuan nearly got flung off. Learning his lesson, he clung tightly to her waist, abandoning his previous reservations. Yet, just as silence fell, he screamed in her ear, "Sister, faster. The tentacles touching my waist." With his considerable girth, where exactly was his waist? Without a word, Yun Yang pressed the throttle harder, speeding up as the water rose over a meter higher than that morning's levels. The advantage of this was that they could bypass knocking on doors, the jet ski crashing through the submerged wall of a villa. The East District was vast, and the West District even larger, with wide spaces between buildings and greenery covering 60% of the area. She had no idea where Yun Yi and Xia Changyuan were, nor could she find a way to regroup with them. To evade the relentless tentacled beasts, they drove the jet ski directly into one of the villas. The sound of shattering glass echoed as they entered, and Yun Yang fired her weapon, dispatching the beast that had followed them. In the distance, the water churned ominously as a large number of tentacled beasts began to converge on their location. These damned creatures. Yun Yang gritted her teeth, retrieving a slingshot and grenade from her space. With the safety pulled, she launched the grenade into the heart of the swarm. A powerful explosion sent waves soaring several meters high, accompanied by the dismembered remains of the beasts, some tentacles still twitching in the water. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding creatures, which swarmed like snakes in a den, their limbs intertwining in a chaotic dance. Having narrowly escaped, Yun Yang and Tang Yuan leaned against the wall, breathing heavily in relief. Suddenly, a door on the balcony swung open, revealing an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s, with a face etched with lines of hardship and a back hunched from the weight of life's struggles. "Come in, don't let the monsters see you," she urged, stepping away from the balcony and leaving the choice of entering up to them. Tang Yuan felt uneasy, sensing something strange about the old woman, and looked to Yun Yang, hoping she would decide. "Should we go in?" "Yes," she replied. With the clock nearing 3 in the afternoon and the persistent rain darkening the sky, They had little time left before nightfall, which would make finding shelter far more perilous than in daylight.